Bai Yu, a young man hailing from a quaint fishing village by the sea, possesses a unique origin, is a traveler from another realm, carrying the memories of a past life within him. However, mere recollection proves futile for a transmigrator unless one is endowed with extraordinary abilities. Bai Yu waited patiently for 18 years, until the momentous day of his 18th birthday arrived. Today, Bai Yu turns 18 on this very day. He was born in that small fishing village. Unlike other newborns, he did not emit a single cry upon entering the world. In fact, he remained utterly still. This peculiar behavior led the attending physician and nurses to suspect he was stillborn. The only indications of life were his steady breathing and heartbeat, yet he remained silent and motionless. Ultimately, it was the nurse's firm slap that coaxed a wail from him, a vigorous strike that reddened his bottom. Had it not been for the overall crimson hue of his newborn self, his chastened posterior would have stood out conspicuously. Fortunately, Bai Yu eventually surrendered to the inevitable. Not only did he cry out, but his limbs flailed wildly, transforming him from the lifeless infant he had been into a vibrant, squirming child. The nurse's harsh method was twofold. It was part of her duty and stemmed from her close friendship with Bai Yu's mother. She could not bear the thought of her dear friend giving birth to a silent child. Unbeknownst to her, however, Bai Yu was indeed extraordinary, for within the frail body of this newborn resided the soul of an adultous spirit that had just departed its former existence. Revived by the nurse's relentless efforts, that moment, Bai Yu found himself in a state of bewilderment. As he felt the sharp sting on his rear, he prepared to utter a curse, only to realize that the sound escaping his lips was the wail of a newborn. Moreover, when he opened his eyes, he was greeted by an impenetrable haze, his vision akin to that of a myopic individual removing their glasses to perceive the world. In that instant, an unsettling premonition washed over him. It seemed he had not merely traversed dimensions, but rather experienced a rebirth, one accompanied by memories of his previous life, that he fervently wished that he would not inherit the ailments of his former existence. He had suffered enough in that life, and longed for a healthy body in this new one. As these thoughts swirled, Bai Yu's consciousness began to fade. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Bai Yu was now 18 years old. The date was May 15th, 2015. On this day, friends and relatives gathered to celebrate his birthday. Notably, the nurse who had delivered him and delivered those fateful slaps had become his godmother, and she too would be present for the festivities. Bai Yu, your classmates and friends have arrived. Why are you still lounging by the shore? Hurry home to greet them. Upon hearing his mother's voice from behind, Bai Yu, who had been seated on the beach, rose to his feet, stretched lazily, and turned towards his home. Mom, has Li Shui arrived yet? I promised her I would take her beachcombing. Here they come. Your godmother is with me, and she has brought you a birthday gift. Hurry home and take a look. All right. Li Shui is the daughter of Bai Yu's godmother. She is a year younger than Bai Yu, and the two have grown up together, sharing a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. As Bai Yu returned home with his mother, the first sight that greeted him was his godmother and Li Shui, who were busily preparing a meal in Bai Yu's kitchen. This birthday celebration was a modest family affair, attended only by Bai Yu's grandparents, his uncle and aunt, a cousin, and a younger brother, essentially close relatives. In addition, a few of Bai Yu's classmates and friends were present, making the total number manageable, with just 2 tables of dishes sufficient for the gathering. The meal was being prepared at Bai Yu's home, primarily overseen by Bayan Hai, Bai Yu's father, a professional chef with a level 3 chef certification. Oh my dear son has returned. Quickly wash your hands and come inside. Dinner will be ready shortly. Xiao Xue, why don't you show your brother the gift you bought? If he doesn't like it, we can exchange it, said the godmother, her heart filled with joy at Bai Yu's return. Having participated in his birth, she has always regarded Bai Yu as her own son, thinking of him whenever there was good fortune or delightful things to share. This year marked the 16th birthday she celebrated with Bai Yu. The only 2 years she missed were due to her own childbirth and confinement. Given her unwavering affection for Bai Yu, how could he possibly hold a grudge over being playfully reprimanded at his birth? Of course, that would be impossible. Although his biological mother recounted the story as a humorous anecdote, Bai Yu merely regarded it as a light-hearted tale, a cherished memory tucked away in his mind. Li Shui gifted Bai Yu a pair of brand-name sneakers. In this life, Bai Yu is a strong and handsome young man. Having succumbed to illness in his past life, he now places great emphasis on his health. His daily routine is remarkably disciplined. He never stays up late, abstains from smoking and drinking, and incorporates running into his regimen for physical fitness. The only shortcoming in Bayou's otherwise commendable character is his academic performance, which leaves much to be desired in both lives. His poor grades may simply stem from a lack of aptitude in that area. Yet, this is of little consequence, for poor academic performance does not preclude the possibility of attending university. Bayu was granted early admission to a local university, recognized for his physical prowess as a special talent. Not having gained admission to university in his past life was a regret for Bayu in this life. Despite his lackluster academic performance, he at least has the opportunity to attend university, which serves to mitigate the disappointment he faced previously. However, one lingering thought perplexes Bayu. As a transmigrator, why does he lack a golden finger? Could it be that he is not a transmigrator at all, but merely an ordinary soul reincarnated? However, what is the nature of his memories from a previous life? I have never heard of anyone being reincarnated with their memories intact. Has the river Styx's Mang ceased to serve her infamous soup? It was not until today, while blowing out the candles on his birthday cake, that Bayu found himself momentarily frozen in place. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has reached adulthood. The Oceanic Fortune System is now officially activated. For specific information, please refer to the host's own inquiry. May good fortune accompany you always. What was that sound just now? Did I just hear a ding? And what is this talk of a system? Could it be that my golden finger has finally arrived? 18 years. I have waited a full 18 years. Do you have any idea how I have spent these 18 years? Oh, dear system, why have you only come to me now? My wait has been so arduous. Chapter 2. The Ocean Luck System. Little you, what are you doing? Hurry up and cut the cake after making your wish. Share it with your classmates and friends instead of just standing there in a daze. As Bayu was about to delve into the intricacies of this so-called system, his mother's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. It turned out she had noticed Bayu standing still after blowing out the candles, with no intention of slicing the cake, prompting her gentle reminder. Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered something. Come on, let us cut the cake. At that moment, everyone was celebrating his birthday at his home. The system could be explored at any time. After all, he had waited 18 years for this moment, so a minute or two wouldn't matter. Finally, after the meal, Bayu's classmates and friends were relaxing in the living room, granting him the opportunity to examine his newfound golden finger. Of course, he had to do this discreetly. Such a thing could not be revealed, as he certainly did not wish to be taken for research. Thus, Bayu secluded himself in his room to explore. This system resided within the recesses of Bayu's mind. Whenever he wished to access it, a luminous screen would materialize in his thoughts. Ocean Luck System 1. Zero Origin. V8 Nebula Sea King's Throne Function displays the host's daily ocean luck. The higher the luck value, the greater the oceanic benefits the host may obtain that day. Today's luck, 32. Maximum value 100. Unlocked novice task. Complete a beachcombing session to unlock novice rewards. Oh my goodness. This is truly a system. I too possess a system. Will I ascend to the pinnacle of life and win over a wealthy beauty? However, he pondered, whom should I marry? The daughter of a tycoon? A domineering female CEO? Or a top-tier celebrity? Gazing at the system interface in his mind, Bayu became overwhelmed with excitement, lost in dreams of a splendid future. It was no wonder he felt such exhilaration. After all, this was a system capable of transforming a nobody into a success. With it, what difference was there between him and the favored child of fortune? Before Bayu arrived in this world, he had perused numerous novels centered around systems, each featuring wondrous mechanisms that enabled protagonists to ascend to the zenith of existence, regardless of the realm they inhabited. Now, having traversed into another world and acquired a golden finger of his own, he felt justified in envisioning a triumphant ascent to greatness and winning the heart of a wealthy beauty. It is essential to note that prior to acquiring this golden finger, Bayu was merely an ordinary individual. Even though he had the memories of a previous life, they held little sway here, as the two worlds were entirely distinct. While the cultures might be similar, many people and elements differed significantly. Additionally, Bayu had struggled academically in his previous life, making it impossible to rely on scholarly pursuits for success in this one. As for emulating novels or songs, that was even more implausible. Bayu's academic struggles stemmed from his inability to memorize lengthy texts. Having read countless novels, he often forgot their contents shortly after. Songs are similarly impactful. When you play music for someone, they can remember it. However, if you ask them to memorize something without any aid, they may struggle to recall it, especially if they lacked an understanding of music in their previous life. What significance does a lifetime of memories hold for Baiyu if he cannot navigate this reality? Fortunately, he has now acquired an extraordinary ability. If he encounters other time travelers in the future, he can proudly declare that he too possesses a unique skill. Moreover, this system even offers beginner rewards. Although one must complete initial tasks to receive these rewards, the tasks are remarkably simple, merely requiring a single excursion to fulfill them. For Baiyu, this is an effortless endeavor. He hails from a coastal fishing village, where the sea is visible from his doorstep, and he has been familiar with the art of fishing since childhood. Growing up in a village, Baiyu was oblivious to the concept of pocket money. Yet he never lacked financial resources. His earnings were not derived from allowances from his parents, but from his own fishing exploits. While memories from his previous life may not aid him in learning or achieving greatness, they have endowed Baiyu with wisdom beyond his years. He recognized early on the value of money. In this world, one may possess nothing, but one cannot afford to be without financial means. Thus, from a young age, he took his friends to the shore for fishing. His companions evolved from childhood friends to classmates and now teammates on the school track and field team. Although his friends may not become extraordinarily wealthy, they certainly do not lack the small amounts of money needed for everyday expenses like school or online activities. They need not ask their parents for funds. A stroll along the beach with Baiyu often yields treasures to sell. The phrase beginner rewards ignited Baiyu's imagination. Drawing from his previous life, where he had read fantastical novels about systems, he recalled exaggerated rewards. Some systems provided direct cash, others offered houses and cars, and even company shares in Fortune 500 firms, placing individuals in positions of power right from the start. Baiyu does not demand extravagant rewards. A modest sum of 10 to 18,000 would suffice, and he would be thoroughly satisfied. Considering it is 2015, such an amount is not insignificant. And Baiyu feels no greed. At this moment, his singular thought is to head to the shore, swiftly complete his beginner task, and uncover the nature of the reward. Hoping it aligns with his expectations, resolute in his decision, Baiyu stepped out of his bedroom. Brothers, since we have some free time, why not go fishing? We might stumble upon something valuable, and we can enjoy a leisurely afternoon, he proposed, observing his friends sprawled across the living room, some napping, while others were engrossed in their phones. Thus, it is only 15 years since, and the development of mobile phones in this world has progressed in tandem with that of the Earth. Mobile games such as agricultural pesticide simulators have yet to make their appearance. Otherwise, what Baiyu would witness now would be a throng of youths engaged in gaming. Although Baiyu and his peers possess smartphones, the games they indulge in include titles such as Defend the Carrot, Run Cool Every Day, and Daily Elimination. Alternatively, they frequent internet cafes to play computer games. For instance, if they manage to earn some money from their beachcombing excursion, they would certainly rush to the internet CAF in the afternoon, and at the very least, they could observe others gaming and enjoy the air conditioning. Beachcombing? Let's go. Let's go. I too desire to collect a king crab this time. I have heard that these creatures are exorbitantly priced, capable of fetching over 1,000 yuan apiece. Previously, I saw a person on a certain platform who found one and sold it for more than 900 yuan on the spot. Upon hearing the call to beachcomb, Baiyu's good friend and childhood companion, Wang Hai, sprang up from the sofa, immediately responding to Baiyu's summons. Collecting king crabs? Who told you that king crabs can be found by merely picking them up? Those creatures reside in the deep seas of the Arctic Circle. They are cold water crabs. Where are we? Aside from Sansha, we are the closest to the equator in the country. How could there possibly be king crabs here? How could there not be? I saw a video on a certain platform, and that individual's location was clearly in Sanya City. He explicitly stated in his video that he captured a wild king crab while beachcombing in Sanya. The video received an astonishing number of likes, over several million. Wang Hai. Whose accent is that? Why does it sound so coarse? You haven't been watching videos from Northeast China frequently, have you? Your accent has clearly been influenced. And that king crab you watched? That person was merely deceiving you. Not only here, but anywhere along our country's coast, you cannot beachcomb and find a king crab. Next time you come across that video, report it. It is nothing but a blatant lie. Amidst the discussion about king crabs, Baiyu and his companions stepped out of their home, making their way towards the beach at the front of their residence. Chapter 3. Gathering by the sea before long. Baiyu, accompanied by his companions, arrived at the seashore. The vast expanse of the ocean, complemented by a stretch of golden sandy beach, presented a rare tableau of nature's beauty. The beach in front of their village extended impressively, spanning 2 to 3 kilometers, while further afield lay a rocky shore. Both the sandy and rocky shores offered excellent opportunities for gathering seafood. However, Baiyu and his friends had arrived at an inopportune moment. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and by this time, if there were any edible treasures on the beach, they would have long since been dried out in the sun. Hence, the beach was not their intended destination. Growing up by the sea, Baiyu was well aware of where to search for seafood at this hour. The rocky shore, slightly farther away, would undoubtedly yield a far richer bounty than the beach at present. There were 8 of them in total, all young lads unafraid of the sun, indifferent to any concerns about skin tone. Girls like Li Shui would not choose to bask in the sun at this time. Baiyu, leading the group with a plastic bucket in hand, was preoccupied with the system panel displaying a luck value of 32. While not exceptionally high, it was certainly not low either. He was eager to discover what rewards this luck value might bring him, along with the potential financial gain. Xiaohai, let us stay here and observe. You're not strangers to gathering by the sea, so there is no need for me to remind you of what to pay attention to. Let us all get to work. If you need assistance, just shout, and the brothers will come to help. Let us begin. Upon reaching the rocky shore, Baiyu descended first, pulling out his phone. Although his memories from a previous life provided little assistance, they did convey a crucial truth. The future would be an era dominated by the internet, where traffic reigns supreme. In the coming years, one could lack education or skills, yet if one possessed traffic, they could achieve fame and substantial wealth, regardless of their nature. Baiyu found himself in 2015, a time when short video platforms were just beginning to emerge. Naturally, he seized the opportunity and became a short video creator on a popular platform. The videos he shared were quite simple, primarily showcasing his endeavors in gathering seafood. However, the frequency of his uploads was low, not only due to his academic commitments but also because his catches were rather modest. While he could earn some pocket money, viewers were not interested in watching him collect mere odds and ends from the sea. They craved excitement, such as catching lobsters, crabs, or the elusive razor clams. In essence, they wanted to see something extraordinary. As a result, Baiyu's short video account struggled to gain traction. From the end of last year to now, half a year had passed, and his account had only garnered over 30,000 followers. The quantity is indeed quite limited, and the attention garnered by Baiyu is not due to the remarkable nature of his sea foraging videos, but rather a morbid curiosity. Each time Baiyu uploads a video showcasing his coastal exploits, viewers flood the comments section with remarks such as, "This sea foraging streamer has found another little green dragon," or "Another sea cucumber unearthed by this streamer." These comments evoke a vivid memory for Baiyu, conjuring the image of a video blogger from a past life, named Ching, who also ventured into coastal foraging. Their experiences were strikingly similar, with the sole distinction being that Ching flourished during an era when short video platforms had already reached significant maturity, allowing his authentic sea foraging videos to attract a considerable following in a brief span. In contrast, Baiyu finds himself at the nascent stage of this medium, where audiences are more inclined towards thrilling or sensational content. As a result, a non-lucky type of sea foraging streamer like Baiyu may garner some views, yet not necessarily followers, as viewers might feel embarrassed to have such an unfortunate individual in their subscription list. Today, Baiyu intends to record another sea foraging video, eager to discover whether his 32 points of luck will enable him to uncover treasures amidst the rocky shore. As he muses over this, he deftly leaps over a rocky pit, only to sense something darting away from it. Is there something in this waterhole? Upon noticing the unusual activity beneath his feet, Baiyu promptly halts, standing on the rocks to peer down. Initially, he held little hope for this rocky pit due to its small size and distance from the shoreline. The seawater within is typically formed by splashes from the waves crashing against the rocks. This particular pit measures about a square meter and boasts crystal clear water, revealing its depths at a mere glance. The fleeting shadow he had just glimpsed had darted into the crevice between the stones, prompting Baiyu to lean closer and peer into the gap. Lo and behold, dear friends, can you see? There is a large green crab nestled within this stone crevice. Do you notice that yellowish object in front? That is undoubtedly the claw of the green crab, I assure you. Upon identifying what appeared to be a crab claw, Baiyu immediately aimed his phone at the rocky fissure, explaining excitedly as he recorded. Baiyu approaches video shooting with utmost seriousness, though he is constrained by his equipment. He cannot record for extended periods due to the limitations of his phone's memory. Thus, he primarily films only when he discovers a potential catch, capturing the moment while providing commentary. At this juncture, the screen of Baiyu's phone displayed a section with a coloration distinctly different from that of the surrounding rocks. Gentlemen, When it comes to capturing those crabs nestled within the crevices of the rocks, one must exercise caution and refrain from directly grasping them with bare hands, for it is all too easy to be pinched by their formidable claws. Instead, we should resort to our tried-and-true method of using the crab-catching tongs that we have prepared in advance to extract them. As he spoke, Bayu retrieved a large stainless steel clamp from his plastic bucket, noting that there are various types, some suited for catching eels and others specifically designed for crabs. Bayu then extended the clamp into the rocky fissure, and after a bit of probing, he felt the unmistakable weight of something substantial within the grasp of the tongs. Swiftly, he withdrew the clamp from the crevice, revealing, at its end, a creature adorned in vibrant green, brandishing two large pincers. Chapter 4. A fortuitous start. As a large blue crab was extracted from the crevices of the rocks by Bayu, the first bounty of this coastal excursion was secured. This particular crab was not only sizable but also remarkably aggressive, its formidable claws flailing even while suspended in midair. Bayu cautiously lowered the creature, noting with astonishment that it was larger than his own hand, standing at an impressive height of 1.82 meters, with hands measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length. He realized that this crab must weigh well over a pound. It is universally acknowledged that the value of crabs is determined by their size. Thus, the larger the specimen, the more it is worth. As Bayu enthusiastically explained the merits of his catch to the camera, he retrieved a zip tie from his bucket to secure the crab's claws. With this task completed, a smile graced his lips as he ventured towards another area. It was hardly surprising that he felt elated. Within such a short span of time, he had managed to capture a 1-pound blue crab, which would fetch him a handsome sum of money. It was an undeniable source of joy. Suddenly, as Bayu began his search for the next prize, a piercing scream echoed across the rocky shore, its intensity and clarity resonating with all present. Instinctively, the crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion, Bayu included. He soon spotted Wang Hai sprinting towards him, a crab firmly attached to his hand, similar to the one Bayu had just caught, albeit smaller in size. While Bayu had successfully captured his crab, Wang Hai found himself on the receiving end of a rather tenacious grip from his own. Fortunately, Wang Hai's robust physique afforded him a degree of resilience. The crab, being relatively small, around 4 to 5 tails, lacked the strength to inflict serious harm. Had it been Bayu's catch, however, Wang Hai's fingers would likely have been in peril. "Brother Yu, it's pinching me. Please help me get it off. It hurts," Wang Hai cried, dashing over the rocks in distress, his plight both comical and pitiable. "Look at you. I warned you to be careful. What do you think the tongs in your bucket are for? They're meant for catching crabs," Bayu admonished, while skillfully prying open the crab's claws with both hands. "Be cautious next time. If that crab had been any larger, you might have lost a finger." "Thank you, Brother Yu. I'll remember what you said," Wang Hai replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head in acknowledgement. Bayu felt a measure of exasperation towards his childhood friend, recognizing that Wang Hai's intellect was somewhat lacking. Indeed, one could say he was a bit dim-witted. It is said that during his birth, Wang Hai's mother experienced a challenging labor, which resulted in a degree of oxygen deprivation, leaving him somewhat dull-witted and simple-minded. Had it not been for Bayu's constant companionship and playful guidance during their childhood, one can only imagine the extent of bullying Wang Hai might have endured from his peers, despite his towering stature and muscular build. Nevertheless, a lack of mental acuity often renders one vulnerable to mistreatment. The only reason Wang Hai was able to attend the same school as Bayu was due to the latter's dedication to training him from a young age. Bayu's intention was straightforward. If they were not blessed with sharp minds, they could at least cultivate a stronger physique, so that if anyone dared to bully Wang Hai, he would be encouraged to retaliate without hesitation. As fate would have it, through their rigorous training, both of them became exceptional students and were eventually accepted into the affiliated high school of Haisher University and subsequently into the university itself. Despite Wang Hai's academic standing being among the lowest in his class, and Bayu not faring much better, it is indeed remarkable that these two, both athletes, Bayu specializing in long-distance running events of 5 and 10 kilometers, and Wang Hai excelling in sprints, were granted early admission to Haida. Not only they, but all the companions accompanying Bayu on this excursion to collect seafood are also second-tier athletes, with 6 from their village alone. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and Bayu is astutely aware of the company he keeps. All right, you need not worry about gathering on your own. Stick with me and capture the moments on my phone. I shall share half of the bounty with you, Bayu instructed. Acknowledging Bayu's guidance, Wang Hai complied. Observing Wang Hai's naive demeanor, Bai Yu decided it would be prudent to have him record videos to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Thus, Bai Yu entrusted his phone to Wang Hai and resumed his search amidst the rocky shore. At present, fortune seemed to favor both Bai Yu and Wang Hai. Although Wang Hai had been pinched by a crab, he had nonetheless made his first catch. The crab, quite sizable, about 4 to 5 taels, could fetch a decent price, at least a dozen yuan. With this success, Bai Yu's enthusiasm surged, and Wang Hai mirrored his excitement. While Wang Hai may not grasp the reasons behind their good fortune, he understood that Bai Yu's happiness would undoubtedly translate into generosity towards him. Brothers, behold this conch. Look at the size of the one I've found. Does it not resemble a horn? Initially, I thought it was merely a shell, but to my surprise, it contains meat as well. A conch of this size can command a considerable price on the market. This one alone must weigh around 7 to 8 taels. If any seafood vendor dares to offer less than 10 yuan for it, I shall not part with it, he exclaimed. Bai Yu, there is another one at your feet. And I see a crab in that crevice over there. It resembles the one that pinched me earlier, Wang Hai called out, as Bai Yu, while fishing in a large rock pool, discovered a sizable conch. Currently, Bai Yu has removed his shoes and stepped into the rocky pit. This pit is not to be compared with the previous small one. It is a vast rocky basin, with a water depth of approximately 60 to 70 centimeters and an area exceeding 20 square meters. Following Wang Hai's direction, Bai Yu discovered another large conch just behind his heel. Had Bai Yu taken a slightly smaller step moments ago, he would have inadvertently trodden upon this second fragrant shell. The critical aspect is that this conch is positioned upright, its pointed end facing the sky. Should Bai Yu, barefoot, have stepped upon it, the soles of his feet would likely endure pain for several days, even if they were not pierced. After all, the soles house the reflex zones corresponding to various organs and joints, and they are replete with numerous acupoints. To be jabbed by the conch would indeed be a torment worse than death. Chapter 5. Pumping water and catching crabs. Having discovered a conch shell at his heel, Bai Yu followed Wang Hai's directions in search of the crab. At times, Bai Yu found himself envying Wang Hai. Despite his somewhat dull demeanor, his world was refreshingly simple. Under Bai Yu's guidance, Wang Hai had become notably robust, and his limited interaction with mobile devices afforded him exceptional eyesight. While Bai Yu had yet to spot any fish in the puddle, Wang Hai had already made his discovery atop the rocks. Soon, within a crevice of the rocks, Bai Yu found the crab Wang Hai had mentioned. To his surprise, there were not just one, but 2 crabs nestled within the gap, both being flower crabs, also known as swimming crabs. 2 crabs. Wang Hai, hand me the pincers from the bucket. I intend to catch both of these today. Here, Wang Hai replied, passing the pincers to Bai Yu. But the crabs I mentioned are not in that location. They are in the adjacent crevice. The crabs here differ from the one that just pinched me. Wang Hai, while not particularly sharp-witted, could still distinguish between flower crabs and blue crabs, especially after his recent encounter with the latter. Encouraged by Wang Hai's words, Bai Yu glanced toward the nearby rock crevices, and to his astonishment, he discovered an abundance of crabs hidden within. In fact, he spotted crabs in at least a dozen different fissures, some containing more than one crab. Goodness gracious. There are so many crabs. Wang Hai, we are destined for fortune. Wang Tao, Bai Yun, come over here and help me drain this puddle. I'll reward each of you with a crab. Given the multitude of crabs lurking in the rocky pit, Bai Yu promptly called for reinforcements. Recognizing that capturing crabs in the water was no simple task, particularly since blue crabs and flower crabs were both swift swimmers. With the puddle being around 60 to 70 centimeters deep, Bai Yu's chances of catching the swimming crabs alone were slim. Rather than toiling away fruitlessly, it would be wiser to enlist the help of others to drain the puddle and capture the crabs en masse. Wang Tao and Bai Yun, both seasoned athletes, one a weightlifter and the other a shot putter, possessed considerable strength, making them ideal candidates for this task. Before long, Wang Tao and Bai Yun arrived with buckets in hand. Bai Yu, are we really going to drain all this water from such a large pit? Is one crab truly sufficient? Exactly. With so much water and no pump, relying solely on buckets will be exhausting. Bai Yu, one crab won't suffice. We need at least a bottle of soda each, or this task will be impossible. Upon their arrival, Bai Yun and Wang Tao immediately began to negotiate, surveying the expansive puddle before them. After all, a solitary crab hardly justifies the effort expended, and an increase in price is inevitable. Very well. I shall offer each of you a bottle of cola, perhaps even a larger one. Now, let us not squander time and get to work. Before you begin, I must caution both of you to pay close attention to your pant legs, as there are quite a few crabs lurking in this pit. Be vigilant. lest a crab find its way inside your trousers. Should you suffer an unfortunate pinch, do not say I did not warn you. Remember, May heralds the season of light shirts above and shorts below by the sea. At this moment, Bayou and his companions are clad in such attire. While this outfit offers some relief from the heat, it does pose certain risks when it comes to crab catching. Although being pinched by a crab can be quite painful, the location of the pinch matters greatly. If, as Bayou suggested, a crab were to crawl up your pant leg, and were it to clamp down on a sensitive area, the discomfort would pale in comparison to the potential loss of future happiness. Fear not, brother you. This is not our first endeavor in this vein, and we are well aware of the risks involved. Soon after, Baiyun and Wang Tao descended into the rocky pit, joining Bayou in their task of scooping water with buckets. The deepest part of this rocky depression was approximately 60 to 70 centimeters, while most areas were shallower, with the surrounding rocks not far from the water's edge. As the trio labored diligently, the water level in the pit visibly diminished, a process captured by Wang Hai on his mobile device. After Bayou and his companions had removed over 100 buckets of seawater, only a few centimeters remained, a depth insufficient to hinder their crab-catching efforts. With the water level now at its nadir, it was time to attend to the main objective, the crabs at the bottom of the pit. Bayou was ready. He promptly took his tongs and approached the crevice where he had previously spotted 2 orchid crabs, inserting the tongs into the gap and attempting to grasp the crabs within. Got one. Hi, hand me the zip ties from your bucket, quickly. With a flurry of activity, Bayou successfully extracted an orchid crab from the rocky crevice. As the crab emerged, it brandished its 8 legs and a pair of pincers, seemingly defending itself against an imagined predator, while in reality, it was merely flailing at the air. Bayou swiftly secured the crab's pincers with zip ties and placed it into the container designated for seafood. The rationale for binding the crab's pincers lies in its inherently combative nature. Without such restraint, the crabs would undoubtedly engage in conflict within the bucket. If a crab were to lose its pincers in such a tussle, its market value would significantly decline, a circumstance that is far from desirable. Hence, for a fisherman accustomed to coastal forays, it is imperative to bring along materials for securing crabs, regardless of whether one is fortunate enough to catch any. The selection of zip ties is primarily due to their convenience and remarkable lightness. When fishermen carry crabs bound with zip ties to sell, neither the middlemen nor the wholesale merchants pay much heed to them. Conversely, should one attempt to use yarn to bind the crabs, the buyers are likely to refuse, insisting that all the strings be untied before accepting the catch. For these merchants, they permit only the crabs they sell to be tied, while they do not accept crabs that are bound. With the capture of the first crab, the second swiftly follows, within a minute. The remaining orchid crab in the crevice was also seized by the white fisherman. The process was identical, binding with a zip tie and placing it in the bucket, all executed seamlessly. Chapter 6. The Blue Crab. Through the concerted efforts of Bayou and Wang Tao, they successfully harvested 18 crabs for sea snails and 2 green-lipped mussels from a single rocky pit. This bountiful catch from just one location was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, bringing joy even to Bayou's assistant, Baiyun. After all, both of them had managed to secure a large blue crab each, along with a bottle of soda. Including the crabs previously caught by Bayou and Wang Hai, their total now stood at 20 large crabs, 6 sea snails, and 2 green-lipped mussels. Observing the fruits of their labor in the bucket, a smile spread across Bayou's face, an undeniable testament to the fortune that his 32 points of luck had bestowed upon him. Subsequently, he glanced at his system information, noting that his luck had diminished to 27 points due to the consumption of the crabs, sea snails, and mussels. So the daily luck fluctuates? Losing 5 points in such a short span raises questions about what else the remaining 27 points might yield. The value of their haul must amount to several hundred yuan. And with the expenditure of 5 points of luck, it was conceivable that the remaining 27 points could generate over 1,000 yuan in profit. While 1,000 yuan might not seem substantial, one must consider the current year, 2015, when Bayou's parents earned only 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. Earning over 1,000 yuan in a single day was quite a feat. Let us continue our quest for fish. At this rate, we're bound to strike it rich today. All right, Yugo, should we dive into some gaming this afternoon, or perhaps engage in League of Legends? If we play League, I refuse to play support. Your AD skills are rather lacking, and playing support is simply not enjoyable. As Bayou strode ahead, Wang Hai followed closely behind, carrying the bucket while musing about their plans to go online. Fine. If we decide to go online this afternoon, I shall play support for you. I am confident that I can be a competent support player. Despite Wang Hai's somewhat clumsy demeanor, he possessed a remarkable talent for gaming, demonstrating a profound understanding of the mechanics involved, particularly in League of Legends, where he could solo rank up to Diamond. Meanwhile, it was a challenge for Bai Yu to even reach gold in solo play. Over the next hour, Bai Yu guided Wang Hai along the rocky shore, uncovering a plethora of fish, including several stranded ones. While they didn't catch any large fish, some species, such as the stone nine, are inherently small. Bai Yu managed to catch 2 stone nines from a rocky pit, which, though not significant in size, totaling just over half a kilogram, were at least a delightful addition, albeit in limited quantity. How could this be? Just a short while ago, my luck was rather favorable. In mere minutes, I managed to catch so many crabs, yet now, after more than an hour, I have not found a single decent catch. My luck points have only diminished by 2. Could it be that something grand is in store for me? Perhaps a large lobster or a giant sea cucumber? What varieties of sea cucumbers and lobsters do we have here? Bai Yu pondered as he continued to search for new prey alongside Wang Hai. Suddenly, while walking, Bai Yu heard a splash that was distinct from the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the rocks. It resembled the sound of a heavy object striking the water's surface. Ahai, did you hear that noise? Yes, it's just the sound of the waves, isn't it? The seaside is full of such sounds. Wang Hai responded dismissively. Never mind. Asking you is pointless. I shall investigate myself. Realizing that querying Wang Hai would yield no fruitful results, Bai Yu decided to trace the source of the sound on his own. Before long, he discovered a rocky pool from which the sound originated. Upon discerning the contents within, an exclamation of astonishment escaped his lips. By heavens, can this really be? Ahai, come quickly, grab the bucket. This time we are truly going to strike it rich. Hurry. I'm coming. Today, the phrase I hear most from you is that we are going to get rich. When, exactly, will that happen? Come see for yourself. Once we catch this fellow, we shall indeed prosper. Bai Yu took an empty bucket from Wang Hai and descended into the rocky pool to begin his pursuit. The creature that Bai Yu referred to as the key to their fortune was a fish, a magnificent grouper adorned with brown-green spots and stripes. It was impressively large, measuring approximately 60 to 70 centimeters in length, and its rotund form suggested considerable weight. The only drawback was that this fish had been trapped in the rocky pool for quite some time, resulting in a significant decline in its vitality. Moreover, it bore several wounds, likely sustained from its struggles against the jagged rocks. As for the species of this grouper, it was a green grouper, colloquially known as the big green grouper. Bai Yu had lived for over 10 years in this fishing village, yet he had neither tasted nor even laid eyes on such a substantial catch. This was certainly beyond the means of a family from their humble fishing community. Despite its impressive size, Bai Yu found it rather easy to capture the grouper, as it was quite lethargic from its prolonged confinement in the rocky pool. As Bai Yu placed the large grouper into the bucket, he took a moment to glance at his luck points, which had suddenly plummeted by 20, leaving him with just 5 remaining. It seemed that the bulk of his luck had been invested in this magnificent grouper. The remaining 5 points might take a while to exhaust. Rather than waste time on the rocky shore, it would be more prudent to sell the grouper while it was still alive. Otherwise, once this large grouper breathes its last, even if it were merely a second ago, the value of this creature will plummet dramatically. Ahai, each of us shall take a bucket. Let us venture forth to sell fish. And once we have completed our task, we shall indulge in some gaming. Very well, I shall take on the role of AD while you, brother Yu, will support. Agreed. I will assist you. Wang Tao, Bai Yun, the time is drawing near. The tide is about to rise. So let us hasten our departure to sell fish and connect to the internet. Since we are already prepared to sell fish, Bai Yu naturally wishes to invite Bai Yun and the others to join, so they can all partake in this venture together before enjoying some leisure time. As they head out to sea, Bai Yu remains uncertain about the earnings of Bai Yun and the others. However, he feels quite satisfied with his own catch. Thus, on the way to sell the fish, Bai Yu walks with a buoyant step, as if the hefty grouper he carries is weightless, and he feels no fatigue whatsoever. Chapter 7. The surge in seafood prices. The fish market is not far from the rocky shore, as Bai Yu's fishing village possesses a modest dock, primarily accommodating the small fishing vessels belonging to the villagers. This small dock features a collection point for fish, which, while perhaps not offering prices as competitive as those in the town or county, is favored for its convenience. After all, those engaged in reselling fish are naturally inclined to profit, a notion that is entirely understandable. Soon, Bai Yu and his companions arrived at the collection point. Is Uncle San here? We're here to sell fish. Is anyone home? The fish collection station is run by Bai Yu's family, and due to familial hierarchy, He addresses the proprietor as Uncle San, although the two families have long since diverged in their lineage. Upon hearing Bayu's call, a middle-aged woman emerged from the collection station, casting a glance at Bayu and his companions. "Ah, it's you, little you. Have you returned from the sea with your band of young adventurers? What treasures have you gathered? Bring them over here, and I shall weigh them for you." "Hello, Aunt San. Today has been quite fortunate. We collected a fair number of crabs, and we also have a sizable fish." Bayu replied, "Take a look at these items. Are they not splendid? You must offer me a fair price." The woman before him, Aunt San, is Uncle San's wife, a reputable and honest businesswoman known for her integrity within the village. In this small fishing community, only Uncle San's family engages in fish collection, and their reasonable prices have encouraged many villagers to sell their catches to them for the sake of convenience. Well, your luck seems to be shining today, especially with this large grouper. It must weigh around 10 pounds and is still alive. Such a substantial live grouper is indeed a rarity. I cannot set a price for this large grouper without consulting your uncle. I will give him a call. He has gone to the town to deliver goods, and I shall inquire about the current market price for grouper. All right, we will defer to Aunt San's judgment. Bayu was aware that this grouper was extraordinary. Exceeding half a meter in size, such grouper are naturally more valuable as they grow larger. While Aunt San made the call, Bayu took the opportunity to sort through the bucket, categorizing the crabs, sea snails, scallops, and various small fish. "Little you, are you in a hurry? Your uncle mentioned he would return to inspect the fish before providing a price. In the meantime, shall I weigh these other catches? We can place the grouper in the aquarium to ensure it receives oxygen and remains healthy. That works for us. We're not in a rush. Please proceed with the other catches, as I have already sorted them." Aunt San then proceeded to weigh the crabs Bayu had caught. The blue crabs and green crabs are two distinct varieties, and their prices vary accordingly, necessitating separate processing. In addition to distinguishing the varieties, they must also be sorted by size. Generally, fish collection points categorize crabs into 3 brackets: those weighing below 5 ounces, those between 5 ounces and 1 pound, and those exceeding 1 pound. Each category commands a different price, with the smallest being the least expensive and the largest the most costly. However, it is important to note that not all crabs below 5 ounces are accepted. Typically, only those exceeding 3 ounces are collected, with the majority of those below 5 ounces being above 3 ounces. Bayu collected an impressive 27 crabs this time, consisting of 11 orchid crabs and 16 green crabs. The sizes of the orchid crabs varied, yet each one generally weighed over 3 taels, with most falling between 5 to 6 taels, none exceeded a pound. In contrast, the green crabs were notably larger, with none of the 16 weighing less than half a pound, and 3 of them surpassing a pound. Regrettably, it is not yet the season for indulging in crabs, so even the female crabs have not reached their optimal state of fullness, resulting in relatively modest prices. The price for the green crabs weighing half a pound to 1 pound is 60 yuan per pound, while those exceeding 1 pound are priced at 81. The orchid crabs are even cheaper, with those under half a pound priced at 35 yuan per pound, and those between half a pound and 1 pound at 45. The 16 green crabs sold for a total of 728 yuan, while the 11 orchid crabs fetched 204, culminating in a total of 932 yuan from the crabs alone. Upon hearing this figure, Bayu was utterly astonished. He had only been away from the sea for a month due to school, and now the crab prices had surged so dramatically, compared to a month ago. The prices had indeed doubled. Gazing at the more than 900 yuan in his hand, a thought flickered through Bayu's mind. He no longer wished to attend school. He envisioned making a living from gathering seafood. After merely 2 or 3 hours at the shore, he had already earned over 900. And he still had a large green grouper yet to sell. Besides the crabs, Bayu also sold some assorted small fish, sea conchs, and scallops, which collectively brought in over 200 yuan, with the conchs making up the bulk of that sum, 200 yuan from the conchs alone. While the small fish were practically worthless, once the catches of the others were sold, his uncle returned driving a tricycle. "You're back, uncle. Business is good here. Still making deliveries to the town at this hour?" Bayu, with his gregarious nature, easily struck up conversations with anyone in the small fishing village, regardless of their seniority. "Just now, your uncle returned from the sea with quite a haul of lobsters, and someone in the town is in need, so I took them along. I heard you found a large green grouper. Where is it? Let me take a look." "Right there. It's being kept in the aquarium." Without delay, his uncle headed straight for the large grouper. Bayu showed him, and after some time of oxygenation, the grouper appeared much more lively than before. "Very nice. This grouper is clearly wild and quite substantial, it looks sufficiently plump. The only downside is a few injuries on its body, but that's no issue. Here's the deal, Xiaoyu. I'll offer you 110 yuan per pound for this grouper. That is quite a favorable price. What do you think? 110 yuan per pound? Really? That's quite high. Baiyu was taken aback once more. This price seemed exceedingly steep. Even considering that his grouper was wild and sizable, typically, during this time of year, the price would not exceed 80 yuan. After all, he is selling to middlemen, not directly to customers in the market. The price for these middlemen is already 101, so how high would the price be if sold in the market? You may ask, Uncle San, why are seafood prices so exorbitant this year? In previous years, they were considerably cheaper at this time. Baiyu looked at Uncle San and posed his perplexing question. It's quite simple. This year, the fishing ban has been both advanced and extended. Just a few days after the May Day holiday, the ban came into effect. This year's fishing ban lasts for 3 months, resulting in a significant increase in the prices of all wild seafood around here. This large grouper, weighing 11 pounds and 6 ounces, amounts to 276 yuan. Here's your money. Be sure to keep it safe. As Uncle San responded to Baiyu's inquiry, he also processed the payment. After Baiyu settled the 276 yuan, their excursion to gather seafood came to a complete end. Having just returned from school, Baiyu was only aware of prices from a month ago, remaining oblivious to the recent price surges. Although his academic performance is not stellar, he is now in his final year of high school and must attend school, even if, as a special talent student, he could spend his days playing on the playground instead of being confined to the classroom. With the knowledge that seafood prices are likely to continue rising, Baiyu once again contemplated the idea of skipping school to gather seafood for profit. Chapter 8. Novice Rewards. To speak candidly, Baiyu has already been accepted into Haida University ahead of time. Whether he attends school or not is of little consequence. His primary activity at school consists of training. He can spend up to 6 hours on the playground daily, with the exception of morning and evening study sessions in the classroom. Today is already May 15th, and there remain at least 3.5 months until the commencement of university. If he were to spend this time by the seaside, even if he does not earn the same 2,000 as today every day, having that amount would still be substantial. Over the course of these 3.5 months, earning around 100,000 should pose no challenge. One cannot claim that Baiyu is solely preoccupied with wealth. After all, he is already admitted to Haida University. Truth be told, lingering in school serves little purpose now, as he finds it difficult to concentrate on his studies. Moreover, as a time traveler, Baiyu is acutely aware of the significance of money, unlike his peers. Given his family's modest circumstances, his parents are merely ordinary wage earners. He harbors thoughts about financial stability. Lost in contemplation, Baiyu accompanied his friends toward the town. Upon arriving at a small shop by the roadside, he purchased 6 regular-sized beverages along with 2 large bottles of cola to share among them. As a gesture of camaraderie, it was entirely fitting for Baiyu, who had the best haul today, to treat his friends to a drink. The 2 large bottles were promised to Baiyun and Wang Tao. Reaching the internet CAF in town, Baiyu and his companions logged onto 8 computers. It is worth noting that, despite some among them being underage, such regulations may not hold much weight in town. Not only are they well acquainted with the CAF staff, but they also possess their identification cards when logging in. Baiyu, for instance, may have just celebrated his 18th birthday today, but his identification already reflected his adult status a month prior. The birthday he commemorated was merely his lunar birthday. For those underage, they utilized their family members' IDs, such as Wang Hai, who used his father's. To fulfill a promise, Baiyu teamed up with Wang Hai to play League of Legends, with Baiyu providing support, while the others engaged in Crossfire. Rumor has it that the first season of Crossfire is nearing its conclusion, and their ranking points are insufficient to secure the rewards for this season. They must hasten to accumulate points. During the wait for their ranked matches, Baiyu ventured into his consciousness space to peruse the system panel information. He had not forgotten that there was a novice task awaiting completion. Now that his seaside endeavors were concluded, it was time to claim his novice reward. As he gazed at the system panel, he noticed that the novice task section was marked with a small check, indicating its completion. Ding! Novice task completed. Please claim your reward. Voice mental control available. Oh, how sophisticated. Not only can it be controlled by voice, but it can also receive mental signals. Indeed, the technology of the V8 Nebula is beyond the comprehension of you Blue Star humans. Do not dawdle. Quickly claim your novice reward and refrain from appearing so inexperienced. It is quite embarrassing. Just as Baiyu was marveling at the impressive technological prowess of the system, a somewhat proud and mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Oh my. The system can speak. Dear system, you possess the ability to converse? What other functionalities do you have? I must admit, I am still somewhat bewildered by this contraption. Do you still wish to claim your novice reward? Why are you so slow? If you do not want it, I shall retract it. As for other functionalities, the host must explore them independently. Countdown to claim. 5, 4, 3. Wait, I want it. I wish to claim the reward. Seizing the opportunity before the countdown concluded, Baiyu hastily exclaimed to claim the hard-earned novice reward. It was indeed hard-earned. He nearly lost it due to his delay. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, and he successfully obtained the novice reward. As a flash of white light enveloped his vision, 5 items appeared before him. These 5 items consisted of a sand shovel, a pair of waterproof gloves, a plastic bucket, a clamp, and a flashlight. These 5 items were essential for a successful beachcombing venture. The sand shovel could be used to excavate various marine creatures hidden beneath the sand, while the gloves served to protect his hands. The plastic bucket was for collecting catches. The clamp was typically used for crabs, though it could also be employed for other prey, and the flashlight was indispensable for nighttime beachcombing. Moreover, remarkably, all 5 items possessed attributes. Each tool came with a luck attribute. As long as the system-bound individual, Baiyu, utilized these tools during his beachcombing endeavors, there was a certain probability of enhancing his luck for the day, although the specifics of the enhancement remained undisclosed. Gazing at the beachcombing set before him, Baiyu felt a moment of incredulity. Was this truly the novice reward? Was it not a bit too perfunctory? Why were others receiving extravagant rewards like cars and houses, or arriving at invincibility, while he was bestowed with a mere beachcombing kit? He already owned such items, having combed the beach countless times throughout his life. How could he not possess these tools? Even if these items could enhance his luck, it was merely a matter of probability, which rendered everything random. However, regardless of Baiyu's internal grievances, he dared not retort to the system after just being chastised. After all, he could not guarantee whether the system would reclaim the rewards it had already bestowed upon him. Host, it seems you are somewhat sensible. In the future, please refrain from expressing discontent with this system. After all, I am here to assist you, but I am not compelled to do so. Your attitude will also dictate my response. Now, please proceed to play the game. It is time for you to select your character. While I must indulge in my own entertainment, at the moment the system began to speak, Baiyu was utterly astonished. Wasn't the current system supposed to be extraordinarily impressive? The host's poor attitude reflects negatively on the system. Wasn't it stated that the system should prioritize the host? How could it behave in such a manner? Moreover, it audaciously invades my thoughts. This is a crime. Is there no longer any semblance of privacy? I must lodge a complaint. What is the complaint hotline? I absolutely need to file a grievance. Brother Yu, I have selected my hero. I shall play as Lucian. Please choose Nami to assist me. These two are a perfect match. Alas, Baiyu's complaints received no acknowledgement from the system, but instead, a response came from Wang Hai beside him, who urged him to select Nami as support, who claimed that Lucian and Nami were a flawless pairing. Lucian's official partner is Senna. Upon uttering these words, Baiyu immediately sensed something amiss, for Senna was conspicuously absent from the hero roster. It was only the year 2015. During this period, Senna had yet to be introduced, and even the official announcements contained no narrative regarding Lucian's partner. The only comfort for Baiyu was the fact that Wang Hai, sitting next to him, had no recollection of Senna. As Baiyu locked in Nami, a monumental 5v5 battle was poised to commence. Chapter 9. Return to school in the afternoon. Baiyu and his companions spent over 2 hours in the internet CAF, only departing when the sky outside had darkened. The 8 of them divided into 2 groups as they left, with Baiyu returning home alongside his fellow villagers, while 2 others headed to the town and the county seat respectively. During their journey home, Wang Hai and Baiyu conversed animatedly about their gameplay experiences from earlier that day, while the remaining 4 engaged in similar discussions about the advantages and handling of various weapons in CF. The distance from the town to Xiaoyu village was not far, and amidst their chatter, they unexpectedly arrived back in the village. After bidding farewell to Baiyu and the others, Baiyu accompanied Wang Hai to his house. Wang Hai's home was situated just a mere 20 or 30 meters from Baiyu's. The reason for Baiyu following Wang Hai was rooted in financial matters, specifically the money they had earned from fishing, which he intended to keep from Wang Hai. Given Wang Hai's character, he would readily part with money for anyone who asked, regardless of their acquaintance. In the past, Wang Hai had often been deceived out of his pocket money, so Baiyu was determined not to let him handle the earnings from today's fishing expedition. The The total income from selling fish amounted to 486 yuan. After deducting 50 yuan spent on internet access and drinks, they were left with 436 yuan. Dividing this sum equally, each would receive 218 yuan. Upon entering Wang Hai's home, Bai Yu encountered Wang Hai's mother in the yard and quickly greeted her. "Hello, Auntie, I brought a Hai back." "Oh, it's Xiaoyu. I heard today is your birthday. Happy birthday." "Thank you, Auntie. Here is the money Wang Hai and I earned from fishing today. This portion is for him. Please keep it safe." Receiving birthday wishes from Wang Hai's mother, Bai Yu handed her the already divided money. "Just help a Hai keep it. You're both going to school tomorrow, so it will be useful." Bai Yu had taken Wang Hai to fish numerous times, especially during school holidays, consistently earning anywhere from dozens to over 100 yuan each time. Wang Hai's mother, accustomed to smaller amounts, did not initially pay much attention to the money handed to her, assuming it was similar to their previous earnings. "Auntie, this time do take a look at how much we made. We can't spend this much at school." As Bai Yu spoke, Wang Hai's mother took the money from him and felt its thickness immediately. "So much. What did you catch today? I've spent my whole life fishing and never earned this much in a single day. This must be over 1,000 yuan. Wang Hai's mother counted the money and was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected sum. As a resident of a small fishing village, she has lived there for nearly 2 decades since her marriage. Over these 20 years, she has braved the sea and experienced moments of substantial income, though never exceeding 1,000 at any instance. Today, fortune smiled upon her as she gathered a considerable number of crabs and even a large grouper, selling them for over 2,000 yuan, which she and Ahai decided to split evenly. "Auntie, please keep this money safe for Ahai. I shall head home now," Bai Yu announced before preparing to take her leave. Wang Hai accompanied her to the door, watching her until she reached home. Indeed, it was just a short distance of 20 to 30 meters, and a few steps brought Bai Yu to her doorstep. At that moment, Bai Yu's mother had already prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting her daughter's return. Upon arriving, Bai Yu handed her mother 1,000 yuan, retaining only a small portion of the day's earnings, the bulk of which she entrusted to her mother. In truth, she was reluctant to part with the money. However, she had no choice, as she would be returning to school the following day. Carrying such a significant amount would be impractical, as a mere 200 yuan would suffice for her needs. Leaving the money at home was also not an option, for her school commitments would keep her away for 10 days to 2 weeks, and the uncertainty of storing it in her room was too great. As for depositing it into a bank account, regrettably, Bai Yu did not possess a bank card. It is important to note that not everyone can obtain such a card. When Bai Yu was younger and underage, there were numerous restrictions. Not only was there a limit on the card itself, but many online payment functionalities were also inaccessible to her. Consequently, she never acquired a bank card, and in recent years, her competition winnings and income from her coastal endeavors were kept in small amounts by her, while larger sums were entrusted to her mother. Currently, Bai Yu has approximately 60 to 70,000 yuan stored with her mother, primarily derived from her competition prizes. For dinner, Bai Yu enjoyed seafood noodles, a staple for celebrating her birthday. The dish consisted of a bowl of clear broth with a variety of seafood, allowing her to add whatever she desired. It was simple yet unpretentious. After dinner, Bai Yu retired to her room early to rest, feeling both delighted and slightly unsettled by the sudden appearance of the system. After all, she had awaited this golden finger for a full 18 years, and its unexpected arrival disrupted her original plans. Bai Yu had devised 2 potential paths for her future, one as an athlete, leveraging her well-honed physique from years of training. While she did not expect sports to lead her to immense wealth, it would ensure she would not go hungry. With her current achievements in long-distance running within the province, pursuing a career as a physical education teacher or coach seemed entirely feasible. The second path involved becoming an internet influencer, specifically as a coastal-themed streamer, capitalizing on her early entry into short video content creation. In a few years, she was confident in her ability to amass a substantial following. Regrettably, the system has arrived, and it is one concerning oceanic fortunes. If one fails to make good use of this opportunity, Bai Yu fears that he might bring shame upon the community of traversers. Upon returning to his room, Bai Yu promptly retrieved his novice rewards from his system space. With a flash of white light, 5 pieces of equipment materialized before him. This enchanting spectacle compelled Bai Yu to exclaim, "The system is truly remarkable." "Host, there is no need to praise this system. These are merely trifles," came the reply. "Goodness, you have invaded my thoughts again. Is there no privacy left between us? Since the moment we were bound, we have become one. If we are one, what need is there for privacy? Fear not. As long as you strive diligently, I will undoubtedly lead you to greatness. How infuriating. Baiyu cursed vehemently. Though the system remained unfazed. Those who have faced off against worthy opponents understand that to savor the thrill of competition, one must have a rival of equal caliber. At present, Baiyu received no response from the system, rendering all his words futile, devoid of meaning. Consequently, he chose to cease this line of conversation, stowed away the novice gift pack provided by the system, and retired to bed. The following morning, shortly after 7, Baiyu, accompanied by Wang Hai and others, set off to the town to await transportation. For today, they would return to school to continue their training. Chapter 10. The 10 Yuan race. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Baiyu and his group of 8 arrived at their school. Upon entering the campus, they bypassed their classrooms and headed straight for the athletics club's activity room. Although referred to as the athletics club's room, it actually served as the activity space for all the sports clubs at their school. However, due to the large number of members in the athletics club, the sign prominently displayed the words Athletics Club. For Baiyu and his companions, the pursuit of academic excellence had become a secondary concern. Their primary objective for attending school was to train. Here, they not only benefited from the supervision of school coaches, but also enjoyed the camaraderie of like-minded peers who trained alongside them. By the time Baiyu arrived at the activity room, it was already bustling with individuals clad in athletic attire and sporting running shoes, engaged in warm-up exercises. Brother Yu, I heard yesterday was your birthday. Happy birthday. Brother Yu, are you changing clothes to go for a run? Let us see if I can catch up with you today. While Baiyu and Wang Hai might not be considered prominent figures in the school at large, they were undoubtedly stars within the athletics club. Ever since their enrollment, they had dominated the running events at the annual school sports meetings, claiming victory in the 200m, 400m, 800m, 1000m, 1500m, 3000m, 5000m, and 10,000m races. However, one crucial event was conspicuously absent from their repertoire, the 100-meter dash. For Baiyu and Wang Hai, their Achilles heel lay in short-distance sprints. Specifically, this was Baiyu's weakness, while Wang Hai had simply adapted to Baiyu's training regimen, resulting in a similar deficiency in explosive speed. Their best times in the 100m were 11:74 seconds and 11:13 seconds, respectively, performances that, while respectable, would not place them in the top 3 even at their own school, let alone nationally. The situation was markedly different for the 200m event, where Wang Hai excelled with a remarkable time of 20:54 seconds. Had he participated in more competitive events beyond provincial meets, he might have shattered some national records. As it stood, Wang Hai held the titles for the 200m and 400m at the current Hai Province High School sports meet, while Baiyu claimed the 5,000-meter record. This exceptional talent is why they were recruited by Hai University as special athletes, with an eye towards next year's Universiade. After exchanging greetings with fellow members of the athletics club in the activity room, Baiyu and Wang Hai donned their sports gear and joined the throng heading to the track. Brother Yu, do you dare to race me? If you win, I'll give you 10 yuan. What do you say? Upon reaching the track, the individual who had previously expressed a desire to race Baiyu in the activity room approached him again. This time, he not only wanted to race, but had also added a wager, a substantial sum of 10 yuan. Do not underestimate this amount. For high school students like Baiyu and his friends, daily allowances are often limited, with some even having none at all. Now, running a single race yields a reward of 10 yuan. Can this truly be considered insignificant? The individual seeking to run alongside Baiyu is named Qin Kai, who has long held the second position in the long-distance events at the school sports meets, earning him the moniker Qin II. His motivation for running with Baiyu is not born of rivalry, but rather an aspiration to unlock his own potential through this partnership. For he is well aware of his own limitations. Take, for instance, the recent provincial high school athletic meet. In the 3,000-meter event, Baiyu claimed first place, while Qin Kai finished 8th. In the 5,000-meter race, Baiyu shattered the provincial record, whereas Qin Kai did not advance to the finals. These results clearly illustrate the gap between Qin Kai and Baiyu, a gap that is not insignificant. However, this is merely a reflection of recent performances. It is worth noting that during their first year of high school, Qin Kai was lapped by Baiyu 1.5 times in the same 3,000-meter event. Now, nearly 3 years have passed, and Qin Kai has managed to reduce that deficit to half a lap, which is indeed progress. Not only Qin Kai, but many members of their school's track and field club relish the opportunity to compete against Baiyu and Wang Hai, often willing to raise the stakes in their races to motivate themselves to run faster. Baiyu and Wang Hai, for their part, are more than willing to engage in these challenges as they find joy in the exercise while also earning some monetary rewards. Truly a win-win situation. This occasion is no different. Baiyu accepted Qin Kai's challenge, and both stood at the starting line, ready to compete in the 5,000 meters. As Qin Kai expressed, having invested money, it was only logical to select the event with the highest cost-performance ratio, which is evidently the 5,000 meters over the 3,000 meters. Hi. Please keep track of the time. I'll want to review it later. Baiyu called out to Wang Hai as the race approached. Wang Hai obediently activated the stopwatch, awaiting the signal from the designated starter. On your marks, get set, go. With the command given, both Baiyu and Qin Kai took off simultaneously. Qin Kai on lane 1 and Baiyu on lane 2. Their initial pace was measured, as long-distance running demands a sense of rhythm, a personal cadence. The track at their school measures 400 meters per lap, meaning the 5,000 meters equates to 12.5 laps. In races of such endurance, no one wishes to exert maximum effort right from the start. Those who do so are either utterly inexperienced or exceptionally rare individuals capable of maintaining full speed throughout. Generally, the former is far more common, while the latter is a rarity. At least for now, neither Baiyu nor Qin Kai can achieve such a feat. However, Baiyu possesses his own strategy for long-distance running. He takes the lead from the outset and maintains it until the very end. Baiyu's greatest advantage lies in his stamina. Throughout his life, his primary form of exercise has been running, pushing himself to the limit each time. Over the years, this has cultivated an impressive endurance in him. From the outset, Baiyu surged from lane 2 to lane 1, firmly positioning himself in front of Qin Kai. And at this moment, he began to accelerate slightly, widening the gap between them. Confronted with Baiyu's maneuver, Qin Kai, an old adversary, had long been acquainted with such tactics, yet he found himself devoid of effective countermeasures. Before him lay 3 choices. 1. Accelerate to overtake Baiyu and take the lead. 2. Speed up to trail Baiyu closely, allowing him to shield Qin Kai from the wind, though the wind resistance in running is nearly negligible. Or 3. Adhere to his own pace, permitting Baiyu to lead. None of these options presented an optimal solution. The first 2 would undoubtedly disrupt Qin Kai's rhythm, ensnaring him in Baiyu's tempo, thus relinquishing control to his rival and making it easy for Baiyu to outmaneuver him. Opting for the third choice would align with Baiyu's intentions. Should Qin Kai refrain from accelerating, the competition would devolve into a slow demise, leaving him to watch helplessly as Baiyu expanded the distance between them. In a formal race, Qin Kai might have risked his own rhythm to challenge Baiyu. But today, there was no need for such desperation. He was merely there to learn and adjust his pace. Hence, as Baiyu surged ahead, Qin Kai also increased his speed. Albeit modestly, he chose not to surpass Baiyu nor to stick too closely behind him. Instead, he merely quickened his own pace slightly, believing that if he could run even a second faster than before, the $10 he had spent would be worthwhile. Ultimately, the outcome was clear. Qin Kai watched as Baiyu gradually left him behind. This time, Baiyu had enlisted Wang Hai to time him, eager to ascertain his limits. As he began his sprint on the 11th lap, it signified that only 1,000 meters remained until the 5,000-meter mark. At this moment, Qin Kai was over 100 meters away from Baiyu, initially relieved that the gap was smaller than in their previous contests, a sign of his improvement. However, upon witnessing Baiyu's acceleration, Qin Kai felt a surge of frustration. Who sprints with 1,000 meters left in a 5,000-meter race? Determined, he resolved to match Baiyu's sprint. Unfortunately, the stamina and endurance of individuals vary significantly. Baiyu's sprint at the 1,000-meter mark stemmed from a profound understanding of his own physical limits. He was confident he could complete the remaining distance. In just over 2 minutes, Baiyu finished the last 2.5 laps, while Qin Kai faltered in the final lap. As Baiyu crossed the finish line, Wang Hai promptly paused the timer. He assisted Qin Kai, who appeared to be struggling with breathlessness, guiding him to walk a lap around the track. When Baiyu crossed the finish line, he noticed Qin Kai staggering toward him, immediately recognizing the latter's plight. The other members of the athletics club were aware of the situation as well, yet they refrained from intervening until Qin Kai himself conceded defeat. Aside from the victor of this competition, Baiyu, who also serves as the president of the athletics club, is able to enlist assistance from others. Having just completed a 5,000-meter race, Baiyu did not pause. Instead, he circled the track before finally taking a seat among the crowd. Chapter 11. Request for Levi Hai. Please tell me how long it took me to complete the 5 kilometers. Baiyu sat down on the soccer field at the center of the track, accepting a bottle of pure water handed to him by a fellow member. He took a swig and then inquired about Wang Hai's performance. Brother Yu, Your time has improved again. You finished in 13 minutes and 48 seconds, breaking the 14-minute barrier. Impressive. Wang Hai promptly announced Bai Yu's result. A time of 13 minutes and 48 seconds places him among the elite in the domestic 5-kilometer category. Even accounting for potential minor delays in Wang Hai's timing, it is unlikely that there would be a discrepancy of several seconds. Indeed, Bai Yu had successfully completed the run in under 14 minutes, and he had even surpassed his previous provincial competition time by a few seconds. Regrettably, it was not during an official competition, and Wang Hai was not a professional judge. Thus, this achievement could only serve as a reference. Qin Kai, what is going on with you today? You're usually quite resilient, yet at the last moment, you started pacing with me. This isn't characteristic of you. After learning his own results, Bai Yu turned to Qin Kai, who was lying nearby. Who told you to deviate from the norm today? Who accelerates so early? If I hadn't followed you, the distance I had painstakingly closed would have widened again. This is just a 10-yuan contest. Did you really need to push yourself so hard? You ran even faster than during the actual competition. At that moment, Qin Kai had yet to recover his breath. Sprawled on the grass, feeling utterly exhausted and breathless. Old Qin, running isn't about how you did it today. If you had maintained your pace towards the end, even though I would have left you far behind, your time would undoubtedly have been better than in the last competition. Unfortunately, you couldn't hold back, and now you have no time to show for it. Bai Yu replied succinctly before also reclining on the grass. As Bai Yu and Qin Kai rested, the other members of the athletics club continued on the track, chasing after Wang Hai under his guidance. To be precise, they were attempting to catch up with Wang Hai, as anyone who managed to do so within 10 minutes would earn a reward of 20 yuan. This little challenge had been specifically devised by Bai Yu to enhance Wang Hai's explosiveness. Thus far, Bai Yu had never lost a penny in this game. No one could catch up with Wang Hai. The morning passed with Bai Yu and Wang Hai at the sports field, either running or timing others. They had lunch in the school cafeteria, and afterward, Bai Yu took Wang Hai to meet their homeroom teacher. Being in the same class, Bai Yu and Wang Hai naturally shared the same teacher, and today, Bai Yu intended to request a leave of absence. If he secured it, he would certainly want Wang Hai to accompany him. Otherwise, given Wang Hai's nature, he would not feel comfortable leaving him alone at school. Unlike typical classes, their homeroom teacher was a young female history instructor who had just graduated when Bai Yu and his classmates entered their first year of high school. The first batch of students she guided in her teaching career was indeed Bai Yu and his peers. Unlike those homeroom teachers who prioritize academic performance, Bai Yu's homeroom teacher places little importance on grades. For instance, over the past 2 years, she has never relinquished her history class to other teachers. Even during the final review period, she refuses to forfeit her history lessons. When she completes the textbook material, she treats her students to films with historical themes, allowing them to relax while learning about history. Despite her indifference towards the class's academic results, this does not imply that Bai Yu's class ranks poorly within the grade. On the contrary, it often seems that the more one disregards certain matters, the more they tend to gravitate towards them. From their first year to their third year, Bai Yu's class has consistently remained in the top 5 of their grade, with first place being a frequent occurrence. When Bai Yu brought Wang Hai to the office, their homeroom teacher had just returned from lunch. "Teacher, may I discuss something with you?" Bai Yu cheerfully approached as soon as they entered. Given the teacher's amiable nature, all students in the class interacted with her as if she were a friend, except for Wang Hai. "Bai Yu, just say what you need to say and hurry up. I want to catch a bit of a nap during this brief lunch break." The teacher glanced at Bai Yu and Wang Hai, her tone laced with resignation upon recognizing them. This pair represents her greatest successes and failures in her teaching career. Although her teaching experience is limited to just one class, their outcomes tell a compelling story. Their success stems from the fact that both students have been admitted to Hai University, a prestigious institution in the country, which reflects positively on their teacher. However, their admission was not based on academic performance, but rather on their unique talents. Had it depended on grades, Bai Yu might have had a chance at a lesser university, while Wang Hai would have had none. Thus, the teacher feels a sense of helplessness regarding these two, albeit without any negative sentiments. "Teacher, I would like to request a leave of absence. Since both Wang Hai and I have been accepted to Hai University, we will not be participating in the college entrance examination. Would it be possible for us to stop attending school?" Bai Yu spoke softly, cautious that the teacher might decline his request, addressing someone only slightly older than himself. "Not come to school? Where will you two go instead? Sleeping at home every day? That doesn't seem appropriate. You should understand that although you have been accepted early, you also need to recognize why that is the case. The reason for your continued presence at school is to train alongside the athletics club. It's common knowledge that training with a group fosters motivation. No need for me to elaborate further. Upon hearing Bayu's request, the homeroom teacher first frowned, then articulated her thoughts regarding Bayu's current situation. I understand all of this. Rest assured, even if we do not come to school anymore, Wang Hai and I will not cease our training. These experiences have now become ingrained in our very beings. A single day without practice leaves us feeling utterly restless. Rest assured, when we embark on our university journey and participate in various prestigious competitions across the nation, we shall certainly uphold your honor. After a thorough discussion between Bayu and the homeroom teacher, the final response from the teacher was that while it was permissible to miss school, it was imperative to complete the current week's classes first. Reflecting on the day of the week, Bayu realized there were only 3 days left, and thus she acquiesced. Departing the office with Wang Hai. Chapter 12. Homeward bound in the ensuing days, Bayu continued to train alongside Wang Hai, diligently following the members of the athletics club from dawn until dusk. In the realm of sports, there are no shortcuts. Only through years of unwavering dedication can one ascend to greatness. For Bayu and Wang Hai, the location of their training held little significance, as they faced no rivals to spur them onward. The absence of competitive pressure rendered their training less effective. While the other members of the athletics club experienced rapid progress during their sessions with the duo, time swiftly passed, and the senior class at school finally approached the last 2 breaks before the impending college entrance examination. Unlike their peers, Bayu and Wang Hai had already begun an extended holiday. When they returned to school, it would only be to collect their diplomas. Their departure was not solitary. Several other gifted students and academic high achievers also left alongside them. Their respective fathers came to pick them up, each driving a small car to accommodate the considerable amount of luggage accumulated over nearly 3 years of school life. By noon, they were back home. Regarding Bayu's decision to refrain from attending school prior to the examination, his parents offered no objections. They were well aware of their son's steadfast nature. From a young age, he had exhibited a strong sense of agency, often making decisions independently and rarely reconsidering them. When asked about his plans at home instead of at school, Bayu expressed his intention to go clamming with Wang Hai, capturing their seaside adventures on video. Aspiring to become a social media influencer. With the rise of internet short video platforms, the term influencer had entered the public consciousness, offering everyone a chance to achieve online fame. However, opinions on influencers varied widely. Some admired them, while others looked down upon them, with feelings of envy and jealousy also prevalent. Understanding that Bayu and Wang Hai would not neglect their training amidst their clamming endeavors, his parents chose to support his ambitions. Whether Bayu would succeed as an influencer was of little consequence. They believed that as long as he continued to train, he would undoubtedly excel in long-distance running. While his parents anticipated his achievements in athletics, Bayu eagerly looked forward to becoming a prominent clamming influencer with the help of his new system. To elevate his content creation, Bayu recognized the need to upgrade his filming equipment, starting with a camcorder. Although it was now 2015 and smartphones had become ubiquitous, the video quality produced by these devices was limited, often resulting in compressed visuals. Thus, to capture clearer imagery, he invested over 10,000 yuan in an entry-level camcorder. Subsequently, he dedicated a day and a half to teaching Wang Hai how to operate the new device, and soon they would embark on their official clamming adventures. On the morning of May 22nd at 6 o'clock, the dawn sun had already risen, casting its golden rays upon the world. Bayu and Wang Hai each carried a plastic bucket as they made their way to the seashore. By 6 in the morning, the tide had receded to its lowest point, revealing a vast expanse of sandy beach where numerous villagers were busily digging for seafood. Indeed, they were on a quest for marine treasures. The art of gathering seafood along the shore predominantly involved digging, as most of the creatures left behind by the retreating tide remained stranded on the sand, their only option being to burrow into the sand to retain moisture while awaiting the return of the tide. Bayu had risen at 5:30, and by the time he called Wang Hai, it was already 6 o'clock, a rather late hour for such an endeavor. Typically, one would venture out to the shore the moment the tide began to recede, seizing the opportunity to collect seafood amidst the ebb and flow of the ocean. However, the timing of the tide in their locality was somewhat awkward, receding around 2 in the morning during this season. For Bayu, who was committed to maintaining a healthy lifestyle with a habit of early rising and retiring, staying up late to chase the tide was out of the question. He would rather wake up a bit earlier in the morning than sacrifice his nightly rest. Thus, It was at 6 o'clock that he and Wang Hai arrived at the beach. Prior to their departure, Bai Yu had meticulously checked his luck value several times. Half convinced that he had misread it, unable to believe such fortune could be his. Having not visited the seaside for a week, he was astonished to see, upon waking that morning, a display of 2 nines on the system panel. Initially, he had scoffed at the thought that the system had adopted the gimmick of 9 with free shipping, only to realize that there was no decimal point between the 2 nines. The absence of a decimal indicated that his luck value was 99, just 1 point shy of the maximum 100. Upon seeing this lucky number, the first thought that sprang to Bai Yu's mind was to buy a lottery ticket. After all, with such luck, not to do so would be a waste. Unfortunately, after a thorough explanation from the system, he abandoned that notion. The marine system's luck value pertains solely to matters related to the ocean, leaving other pursuits beyond its purview. With the realization that he was not destined for overnight riches, Bai Yu proceeded to the beach with Wang Hai, confident that his 99 luck value would still lead them to prosperity. As Bai Yu and Wang Hai set foot on the sandy shore, their adventure began. As before, Bai Yu took charge of foraging for seafood while Wang Hai, equipped with a newly purchased camcorder, documented the experience. The morning air by the seaside was somewhat chilly. Yet considering the likelihood of wading into the waves while searching for seafood, both donned flip-flops for their excursion. The moment Bai Yu's foot touched the sand, he immediately sensed something unusual beneath him, as though he had stepped upon an object of interest. Upon stepping onto the sandy shore, one's instinctive reaction is typically to investigate what has been encountered. Bai Yu was no exception. He drew his flip-flop across the sand a couple of times, revealing a scallop. Is this for real? Have you lost your mind? This is a dry beach, where the waves seldom reach. How on earth could there be a scallop here? Perhaps it's merely a shell? To his astonishment, he discovered it contained meat. Hi. Did you capture that moment on video? If not, it's of no consequence. However, if you did, I must deliberate whether to utilize it. This seems far too unbelievable. A dry beach yielding such a find. If I post this, my followers might accuse me of staging the scene. Chapter 13. Bamboo Clams Bai Yu. With merely a pair of slippers, swept across the desolate beach and uncovered a sizable scallop. Remarkably, the sand was utterly devoid of moisture. Should such a video be shared online, anyone who laid eyes upon it would likely dismiss it as a fabrication. Viewers might even ponder whether the creator was attempting to insult their intelligence, as if the poster believed they could not discern the staged nature of the scene. Yet, with a clear conscience, Bai Yu could swear that this was no simulation. He genuinely extracted the scallop from the dry shore. As for how the scallop ended up on such parched sand, Bai Yu remained uncertain. Perhaps it had strayed in the wrong direction during low tide? At present, Wang Hai had recorded the entire episode, leaving the decision of its use in Bai Yu's hands. Brother Yu. Finding a scallop as soon as we arrive at the seaside must mean we are destined for good fortune today. Are we on the brink of striking it rich? Wang Hai was not particularly concerned with the discovery of a scallop on dry sand. His focus lay on the potential earnings from their coastal foraging. For he was driven by the allure of money. Indeed, our luck today is certainly extraordinary, and we shall surely make a modest profit. Once we finish, I shall treat you to a buffet in the county. You can indulge in whatever your heart desires until you are satisfied, Bai Yu replied. Very well. Today the meal is on me. Previously, you have always treated. This time, I will cover the expenses, Wang Hai declared as he placed the scallop into a plastic bucket. Following closely behind Bai Yu. All right, I shall eagerly await your treat. I must enjoy something delightful today, Bai Yu responded nonchalantly. He was indifferent to Wang Hai's offer. After all, the earnings from their foraging would eventually land in his hands, and he would be the one settling the bill. As for whose money would be used, his own or their shared funds, these details were of little consequence to Bai Yu, who felt no need to clarify matters with Wang Hai, who likely would not comprehend. What transpired next was even more extraordinary. As Bai Yu walked ahead, he felt a firm sensation beneath his feet every 2 steps, reminiscent of the moment he had stepped upon the scallop. This time, he acted wisely, opting not to scrape with his slippers, but instead retrieving a sand shovel from his plastic bucket, a reward bestowed upon beginners like himself. With the sand shovel in hand, Bai Yu began to excavate various mollusks from the beach. Among his finds were not only scallops but also cat's eye snails, small sea conchs, and red clams, among others. The diversity was striking, though the quantity of each species was modest. The largest among them was a clam, nearly the size of Bai Yu's fist, truly a formidable specimen within the realm of shellfish. In a short span, the plastic bucket was filled with an array of scallops. Both Bai Yu and Wang Hai sought out remote areas for their foraging, gravitating towards the less frequented spots. While fewer people might imply a scarcity of resources, this mattered little to Bayou and his companion. They preferred the tranquility, relishing the soothing sounds of the ocean waves and the gentle sea breeze. They were certainly not keen on hearing a cacophony of chatty aunties while foraging by the sea, as that would indeed be quite torturous. Accompanied by Bayou and Wang Hai, they arrived at a deserted stretch of beach, where, upon their arrival, they were greeted by an abundance of tiny holes scattered across the sand, so densely packed that it might induce anxiety in those with a fear of clusters. The sight of these small openings instantly piqued their interest. Neither of them suffered from such phobias, and they were well aware of what these holes signified. These were the breathing holes of clams, and judging by their appearance, it was evident that a colony of bamboo clams resided beneath the sands. Brother Yu, these must be the breathing holes of clams. With so many here, we are bound to strike it rich today? Absolutely. Today, our luck is overflowing. If we don't prosper, who will? Friends, allow me to introduce you to what we see here. These small holes are the remnants of clams burrowing into the sand. I trust you all know how to catch clams. It involves sprinkling salt on the breathing holes. This method is effective only when the holes contain seawater or the surrounding sand is sufficiently moist. At the very least, it must be able to dissolve the salt we sprinkle. Otherwise, the clams will remain concealed within their burrows. Fortunately, our luck was favorable, as there was some standing water on this beach. Now, I shall demonstrate how to utilize salt to catch clams. A friendly warning, the following scenes may not be suitable for those with a fear of clusters. If you are affected, please step aside. As Bayou prepared to become a sea foraging content creator, he knew that his explanations during filming would be indispensable. Rather than adding narration in post-production, he preferred to speak while capturing the moments. The sound of the waves harmonized with his voice, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. While discussing the clam holes, he called for a close-up shot of the openings, which resembled pores on skin, making the sandy expanse appear almost dizzying. Bayou was well prepared for clam catching. He brought an entire bottle of salt, the cap of which had already been expertly opened. With a swift motion, he aimed the bottle at the clam holes and began to sprinkle. Growing up as a fisherman by the sea, Bayou understood that although clams are marine creatures, they are not tolerant of high salinity. If the salinity in their burrow exceeds their threshold, their instinct is to vacate their dwelling in search of a more hospitable environment. As Bayou scattered salt over the holes, the grains dissolved upon contact with the water, flowing into the burrows. Almost immediately, the clam holes began to release small bubbles, as if something were attempting to escape. With a sudden whoosh, the first clam emerged from its lair. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as clams from the remaining holes began to surface one after another. Observing this spectacle, Bayou once again sprayed salt over the clams, which had only just begun to peek out from their hiding places, to prevent them from burrowing back into their holes. It is advisable to sprinkle some salt to effectively coax them out. At that point, Bayou and his companions will merely need to collect the clams. The bamboo clam, aptly named for its resemblance to bamboo, boasts a shell that mirrors the hues of the plant, predominantly exhibiting shades of light brown or pale yellow. Its overall shape is similarly elongated and slender, akin to bamboo. Bayou discovered a cluster of approximately 50 to 60 clams, each of considerable size, with every clam emerging being roughly the thickness of an adult's little finger. The larger specimens even exceed the girth of Bayou's thumb, earning the moniker of Clam King. As for the clams that circulate online, rumored to be as thick as a forearm, those are not indigenous to our country, they belong to foreign varieties. The clams found domestically typically reach a maximum thickness of 2 fingers, and a length of 10 centimeters is considered substantial, with such specimens being exceedingly rare. The rationale behind this is simple. We are in Huaxia, the land of culinary delights, and those in the know are well aware of it. Chapter 14. The Little Green Dragon. After the baptism of a sprinkle of fine salt, the beach revealed an assembly of 50 to 60 razor clams, each standing upright in the sand, resembling a cluster of sugar canes. At that moment, Bayou instructed Wang Hai to capture a close-up shot of these clams for a detailed observation. Upon Bayou's careful counting, he determined that there were 57 clams in total, weighing well over 3 pounds. After all, these clams had just been harvested from the sand, still retaining their natural moisture and unexpelled of any silt, thus considerably weighing down the scale. Delighted, he placed these clams into a net bag and subsequently into a plastic bucket. It is worth noting that Bayou's bucket already contained a fair share of sea snails and scallops. Among the bivalve family, razor clams occupy a lower tier in the food chain. If clams were to be placed together with sea snails, The inevitable outcome would be that the snails would consume the clams. Any loss of clams to the snails would be a setback for Baiyu, and naturally, he would prevent such an occurrence. Simultaneously, this collection of bamboo clams compelled Baiyu to reflect on the incredible luck of 99 points. They had barely arrived at the seaside, yet their catch already weighed 4 to 5 pounds. Although comprised entirely of various shellfish, the high market value of these mollusks, alongside their substantial weight, contributed to a significant haul. In high spirits, Baiyu and Wang Hai resumed their exploration along the beach. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a small mound. With a sand shovel in hand, Baiyu began to excavate, and lo and behold, a scallop was uncovered. The simplicity of beach combing is truly remarkable. As long as one observes small raised mounds or holes in the sand, it is often worth investigating, with a high probability of returning with a bountiful catch. Beach combing typically yields crustaceans or bivalves, as the chances of discovering fish are exceedingly slim. During low tide, these crustaceans and bivalves tend to burrow into the sand to preserve their moisture. Thus, when one encounters a small sand mound, there is a good likelihood of a fruitful discovery. For instance, Baiyu soon uncovered another sand mound, this time shaped like a crab. Just by its form, Baiyu could discern what lay beneath the sand. As anticipated, upon clearing the sand, a small orchid crab emerged, albeit its size was rather diminutive, measuring less than half the length of Baiyu's palm. Having little interest in such a small creature, Baiyu returned it to the sea, playfully advising, "Little one, you are far too small. Go home and fetch your parents." With Baiyu's gentle encouragement, the little crab arced gracefully back into the ocean. Whether it would indeed summon its parents remained a matter of fate, as anything is possible when destiny aligns. Soon after, Baiyu resumed his search along the beach and quickly discovered another pronounced mound, its considerable size making it conspicuous against the sandy backdrop. The bulge before him measured a staggering half a meter in diameter, rising approximately 10 centimeters higher than the adjacent beach. Initially, Baiyu paid little heed to this significant mound, mistakenly believing it to be a sandbank formed by the receding tide's erosion. However, upon approaching the mound, he realized his error. This substantial formation concealed something valuable within. To his astonishment, Baiyu discovered a hole within the mound, roughly the size of his forearm, with traces of arthropods scuttling around its edges. Goodness, such a large bulge could indeed yield treasures. What could possibly create such an impressive mound? A blue crab? A spider crab? Surely, it cannot be a turtle. He turned to Ahai. "What do you think resides within?" Peering into the opening of the mound, Baiyu was met with disappointment as he could discern nothing inside. His speculation of blue crabs and spider crabs stemmed from their considerable size. If this bulge were indeed the work of crabs, they were likely to be one of these two species. Brother Yu, whichever of these creatures it might be, I hope that's what we find. Wang Hai's thoughts were rather pragmatic. He hoped for whichever was most favorable. Well, if that's the case, it may very well be a blue crab. Enough of the guessing. Let us excavate and ascertain the truth. With that, Baiyu grasped his sand shovel and began to carefully level the protruding sand, intent on uncovering whatever lay hidden beneath. For those who have engaged in sand digging, it is a far easier endeavor than unearthing other materials. Even damp sand proves to be quite manageable. After just a few shovelfuls, Baiyu sensed the shovel's edge strike something solid, causing him to pause. Thankfully, he opted not to confront this hard object too forcefully. After all, it might very well be a sizable crab, and should he inadvertently shatter the shell, its value would diminish significantly. "Hey, Ahai, did you see that? The shell appears somewhat green. Could it truly be, as you suggested, a large blue crab?" Baiyu mused. But wait, that shell doesn't resemble a crab shell at all. Goodness, is that a small lobster? Really? We can find small lobsters on the beach? Do they burrow in the sand? No, this cannot be merely burrowing. It appears to have excavated a hole on the beach, establishing a home here. Goodness, there is not just one small lobster. Ahai. Fetch your bucket. These lobsters must be housed separately, as they deserve such treatment. As Baiyu continued his excavation, the initially faint green shell was confirmed. It was not that of a blue crab, but rather the shell of a more valuable creature, the small lobster. Known as the Chinese lobster in some regions, these marine beings differ significantly from the freshwater crayfish typically consumed during summer. Unlike their freshwater counterparts, the small lobsters lack claws and are considerably larger in size. When Baiyu beheld the little prawns nestled within the sandbag, he was momentarily taken aback, for he had never heard of small prawns burying themselves in the sand or digging holes. What could possibly explain this cluster of juvenile prawns? Without their pincers, these diminutive creatures possess little combat prowess. As long as one refrains from inserting their fingers into their mouths, safety is assured. Before long, Bai Yu unearthed 4 young prawns from the sandy burrow, 3 large and 1 small, with the larger ones weighing approximately 6 to 7 taels, while the smaller ones weighed around half a jin. Chapter 15. Selling goods. Catching these 4 small lobsters was akin to foraging for crayfish by the riverside. Both involved extracting them from their burrows. Even after being caught, these little lobsters remained restless, flailing their minuscule claws aimlessly and flicking their tails energetically. It was evident that the receding tide had little impact on them, as they brimmed with vitality. Brother Yu, are these small lobsters delicious? I have yet to taste them. Wang Hai inquired, gazing at the 4 crustaceans in the bucket, posing a question that sprang from his very soul. Are small lobsters tasty? Well, you have indeed posed an interesting question. I have never tasted them either, so I cannot say for certain. However, I do know that small lobsters are quite expensive. Just one of these larger specimens can sell for over 100. When we finally have a meal of crayfish, I suspect it will not differ much from that of small lobsters, Bai Yu replied. Although Bai Yu had grown up by the sea, he had never actually eaten small lobsters. He had caught a few in the past, but they were always sold, leaving no opportunity for him to indulge. Thus, if one were to ask Bai Yu whether small lobsters were delicious, he would genuinely be at a loss for words. Well then, crayfish are also quite good, Wang Hai remarked nonchalantly, undeterred by the absence of the desired answer. He held no profound curiosity about the unknown. He simply reveled in the joy of eating. Afterward, Bai Yu and Wang Hai continued to stroll along the beach. The stretch of sand in front of their village was rather limited, and since many villagers had already come before them, their morning foraging did not last long, just over an hour. Bai Yu eventually decided it was time to conclude their outing. The tide was rising. Despite not catching a single fish, Bai Yu's haul was commendable. He had successfully gathered 4 small lobsters, 3 flower crabs, and a plethora of sea conchs and scallops. He even managed to collect a significant number of clams, and the bucket was now brimming with them. Altogether, Bai Yu had amassed nearly 18 to 19 pounds of seafood, and he had only expended 15 points of his 99 luck value, leaving him with 84 points remaining. Of those 15 points, 10 were consumed by the small lobsters, while the rest accounted for 5 points, leaving him pondering what type of seafood might further deplete his remaining luck. As the clock approached 8 o'clock, Bai Yu and Wang Hai each carried a bucket towards the purchasing station, ready to sell their goods. Upon their arrival at the same station as before, they found numerous villagers selling their seafood. Most of these villagers were the aunties and older women from the community. After selling their catch, they lingered at the entrance, chatting and observing the morning's bounty of others. Isn't that the lad from the Bai family? Has he come to gather seafood again during his break? Hello, auntie. Since I've been accepted into university, there isn't much to do at school. It's better to return home and gather some seafood, earning a little for future living expenses. When Bai Yu and Wang Hai arrived, they were greeted by an acquaintance of their families. The village aunties looked upon Bai Yu and Wang Hai with a mix of envy and jealousy. Their envy stemmed from the fact that despite their poor academic performance, both were admitted to university and had participated in numerous competitions over the years, earning a substantial amount in prizes. Bai Yu often took Wang Hai along to explore the sea, and they never asked their families for pocket money, which made them seem far superior to the other children in the village. The jealousy was equally justified, particularly towards Wang Hai, who was once regarded as simple-minded by the villagers. Now, this so-called fool was on the verge of attending the best university in their province. A stark contrast that naturally incited envy. It was indeed true that in these times, foolish individuals seemed to enjoy unexpected fortunes. Universities were accepting all kinds of students, seemingly indifferent to the potential troubles some might bring. While Bai Yu engaged in conversation with several elders, an unharmonious remark emerged from another group of women, and those present understood precisely to whom she was referring. Ahai's aunt, she said, we cannot concern ourselves with how schools select their students. But your Wang Bo's prospects for this year's college entrance examination seem rather bleak. Has he mentioned his scores from the last mock exam? TSK. Those scores were quite disheartening. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu knew without turning around who had spoken. Wang Hai's aunt, whose husband was Wang Hai's uncle, the elder brother of Wang Hai's father. Logically, one would expect Wang Hai's aunt, as an elder, to speak without repercussion, and it was customary to remain silent in the face of such comments. However, she had the audacity to call Wang Hai foolish. Yes, Wang Hai was somewhat slow-witted, but he was not foolish. Perhaps he had been in the past, but after spending so many years with Bai Yu, he had acquired a fair amount of basic knowledge. He He was particularly adept at recalling rules and instructions. Otherwise, he would not have been able to participate in competitions or achieve any rankings. Furthermore, to accuse him of being troublesome was utterly unfounded. Ever since Bai Yu had taken Wang Hai under her wing, they had never caused a stir in the village. While that very Wang Bo had been a source of constant worry, frequently embroiled in fights, Bai Yu, unwilling to indulge in such baseless accusations, decisively countered with a pointed remark about Wang Bo's academic performance. Wang Bo's grades were even worse than Bai Yu's. They were both frequent visitors to the lower ranks of their class, yet Bai Yu possessed a unique talent that Wang Bo lacked. After this year's college entrance examination, Wang Bo's future would likely consist of either working laboriously or attending a vocational school. After confronting his aunt, Bai Yu led Wang Hai into the collection station. Throughout the encounter, Wang Hai did not utter a single word to his aunt, not even addressing her by name. Instead, he mirrored Bai Yu's greetings to others, echoing her words while deliberately ignoring his aunt. This behavior infuriated her even more, surpassing the sting of Bai Yu's critique of her son's academic failures. Ignoring the bothersome individuals, Bai Yu and Wang Hai each carried a bucket into the purchasing station, seeking out Uncle San. "Uncle San, come here a moment, I have something splendid to show you," Bai Yu whispered as he sidled up to Uncle San, pulling him aside. "What could you possibly have that is so secretive, if it's not up to par?" "Don't blame me for saying a word or two," Uncle San replied. "Rest assured, Uncle San, it's truly remarkable. Just look at these little lobsters. They're quite impressive, aren't they? Wang Hai and I just caught them from the seaside. They're substantial, wouldn't you agree?" As he led Uncle San aside, Bai Yu revealed the 4 small lobsters from his bucket. "Oh, these lobsters are quite nice. You two are fortunate indeed. I've been collecting seafood all morning and haven't seen anyone else catch a single lobster. You've managed to catch 4, well done." Uncle San beamed at the 4 small lobsters in the bucket, his delight evident. As a middleman, the better the seafood Bai Yu brought him, the more profit he could reap. Furthermore, if Uncle San consistently received high-quality goods, he would have more options when supplying to his higher-ups. "Uncle San, please make me an offer. If it's fair, these 4 lobsters will be yours. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you." The market price for small lobsters today is 198 yuan per jin. Since this is a purchasing station, it's only reasonable for Uncle San to earn a little. "I'll offer you 160 yuan per jin. What do you think? Is the market price of 198 yuan per jin for small lobsters exorbitant? To speak frankly, it truly is, especially considering their current location. This is a coastal province, one of the primary sources for small lobsters. If the prices are this steep at the source, one can only imagine how high they would soar inland." However, this concern was of little consequence to Bai Yu. What mattered was that Uncle San's offer of 160 yuan per jin was exceedingly fair. The 4 small lobsters weighed just over 3 jin, which would amount to nearly 500 yuan. Thus, he had no reason to be dissatisfied and promptly sold the 4 lobsters to Uncle San. As for Uncle San's claim of merely being a middleman earning little, Bai Yu was not convinced. Given the current surging prices of seafood, today's market price of 198 yuan could very well rise to over 200 yuan in a few days. Alternatively, he could sell these small lobsters to upscale restaurants. Given the vibrant appearance and liveliness of the lobsters Bai Yu had caught, keeping them for a few more days would pose no issue at all. After weighing them, the largest lobster was 424 grams, the smallest 278 grams, and together they totaled 1678 grams, which converts to just over 3 jin and 2 taels. Consequently, Uncle San rounded it off, settling with Bai Yu based on 3 jin and 4 taels, for a total of 544 yuan for the lobsters. Aside from these 4 lobsters, Bai Yu also sold a considerable amount of scallops, sea snails, and clams, with the most expensive being the sea snails and cat-eye snails, while the clams, scallops, and razor clams were the least costly. The prices of seafood have seen an increase due to the impact of fishing bans, notably with conchs and cat's eye shells reaching the highest prices, categorized into 3 tiers based on size, ranging from 20 to 80 yuan. The price of clams is also commendable, as the price provided by my uncle was over 30 yuan. However, scallops and hairy clams are not valued highly, with their prices only reaching around 10 yuan even after the rise. A total of various sea snails and scallops weighing over 10 jin was sold for more than 400 yuan, and with the addition of 4 small lobsters, my uncle paid a total of 1,000 yuan. Bai Yu, delighted with the money, left with Wang Hai. Chapter 16. Dining in the county town after a busy morning. The two had toiled for over an hour and earned 1,000 yuan. One must ponder, what other endeavor could yield such efficiency? With this substantial sum in hand, Bai Yu accompanied Wang Hai as they exited the procurement station, heading home. The morning's beach gathering had concluded, and the next one was scheduled for later that afternoon. However, they had another matter to attend to: training. Although the words of their aunt were not particularly pleasant, they contained a grain of truth. Bai Yu and Wang Hai were not admitted based on academic merit, but rather their unique talents. Thus, to avoid being eliminated by Hai University, they were compelled to maintain their advantages, ensuring they did not relax in their training regimen. Upon returning home, Bai Yu simply changed into a pair of athletic shoes and sought out Wang Hai, and together they made their way back to the seaside. Indeed, they returned to the beach once more. Bai Yu had his own distinctive approach to training, which involved running on the sandy shore. Wang Hai, on the other hand, engaged in weighted runs, with a 1-kilogram sandbag strapped to each leg. As one might imagine, running on the beach presents a unique challenge. The soft surface makes it difficult to exert force, rendering the experience of running on sand significantly different from that on a track. The challenge of achieving speed on the beach is formidable. To compound matters, Wang Hai was running with added weight, although each side bore only 1 kilogram. The difficulty was not merely a matter of the additional weight. Their daily training sessions unfolded on the beach, with Wang Hai required to complete a round trip while carrying the weight. This round trip demanded he sprint at full capacity, necessitating 2 runs of approximately 2 kilometers each throughout the morning. Bai Yu, conversely, was tasked with running 2 round trips, totaling around 8 kilometers, without any pauses, setting his own pace throughout. This training regimen had been their routine for 4 years. Unless they were on school breaks or faced extreme weather, they adhered to this schedule, training twice a day without fail. Thus, one should not envy Bai Yu and Wang Hai for their early acceptance in a Hai University. The effort they invested was no less than that of their academically gifted peers. In terms of perspiration alone, one of them surpassed 100 scholars. Training by the sea was monotonous and bland, yet simultaneously relaxing and delightful. The ocean breeze, the azure sky, the clouds, and the boundless sea provided a picturesque backdrop. At that moment, Bai Yu and Wang Hai resembled 2 spirited youths chasing the wind, soaring high against the coastal winds. After a little over 5 minutes, Wang Hai was the first to reach the end of the beach, plopping down onto a rock to await Bai Yu's arrival. Indeed, it was Wang Hai who crossed the finish line first, and despite Bai Yu lacking any weights, he still could not match Wang Hai's speed over the initial 2 kilometers. Their training focuses differed significantly. Wang Hai concentrated on short-distance sprints ranging from 200 to 1,500 meters, while Bai Yu focused on long-distance running of over 3,000 meters. Sprinting relies on short bursts of explosive power, while long-distance running depends on endurance. The two are not to be compared. After completing his first lap, Wang Hai rested for nearly 20 minutes before embarking on another round, just as Bai Yu was approaching the final 2 kilometers of his run. Their training session lasted about an hour, including warm-ups and stretching exercises. Though seemingly casual, this training proved quite effective for both Bai Yu and Wang Hai, as no classmates at school have yet managed to surpass them in their respective specialties. Following their training, Wang Hai was eager to fulfill his promise made earlier during their seaside excursion to treat Bai Yu to a meal in the county town. However, before heading to the county, they needed to return home first to wash off the sweat from their workout and change into fresh clothes and shoes. By the time the 2 brothers arrived in the county, refreshed and ready, it was precisely 11:30 lunchtime. "Brother Yu, what was the name of that restaurant you mentioned this morning? The one where we can eat and drink as much as we want?" Wang Hai inquired, his stomach growling in anticipation. Just as they disembarked from the bus that connected the town to the county, Wang Hai was already clamoring for the buffet. "Hold on a moment. Let me check online to see which buffet has the best reviews." After a brief search, Bai Yu found a seafood and barbecue buffet with excellent ratings, where the average cost per person was 298. The variety of dishes was quite impressive, and most enticingly, this buffet offered blue lobster, albeit in limited supply. Nevertheless, that was more than enough for them, as neither Bai Yu nor Wang Hai had ever tasted it before. Without delay, Bai Yu hailed a taxi and headed straight for the buffet. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, they were greeted by a long queue at the entrance. Bai Yu and Wang Hai took a number and waited patiently. "Brother Yu, how long will it take for us to get in? Should we consider another place?" Bai Yu asked. "Patience, my friend. The ticket I have is for a table for 2, and there are only 2 tables ahead of us. We shall be seated shortly. You asked me this morning what blue lobster tastes like. Soon you will find out for yourself," Wang Hai reassured him. Despite Wang Hai's typically stoic demeanor, he was quite animated when it came to the prospect of food, and hunger did not deter him unless there was an even greater temptation awaiting him. After an early morning of clambering at the seaside followed by a 4-kilometer run, he was famished, his stomach almost pleading for sustenance. It was only the allure of the blue lobster that kept him waiting patiently alongside Baiyu. As Baiyu predicted, their wait was brief. Soon enough, they were ushered inside to purchase tickets. Once they found their seats, Baiyu led Wang Hai directly to the section where the blue lobster was served. According to the restaurant's policy, each person was allowed one lobster, which required a ticket for exchange. The culinary offerings of the small blue lobster are quite diverse, encompassing not only charcoal-grilled and poached varieties, but also spicy and cheese-baked options. In this instance, Baiyu opted for half spicy and half poached, while Wang Hai chose the other two flavors. In addition to the small blue lobster, both Baiyu and Wang Hai ordered a plate of spicy crayfish, eager to discern the distinctions between the small blue lobster and the crayfish. Hai, be sure to get plenty of meat later. We still need to continue our coastal endeavors and training this afternoon. Eating more will help stave off hunger, Baiyu advised. Brother Yu, I crave watermelon. Do you wish for some? Wang Hai inquired. Just take a bit. That fruit is hardly valuable, and no matter how much we consume, we won't recoup our expenses. Baiyu replied. Recoup expenses? Wang Hai was oblivious to such notions. His sole concern was whether he could eat to his heart's content and relish the experience. As long as those two criteria were met, he felt satisfied. Taking advantage of Wang Hai's absence while he fetched fruit, Baiyu seized his own charcoal-grilled small blue lobster and prepared to sample it. To be frank, the size of the small blue lobsters at this buffet was rather limited. This half lobster weighed approximately 2 taels. By that measure, a whole lobster would only amount to about half a pound. Baiyu was uncertain whether this small blue lobster was wild or farmed, as he lacked knowledge in that area. However, since he intended to compare the small blue lobster with the crayfish, he swiftly peeled 5 crayfish in preparation. Then, he took the small blue lobster to taste. The preparation method for the small blue lobster was quite straightforward, simply splitting it in half. Without delving into the flavor just yet, it was undeniably convenient to eat. Baiyu deftly extracted the succulent lobster meat from the tail, pulling it upwards until the entire piece emerged, leaving no remnants clinging to the shell. As he savored the entire piece of lobster meat, the freshness of the small blue lobster became apparent. It indeed boasted the essence of seafood, with a delightful springiness and chewiness that was truly delectable. No wonder it could fetch over 100 for a serving. Baiyu finished off half of the small blue lobster in a single bite before turning his attention to the spicy crayfish. Observing the diminutive size of the crayfish tails in his hand, and recalling the previous lobster tail, the disparity was evident. Baiyu could consume half of the small blue lobster in one bite, and similarly, he could down 5 crayfish tails in the same manner. However, in terms of freshness, the crayfish could not compare to the small blue lobster, nor did it possess the same delightful texture. In summary, the crayfish was utterly outclassed. Yet, such results were to be expected, given the stark price difference between the crayfish and the small blue lobster. To compare the two was akin to bullying the lesser creature. Chapter 17. Continuing the seashore expedition in the afternoon. By the time Baiyu and Wang Hai emerged from the buffet restaurant, 2 hours had elapsed, as they had savored their meal until the very last minute. Brother Yu, the dishes at this establishment are truly delightful. We could indulge in the meat without restraint, completely unattended. We should make this a frequent affair, Wang Hai remarked, thoroughly satisfied with his meal, having indulged to the fullest. As they departed, he even took an apple and a bottle of beverage with him. It is worth noting that both Baiyu and Wang Hai, being athletes, understood that daily energy expenditure correlates directly with food intake. Being 18 years old, they were in a prime age for hearty appetites. To ensure they were well fed was indeed a rarity. At home, it was commonplace for them to consume 3 bowls of rice in a single sitting. Typically, when members of their athletics club dined out, they opted for buffets, for given their appetites, dining elsewhere would incur significant expenses without guaranteed satisfaction. You enjoy this. We shall return next time. For today, let us head back to the village and continue our seashore adventure, as the tide is nearly receding. Perhaps we might catch a bountiful harvest, Baiyu suggested. Ocean tides generally occur twice a day, with each cycle of rising and falling lasting just over 12 hours, leading to a total period of less than 25 hours. At this season, tides typically recede around dawn and between 1 and 2 in the afternoon. Emerging from the restaurant shortly past 1 o'clock, they would reach their small fishing village by about 3, coinciding perfectly with the afternoon's low tide, ideal for their expedition. As with their journey to the county, Baiyu and Wang Hai took the bus back, first traveling to their town, then jogging the remaining distance home. The town was not far from the small fishing village, merely a few kilometers, a trivial distance for them. In about 10 minutes, they arrived home. After changing out of their clothes and shoes, each suited for different occasions, they prepared for their seashore venture. Baiyu preferred not to wear half-length water pants, finding them stifling. Instead, he opted for sandals and loose shorts, prioritizing comfort and coolness. Soon, both were ready and, upon meeting, set off towards the beach. The sea remained unchanged. The shoreline just as it had been that morning, with the same group of Annies gathered on the sand. Everything appeared as it had during their morning expedition. This was unsurprising, as in a coastal fishing village, the understanding of living by the sea and relying on its bounty was deeply ingrained in the minds of the fishermen. For these Andes, who typically had no other employment, foraging along the shore was a primary means of supplementing household income, and among them was Wang Hai's aunt. Observing the demeanor of the elderly women, it is evident that they arrived at the beach at the onset of low tide around noon, and have been lingering by the shore for 1 or 2 hours now. The sand is riddled with numerous pits they have excavated. As for the relentless midday sun, how can one endure the heat while foraging by the sea? Yet, what is a sunbeam compared to the burden of poverty? If forced to choose between the two, they would undoubtedly opt for the latter. Scattered across the beach, one can see these women vigilantly guarding their spots, while Baiyu has no intention of competing with them for their catch, opting instead to venture further to the rocky shore with Wang Hai. The stretch of sea in front of their village forms an inlet. Aside from a sandy beach near the dock, the rest is dominated by an array of jagged rocks, and there are even 2 cliffs rising over 20 meters high. Typically, the elderly women from the village prefer the safety of the beach, while the men and younger individuals are drawn to the treacherous rocky shores. This is not a matter of gender bias, but rather a recognition of the perilous nature of the rocky terrain, where a moment's inattention can lead to injury. The endurance and agility of older women have diminished to a degree, making the pursuit of seafood in such hazardous conditions quite risky. Unless someone has stumbled upon a valuable find, they are unlikely to take such chances. Thus, the rocky shore becomes a domain for the village's youth, such as Baiyu and Wang Hai. They are frequent visitors, regularly coming to scour the area for valuable marine treasures whenever they have the opportunity. Soon, each carrying a plastic bucket, they arrived at the rocky shore. Wang Hai held a bucket in one hand while the other managed a video camera, as he had done that morning, ready to document Baiyu's exploits. Gazing at the rocky expanse, Baiyu felt an inexplicable sense of guidance, a conviction that fortune awaited him today. You may wonder where this intuition originates. That question is unnecessary. Let us not forget that Baiyu is a person of destiny, fully aware of his auspicious prospects for the day. With over 80 points of good fortune still at his disposal, he is determined not to return home without exhausting his luck. Ahai, keep close behind me with the camera. Ensure you capture every moment ahead. I have a premonition that we are bound to encounter something remarkable today, and whether we make a modest profit will hinge on the afternoon's endeavors. As they set foot on the rocky shore, Baiyu took a moment to share a few words with Wang Hai. All right, brother Yu, if we strike it rich, will we be able to dine in the county in a couple of days? Absolutely, we must. I will treat you then. Today, you are my guest, and next time, the meal is on me. Rest assured. With Wang Hai's aspirations well articulated, Baiyu commenced his search across the rocky terrain. It was merely a little past 3 in the afternoon, and the tide had only begun to recede for 2 hours, leaving a considerable amount of seawater pooled within the rocky crevices. Such rock pools are typically abundant with marine life. The only distinction lies in the volume of seawater within the pool, which determines the effort required to extract the aquatic bounty. The yield is often proportional to the exertion invested. Baiyu's first destination was the site of their previous crab-catching endeavor, a notably expansive rock pool that retains a considerable amount of seawater. Generally, during low tide, this area tends to harbor a wealth of sea creatures. Plop, thud. Goodness. Ahai. Could this fish be welcoming us? It's remarkable that it managed to leap from the pool. Before Baiyu and his companion could reach the rock pool, they spotted a dark-hued fish leaping from the water, only to crash against the nearby rocks. Chapter 18. Grouper and eel. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Baiyu was instantly filled with excitement. What did this fish, now leaping onto the rocks, signify? Surely, it heralded a fortuitous beginning, foreshadowing that both Baiyu and Wang Hai were destined for a prosperous afternoon. Without delay, Baiyu hurriedly approached, taking swift strides, and seized the bewildered fish, pinning it firmly against the rocky surface. The fish that had emerged from the pit was a grouper, modest in size, weighing merely a little over 1 kilogram, belonging to the less valuable variety known as the pearl grouper. This species is quite common, often encountered along coastal areas during fishing expeditions, and its abundance has kept its market price relatively low. While it is indeed inexpensive among groupers when compared to other marine fish, the pearl grouper still holds a greater value. According to Bayou's current market knowledge, after several rounds of price increases, the price of pearl grouper had risen to 50 yuan per kilogram, which is merely the purchasing price for vendors, with market prices expected to be even higher. The grouper Bayou had just caught could easily fetch several tens of yuan when sold to his uncle later. This auspicious catch, a grouper, was undoubtedly a positive omen. With a sense of delight, Bayou placed the grouper into a plastic bucket and peered into the rocky pit, searching for any other potential treasures. Brother Yu, there are fish in the water, as well as crabs and sea snails. But wait, is that a snake? Brother Yu, there is a snake in here. One that is particularly delicious. While Bayou was on the hunt, Wang Hai was equally engaged, observing the waterhole with increasing enthusiasm. Trembling with excitement as he spotted something remarkable. That is a sea snake, a hai. I've told you several times. It's an eel, a sea eel. However, this particular eel was impressively plump, likely weighing around 7 to 8 kilograms. Following Wang Hai's pointing finger, Bayou's gaze fell upon a large, spotted sea eel coiled within the pit, its form reminiscent of a curled-up shape. To be honest, upon seeing the sea eel, Bayou did not feel a surge of excitement. This was not due to the eel's lack of value. On the contrary, such a large specimen of sea eel is extremely valuable, certainly worth more than the grouper he had just captured. Bayou's lack of enthusiasm stemmed from the eel's formidable nature. Especially with a wild specimen of this size, capturing it would prove to be a challenging endeavor. During this coastal expedition, neither Bayou nor Wang Hai had brought a landing net, and even if they had, it would be of little use in such rocky terrain. As for the notion of descending into the water to capture that creature, it is utterly unthinkable. The teeth of the moray eel are exceedingly sharp. A single careless encounter could result in a significant loss of flesh, a consequence that Bayou and his companion cannot afford. As for the idea of dispatching this creature first, let us dismiss that thought. We need only recognize one truth. Live seafood invariably holds greater value. While any deceased marine life, regardless of species, experiences a substantial depreciation in worth, this waterhole harbors not only this solitary moray eel, it is teeming with other aquatic treasures, including 3 sizable grouper, each more magnificent than the last. However, in comparison to the moray eel, these grouper appear somewhat diminutive, perhaps aware of the moray's ferocity. As they keep their distance, 1 on the western side of the waterhole and 3 on the eastern side. Shut your mouth. That large blue crab is mine. You beast. Just as Bayou pondered his next move, a large blue crab, with its short legs, scuttled past the moray eel, seemingly oblivious to its presence. The crab's passage was remarkably unperturbed, as though the moray eel were invisible. Yet, the moray eel had no such reservations in its eyes. Any marine creature passing before it, smaller than itself, was a potential meal, and this crab was no exception. Under Bayou's watchful gaze, the moray eel launched a swift attack, crushing the nearly 1-pound blue crab with astonishing speed. Indeed, you read that correctly. It was obliterated. Despite the crab's hard shell, it was as fragile as paper in the face of the moray's razor-sharp teeth, shattering upon contact. Witnessing this, Bayou was beside himself. Was the moray eel truly consuming food? That was money. The shattered blue crab, if sold to his uncle, could fetch 100 or 80 yuan. Now, it had been devoured by this voracious eel. Seeing his rightful blue crab consumed, Bayou could no longer afford to wait. Who knew how many more marine delicacies this creature would ruin if left unchecked? All the seafood in this waterhole, including the moray eel, belonged to him. Each loss represented a reduction in Bayou's potential earnings, a personal detriment. Ahai, let us confront this beast and drain the water. In an instant, having lost a large blue crab, Bayou's determination hardened. He resolved to employ the simplest of strategies, to scoop the water out and confront the creature. As for entering the water to tackle it, impossible, absolutely out of the question. Had it been earlier, Bayou might have felt a flicker of confidence. But after witnessing the crab being torn to shreds, that notion was extinguished. He certainly did not believe his flesh could withstand the moray eel's might. Thus, the task of removing the water fell to Bayou and Wang Hai, who worked in tandem, retrieving the grouper they had previously placed in the bucket. Fortunately, the water in the pit was not overly abundant this time. Bayou and his companion managed to scoop it out in roughly 10 minutes, during which they also managed to catch 3 grouper fish, along with several sea snails and scallops. What astonished Baiyu the most was the discovery of 4 abalones. Had these creatures not stirred slightly while they were scooping water, their resemblance to the surrounding rocks might have led Baiyu and his companion to overlook them entirely. Now, having cleared out the marine life situated at a distance from the eel, they were left with the bounty near the eel, which was indeed plentiful. Moreover, as the water level in the pit diminished, numerous small fish found themselves gravitating towards the eel, only to be swiftly devoured. There was no alternative. The eel occupied the lowest point, and as the water receded elsewhere, the fish had no choice but to flow towards it. In just these brief moments, Baiyu had unwittingly lost several dozen yuan, as the prey that should have rightfully belonged to him had found its way into the belly of the eel. One could only wonder if the eel, having consumed such a considerable amount of food, would gain some weight by the time it was sold, potentially allowing Baiyu to recoup some of his losses. As the seawater continued to recede, Baiyu prepared to confront the eel. Attempting to grasp it barehanded was out of the question, so he retrieved a crab-catching clamp from a plastic bucket, intending to use it to seize the eel, specifically targeting its most aggressive feature, the head. Descending into the rocky pit, Baiyu approached the eel stealthily, seizing the opportunity while the creature was preoccupied. He swiftly extended the clamp and clamped down hard, securing the eel by its head. In that instant, the eel was both furious and terrified, its serpentine body unfurled, exceeding a meter in length, far beyond Baiyu's expectations. With a girth comparable to that of an adult forearm, the creature likely weighed over 10 pounds. As the eel thrashed about, Baiyu immediately felt an immense force exerted on the clamp, trying to flip and free itself from his grasp. However, Baiyu was no ordinary individual. Not only was he a second-tier athlete, but he also held a deep-seated reverence for wealth. To him, the eel was not merely a fish, but a significant sum of money, at least several hundred yuan. Letting go was simply out of the question. It was a prospect he would never entertain. To fully subdue the eel, Baiyu gripped the clamp with both hands and pulled upward with all his might, lifting the large eel into the air. Devoid of leverage, the eel twisted into an S shape, but Baiyu remained unfazed. Minutes later, the eel gradually lost its strength, hanging limply like a rope. Upon witnessing this scene, Baiyu swiftly placed the creature into a plastic bucket, subsequently adding a splash of seawater. Following this, he quickly tidied up the marine bounty from the pit and, with the bucket in hand, set off back with Wang Hai. The sea eel was indeed quite enormous. The two brothers found it somewhat cumbersome to navigate the shoreline with such a large catch. Thus, they deemed it prudent to first deliver this creature to their Uncle San for sale before returning to continue their coastal foraging. Chapter 19. Disturbing the eel's nest. Baiyu and Wang Hai each carried a plastic bucket. Baiyu's contained only a single catch, a massive sea eel. In contrast, Wang Hai's bucket held a more diverse assortment, including 4 pearl grouper and several smaller fish, such as numerous small sea bream. Additionally, there were a few scallops and crabs, along with 4 abalones. While the total weight of Wang Hai's catch could not rival that of the sea eel, it was not significantly lesser either. Uncle, are you there? I have brought you something wonderful." Upon arriving at the purchasing station, Baiyu called out for his uncle from the entrance. Shortly, his uncle emerged, having recognized the voice. "Ah, Xiaoyu, back from the sea again this afternoon? What treasures have you found to delight my eyes?" Upon seeing Baiyu and Wang Hai, his uncle's face lit up with a smile, particularly as he recalled the mention of good things. It was well known that Baiyu's recent offerings had been remarkable in both quality and quantity. Just this morning, 4 small lobsters he had collected were sold within hours, netting his uncle over 200 yuan in profit and establishing a new sales channel. Thus, the prospect of Baiyu presenting more good finds was a source of great joy for him. "Rest assured, uncle, you will not be disappointed." Baiyu then raised the plastic bucket before his uncle, revealing the impressive sea eel within. "Wow, what a large eel! How did you manage to catch it? You weren't bitten by this creature, were you?" his uncle exclaimed. "Let me tell you, when encountering sea eels, one must exercise utmost caution. Their teeth are exceedingly sharp. A bite from one of them could leave you with serious wounds." Seeing the size of the eel, his uncle's astonishment was quickly replaced by concern for Baiyu and Wang Hai's safety. After all, he was acutely aware of the ferocity of sea eels. Noting that the two had no tools and were unloved, it appeared they had caught the eel barehanded. "Fear not, uncle, you know what sort of person I am. I would never engage in dangerous endeavors. We are both quite well. Please assess the worth of this eel. If we can sell it quickly, we shall continue our endeavor at sea." Baiyu took the crab-catching tongs from Wang Hai and clamped them around the eel's head, lifting it into the basket on the scale at the purchasing station. 11 Gene and 6 Leon. Exceeding 10 Gene qualifies it as a large eel, and recently, the price for such specimens has risen. Xiaoyu, I will offer you 75 yuan per Gene, totaling 870 yuan for this eel. What do you think? After considering the eel's weight, his uncle proposed a price. Agreed. I trust your judgment, uncle. Please also calculate the value of these fish, so that we may continue our pursuit of the sea. A sea eel weighing over 11 pounds can fetch a price exceeding 800 yuan, a sum that White Fish finds quite satisfactory. Subsequently, he handed Wang Hai's plastic bucket to his uncle, requesting him to assess the value of the fish catch within. The bucket contained 4 pearl groupers for abalones, an assortment of miscellaneous fish, sea snails, and various seafood, along with a few scattered shrimp. Little fish. Your bucket holds a rather eclectic mix. You've thrown the shrimp in with the crabs. Aren't you worried that the crabs will make a meal of those shrimp? Uncle. It was unavoidable. Both Ahai and I only brought 1 bucket each. I stored the eel here, so the rest of the catch had to go into another bucket. As for whether these creatures will eat each other, let them. They are all destined for sale anyway. If the crabs consume the shrimp, it could even add some weight to the crabs, which are far more valuable than the shrimp. It's not a loss. You certainly have a knack for thinking ahead. Next time you go out to sea, just bring along a few more nets. You two wait here. I'll fetch some for you. After saying this, Uncle entered the purchasing station and soon emerged with several small nets. He then proceeded to weigh the contents of the bucket, the 4 pearl groupers, a heap of small fish, along with a few crabs, sea snails, and abalones, sold for just over 400 yuan. The afternoon's fishing adventure had only just begun. White Fish and Wang Hai had already earned over 1,000 yuan from exploring a single rocky pit, leading White Fish to exclaim, "This is truly exhilarating." After accepting the cash and nets from his uncle and expressing his gratitude, White Fish, accompanied by Wang Hai, hurried towards the rocky beach. Every moment was money for the two of them. In no time, they returned to the rocky shore, resuming their search among the boulders. 1 sea snail, 2 scallops, 1 abalone, 3 shrimp, 1 sea perch, and even an octopus. As the water level gradually receded, more rocks emerged, creating potential hiding places for seafood in the pools between the stones. White Fish and Wang Hai walked and collected, discovering that most of their finds were shellfish, with fish being a rare catch. Before long, all the nets provided by the uncle were filled, each containing a different type of seafood, which were then placed into the plastic bucket. The fish went into Wang Hai's bucket, who was also holding a video camera. So it was wise for him to collect less seafood to avoid accidentally dropping the camera. Brother Fish, there's an eel. There are many eels in that pit. While White Fish continued to search, Wang Hai, returning from the restroom, dashed back, shouting excitedly. What? Ahai, what did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. Wait until you get closer to explain. Upon hearing the shout, White Fish turned to look, but due to the loud winds and waves, he could not catch Wang Hai's words. When Wang Hai finally reached his side, panting, he recounted what he had seen. Brother you, there exists a rocky pit where I just relieved myself, and within it lies an abundance of sea eels, reminiscent of the one we previously caught, albeit slightly smaller. The place where you urinated? Surely, you wouldn't have urinated in that pit, would you? If you did, you might as well dive in to catch the eels yourself. Upon hearing Wang Hai mention his place of relief, the first thought that crossed my mind was whether this fellow had indeed sullied the pit. If so, would it still be worth catching the eels? It raises quite the dilemma. No, brother you, I'm not foolish. When we catch the sea eels, we will need to scoop water. It would be counterproductive to urinate in there, wouldn't it? Wang Hai, with an air of self-satisfaction, explained why he had refrained from doing so. Ahai, your reasoning is quite sound. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Very well. Lead the way. Let us proceed to catch the sea eels. Under Wang Hai's guidance, Bai Yu followed him to the rocky pit. This particular pit was not as expansive as the previous one, measuring only about 5 or 6 square meters, with water barely reaching the ankles. However, the bounty within this rocky pit was undeniably rich. Just as Wang Hai had claimed, there was a veritable multitude of sea eels, indeed, a whole swarm, numbering at least a dozen. Furthermore, these sea eels exhibited a variety of colors. Some were gray with spots, others brown with spots, while some bore a pattern akin to that of a leopard. Notably, these eels were rather sizable, with the smallest appearing to weigh 3 or 4 pounds, and the larger ones being comparable to the one previously sold. Goodness gracious, what is going on here? Why are there so many sea eels congregating in this pit? Are they here to mate and spawn? Observing the multitude of sea eels, and considering that it is currently the closed fishing season. Baiyu couldn't help but wonder if it was indeed the spawning season for the sea eels. Unfortunately, this query remained unanswered, at least by Wang Hai, who stood beside him. "Brother Yu, let us catch some fish. What are you waiting for?" "I am all set to go," Wang Hai chided Baiyu, who seemed lost in thought. Though his intellect may not be the sharpest, he understood the significance of these sea eels. They represented money. By catching them, they could afford a meal in the county town. Ahai, make sure to hold the camera steady. This will provide excellent material for a high-quality video episode. Remember to make me look good. After saying this, Baiyu readied his crab-catching clamp to commence the task. The water in this pit was shallow, requiring no scooping. He could directly use the crab-catching clamp to seize the sea eels. However, a word of caution to all: when encountering sea eels by the seaside, if possible, refrain from entering the water and maintain a safe distance. At this moment, Baiyu adhered to this advice, standing atop the rocks and using the length of his crab-catching clamp to grasp the heads of the eels. For Baiyu, the eels residing within this rocky pit are akin to the turtles confined in a jar, devoid of any escape route and awaiting their fate. He possesses ample time to deal with them. Employing crab claws to grasp the eels is remarkably safe, although there are moments when his aim may falter, and the eels themselves may struggle. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential, as Baiyu has plenty of time to engage with them leisurely. As he stealthily approaches one eel, he extends his sinister crab claw towards its head. Before the creature can react, he swiftly clamps down, capturing its head with a decisive grip. He then promptly hoists it from the water, denying it the opportunity to twist its body against the rocks for leverage. With this method repeated, the number of eels in the rocky pit diminishes, while the plastic bucket fills with their increasing presence. After half an hour, Baiyu has successfully caught all the eels in the pit, and their buckets are nearly brimming. He has captured a total of 17 eels, with an estimated weight nearing 100 pounds. Additionally, he has found 2 sea snails in this pit, the only other marine creatures aside from the eels, as all others have been consumed by these voracious beings. Chapter 20. A day's worth of thousands. As the 2 feed buckets filled with numerous eels, it became inconvenient for Baiyu to carry them all by himself. Thus, he and Wang Hai each took a bucket and made their way to the purchasing station once again. Upon arriving at the station's entrance, they realized it was their second visit that afternoon. During their earlier trip, they had sold their catch for over 1,000 yuan, and this time, with nearly 100 pounds of eels, they anticipated fetching several thousand. "Third uncle, we have returned. We bring good things once more. Would you care to take a look?" "Ah, you 2 lads are quite swift. It hasn't been long since your last visit. My, what a bounty of eels. Have you stumbled upon an eel nest?" At this hour, the villagers who usually come to sell their goods along the shore had yet to arrive, allowing third uncle to leisurely bask in the sun at the entrance of the purchasing station. Upon spotting Baiyu and Wang Hai returning, he quickly approached them, recognizing that they bore a significant catch. "You've hit the nail on the head, third uncle. Today, Ahai and I truly might have discovered an eel nest. All these eels were caught in a single rocky pit. Why do you suppose these eels have congregated together? Could it be that they are preparing to spawn?" Baiyu briefly recounted the process of catching the eels while simultaneously posing a question that piqued his curiosity. Despite having grown up by the sea and having engaged in coastal foraging since childhood, he lacked knowledge regarding the habits of certain marine creatures, all caught in one rocky pit. It is quite possible that these eels are indeed in the spawning season, which typically occurs from May to August. However, it's not a cause for concern. They have yet to spawn, so it should be fine. Upon concluding his remarks, third uncle took the plastic bucket from Baiyu, first removing the other fish before weighing only the eels. Wang Hai's bucket contained no other catch, only eels, weighing a total of 26.4 pounds. Together, the 2 buckets of eels amounted to 48.7 pounds, just shy of 100 pounds by a little over 2 pounds. These eels were not as large as the previous catch, which had boasted individuals exceeding 10 pounds, placing them in a different category altogether. This time, no single eel surpassed 10 pounds, and naturally, the price could not compare to that of the larger eel. Third uncle offered a uniform price of 60 yuan per pound for all the eels. Baiyu had no objections. This was not his first transaction with third uncle, and he recognized the fairness in the pricing. With a total weight of 97.4 pounds of eels, they were looking at a sale of 5,844 yuan. Do not be astonished. This figure was not conjured through Baiyu's mental arithmetic. He lacked such capability, but rather calculated with the aid of his phone's calculator. In addition to the eels, Baiyu and his companion had a few other catches in their bucket. After third uncle weighed everything, along with the eels, he rounded the total for Baiyu, transferring 6,000 yuan to him. Previously, Bai Yu typically received payments in cash, but this time the amount was rather substantial. With 6,000 yuan in addition to the over 1,000 he had already received, it was quite cumbersome for him, clad in a simple t-shirt and shorts, to carry such a sum. Fortunately, having recently reached adulthood, he had completed the real name verification on WeChat, allowing him to conduct large transfers. Thus, he requested his uncle to transfer the 6,000 yuan into his WeChat account. Uncle, with this many eels, you must be making quite a profit, right? Is it still easy to thrive in your line of work? After hauling over 40 kilograms of fish for several miles, even Bai Yu, who was athletic, found himself quite exhausted. Seizing a moment after selling the fish, he asked Wang Hai to fetch a few bottles of drinks to quench their thirst. While engaging in conversation with his uncle, Xiao Yu, we're indeed close relatives, so I won't hide anything from you. While I can make some money collecting fish here, the profits are quite limited. After all, this is just a small fishing village, and the dock is modest, with an alarmingly scarce number of fishing boats. Typically, I rely on the villagers to gather some goods. For the eels you caught today, I can at least make this much, his uncle said, raising a finger to indicate the amount. Observing the gesture, Bai Yu understood that his uncle would earn no less than 1,000 from this batch of eels. Bai Yu had no objections. After all, this was his uncle's rightful earnings, given that he was in this business and had his own methods for selling fish. If it were up to Bai Yu, he couldn't guarantee that he could sell the eels at a high price. Anything unsold held no value. All right, uncle. You carry on with your work. Ahai and I will see if we can find anything else of value, and we'll bring it to you later. Just then, Wang Hai returned with a few bottles of drinks. Bai Yu took one and handed it to his uncle before leaving with Wang Hai. Over an hour later, Bai Yu and Wang Hai reappeared at the entrance of the purchasing station, this time with an even more astonishing haul. Their buckets contained only eels. Not a single other fish, nor any seafood, could be found. Uncle, we're back. Are you home? It's Xiao Yu. Your uncle has gone to the city to deliver goods. Have you both caught another haul of seafood? I hope it's not just eels again. It was not Bai Yu's uncle who emerged from the station, but rather his aunt. According to her, his uncle had taken the eels collected that day into the city for delivery. Wow, Aunt, you're impressive. How did you know we caught something without even seeing it? Could you please weigh it for us? Bai Yu said as he approached with the plastic buckets. Oh my, another 2 buckets of eels? Xiao Yu, tell me the truth. Did you two fish these from a breeding facility? His aunt, upon seeing the 2 full buckets of eels, did not express delight but instead inquired about the origins of the catch. In theory, Aunt San should not have inquired about this matter. However, Bai Yu and his companion had brought back an excessive quantity of sea eels today, which seemed rather implausible for a simple gathering at the shore. After all, who could catch over 200 pounds of sea eels in just a few hours? Rather than focusing on the abundance of eels from Bai Yu, Aunt San was more concerned that the 2 children might have ventured into someone else's aquaculture farm to catch them in pursuit of profit. Aunt San, we truly gathered these eels from the rocky shore. Besides, there is no aquaculture for sea eels in our area, Bai Yu insisted. You wouldn't believe it, but the rocky shore was teeming with sea eels today. We couldn't possibly catch them all. Once I sell this batch, I'm planning to invite a few more people to join me in gathering some more. Aunt San, has my brother finished school? Perhaps he could accompany me to catch some sea eels. The money we make would serve as his pocket money. Bai Yu understood Aunt San's concerns, as anyone would find it incredible to catch over 200 pounds of sea eels in a single outing. As for bringing others along to the rocky shore, it was that Bai Yu was unwilling to earn more, but rather that the sheer quantity of sea eels was overwhelming. Before heading to the purchasing station, Bai Yu and Wang Hai had taken a brief stroll along the rocky shore, and in just a few minutes, they had spotted hundreds of eels. As dusk approached and the tide began to rise, their time was limited. Rather than allowing the sea eels to return to the ocean with the incoming tide, it would be prudent to share this news with some villagers, thus enhancing their standing in the community. Naturally, this information was not for everyone. Bai Yu intended to be selective, sharing it only with villagers with whom they had amicable relations. Are there still eels at the rocky shore? Wait while I call your brother. Xiao Yu, please keep a close eye on him. Don't let him venture too close to the water, Aunt San instructed. After settling the accounts with Bai Yu and Wang Hai, she pulled out her phone to contact her son. Upon learning that he could claim half of today's earnings, he arrived in front of Bai Yu within just 3 minutes. Simultaneously, Aunt San transferred the proceeds from this catch to Bai Yu, which amounted to over 6,200 yuan. In a mere afternoon, Bai Yu and Wang Hai had earned more than 10,000 yuan from their shoreline gathering, even if they decided to cease their activities for the day and return home to rest. Each would still pocket 6 to 7,000 yuan, more than the monthly wage of an average individual. Chapter 21. Catching eels. The son of my third uncle is named Bai Hao, who is merely 16 years old and has just entered his first year of high school. While waiting for him, Bai Yu and Wang Hai were not idle. They too reached out to their relatives. Bai Yu called his father, who, at this hour, should be home from work, preparing dinner. Although it is usually his father who cooks, today, with the prospect of earning money, his father could afford a day of rest. Allowing his mother to take charge of the kitchen, Bai Yu requested his father to bring along his younger sister and 2 plastic buckets to the seaside. Following this, he made a flurry of calls to his second uncle, second aunt, third uncle, second aunt, and a series of other relatives. Unlike Wang Hai, Bai Yu's family maintained amicable relations with relatives on both sides. They had always been kind to Bai Yu and his sister, never failing to send red envelopes during festivals, even if the money ultimately did not reach their hands. With a good opportunity at hand, Bai Yu was determined not to forget them, and he kept dialing one relative after another. Wang Hai, too, followed suit. Although his family did not share a good relationship with their eldest uncle, they had other relatives. Within a matter of minutes, Bai Yu found himself surrounded by over a dozen relatives carrying plastic buckets, a mix of young teens and middle-aged adults. Most of their relatives, especially those with children, sent the younger ones along, while those without children came themselves. Strictly speaking, aside from Bai Yu's immediate family, the other relatives were indifferent to the prospect of catching eels at the seaside. After all, they had never experienced a windfall from such endeavors. Nevertheless, upon receiving the invitation from the 2 children, they sent along those who were free to join. As the group gathered, Bai Yu and Wang Hai led them towards the rocky shore. Along the way, they encountered some villagers still foraging on the beach, who, upon recognizing them, inquired about their plans. Bai Yu shared the details with those villagers who maintained a good relationship with his family. By the time they reached the rocky shore, the number of people had swelled to over 30. Dear uncles and aunts, Bai Yu announced, the eels I mentioned can be found right here. If you wish to catch some, feel free to search around. Let us divide and conquer. Having brought everyone to the location, Bai Yu was no longer inclined to oversee them, and instead led his own relatives to one side. The villagers who accompanied them offered no objections. After all, it was no small feat for Bai Yu to share such information, and they had no reason to expect him to assist them further in locating the eels. Father, uncle, I assure you, the eels here are abundant. Each of us can easily gather 1 or 2 buckets before the tide rises. Ahai, accompanied by his uncle and other relatives, ventured to the location where he had discovered the eels, reminding him not to forget to have his uncle assist in filling a bucket. Bai Yu and Wang Hai also searched separately for the eels, as, although their friendship was exceptionally close, it did not extend to their families. Rather than risk discord over the eels later, it was prudent to gather them separately now. Do not worry, Xiao Yu. Even if we do not seek the eels, we must first fill Xiao Hai's bucket, stated Bai Yu. A sentiment understood by Wang Hai's uncle, who recognized the importance of not neglecting Wang Hai while pursuing profit. The relatives were delighted that Wang Hai had a friend like Bai Yu who thought of him. Consequently, the group of over 10 split into 2 factions, Wang Hai with his relatives and Bai Yu with his. The rocky shore teemed with eels, with each few steps. Bai Yu and his companions would spot eels in the rocky crevices. Goodness, Xiao Yu, this truly resembles what you described. There are so many eels. What is going on? Wang Hai's uncle inquired. Bai Yu responded, when have I ever deceived anyone? If there weren't an abundance of eels here, I would not have called you. It would be far more profitable to work alone. At that moment, Bai Yu wielded a crab-catching claw, while his younger sister, Bai Yu, followed closely behind with a plastic bucket. At merely 15 years of age, she was in her 3rd year of junior high and preparing for her impending exams. Indeed, you are capable of such endeavors. However, since you summoned us, rest assured we will not allow you to suffer a loss. Regardless of how much I sell for in the end, I shall give you 1/10, all right? All right, thank you, uncle. While conversing with his uncle, Bai Yu did not pause his efforts. He promptly targeted the eels in the rocky crevice. In front of Bai Yu lay 4 eels, which he skillfully captured with the crab claw, placing them into the plastic bucket in no time. Bai Yu had become quite adept at using the claw, taking less than a minute to catch a single eel. While his speed was impressive, one among his companions was even faster. This individual was Bai Yu's uncle, who utilized his hands rather than a claw, emphasizing swiftness and precision, capturing an eel within mere seconds. You may wonder why his uncle dared to catch eels barehanded. The answer lies in his fearlessness of being bitten. He wore gloves crafted from steel wire. Indeed, you read correctly, steel wire gloves. How did he come to possess such gloves? This was linked to his occupation. He operated a repair shop at the dock, handling not only household appliances, but also repairing automobiles, electric bikes, and even fishing boats. Particularly when mending hulls, his uncle frequently dealt with cutting tools, and these steel wire gloves were specifically designed to protect his hands. When Bayou was summoned by his uncle to catch eels from the sea, he fortuitously had his gloves with him, which unexpectedly proved to be quite useful. Within a mere few minutes, his uncle had already scoured several rock pools, capturing 7 or 8 eels, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. "Uncle, those gloves are remarkable. Are they truly that effective for catching eels? Do you have an extra pair? I would love to have one." To be honest, after witnessing his uncle's efficiency, Bayou felt a pang of envy. If he possessed such gloves, he surmised that his haul this afternoon could have potentially doubled. These gloves aren't anything precious. If you want a pair, feel free to come by and take one later. "Ah, my bucket is filled. Shall you bring me your bucket? And I'll help you catch another load." Yeah, your uncle is calling for you. Hurry and bring him a bucket. All the money from your eels today will be yours, and I'll discuss it with Mom when we get home." "Really? Thank you, brother." "Thank you, uncle. You've worked hard." Bayou, initially indifferent about the tide pooling and eel catching, immediately perked up upon hearing her brother's words, eagerly rushing to deliver a bucket to her uncle. It's only natural for Bayou to be fond of money, as the siblings seldom had pocket money. Bayou fared somewhat better, often venturing out to the sea to earn his own spending money. Occasionally, he participated in competitions to win some prize money. Thus, he had always been self-sufficient, living without worry. In contrast, Bayou, being a girl, lacked the adventurous spirit of her brother. Her allowance had always been limited, mostly provided by Bayou. Therefore, it was only reasonable for her to feel delighted at the prospect of keeping the earnings from selling the eels for herself. Their tide pooling adventure lasted until 7:30 in the evening, when the tide began to rise and the winds intensified as night fell. Bayou decided it was time to stop catching eels, packing up their belongings in preparation to head home. During this process, Bayou and his sister made another trip to the purchasing station, selling their eels once more. With 2 buckets of eels, they earned over 5,800 yuan. As they finished packing and prepared to return home, they discovered they had caught another half bucket of eels, but they opted not to continue fishing. Instead, they carried this half bucket to the purchasing station once more. Chapter 22. The Feast. "Father, are you skilled in preparing eel?" While waiting for the fish to be sold, Bayou inquired of his father, a holder of a level 3 culinary certificate. "Eel? What style do you wish to savor? Steamed, braised, or grilled?" "I can prepare them all." "Father, you possess such remarkable skills. What do you say we keep a few eels for ourselves?" Bayou suggested. "It's getting late, and Uncle and Little Uncle haven't had dinner yet. Why don't we invite them over for a meal? We could prepare a few eels for tasting tonight." "Uncle, Little Uncle, what do you think of my proposal?" Bayou was utterly astonished that his father had mastered such a variety of eel preparations. Yet he pondered why he had never tasted them throughout his life. However, with an abundance of eels caught today, it was the perfect opportunity to sample a couple. "Indeed. I find Xiaoyu's proposal quite appealing. Eel pairs wonderfully with drinks. Brother, I will dine at your home tonight, and I'll have my spouse bring 2 dishes along." "Precisely. A larger gathering brings warmth to the meal. Brother-in-law, please take 2 eels home to prepare. We'll handle selling the fish here." As Bayou's little uncle spoke, he seized a large eel from his bucket, the largest of the lot, measuring over 1 meter in length and weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. Bayou's uncle was not to be outdone, as he too retrieved a sizable eel and handed it to his brother. Seeing his brother and brother-in-law so eager, Bayou's father had no choice but to take the 2 eels home for preparation. Initially, he intended to bring Bayou along to assist, but the little one stubbornly refused, wanting to wait and see how much money she could earn from her own eels. The pace of selling fish was brisk, and with the tide rising, most sellers were from the group that had caught eels on the rocky shore. Since everyone was selling the same items, calculating the earnings was quite straightforward for Uncle San and Aunt San, unless there was an exceptionally large eel exceeding 10 pounds. Otherwise, the prices were uniform across the board. Ultimately, the catch was not plentiful, and thus the earnings were modest, amounting to roughly 1,000 yuan each. Bayou and his sister, Bayou, insisted on receiving cash. Given that Bayou was still a minor, she was unable to use payment apps and owned only an old flip phone. After receiving the money, Bayou instructed Bayou to head home with Uncle and Little Uncle, while he made a brief stop at Wang Hai's residence. Like Bayou's family, Wang Hai had also returned home with his relatives, specifically escorted by them. Having sold 2 batches of eels that evening, he found himself with around 3,000 yuan. His relatives were concerned about him returning home alone, even though the collection station was not far from Wang Hai's house. Nevertheless, they accompanied him home, where his mother welcomed them for dinner. Bai Yu's visit to Wang Hai's home was, of course, to deliver the earnings from their day of fishing. Today, their joint endeavor yielded a substantial profit, with Bai Yu entitled to half of the earnings. As the saying goes, money should be divided before nightfall. And the sooner they settled their accounts, the better. Their fishing expedition had indeed proven lucrative. They had collected 4 small sea dragons in the morning and spent the afternoon negotiating with eels. Altogether, their fish sales netted over 15,000 yuan, and after deducting their expenditures in the city, each of them would receive a share of 7,503.5 yuan. Furthermore, when combined with their individual earnings from the day, Bai Yu and Wang Hai's total profits comfortably exceeded 10,000 yuan. The prospect of earning over 10,000 in a single day from fishing was something Bai Yu had never dared to dream of before, and even now, it felt surreal. Today's extraordinary circumstances left him uncertain whether it was sheer luck or something else entirely. The day's events were indeed peculiar. Their group had caught an astonishing number of eels. While he couldn't confirm if they had surpassed 1,000, he was certain they had captured over 500. And most of them were substantial specimens, with very few weighing less than 3 pounds. Upon arriving at Wang Hai's residence, Bai Yu promptly transferred Wang Hai's share of the money to his mother before making a hasty exit, for if he lingered any longer, Wang Hai's mother would insist on inviting him to stay for dinner. By the time Bai Yu returned home, his father had already begun preparing the 2 large eels provided by his uncle and maternal uncle. These were no small catches. Bai Yu's father intended to employ 3 different cooking methods: steaming the central portion of the eel, grilling the head and a section of the tail, and braising the 2 tails. "Brother, Mom wants you over here for a moment. Don't forget what you promised me. You must hold your ground." As Bai Yu stepped through the door, Bai Yu bounced over to him. "Rest assured, the money I mentioned is indeed yours. I will certainly convince Mom," Bai Yu replied, assuring her. What Bai Yu had promised Bai Yu was merely regarding the fish sales. He promptly patted his chest in confidence. He then made his way to the living room where his mother was engaged in conversation with several aunts and relatives. Upon entering, he greeted his elders. "Annie, great aunt, second aunt, and aunt-in-law. Mom, my sister said you were looking for me? What's the matter? Little Yu is back. Today." He performed admirably and did not forget his own family while earning money. "Tell me, Little Yu, what do you wish for? Your great-aunt will buy it for you. Your great-aunt too. Your earnings are almost equivalent to your great-uncle's monthly salary. All right, dear sisters, no need to spoil him further. You have been more than generous to him. It is only natural for him to think of you when fortune smiles upon him. Besides, his audacity is growing. He even dared to tell you today that all the money from selling the fish belongs to her. And your second uncle, too. Always gives the largest bucket to you. Now, that little girl has 4,000 yuan in her hands and is adamant about not sharing. You are the instigator. Now what do you propose we do?" The matriarch of the Bai family intervened, thwarting the intentions of the aunts to purchase gifts for Bai Yu, and proceeded to express her discontent with Bai Yu, subtly referencing his second uncle as well. The second uncle, who had been assisting in grilling the eel outside, was just about to step into the living room for a drink when he overheard the matriarch mention him. Instantly, he turned on his heel and returned to the grill. Bai Yu accepted the words of his mother with resignation and pulled out his phone, swiftly navigating through it until a notification chimed, indicating a transfer of 4,000 yuan. "Mom, I'm sending you the money from Yaya. As for her other funds, you can forgo them. She is about to enter high school. Yet she still uses a flip phone. I believe this money should be considered as a contribution towards her new phone. I'll say it was your consent. What do you think?" Despite Bai Yu's earnest declarations and assurances to his sister that he could manage the situation, he was acutely aware of who truly held authority in their family. Thus, he willingly provided the funds, knowing that his mother would assume the role of the benevolent figure. While he merely sought to maintain his familial standing, his willingness to part with the money was not solely born out of affection for his sister. Though he did indeed indulge her to some extent, he had ulterior motives. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Bai Yu possessed a profound understanding of the competitive nature inherent in adolescence. Such rivalry often commenced in puberty, with high school and university being the most pronounced stages. He was determined that his sister would not become the subject of ridicule. His objective was to ensure that whatever her peers possessed, she too would have, albeit not necessarily the finest, but certainly not the worst or none at all. "Ah, it seems you've made quite a profit today. Even if this money is meant for Yaya's phone, she likely won't need it for high school just yet. But I'll leave it to you, after all. It's your gift to her. and she can use it as she sees fit, as long as it serves a proper purpose. Dinner is ready, Mom, aunts, and uncle. It's time to eat. Just as Bayu's mother acquiesced to his suggestion, Bayu's voice echoed from the yard, announcing that dinner was prepared and ready to be served. The number of diners this evening was considerable. Bayu's family alone consisted of 4, and with relatives bringing their families along, 2 tables were set, each accommodating 10 guests. Dad, this grilled eel is truly delightful. What a pity that we sold the remaining eels. Had I known, I would have saved a few to enjoy at home. Bayu savored a piece of the grilled eel, marveling at its freshness, which was undiminished by the smoky flavor of the charcoal grilling. The meat was firm and rich in fat content, and with the absence of small bones in the eel, each bite was filled with satisfaction. We can always catch more another day. Living by the sea, we are never short of seafood. It must be said, my brother's culinary skills are indeed remarkable. He must now be the head chef of your establishment. The one responding to Bayu's inquiries is not his father, but rather his second uncle. Compared to his father, Bayu shares a closer bond with his second uncle, as the latter works at the dock. In his childhood, Bayu often visited his uncle's repair shop, indulging in playful mischief. However, his uncle never reprimanded him. Instead, he would often craft toys for Bayu and others from discarded parts. For instance, they had toy guns made from bicycle chains, and during their youth, Bayu, Bai Lang, his uncle's son, and Wang Hai each possessed one. His uncle was indeed correct. Tomorrow, I plan to accompany Ah Hai to the seaside, where we might catch some eels. I shall bring some for each of your households. Very well. I shall await my dear nephew's gift of eels. Amidst laughter and joy, this belated dinner came to a close. Bayu was uncertain about the remaining dishes, but he knew that none of the 3 plates of eels on their table were left untouched, especially the braised eels, whose sauce had been used to soak their rice. In Bayu's eyes, this dinner was nothing short of splendid, rivaling the afternoon's buffet. He felt completely satisfied and at ease. During the meal, Bayu informed Bayu that their mother had agreed to allow her to use the money for herself. Bayu planned to take her to purchase a mobile phone the next day, and Bayu did not refuse, having long contemplated the need for a new phone. She had even saved up quite a bit of money herself, but she had not anticipated today's unexpected windfall, allowing her to carefully consider the brand when making her purchase. Chapter 23. Purchasing a mobile phone and dividing money after dinner. Bayu stood at the entrance of his home, bidding farewell to the elders as they returned with their children. He soon followed suit, washing up and preparing to rest. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Bayu, having just completed his morning run, took a refreshing shower and awakened Bayu. It was the weekend, and Bayu had no school obligations. However, Bayu and Wang Hai were not afforded the luxury of a break. They both rose early to engage in their training regimen. Upon awakening, Bayu checked his luck for the day, only to discover that, perhaps due to an overwhelming surge of fortune yesterday, his luck had dwindled to a mere 8 points today. Faced with such a dismal single-digit luck score, Bayu felt no desire to indulge in beachcombing. Thus he merely jogged with Wang Hai before returning home. By 10 o'clock, Bayu, accompanied by Bayu and Wang Hai, arrived in the county town. You, have you decided which mobile phone you wish to purchase? He inquired. Brother, which is better, Oppo or Vivo? I saw a rose gold Oppo phone that looks quite appealing. What do you think about me getting that one? Oppo or Vivo? I thought you would opt for the most expensive flagship model. With your current funds, acquiring a premium phone shouldn't pose much of a challenge. To Bayu's surprise, Bayu was not inclined to purchase the highly coveted flagship model. I have no intention of buying that overpriced device. Not only is it exorbitantly priced, but the pace of new releases is so rapid. They just launched the 6 last year, and now the SIXS is already on the horizon. No, I prefer to buy something that is reasonably priced yet aesthetically pleasing. In contrast to those who were enamored with flagship models, Bayu exhibited a remarkable clarity of thought. Her aim was never to acquire the most expensive item, but rather to choose wisely. Very well, let's go with that rose gold one. As your brother, I shall gift you a phone case, and Haigu will provide you with a screen protector, won't you? Hi? That's too cheap. The screen protector costs barely anything. I'll treat you both to lunch instead. Bayu, shall we return to that restaurant we visited yesterday? Hi, must you always think of food? That buffet is hardly inexpensive. The 3 of us dining there will amount to several hundred yuan. And are you not aware of Yu's appetite? For her to indulge in a buffet would simply be an act of giving money to the owner, such a loss. Since their meal at the buffet the previous day, Wang Hai had been eagerly anticipating a return visit and had brought it up multiple times that morning. Don't worry, brother Yu, I have funds. My mother transferred 2,000 yuan to me this morning, instructing me to treat you both to lunch. Moreover, she mentioned that you were to join us for dinner at my house tonight, as she has matters to discuss with you. As Wang Hai spoke, he retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, revealing a balance of exactly 2,000 yuan to buy you. Your mother wants you to treat us to lunch? Very well. Let's indeed return to the buffet. By the way, hi, did your mother mention what she wanted to discuss with me? No. She simply asked me to inform you about dinner at my house tonight. Very well. I shall visit your home for dinner this evening. Please inform your aunt that I am eager to savor her renowned oil-braised prawns. Amidst their conversation, the trio made their way to the electronics market in the county town, a favored destination where locals procure mobile phones and computers. Naturally, when it came to purchasing an Oppo device, they visited the Oppo specialty store. Baiyu chose the newly released Oppo R7 and 16G Rose Gold, which cost her 2,499 yuan. Baiyu kindly bought her 3 phone cases for her to alternate between. After acquiring the new phone, Baiyu, accompanied by Baiyu and Wang Hai, strolled through the pedestrian street of the county town. However, it would be more accurate to say that Baiyu led the 2 boys on their shopping excursion. Baiyu and Wang Hai were not particularly interested in shopping. Their primary aim was to walk more and expend some energy, thereby allowing them to indulge more during lunch. After all, they were heading to an all-you-can-eat buffet with 3 individuals, and Baiyu's appetite was quite modest. Thus, Baiyu and Wang Hai felt compelled to make up for Baiyu's expenditure by consuming as much as they could, lest Baiyu feel unsettled. At noon, they indeed dined at the buffet, where the offerings were largely similar to the previous day. Baiyu and Wang Hai overindulged until they were thoroughly satiated. As for Baiyu, as Baiyu had remarked, her appetite was too small. She was full within 10 minutes of the buffet commencing. Initially, she intended to meet up with classmates afterward, but Baiyu insisted she remain in the restaurant for an additional hour, during which he encouraged her to eat a bit more, primarily fruit. Before leaving, he even had her take 2 large mangoes with her. Then, Baiyu and Wang Hai indulged freely in their eating, yet no matter how much they consumed, they could not recoup the cost of their meal for the day. After lunch, the 2 boys returned home. The weather was growing increasingly warmer, and they were unenthusiastic about wandering under the sun. They preferred to spend some time at an internet cafe playing games before resuming their running in the afternoon. At 5:30 in the evening, Baiyu returned home, took a refreshing shower, and changed into new attire before heading to Wang Hai's house. Auntie, is my uncle back yet? Wang Hai's father was 2 years younger than Baiyu's, so it was perfectly acceptable for him to address him as uncle. He'll be here shortly. I just called him, and he is on his way. Come in and sit. Xiao Hai is watching television inside. Wang Hai's mother was not yet 40, but her appearance suggested she was at least 45, showing signs of aging. It was said that in her youth, she was the belle of 10 villages. But after having Wang Hai and falling out with her in-laws, she aged considerably. In recent years, however, things had improved since entering high school. Baiyu had taken Wang Hai to numerous competitions, securing several championships, and he had matured significantly. Consequently, she appeared much more relaxed. Therefore, Wang Hai's family held a deep sense of gratitude towards Baiyu. Indeed, it is gratitude that prevails, for the couple is well aware of their son's circumstances. Baiyu shows no disdain towards Wang Hai. Instead, he considers him as if he were his own brother. This alone is sufficient for the couple to feel immense appreciation for Baiyu. Under the invitation of Wang Hai's mother, he entered the living room holding a plate of freshly washed grapes, only to find Wang Hai perched on a small stool, engrossed in a cartoon. The television displayed the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, and it was rather surprising that a sprinter like Wang Hai would enjoy such animated fare. Upon entering the living room, Baiyu took a small chair and sat beside Wang Hai to join in the viewing of the cartoon. To be candid, Baiyu genuinely enjoyed watching animations. Despite possessing memories from his previous life, he had seldom indulged in such entertainment. He had grown up in an orphanage, a humble place where mere daily sustenance brought joy, leaving no room for cartoons. After leaving the orphanage, survival became a daily struggle, further diminishing any opportunity for animated distractions. In this life, however, Baiyu not only relished Pleasant Goat, but also enjoyed Boonie Bears. As long as the animation wasn't excessively foolish, he found pleasure in watching it. After viewing several episodes of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, Wang Hai's mother entered the living room with a plate of dishes prepared in the kitchen. Xiao Hai, stop watching television and come eat, she called. All right, Hai will wash his hands and join you. I'll help Annie with the dishes. No need, Xiao. Just sit and wait. Your uncle will be back soon, and he'll bring the food, she replied. No sooner had she finished speaking than Wang Hai's father entered with 2 plates. one of which contained sawed prawns. Upon seeing this, Baiyu quickly washed his hands and took a seat at the dining table, eager for the meal. Wang Hai's family placed significant importance on Baiyu's visit, preparing 8 dishes and a soup for the occasion. When all the dishes were finally laid out, Baiyu felt a bit bewildered. Goodness, there were only 4 of them dining, and although he and Wang Hai were athletes with larger appetites, could they truly finish such a feast? Uncle, aunt, there are only 4 of us and no guests. Why prepare so many dishes? We won't be able to finish, he remarked. Not to worry. Eat as much as you can. Xiaoyu, the sawed prawns were made especially for you. Do try them, came the encouraging reply. It must be said that Wang Hai's mother's culinary skills were quite remarkable, particularly her sawed prawns, which were a feast for the senses. This time she had procured large, premium prawns specifically for this meal, with a mere pound containing only 10 or so. That plate alone, weighing 1.5 pounds, was worth over 100 yuan. Even though Baiyu lived in a small fishing village by the sea, such seafood was not an everyday luxury. For Baiyu, the Wang family has always felt like home. Throughout his life, he has shared countless meals at their table. In the past, when his parents were preoccupied with work, he often brought his sister along to dine with the Wangs. Now that Baiyu has grown up and become more bashful, she finds it awkward to visit frequently. However, Baiyu remains undeterred. He has never considered himself an outsider. Not only does he come to enjoy their hospitality, but he sometimes even takes the liberty to order dishes, as he did today with the sawed prawns. Uncle, aunt, did you invite me over for a specific reason? We are all family here, so please feel free to speak openly. There is no need for such extravagance, Baiyu remarked as he served himself a large prawn. Then turned to Wang Hai's parents. Little Yu, the matter is this. Last night I spoke with Xiao Hai. He mentioned he plans to go clam digging this summer to earn some money. Wang Hai's mother began. Yes, both Hai and I have been accepted into Haida University, so we want to be taking the college entrance examination. It's the perfect opportunity for us to go clam digging while we have the time, Baiyu replied confidently. You need not worry. I will take good care of Hai while we're out there. He will be safe with me. Upon hearing Wang Hai's mother express concern about his safety during their clam digging endeavors, Baiyu promptly reassured her, promising to look after Wang Hai and ensure nothing would go amiss. No, it's not that I'm worried about Hai's safety with you. What I meant to convey is regarding the division of earnings from clam digging. Xiao Hai mentioned you two are splitting it 50-50, which seems rather unfair. We all know the situation with Xiao Hai. Sharing equally is taking advantage of you, she clarified. Yesterday, I discussed this with your uncle, and we agreed that during the summer, Xiao Hai should join you in clam digging without a revenue split. Just buy him a few drinks or ice creams occasionally, and that will suffice. Remember to call him for your training sessions. While Wang Hai's mother spoke, Wang Hai's father nodded in agreement. Aunt, I must respectfully disagree. I believe a 50-50 split is reasonable since I rely on Hai for quite a bit of help when we're out clam digging. Most of yesterday's catch was discovered by him, and I only collected it. Without Hai, I'm not sure I would have earned as much. Moreover, he assists me with filming videos. It's only fair that he receives payment for his contributions. Simply providing him with drinks and ice creams would be unjust. Baiyu countered, clearly having his own perspective on the matter. In truth, while Baiyu was not particularly concerned about the division of earnings from clam digging, he was more focused on managing his burgeoning short video account. Although the memories in his mind did not significantly aid his current life, one thing was clear. As internet platforms continue to expand, the era of content is king is approaching. He understands that if he diligently cultivates his short video account now, as his follower count grows, opportunities for financial gain will inevitably follow. In comparison to this video account, the earnings from beachcombing are truly negligible. However, Baiyu has his own aspirations, and Wang Hai's parents also possess their steadfast principles. Ultimately, after much deliberation among them, the profit-sharing ratio was revised. Henceforth, when Baiyu and Wang Hai embark on their beachcombing adventures together, their sharing ratio will be 60-40, with Baiyu receiving 60 and Wang Hai receiving 40. This outcome was a result of Baiyu's fervent arguments. Had it been left to Wang Hai's parents, they would have proposed a division of either 80-20 or 70-30. Yet, after Baiyu concluded his conversation with Wang Hai's parents, he turned back to the plate of oil-braised prawns before him, nearly losing his sanity. Where are my prawns? I had an entire plate of oil-braised prawns. How come only 3 remain? Hai. Baiyu glanced at the pile of shrimp shells in front of Wang Hai, and it was abundantly clear who the culprit was. Here, brother, you have this. It's delicious. Unfazed by Baiyu's frantic state, Wang Hai instead offered him a blue crab to enjoy. All right, I shall eat. Chapter 24. Accompanying the examination in the subsequent days, Bai Yu took Wang Hai to the beach daily, making 2 trips each day, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. The harvest varied. On fortunate days, they could earn 1 or 2,000 yuan, while on less fortunate days, they might only make 100 or 200. Besides this, they engaged in training, which, like their beach excursions, occurred twice a day, regardless of the weather. This routine continued until the 6th of June. After lunch on this day, Bai Yu and Wang Hai boarded a bus to the county town, traveling all the way to their school. The 6th of June is a date familiar to many, as it is the eve of the National College Entrance Examination, commonly known as the Gaokao. Unlike other regions that conduct the examination over 2 days, the coastal province has its own schedule, spanning from the 7th to the 10th of June, lasting 4 days in total. The first 2 days mirror other provinces, testing Chinese, mathematics, and English, while the latter 2 days encompass subjects such as physics, chemistry, geography, and biology. For countless students, this is a pivotal moment that could determine their futures, with a significant portion of their destinies resting on the outcomes of this examination. You may wonder why Bai Yu and Wang Hai are at school if they are not taking the Gaokao themselves. The answer lies in Bai Yu's childhood friend, Li Shui, who is indeed among the examinees. He has taken it upon himself, as per the request of his godmother, to accompany Li Shui during this time. To facilitate this, his godmother even transferred 1,000 yuan to ensure Li Shui received proper nutrition over the 4 days. Due to work commitments, Bai Yu's godfather and godmother were unable to be present, thus this responsibility fell to him. Initially, Bai Yu intended to go alone, but as he stepped out at noon, he fortuitously encountered Wang Hai, who insisted on joining him upon learning of his plans to visit the county town. On this day, the examination candidates enjoyed a brief respite. Li Shui was resting in her dormitory, preparing to stay there during the examination period and taking the school bus to the examination venue each morning. At that moment, she was lying on her bed, engrossed in a book, when her phone rang. Upon answering, she heard Bai Yu's voice. Shui, Wang Hai and I have arrived at the school. What are you up to? Would you like to join us for a little stroll? Though Bai Yu had never taken the Gaokao himself, he understood the immense pressure faced by those who did. Often, the last-minute cramming proved futile. It was far more beneficial to take this opportunity to relax and recalibrate one's mindset. Now, Xiao Bai, could you please check the weather outside? With such a scorching sun, I certainly do not wish to end up as tanned as you. Let us wait until the sun is less intense, then we can go for a walk, she suggested. Tanned. Shui, your statement is quite inaccurate. It is not tanning, it is called health. All right, I will wait for you and Wang Hai on the playground. Call me when you are ready to head out. After glancing at the color of his own arm and offering a light-hearted rebuttal to Li Shui, Bai Yu ended the call. Regarding the weather, Bai Yu had not given it much thought. To be precise, he was indifferent to the possibility of getting sunburned. However, he overlooked the fact that Li Shui, being a girl, was quite concerned about such matters. Subsequently, Bai Yu accompanied Wang Hai to the playground. Since their school was one of the examination centers for the college entrance examination, all the members of various clubs who usually trained there had returned home for the holiday. At that moment, only Bai Yu and Wang Hai remained on the playground. They found a shaded spot to sit and waited for Li Shui to emerge from the dormitory. They waited for an hour and a half, during which they consumed a considerable amount of ice cream and each drank 2 bottles of beverages, in addition to running several laps around the playground. Finally, Li Shui appeared from the dormitory. In the afternoon, Bai Yu took Li Shui for a stroll along the pedestrian street, where he purchased her a complete outfit and a pair of shoes. But he refrained from buying any snacks. While street food was generally acceptable, with the college entrance examination looming the next day, it was prudent to avoid it altogether. After all, the last thing they wanted was for her to suffer from an upset stomach on exam day. For dinner, Bai Yu chose a reputable restaurant, resolutely avoiding the trendy eateries in the shopping mall, regardless of their popularity or the long queues. Their priority was to ensure a clean and healthy meal. At 8 in the evening, Li Shui returned to the dormitory to prepare for rest, while Bai Yu and Wang Hai found a hotel nearby to stay. Although they had beds available in the school dormitory, they had taken all their belongings home during their previous departure, which led them to seek accommodation outside. On the morning of June 7th, Bai Yu was awakened by the school's wake-up bell and promptly roused Wang Hai from the other bed. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he left the hotel. Li Shui traveled to the examination venue by school bus, while Bai Yu and Wang Hai took a taxi to the examination site. They waited at the school gate until Li Shui arrived by bus. enthusiastically cheering her on like devoted fans as they watched her enter the examination hall. During this time, other candidates and their parents frequently glanced in their direction. But Bai Yu and Wang Hai remained oblivious, wholeheartedly focused on supporting Li Shui. Even after Li Shui entered the examination hall to take her test, Bai Yu and Wang Hai did not idle away their time. Instead, they commenced their running training around the school. This routine continued for 4 consecutive days. While Li Shui was inside taking her exams, Bai Yu led Wang Hai in running outside. They shared lunch and dinner together, with Bai Yu ensuring that whatever Li Shui desired to eat, he would take her to find it. If there was something unavailable near the examination venue, he would make it a point to procure it for her at mealtime, prioritizing her comfort to enhance her performance during exams. Finally, on the afternoon of the 10th at 4:30 p.m., Li Shui emerged from the school gate as the first student to complete all subjects at the 4th high school. "Shui, over here. We are here." As soon as Li Shui emerged from the examination hall, the astute Bai Yu waved his arms vigorously, capturing her attention. "Xiao Baigu, the last exam has concluded. Let us indulge in some delightful cuisine this evening. My meals have been exceedingly bland these past few days, and it has nearly suffocated me." Li Shui exclaimed, trotting over to him with an air of feigned grievance. Indeed, as Li Shui articulated, their diet over the past 4 days had been strictly bland to ensure her health and well-being during this critical time. The insipid nature of their meals had reached an unbearable level, particularly for someone like Li Shui, who typically relished spicy flavors. The absence of piquant dishes for 4 consecutive days felt like a torment to her. Nevertheless, she understood that Bai Yu's intentions were rooted in care. After all, the college entrance examination is one of the most significant milestones in a person's life. Bai Yu certainly wished to avoid any adverse effects on her performance due to improper eating. Notably, Bai Yu, who also shares a love for spicy food, had endured the same bland diet alongside her. "We won't dine out today, we will eat at home. My father has already procured the ingredients. Just waiting for your exam to conclude before cooking. If there's anything else you wish to eat, please let me know now, and we can call my father to add to the menu," he said, opting to lead her home for a meal rather than inquiring about her exam performance. Li Shui and Bai Yu were starkly different in their academic prowess. While Bai Yu often found himself languishing in the lower ranks of their class, Li Shui was a true academic prodigy, consistently placing among the top 15 in her grade. Their academic trajectories were polar opposites. "Is your godfather cooking today?" Li Shui inquired playfully. "While your godfather's cooking is indeed delectable, I find myself craving barbecued meat. Is it feasible for us to enjoy barbecue at home?" Li Shui's parents were Bai Yu's godparents, and vice versa. Their mothers had been close friends since childhood. "Of course, we can. After we visit the supermarket, we can purchase an electric grill. I'll call my father to pick up some beef and lamb, and perhaps some pork belly as well. Should we get a variety of skewers? Or perhaps I should have my father bring the barbecue grill along, and we can set up the electric hot pot. This evening shall feature beer, barbecue, and hot pot." Yes, that sounds wonderful," Li Shui exclaimed enthusiastically. Bai Yu's suggestion brightened not only Li Shui's and Wang Hai's faces but also made the surrounding parents, who were waiting for their children, swallow their saliva in unison. While Bai Yu and his friends could now return home to prepare for their barbecue and hot pot, the parents remained at the school gate, unable to leave until their children emerged from the examination room. Such is the plight of those whose offspring have yet to finish their exams. Chapter 25. Gathering with Li Shui at the seashore on June 8th, under a clear sky, at 5 o'clock in the morning. Bai Yu stealthily emerged from his room and made his way to the kitchen. With practiced ease, he turned on the lights and ignited the gas stove to prepare 5 packets of instant noodles. However, these were no ordinary noodles. They were a lavish seafood variety. Unlike typical instant noodles that merely include an egg and a slice of ham, Bai Yu's creation boasted 10 large shrimp, 6 small abalone, and 3 little octopuses. These seafood delicacies were remnants from the previous night's hot pot and barbecue, which had gone unconsumed. The quantity of 5 packets of noodles, along with 3 eggs and a plethora of seafood, was evidently far too much for Bai Yu to finish alone. As anticipated, just as the noodles were nearing completion, Wang Hai's voice resonated at Bai Yu's doorstep, accompanied by the sounds of footsteps descending from upstairs. "Brother Yu, open the door. I'm here for breakfast. Don't mind him." "I'll get the door," Bai Yu called out, peering from the kitchen to assess the situation in the courtyard before returning his attention to the pot. Wang Hai had come from his own home, while the footsteps descending from above belonged to Li Shui. As Bai Yu's goddaughter, Li Shui had a room in his house. Due to the unique nature of her parents' work, she had spent considerable time living with Bai Yu during her childhood, especially during winter and summer vacations, leading to their close bond. Li Shui had also stayed over at Bai Yu's house the previous night, and during dinner, the three of them had agreed to rise early to gather at the seashore. It was decided that regardless of their fortune, any earnings from the day would belong solely to Li Shui, a gift from Bai Yu and Wang Hai to celebrate her completion of the college entrance examination. Brother Yu, is breakfast ready yet? I'm starving, Wang Hai inquired, standing at the kitchen door and gazing in at Bai Yu. Almost there, just about ready. Please set up that small table outside. I'll serve you the noodles shortly. Before long, the three of them were seated in the courtyard, gathered around a small table, each with a bowl of seafood noodles, enjoying their breakfast under the morning sun. The sun rises early by the sea, although it was barely past 5. Dawn had long since arrived, and the sun was already gracing the sky. Shui, have you applied sunscreen? Bai Yu asked. If you haven't, you should put some on. The morning sun can darken your skin too. Huh? The morning sun can make you tan? Brother Bai, who told you that? Don't scare me, Li Shui replied, momentarily bewildered. For she had indeed forgotten to apply sunscreen. After all, she believed the morning sun was the gentlest, and thought a little exposure would be harmless. I'm not trying to frighten you. It's entirely possible. After all, the sun is the sun. Why wouldn't the morning sun be capable of tanning someone? After finishing breakfast, Li Shui immediately darted back upstairs to apply her sunscreen. Bai Yu and Wang Hai were in the storage room downstairs, preparing their equipment for the seaside excursion. Bai Yu had brought along everything that could be useful for their venture. When Li Shui descended the stairs and insisted on applying sunscreen to the two of them, the trio set off together to the coast. At 5 o'clock, the beach was perfectly timed with the ebbing tide. Soon, the three of them arrived at the sandy shore, where other villagers had already begun their own seaside endeavors. The adage of relying on the mountains and the sea was not merely a saying. In Bai Yu's small fishing village, apart from a few individuals with formal employment, the majority of the villagers depended on the ocean for their livelihood. Those with wealth would purchase boats to venture out for fishing, while those less fortunate would work as crew members on fishing vessels. As for those who couldn't board a boat, they had no choice but to seek their fortunes along the shoreline. The stretch of sandy beach in their small fishing village was not extensive. The docks flanked by the beach spanned only about 10 kilometers. The silver lining was that this particular stretch of sand remained untouched by development. Additionally, there were stringent regulations in place regarding the fishing vessels from the village, prohibiting them from casting nets in the inner bay. They were required to venture beyond the bay to conduct their fishing operations. This regulation provided an additional source of income for villagers who relied on beachcombing and also helped preserve the ecological resources of the inner bay. On this day, as Bai Yu set out for the shoreline, he took a moment to glance at the luck value provided by his system. Fortune smiled upon him with a notable score of 41 points. Drawing from past experiences, he anticipated that such a luck value could yield an income ranging from 3,000 to 5,000. The broad spectrum of potential earnings was largely attributed to the recent fluctuations in seafood prices. Today, prices might even rise further, especially considering the fishing ban was in effect, coupled with the conclusion of the college entrance examinations yesterday, which led many families to indulge in seafood as a reward for their children. Amidst these advantageous circumstances, Li Shui suggested, "Bai Gu, there are too many people here. Perhaps we should explore the other side of the dock." Her suggestion stemmed not from a fear of being seen while beachcombing, but rather from the realization that their timing was not early enough. Many areas of the beach had already been scavenged by fellow villagers, and if they were to comb here, they would be left with only the remnants. It would be far more fruitful to seek a less crowded location, where they might discover greater treasures. All right, let us venture over there. I have a good feeling about our luck today. We should have a bountiful harvest, Bai Yu replied. Shui, let me tell you, during a previous outing with a Hai, we even caught a small dragon shrimp. That little fellow can fetch nearly 100 yuan, quite valuable indeed. For high school students like Bai Yu and Li Shui, 100 yuan was no small sum. Even though Bai Yu had earned a fair amount recently, no one would ever turn down extra money. A small dragon shrimp? This treasure is rather elusive, is it not? If only we could capture it today. I have yet to savor the delicate flavor of the little blue dragon. In contrast to Bai Yu, who appreciates the little blue dragon for its worth, Li Shui is more intrigued by its taste. The other beach Li Shui mentioned is not far away. It lies just across the dock, and soon the three of them arrived at this particular pier. Compared to the beach in front of their village, this stretch of sand is indeed more expansive. However, breadth does not necessarily equate to an abundance of resources. On the contrary, the bounties gathered here during low tide are significantly fewer than those at the village's beach, though the exact reasons for this remain unclear to Bai Yu and the others. According to some elders in the village, it may correlate with the currents of the inner bay, although they did not pay much heed to the specifics at the time. In any case, this beach typically sees fewer visitors, with villagers who often gather seafood coming only once every 10 days or so. When Baiyu and his companions arrived, they could count the number of people scavenging on the beach on one hand. It was indeed a pitifully small number. However, this was of little concern, as fewer people meant less competition for the treasures of the sea. As Baiyu and his friends ventured further onto the beach, their quest for seafood commenced. Chapter 26. Digging and digging on the vast beach, the pursuit of marine treasures along the shoreline demands an astute eye. For those endowed with exceptional vision, spotting fish catches from several meters away becomes a trivial endeavor. Li Shui, blessed with remarkable eyesight since childhood, has maintained her enviable vision even amidst the rigors of academic life. Thus, every time Baiyu takes her to the beach, she effortlessly discovers marine bounty that eludes the gaze of others. Today, as usual, she scours the sands in search of prey. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to a small mound in the distance. Drawing upon her past experiences, Li Shui swiftly deduces that this mound conceals something valuable. With excitement, she hoists her plastic bucket and rushes over. Upon closer inspection, the mound proves to be quite substantial, measuring a diameter of several centimeters, undoubtedly a hiding place for some shellfish. What type of shellfish it might be can only be revealed through excavation. Li Shui retrieves her sand shovel from the bucket and begins to dig at the small mound. After only a couple of shovelfuls, she uncovers a white shell, and with another scoop, a sizable moon shell emerges from the sand. Look, Xiaobai. How about this moon shell? Is it big enough? Wow, Shui, you're having quite the luck. Ahai, and I haven't found anything yet. And you've already uncovered such a large moon shell. Well done, keep it up. With a joyful heart, Li Shui places the moon shell into her bucket and continues her quest along the beach. Before long, she spots another mound, but this one differs from the previous. It possesses legs, many legs, in fact. Just by observing the multitude of legs protruding from the sand, Li Shui instinctively knows what lies beneath. It is evidently a crab nestled in the grains. Indeed, after a few more shovels, a beautifully patterned flower crab, speckled with star-like spots, appears before her. Although its size is modest, roughly the span of her palm, Li Shui considers its weight sufficient, estimating it to be at least 3 taels. Thus, she decides to keep it. However, the flower crab is not inclined to surrender easily. It defiantly waves its pincers in resistance, but its struggles are feeble. With a mere press of her shovel, Li Shui immobilizes the crab. She then secures the crab by binding its pincers with a zip tie before placing it into her bucket. As Li Shui continues her fruitful endeavor, Baiyu and Wang Hai are equally busy, diligently scouring the beach for their own discoveries. As before, Baiyu takes the lead in capturing their finds, while Wang Hai trails behind, documenting the adventure on video. Nonetheless, both exert effort in the pursuit of their quarry. After all, the efficiency of 2 individuals searching together is invariably superior to that of a solitary endeavor. As for the footage captured during the hunt, it bears little significance. Since this is a short video, the content must be substantive. What constitutes the essence of a tide-chasing video? Naturally, it is the discovery and capture of prey. The process of searching, however, is largely inconsequential and consists mainly of superfluous footage that ought to be edited out. At this moment, Baiyu is traversing a stream along the beach, which bisects the sandy expanse like a meandering brook. As he walks, he suddenly halts, for a delicate white flower has caught his eye. Indeed, amidst the seawater-soaked sands, there appears a solitary white bloom. In such a context, can one expect it to be a genuine flower? The answer is, of course, an emphatic no. This so-called flower is not a plant at all, but rather a marine organism known as a sea anemone. The sea anemone is a rare delicacy. Not only is it delectable in flavor, but consuming it also boasts additional benefits, such as enhancing vitality. Regrettably, due to the difficulty of capturing sea anemones and their rather unappealing appearance, their market price remains modest. Baiyu may not be well versed in the pricing of this creature in other regions, but he recalls selling them in the past for a mere dozen yuan per kilogram. Even if the market has fluctuated and prices have risen, the increase is unlikely to be substantial, for these marine products are indeed quite unsightly. Some resemble the intestines, while others appear akin to underdeveloped lotus nodes, hardly the visage that inspires a desire to purchase. Nonetheless, the pursuit of sea anemones is a remarkably stress-relieving endeavor. Sea anemones, as cnidarians, come in various forms. Some resemble plump radishes, short and easy to grasp, while others are slender and elongated, with roots that can burrow deep into the sand, sometimes 30 to 40 centimeters. Encountering such slender specimens can be immensely gratifying, and successfully extracting one in its entirety brings a sense of accomplishment that is profoundly satisfying. At this moment, Baiyu has set his sights on a sea anemone. Once Wang Hai arrives with the camera, he wields a sand shovel, explaining as he digs. My friends, when we encounter a sea anemone while tide chasing, we must exercise caution. The skin of the sea anemone is quite delicate. We must ensure that our shovel does not strike it. Furthermore, if you find a slender sea anemone, refrain from tugging at it blindly. While extracting it completely may feel exhilarating, the likelihood of it breaking is significantly heightened during the process. You can follow my example. We shall utilize the sand shovel to excavate it, first removing the sand surrounding the anemone. Digging in the sand is a rather effortless task. And within a mere 2 minutes, a complete sea anemone appears in Baiyu's hand. When first unearthed, this creature measured an impressive 30 to 40 centimeters in length. However, it has now diminished to less than 10 centimeters. After its contraction, the sea anemone attains a width of approximately 3 fingers, appearing rather stout and increasingly reminiscent of a sausage. Yet, this is of little consequence. Let it be deemed unattractive if it must. Regardless, this sea anemone signifies White Fisher's inaugural catch of the day, and it is certainly a treasure to be claimed. He subsequently placed it into a bucket. Having excavated the anemone, Wang Hai called White Fisher over, having just spotted several promising bulges. Yet, considering White Fisher's need to film, he refrained from digging them up himself, opting instead to wait for White Fisher to do so. One admirable trait of Wang Hai is his unwavering retention of White Fisher's words. Although there are times when he does not fully grasp their meaning, that does not hinder him from remembering them. Understanding can come in due time. Soon, the beach was graced with the presence of 2 diligent gardeners, who transformed the sandy shore into a garden, wielding their shovels as they diligently excavated, unearthing a plethora of hidden marine life from within the sands. Chapter 27. A reunion with the little green dragon. As Baiyu and Li Shui were engrossed in their sand-digging endeavor, Wang Hai excused himself for a brief restroom visit, only to return in a flurry of urgency. Without uttering a word, he seized Baiyu by the arm and dashed off to the side, leaving Baiyu bewildered and utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Xiaobai, where are you two going? Li Shui's voice called out from behind, breaking through Baiyu's confusion. I have no idea. Perhaps Ahai has stumbled upon something remarkable, Baiyu replied. Shui, you should hurry and follow us. Let us go see together. At Baiyu's urging, Li Shui grabbed her belongings and quickly trailed after them. Under Wang Hai's guidance, they soon arrived at the intertidal zone beside the beach, a place distinct from the sandy shore. The intertidal zone was a blend of mud and sand. On one side of the Xiaoyu village dock lay pristine sandy beaches, while the other side featured a mixture of sand and intertidal mud. And it was in this latter area that Baiyu and his companions found themselves. It was at this juncture that Baiyu finally had the opportunity to inquire about Wang Hai's discovery. Ahai, why have you brought me to the intertidal zone? What treasure have you unearthed here? Brother Yu, there is a hole here, and within it lies a lobster. Hurry and catch it. I'll record the moment. Wang Hai replied, pointing towards a spot ahead while retrieving his camera to film Baiyu. A lobster hole. Encountering burrowing lobsters again? Ahai, you truly have an eye for these things. You've managed to find a lobster hole even during a restroom break. Quite impressive. I'll treat you to an extra chicken leg at lunch. Shui, let us move. The last time Ahai and I caught the little green dragon, it was from a hole just like this, but that was on the sandy beach, and now we're on the intertidal mud. Please hold on to me while we walk. The mud here is quite slippery, and I wouldn't want you to fall. The intertidal zone, being a mixture of mud and water, presented a treacherous surface that was not only slick but also exceedingly filthy. A fall here would surely result in a muddy predicament. Baiyu cautiously approached the lobster hole, with Li Shui closely following behind. As the two ventured a few steps under Wang Hai's direction, they soon spotted a hole, one as thick as a small adult's arm. However, the water within obscured the view of its contents, leaving Baiyu momentarily hesitant. Naturally, when confronted with the unknown, a sense of trepidation arises. He feared the hole could harbor a snake or perhaps a venomous fish. It is well known that sea snakes can bite underwater, and many fish possess toxic qualities, particularly in their fins, which are the most likely to conceal venom. Ahai, are you certain this is a lobster hole? Have you seen any lobsters inside? Baiyu asked, his uncertainty evident. Rest assured, brother Yu, I witnessed a lobster crawl right in there. Hurry and catch it. I'm nearly beside myself with anticipation. Unlike Baiyu's hesitation, Wang Hai was unfazed by fear, especially since he had seen the lobster enter the hole with his own eyes. Phew. With Wang Hai's confirmation, Baiyu took a deep breath and slowly extended his hand into the hole. As his arm delved deeper, he soon felt something with his fingertips. I've got it. It's a shellfish, and quite sizable too. Come on out. With his murmurs, Baiyu pulled out a mud-covered lobster. Surprisingly, the sensation of catching this lobster resembled the experience of catching small crayfish by the riverbank, merely differing in size. Moreover, capturing this marine lobster proved to be particularly safe, as it lacked large pincers that could pinch. Baiyu held the lobster in his hands, rinsing it briefly in the water, revealing its natural hue, tinged with a hint of green. The lobster was rather large, slightly exceeding the size of his palm, weighing approximately 6 ounces. Shuer, hurry and bring a bucket. Baiyu called out. Li Shuai promptly handed him a bucket, and he placed the lobster inside. Little Bai, this lobster is indeed quite substantial. Check if there are more in the hole. Perhaps it conceals another lobster, she suggested. All right, let me search a bit more. Our luck today seems rather favorable. Perhaps we might discover even more. Baiyu replied with a smile. However, he was somewhat disappointed to find that this hole contained only the solitary lobster, with no second one in sight. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that lobsters are generally social creatures. Since one was present, there might be a second or even a third nearby if they continued to search. Consequently, the trio dispersed to seek further, scouring the mudflats for holes, which proved to be far more challenging than locating small mounds on the beach. After all, whether it be lobster holes, crab holes, or those of other creatures, they were typically level with the ground, lacking prominent protrusions. The overall dark coloration of the mudflats further complicated their search. While Baiyu was diligently scouring for lobster holes, he suddenly heard Li Shuai calling from a distance. Little Bai, I've found another hole. This one is quite large, and I'm a bit hesitant to dig. Could you come and assist me? I'm on my way, he responded, hastily gathering his gear and heading towards her. As he ran, he couldn't help but grumble internally. What is this situation today? Wasn't it said that I would have over 40 luck points? How come I haven't spotted a single lobster hole, while Hai and Shuer have each found one? Tongzi, are you there? You must explain this to me. I am a system user, yet I am outperformed by 2 ordinary individuals? Tongzi, truth be told, your system leaves much to be desired. Could it be possible that under my influence, your luck today still pales in comparison to theirs? In other words, your complexion is rather dark. Had I known, I would have chosen a different companion. Following you truly seems to lead to nowhere. If I were not already bound to you, I would genuinely prefer to accompany that beautiful lady nearby. After White Yu's remark, Tongzi Gu retaliated without hesitation, swiftly branding White Yu as a dark-faced, misfortunate soul. Me, dark-faced? If I were truly dark-faced, would I possess a system, albeit a rather ineffective one? Enough of this frivolity, I must venture to catch some lobsters. After a brief exchange with Tongzi Gu, he decisively ended the topic, for it was impossible to endure the unpleasantness of Tongzi Ji's words. Moreover, he sensed that Tongzi Ji's intelligence had significantly increased since their first encounter, as if he were evolving, showing subtle changes each day. As White Yu approached Li Shuai, he finally comprehended the enormity of the hole she had mentioned. Indeed, it was exceptionally large, at least twice the size of the previous hole White Yu had excavated. Larger than even his athletic arm. Little brother Bai, do you think this hole is sufficiently large? The surrounding silt and sand indicate that it has recently been expanded. However, with such a vast opening, could it possibly house a small azure dragon? The sheer size of the hole was unfathomable, leading Li Shuai to hesitate in reaching in herself. Regardless, it's either lobsters or crabs. Today, I've donned the iron gloves given to me by my uncle. Once I put them on, I shall delve in. Subsequently, White Yu retrieved a pair of iron gloves from the barrel, identical to those his uncle wore while catching sea eels. Although wearing iron gloves would diminish his tactile sensitivity, the protection they offered alleviated his fear of encountering crabs within the hole. Once prepared, White Yu set to work on the cavern. As his right hand delved deeper, the initial impression the hole gave him was one of profound depth, truly astonishingly deep. It was only when he had inserted 2/3 of his arm into the abyss that he sensed he might have made contact with something. There, I've touched it. Goodness. It's enormous and still encased in a shell. Could it truly be a giant crab? No, this creature is cylindrical. It's a lobster. Am I truly encountering such a sizable lobster? Due to the gloves, White Yu's tactile perception was significantly reduced, and he could only speculate about the creature's species through touch. Little brother Bai, stop hesitating. If you've caught it, quickly bring it out. I'm eager to see just how large it is. Li Shuai, merely listening to White Yu's words, felt an overwhelming anticipation to behold the creature. Shuai, it's not that I wish to delay in retrieving it. Rather, this creature is reluctant to emerge. It possesses considerable strength, and with these gloves on, it's not easy to grasp it. Little brother Bai, Since we've established that there is a lobster within, why not remove the gloves and seize it? Perhaps you could step aside and allow me to experience the thrill of catching a lobster as well. Oh, removing the gloves? Indeed, you are quite astute, dear Shui. Just a moment. I shall remove my gloves and seize it. As for you taking your turn, please be patient. I have a hunch that this hole harbors more than one lobster. Allow me to catch the first one, and then you may attempt to catch the second. Do not rush. Heeding Li Shui's suggestion, Bai Yu removed the iron gloves he had been wearing. While they provided some level of protection, their metallic composition hindered the dexterity of his fingers. Once the gloves were off, Bai Yu plunged his bare hands into the hole and swiftly emerged with a lobster. Its body caked in mud. Wow, brother Bai, this lobster is enormous. It must weigh at least 2 pounds. Is this still a juvenile? Li Shui exclaimed upon seeing the large lobster in Bai Yu's grasp, her immediate reaction reflecting her astonishment at its exaggerated size. The lobster he held was nearly the length of his forearm, far exceeding the dimensions of a typical juvenile lobster. That cannot be. Let me wash it off. Goodness. It's a flower lobster. We are destined for fortune. Bai Yu exclaimed. Shui, quickly, it's your turn to catch the next one. There is still another lobster in this hole waiting to be caught. Chapter 28. The Chinese ornate lobster. Although the water on the tidal flats was sparse, there remained a bit of moisture within this lobster burrow. Bai Yu grasped the lobster and rinsed it within the confines of its dwelling. As the mud was washed away, the lobster's unique patterns gradually emerged. If the small blue lobster could be likened to a simple, monochromatic creature, then this ornate lobster resembled a vividly tattooed socialite. Its vibrant hues bestowing upon it the title of ornate lobster. Its scientific name is the Chinese ornate lobster, currently regarded as the most valuable lobster that can be harvested from our nation's waters. At this moment, Bai Yu and his companions were truly on the brink of prosperity. From what Bai Yu had gathered, wild ornate lobsters on the market had reached prices of $300 to $400 per pound. And that was still prior to the fishing ban. The current prices were anyone's guess. As for whether it was permissible to sell such a creature, the answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Although Bai Yu recalled that the Chinese ornate lobster was a protected species, this was not the case in their current location. Precisely speaking, as of now in 2015, the ornate lobster had yet to be listed among protected species, and according to Bai Yu's recollections, it would be several years before that occurred. Why did Bai Yu remember the ornate lobster so distinctly? It was because in his past life, the price of wild ornate lobsters had astounded him. With his salary at the time, he would have struggled for an entire month to afford just a 5-pound lobster. Just as Bai Yu vacated the lobster burrow, Li Shui swiftly took his place without hesitation and reached her hand inside. Bai Yu had already paved the way for her, and now Li Shui was merely reaping the rewards. In no time, she extracted a sizable lobster from the burrow. Judging by size alone, the 2 lobsters were roughly equivalent, each weighing over 2 pounds. Xiao Bai Ge, another one. This lobster burrow is quite the couple's den. Isn't it? Look at us. We've taken them both. Isn't that a bit cruel? Li Shui remarked, glancing at the large lobster in her hands and then at the one in Bai Yu's bucket. At that moment, a flicker of compassion crossed her mind. Shui, when you utter such sentiments, could you perhaps manage your expression a bit better? Just look at your face. Your lips are barely able to contain your glee. Besides, what is the issue? Shouldn't a family be whole? These 2 lobsters clearly belong together. By capturing them both, we spare them the loneliness of separation. Bai Yu, however, was not as sentimental as Li Shui. Moreover, he understood that her words were merely a facade. The notion of releasing them was utterly implausible. Having grown up by the sea, they were all too familiar with such experiences. To them, any seafood represented monetary value. Furthermore, if they did not catch these lobsters, they would ultimately fall prey to someone else. It was better for them to accept the bounty themselves. By the way, Xiao Bai Ge, how do you suppose the taste of the ornate lobster compares to that of the small blue lobster? One lobster is exorbitantly priced, while the other is even more outrageously expensive. After placing the 2 ornate lobsters into the bucket, Li Shui began to contemplate the prospects of these exquisite creatures. Unlike Bai Yu and Wang Hai, Li Shui's interest in catching seafood for profit was rather lukewarm. Rather, she found fulfillment in providing for herself through her own efforts. The seafood she caught herself was undoubtedly the most satisfying to consume. Moreover, before setting out today, Bai Yu had declared that all the morning's catches would belong to her, prompting Li Shui to prepare for a comparison between the ornate lobster and the smaller blue lobster. As for me, I am not quite sure either. I have scarcely encountered ornate lobsters, let alone tasted them. Shui, please do not tell me you wish to eat that ornate lobster. That one costs several hundred yuan. If you crave seafood, how about we settle for this smaller blue lobster? If one isn't sufficient, we can search for more. Let's forget about the ornate lobster. Bai Yu suggested. Suddenly, he realized that Li Shui had set her sights on the ornate lobster. To dissuade her from this desire, Bai Yu was willing to sacrifice the small blue lobster they had previously caught. Although this blue lobster was neither as costly nor as sizable as the two ornate lobsters, it could still fetch over 100 yuan. Yet, Bai Yu understood the wisdom of choosing the lesser option to safeguard the greater. Unfortunately, he underestimated a gourmand's fervor for culinary delights. Li Shui was not merely yearning for the ornate lobster, but rather wished to compare it against the blue lobster. After all, the two types of lobster not only differed in appearance and size but also in price. Ultimately, under the insistence of Li Shui and Wang Hai, Bai Yu relented, and they decided to indulge in both the blue lobster and the ornate lobster for dinner. This outcome was a result of their collective vote. Within their trio, there was not only Li Shui, the food enthusiast, but also Wang Hai, who shared her passion. Under Li Shui's gentle persuasion, Wang Hai quickly sided with the lobster-eating faction, resulting in a decisive 2-1 triumph over Bai Yu. However, dining was a matter for the evening for now. Bai Yu and his companions needed to continue their search for prey along the tidal flats. After the discovery of these two lobsters, Bai Yu was convinced that other lobster burrows lay hidden in this stretch of coastline. If they could catch a few more lobsters, they would certainly have enough to feast upon that night. By this point, both Li Shui and Wang Hai had already located lobster burrows. It was only fair that it was now Bai Yu's turn. He was, after all, a man equipped with an advantage, and today his luck was remarkably high at 41. There was no reason he should lag behind two ordinary individuals. During the subsequent search, Bai Yu's demeanor appeared considerably more earnest than before. However, was mere earnestness sufficient for success in this endeavor? Luck played a pivotal role as well, while diligence was merely a part of the equation. Bai Yu's sincere efforts did yield a notable harvest. Not only were there lobster burrows in this tidal flat, but also numerous tiny holes scattered throughout. Upon encountering the numerous holes, Bai Yu immediately recognized them as respiration apertures beneath which lay hidden treasures of the sea. In a short span of time, he unearthed a considerable quantity of clams and scallops, with his most significant find being a 4-ounce swimming crab. As for the lobsters, he had neither captured nor even sighted one, indicating his lack of fortune in this regard. However, this did not imply that Wang Hai and Li Shui were equally unsuccessful. It seemed that today, fate had not favored Bai Yu in terms of lobster hunting, while Li Shui and Wang Hai, in their pursuit of prey, occasionally stumbled upon a hole on the tidal flats. Moreover, the yields from these holes were notably bountiful. They discovered not only small lobsters and flower lobsters, but also orchid crabs, blue crabs, and even sea cocks. In stark contrast, Bai Yu's experience could be succinctly described as dismal. The morning's beachcombing lasted until 9 o'clock, and by the time the trio departed the tidal flats, they had managed to catch 9 small lobsters, 5 flower lobsters, 14 crabs, 6 large sea conchs, and over 10 pounds of various scallops. Among these, the 2 types of lobsters were not linked to Bai Yu, as he had not discovered them. However, the multitude of scallops and clams, all of which he had painstakingly excavated, were undeniably his efforts. Each shovelful pulled from the tidal flats left his back weary and nearly unable to straighten. Despite Bai Yu's seemingly modest harvest this morning, it is noteworthy that his luck had not been overly depleted. He still retained 37 points of luck, having only expended 4 or 5 points throughout the morning. Viewing the day in this light, it could be concluded that Bai Yu was not truly unfortunate. Rather, his stroke of good fortune had yet to arrive. Following their beachcombing, the trio returned directly to Bai Yu's residence, buckets in hand. Instead of selling their cash to Uncle San at the purchasing station, Bai Yu opted to call his father. As previously mentioned, Bai Yu's father worked as a chef at a hotel in the county and had risen to the position of head chef. The day's bounty was destined for the hotel. And unlike previous instances when Bai Yu would have hesitated to offer his catches to the establishment, having only managed to catch a few small lobsters of limited appeal, today was different. They had procured flower lobsters, a delicacy far exceeding the status of small lobsters. Furthermore, with the dwindling population of flower lobsters, any appearance of wild specimens on the market inevitably sparked fierce competition. For today's haul, Bai Yu decided to reserve 1 flower lobster, 2 small lobsters, and a pound of clams for himself, planning to sell the remainder. Initially, he had no intention of keeping clams, but recognizing that the small lobsters and flower lobsters were discovered by Li Shui and Wang Hai, who would be self-sufficient for the evening, he felt compelled to keep pace. Subsequently, he opted to reserve a pound of clams, merely to bolster the appearance for Bai Yu. after Bai Yu made a phone call to his father. A mere half-hour later, an Audi A6 came to a halt before their residence. Bai Yu's father, accompanied by another middle-aged man, alighted from the vehicle. "Father, Uncle Sun," he greeted. The man accompanying Bai Yu's father bore the surname Sun and was, at that moment, the proprietor of the hotel where Bai Yu's father worked. As well as a high school classmate of his, Bai Yu and his companions were exceedingly familiar with Uncle Sun, for they had frequently dined at his hotel in recent years. Both Uncle Sun's establishment and Bai Yu's school were situated in the county town. And since Bai Yu and his friends resided at the school, they were all too aware of the cafeteria's culinary limitations. During their school days, Bai Yu would often take Wang Hai and Li Shui to Uncle Sun's hotel every 10 days or so to indulge in a more refined meal. Their visits to the hotel were not for the purpose of expenditure, but rather to partake in the staff meals. While Bai Yu and his friends were oblivious to the hotel's business performance, they were well aware that the staff meals were exceptionally delectable, often leaving them thoroughly satisfied before they departed. Chapter 29. A Fortune. My dear nephew truly treats me well. He thinks of me first when he comes across something splendid. Nephew, quickly bring forth the spiny lobster for me to inspect. I wish to ascertain its quality. As soon as we stepped into the courtyard of Bai Yu's residence, Uncle Sun immediately expressed his desire to view the goods. Bai Yu, without hesitation, retrieved a plastic bucket containing 4 spiny lobsters for Uncle Sun's admiration. Here they are, Uncle Sun, a total of 4 lobsters. The largest weighs nearly 6 pounds, while the smallest is around 2 to 3 pounds, all intact, without any missing limbs. What, you ask, is the reason for only 4? As mentioned before, Bai Yu and his companions intended to keep one for their own meal, and that particular lobster is the second largest, weighing approximately 5 pounds. Goodness, such high-quality spiny lobsters. And you managed to procure 4 at once? Nephew, from where did you acquire these? Are you certain they are wild? Uncle Sun gazed at the lobsters in the bucket, momentarily awestruck by their presence. Particularly, the largest one, whose length surpassed 35 centimeters, was undoubtedly a prime specimen. Indeed, they are wild, harvested from the tidal flats near the dock. I even have video evidence. Alas, the tide is now rising, or I would take you to see it, Bai Yu explained. By the way, Uncle Sun, did you bring a scale? Let us weigh these lobsters. If we sell them quickly, you and my father can commence work sooner. It is almost mealtime, and your hotel must be preparing for guests. Furthermore, Uncle Sun, today, apart from the 3 of us gathering at the shore, other villagers are also present. When you return, please check at the acquisition station to see if my third uncle has received any spiny lobsters. If he has, the tidal flats will likely be bustling this afternoon. You could mention it to him and ask him to keep an eye out for further lobsters. I have a feeling there are more to be found in that area. Observing Uncle Sun's enthusiasm for the spiny lobsters, Bai Yu seized the opportunity to proceed with the sale, intending to manage the rest of their haul as well. In order to facilitate a smooth transaction, Bai Yu divulged a piece of information to Uncle Sun, news that might enable him to acquire spiny lobsters before others. Bring the goods over, Lao Bai, let's weigh them, and raise the price for my nephew by 10%, Uncle Sun instructed. Nephew, should you come across such treasures in the future, remember to sell them to me. I will purchase as many as you have. In light of Bai Yu's information, Uncle Sun was generous, promptly increasing the purchase price for Bai Yu. The spiny lobsters, originally priced at 450 yuan per pound, were raised to 500 yuan per pound, with the 4 lobsters weighing a total of 15 pounds and 6 ounces. They sold for a total of 800 yuan. Upon hearing the price per pound for the spiny lobsters, Bai Yu instinctively glanced at Li Shui. As they still had 1 lobster in the kitchen, a hefty one nearing 5 pounds, worth over 2,000 yuan. Upon noticing the gaze from Bai Yu, Li Shui promptly returned a fierce glare. She was indifferent to the price of the lobster. Her sole desire was to savor the exquisite flavor of the flower lobster. Moreover, Xiao Bai had previously declared that all earnings from their morning's beachcombing would belong to her, thus she considered this flower lobster as her purchase. Besides the flower lobster, the price of the small blue lobsters had also surged, with the cost now reaching 231 yuan per jin. The 7 small blue lobsters weighed a total of 2 jin, amounting to 1,196 yuan. Other catches yielded little profit. Whether crabs, scallops, or clams, none commanded high prices. After all, the crabs collected by Bai Yu and his companions were rather small, with none exceeding a pound in weight, and such diminutive sizes naturally hindered their market value. The remainder of their haul fetched only around 200 yuan, culminating in Uncle Sun providing Bai Yu and his companions with a tidy sum of 9,500 yuan. He then departed with Bai Ba, heading directly to the purchasing station at the dock. With Uncle Sun and Bai Ba gone, only the three of them remained at home. Shuer, Uncle Sun transferred this sum to my WeChat. Since you are still a minor, many apps have restrictions. Should I transfer this money to my godmother? Or wait for my mother to return from work to exchange it for cash for you? Baiyu was determined to honor his promise that all earnings from today would go to Li Shui, yet due to his age, he required assistance. Please, please, do not transfer it to my mother. If it goes to her, I will only receive half of it. It is better to wait for my godmother to return and exchange it for cash, Li Shui replied. Moreover, it's unnecessary to give me all of it. We can split it 3 ways. I didn't contribute much today, so receiving this amount feels excessive. Li Shui agreed to take some of the money. Yet she had no intention of claiming the entire sum, although Baiyu had stated that all earnings from their beachcombing would belong to her. She hadn't anticipated such a bountiful yield. Based on their previous excursions, earning a few hundred yuan was considered a success. Given her relationship with Baiyu and Wang Hai, receiving a few hundred yuan would pose no burden. However, 9,500 yuan was a different matter. Being merely 500 yuan shy of 10,000, this sum represented an entirely new concept. We had agreed that all earnings from this morning would belong to you. This is a graduation gift from Wang Hai and me, so just accept it. Baiyu continued, besides, despite the substantial amount sold today, 7,800 yuan of it came solely from the flower lobster, and 3 out of the 4 flower lobsters were discovered by you. Thus, accepting this money bears no burden on you. If need be, Wang Hai and I can tag along for meals in the coming days. What do you think, Wang Hai? Baiyu recognized that Li Shui was hesitant about the large sum, feeling embarrassed to take it all for herself. Therefore, he took the initiative to clarify the breakdown of their earnings. As Baiyu had stated, Li Shui was indeed the greatest contributor to their beachcombing endeavors today, with Baiyu's own collection barely amounting to a fraction of the total. Shall we treat Shui to a meal? I am planning to indulge in a buffet in the county, particularly at that establishment renowned for its abundant meat offerings. Sister Shui, shall we go this noon? If Li Shui is an aficionado of culinary delights who remains indifferent to monetary concerns, then Wang Hai surpasses her in this regard. He possesses an utter lack of comprehension regarding finances. After all, he has never been short of money throughout his life. As long as he is in the company of Baiyu, his brother will always ensure he is well provided for. Wang Hai's words sparked a flicker of interest in Li Shui, not in the sense of being swayed by money, but rather in the allure of the buffet Wang Hai mentioned. During the days leading up to the college entrance examination, she had heard him speak of that restaurant numerous times. However, with exams looming, Baiyu naturally wouldn't take her out to feast indiscriminately. Now, however, the circumstances have changed. The exams are over, granting her the liberty to relish whatever her heart desires. Well then, I shall accept this money. Let us indulge in the buffet at noon. My treat. Splendid. Someone is treating us. Brother Yu, when shall we set off? The mere thought of food brings unparalleled joy to Wang Hai. Additionally, they had breakfast rather early today. Despite the clock still reading just past 9, the 3 of them were already ravenously hungry. Let us wait a moment. It is still early. And even if we arrive at the buffet restaurant, it won't be officially open yet. Let us take advantage of this time to rest at home for a while. We rose too early this morning. I shall take a quick nap first. Baiyu glanced at the time, then reclined on the sofa in the living room, set his phone alarm, and promptly fell asleep. Observing Baiyu's actions, both Wang Hai and Li Shui were unwilling to lag behind. They too sprawled out on the other 2 sofas, surrendering to rest. Chapter 30. Fishing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Baiyu and his companions disembarked from the bus that had taken them from the county town to the village. Sigh. It seems we may have incurred a loss at the buffet this time. Shui, I had already presumed your appetite was modest. Yet I did not anticipate that you would consume so little today. Furthermore, why indulge in fruit when you abstain from meat? We are in a coastal province, abundant in fruits. Hai and I indulged heartily, yet I am uncertain if we managed to recoup your share. As they strolled towards the small fishing village, Baiyu continued to shake his head, expressing his dissatisfaction with the results of their buffet experience. He felt that they had not recovered their costs. Brother Bai, I assure you, we certainly made back our meal expenses. Do not be misled by my consumption of fruit. You must consider that the blueberries I selected are labeled as being from Changbai Mountain. If that is indeed the case, the price for a pound of those blueberries rivals that of crabs. I only indulge in the more expensive fruits, and durians are another matter altogether. So rest assured, when you take me to the buffet next time, I will ensure we do not suffer a loss. What sort of nonsense is it that blueberries sell for 40 or 50 yuan? That is sheer robbery. I wondered why so many people consume them when they are so sour. It turns out it is merely because they are expensive. Let's not dwell on it any longer. Let us head home, gather our gear, and continue our quest for the sea. If fortune smiles upon us this afternoon, our haul will surely be bountiful. The distance from the town to the small fishing village was not great, and amidst their conversation, the trio soon arrived home. The first order of business was to change clothes. They had specific attire for beachcombing, distinct from their everyday wear. Once they were suitably prepared, each carried a plastic bucket as they made their way to the beach. This afternoon, their target was the tidal flats, as their morning's bounty had predominantly been gathered there. And they felt compelled to return. However, as they passed the beach in front of the village, they were astonished to find not a single villager in sight. It was low tide, and according to past experiences, this was the time when villagers flocked to the shore to claim their spots. Why was it that no one was present today? A troubling thought crossed Bayu's mind. What if the villagers had? As they approached the pier, the scene before them confirmed Bayu's suspicions. On the other side of the pier, where the tidal flats should have remained deserted, a throng of villagers had gathered. At least 30 or 40 individuals could be seen. The tide had only recently receded, and at this moment, the shoreline, both the tidal flats and the beach, still bore traces of water, with waves occasionally lapping at the shore. Yet the villagers remained undeterred, wading through the water as they searched for their quarry amidst the flats. This morning, news of the appearance of flower lobsters has spread, diminishing our hopes of continuing to prosper here. Observing the crowd before him, Bayu could only shake his head in resignation. What a pity. I had originally planned to showcase my skills here, but now the place is teeming with people, leaving us no room to act. Robai, what shall we do next? What else can we do? We must change locations. Competing with these aunts and uncles is futile. Even if we had a few more people, we wouldn't stand a chance. How about we go fishing? The prices of sea fish have surged substantially. If the three of us manage to catch a big fish, selling it for 1,000 or 1,800 yuan would not be a problem at all. What do you think? Bayu surveyed the expansive beach before him, a place rife with competition. Although he is an athlete with a competitive spirit, he found no desire to contend with the villagers' elders. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the tools for gathering sea creatures in his plastic bucket, gifts from Brother Tongzi. Besides these tools, there was a fishing rod that would not significantly aid in gathering sea goods. The thought of the fishing rod sparked an unexpected idea in Bayu's mind. Fishing. Why was this idea sudden? After 18 years of life, Bayu had never once fished. Born in a small fishing village by the sea, his experiences had revolved around gathering sea products. As for fishing, Bayu admitted he had no knowledge of it. From the material of the fishing rod to the use of fishing lines, the appropriate sizes of hooks, and the types of bait, he was utterly clueless. However, it mattered not that he had never fished. They could learn. Moreover, the fishing rod that Brother Tongzi had gifted him was a complete set. It included everything from fishing line to floats and hooks, all pre-assembled. He merely needed to attach the corresponding setup to the rod for use. If he still found himself at a loss, they could search for tutorials online. The internet had become quite advanced in their small mountain village. And with the rise of short video platforms, there were countless educational videos available on various topics. Li Shui and Wang Hai had no objections to Bayu's suggestion. After all, they too had witnessed the scene on the beach, and competing with the aunts and uncles for sea goods was certainly not a wise choice. Having decided to forego gathering sea goods in favor of fishing that afternoon, Bayu and his companions returned to prepare. Though none of them had ever fished before, it did not mean they had never observed others doing so. In their village, it was common for older men, during their leisure time, to sit by the sea with a small stool, fishing rod, and plastic bucket, spending the entire day by the water. Among these men were Bayu's father and Wang Hai's father. Li Shui's father, due to his busy work schedule, had fished less frequently. Yet his desire to fish was the strongest. Over time, Bayu and his companions have become exceedingly familiar with the intricacies of fishing. Each of them possesses their own fishing rods. Bayu utilizes the rod gifted to him by his elder brother, Tongzi, while Li Shui employs the rod belonging to Bayu's father. Wang Hai, too, retrieves his father's rod from home. For their fishing gear, they opt for plastic buckets. Once prepared, the trio sets off to the purchasing station, rods in one hand and buckets in the other. With their equipment ready, the next step is to acquire bait. In a quaint fishing village such as theirs, the prospect of finding a specialized tackle shop is rather bleak. However, their village does boast a part-time tackle shop, run by Uncle Baisan at his purchasing station. This establishment not only serves as a procurement hub, but also offers a variety of fishing gear, including rods, lines, hooks, and floats, ensuring that they can find nearly everything they require. Furthermore, when it comes to live bait for sea fishing, the selection is astonishingly abundant. Common choices such as sandworms, sea shrimp, and small squids are readily available and fresh. Additionally, other live seafood like green-scaled fish, sardines, sea hares, small crabs, little scallops, and assorted small fish can also be found there. After all, one must consider Uncle Bai San's line of work. He engages with seafood daily, making it remarkably easy for him to procure smaller live marine creatures for bait. Moreover, should any perish without being sold, he can simply freeze them and sell the frozen bait to fishing vessels preparing to head out to sea, where it will undoubtedly be put to good use. Chapter 31. The Golden Pomfret in Matters Concerning Bait. Baiyu and his companions were rather uninformed. When they purchased bait, it was primarily based on their personal culinary preferences. Baiyu, for instance, had a particular fondness for shrimp, and thus he procured a pound of live shrimp for fishing. Wang Hai, sharing a similar taste, opted for both shrimp and squid. Li Shui, in addition to sandworms and small crabs, acquired various other baits, totaling nearly 2 pounds, with their bait in hand. The trio made their way to the rocky beach, where they resolved to fish in the vicinity of the rocky outcrops. From observing the local fishermen, they noted that the villagers often favored this area for fishing, consistently yielding bountiful catches. Eager to learn, they decided to try their hand at fishing on the rocky shore. Baiyu selected a prominent boulder to settle upon and began assembling his fishing rod. Although he lacked knowledge regarding fishing lines, Tongzi Gu had gifted him 5 different lines when he presented Baiyu with a beginner's rod. Each line varied in size and tensile strength. These lines were of the spinning reel variety, with the smallest capable of catching fish weighing up to 10 pounds and stretching over 100 meters, while the largest could extend to a remarkable 1,000 meters. Tongzi Gu assured him that such lines could handle catches of 100 pounds without issue. Choosing a line rated for fish up to 30 pounds, Baiyu reasoned that this would suffice for fishing along the coast, as fish larger than that were exceedingly rare. The beginner's rod measured approximately 1.6 meters in length, and while Baiyu could not discern its material, he noted its impressive resilience. According to Tongzi Gu, it was more than capable of handling fish weighing up to 200 pounds, provided the line was strong enough. Once Baiyu completed the assembly of the reel, he affixed a shrimp to the hook and cast it into the sea. As the fishing endeavor commenced, he took out his phone to search for videos. This was not merely a distraction. He sought to acquire fishing techniques while awaiting a bite. Unfortunately, the short video platform was still in its infancy. Although fishing enthusiasts had uploaded videos, they predominantly focused on freshwater fishing, with no content pertaining to coastal fishing. Nevertheless, adhering to the philosophy that all fishing has commonalities, Baiyu began to watch. As he immersed himself in the videos, he was suddenly alerted by Li Shui's voice. "I got a fish. I got a fish, Xiaobai." "Already? You caught a fish?" Baiyu exclaimed, taken aback that Li Shui had been the first to land a catch. "Do you need my help?" Li Shui was positioned merely 10 meters away from him, currently reeling in her line. However, the manner in which she was retrieving the line appeared rather amateurish. It was a simple pull without any semblance of rod action or finesse. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Shui managed to catch a fish, and judging by its size, it was quite impressive. A plump, golden fish was reeled in by her. "Xiaobai, I caught one. I caught one. A golden pomfret as big as my face. Ha 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 ha." With the golden pomfret in her grasp, Li Shui was filled with exhilaration. Had she not been perched upon the rocky outcrop, she might have leaped with joy. Those who have never fished would not comprehend the thrill of that moment when a fish is caught. The excitement is palpable, especially after landing the fish. The joy reaches a crescendo, leaving one's body and spirit thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, Li Shui was embodying that very state of elation. "Swear, be careful. Don't hurt yourself. A slip here could be quite painful," Baiyu cautioned, eyeing the golden pomfret in Li Shui's hands, feeling a mix of envy and concern for her safety. Today was undoubtedly Baiyu's most frustrating day. Despite being the one among the trio who had a hook in the water and possessing a decent stroke of luck, over 40 points, no less, he found himself bested by Wang Hai and Li Shui. Losing to them while beachcombing was one thing, but now, during fishing time, he was still outperformed. Even if Li Shui was indeed fortunate, could it be that luck was now more formidable than skill? Just as Baiyu pondered this, his previously drifting bobber vanished without a trace. Realizing what had transpired, he thought to himself, "A hook is a hook. It never falls behind." Recalling a video he had just watched, he mimicked the technique demonstrated by the host, swiftly lifting his rod. This maneuver, known as striking, aimed to ensure that the hook lodged more securely in the mouth of the fish that had taken the bait, preventing it from escaping easily. The moment he executed the strike, he distinctly felt the pull transmitted through the rod, confirming that the fish was still hooked. His attempt to strike was evidently successful. Next, Bayu gauged the strength of the fish on the line. It was indeed a spirited one, but still manageable for him. He then released the lock on the reel and began the process of reeling it in. This involved repeated lifts of the rod, raising it as high as possible, which would make reeling in considerably easier afterward, as the act of lifting also drew the line in. If one were to ask Bayu where he learned these techniques, he would reply that he had just watched them online. A self-proclaimed fishing king of Huaxia on a certain platform had shared educational videos about fishing, as well as clips of his battles with large fish, much to the viewers' excitement. Bayu's catch was swift, not only because the fish was relatively small but also due to the depth at which he was fishing. As they ventured to procure bait, the seasoned angler, Uncle Bai, imparted his wisdom. He advised them that when fishing on rocky shores, it is prudent to refrain from casting too deep, recommending a depth of merely 1 to 2 meters beneath the sea's surface. According to Uncle Bai, the multitude of crevices among the rocks posed a significant risk. Utilizing live bait on the seabed would likely result in the hooks becoming ensnared. Should a hook get caught, they would most probably lose both the hook and a length of fishing line. From a young age, Bayu had been one to heed counsel. When he fished, the distance between his float and hook was approximately 1.5 meters, and his hook did not stray far, only about 10 meters away. Consequently, the process of reeling in was remarkably smooth. As he completed the retrieval, Bayu cast his rod upward, and once again, a fish glimmering with golden hues soared into the air. Much like the fish that Li Shui had just caught, this one was also a golden pomfret, and it appeared to be somewhat larger than Li Shui's catch. The golden pomfret, known for its yellow fins, tail, and dorsal region, derives its name from its striking coloration. Along the coast of our country, one can also find the white pomfret, the silver pomfret, and the most prized, the fighting pomfret. The golden pomfret Bayu had landed was no small specimen. It measured over 30 centimeters in both length and width, weighing in at just over 2 pounds. This size is considered quite commendable among golden pomfrets. Chapter 32. The return of the great blue spotted fish as Bayu gazed at the golden pomfret in his hands. A profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. To his surprise, fishing proved to be quite an enjoyable pastime. More importantly, this pursuit not only provided amusement, but also offered a lucrative opportunity. The fish he caught could be sold. Take, for instance, this particular golden pomfret, weighing 2 pounds and commanding a price that had soared to $30 per pound. This single catch could fetch him over $60. One must ponder, who would decline such a delightful and profitable endeavor? Of course, this pertains to saltwater fishing, as freshwater fish seldom hold significant value. Quite the contrary. Those that do are often encumbered by legal restrictions. After placing the golden pomfret into his bucket, Bayu proceeded to bait his hook once more, casting his second rod into the azure waters. In the interim, while awaiting a bite, he secured his fishing rod within the crevices of the rocks and took a leisurely stroll along the rocky shore. This was prompted by a fleeting glance he cast upon the tide pools, where he espied 2 sizable sea snails nestled at his feet, with fish now biting. It was the perfect occasion to collect those delightful mollusks. He mused to himself, how could he, a formidable angler, possibly be outmatched by Li Shui, an ordinary individual? Even if fate favored her, surely luck could not remain perpetually in her favor. Swiftly, Bayu descended into the tide pool, retrieving the 2 sea snails and, fortuitously, capturing a stone crab as well. This particular stone crab was rather unimposing. Adorned with an unkempt exterior and scarcely possessing 2 ounces of meat, an unremarkable catch even a dog would overlook. Bayu's intent in capturing it was not for culinary purposes or as bait, for no fish would deign to consume such a creature. It was purely for the sake of amusement. Upon returning to his fishing spot, Bayu surveyed the surface of the sea, only to discover a disconcerting anomaly. His float had vanished. Where's my float? Could it be that I've hooked a fish? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bayu promptly grasped his fishing rod, seizing the reel to retrieve the line. Before reeling it in, he glanced at the spool, and to his astonishment, the fishing line had been drawn out over 40 meters, including the line he had initially released. There must have been at least 60 or 70 meters of line extending into the depths. Fortunately, Bayu's lack of expertise in fishing meant he had not locked the reel when casting his second line. Otherwise, he might have lost his rod altogether. The thought of such a scenario sent a shiver of apprehension through him. It wasn't merely the loss of a fishing rod that troubled him. The rod he was using was no ordinary piece of equipment. It was a novice gift from his friend, Tongzi. A singular rod capable of augmenting one's luck, a treasure he could not afford to misplace. With the rod firmly in hand, Baiyu lifted it slightly, and it bent under the weight of what appeared to be a substantial fish. I have a penchant for catching large fish, and I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. The sensation transmitted through the fishing rod is markedly different from that of my previous catch of a golden pomfret. This time, the pull is significantly stronger, and Baiyu feels a surge of excitement. After all, no angler can resist the thrill of reeling in a big fish. And the larger the catch that bites, the more exhilarated the fisherman becomes. Baiyu grips the reel tightly, exerting forceful pulls, occasionally jerking the rod. And the finer techniques of playing the fish and letting out line have long been forgotten in his fervor. For a novice in the realm of angling, our expectations should not be excessively high. As long as he manages to land this fish, all will be well. Fortunately, the fishing rod and line provided by Brother Tongzi are of exceptional quality, withstanding Baiyu's enthusiastic antics without faltering. Under Baiyu's determined efforts, the line, spanning several dozen meters, is swiftly reeled back in. With a splash and a thud, a dark figure emerges momentarily from the sea, only to vanish again with a flick of its tail. Although this creature revealed itself for but an instant, Baiyu experiences an uncanny familiarity, as though he has encountered this species before. After some contemplation, he recalls a sizable fish he had previously found while beachcombing, also on a rocky shore. The resemblance in color and size to the one that just surfaced is striking. Could it possibly be a large grouper? Are there so many of them here? Shui, could you hand me the net beside you? I've hooked a large fish, but I can't lift it directly. I need to net it. With a hint of uncertainty, Baiyu calls out to Li Shui, who is nearby. On this fishing trip, each person has their own rod. But there are only 2 nets, one each for Wang Hai and Li Shui, leaving Baiyu without one, given the size of the fish he has caught. Attempting to lift it directly with a rod is rather impractical. Hearing Baiyu's call, Li Shui sets her rod down and hastens over with the net in hand. By the time she arrives, Baiyu has already maneuvered the fish close to the shore, where it thrashes its tail in the water, just as Baiyu surmised. It is indeed a large grouper, bearing a striking resemblance in size to the one he had previously discovered. However, after Baiyu's vigorous tugging, this fish is utterly exhausted. As Li Shui approaches, Baiyu transfers the rod into her hands and, taking the net she offers, steps down from the rocks to get closer to the grouper. Given the net's limited length, standing on the rocks would not suffice. He must ascend to reach it. With a series of deft movements, Baiyu successfully nets the nearly 10-pound grouper and triumphantly carries it back up onto the rocks. It appears that there is no content provided for me to edit or translate. Please share the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 33. Fortune comes unimpeded. Baiyu gazed at the large grouper ensnared in his net, momentarily perplexed. The fish he had caught weighed over 10 pounds, measuring half a meter in length, presenting a challenge as he and his companions had brought only a single plastic bucket, inadequate for such a sizable catch. Given the limited space within the bucket, placing the grouper inside could suffocate it, significantly diminishing its value. Anyone who has purchased seafood understands that the worth of such delicacies is intrinsically linked to their freshness. The fresher the seafood, the greater its value. Fish like the grouper, which could survive a while when caught, and, if handled correctly, could remain alive, are indeed far more valuable while still breathing. However, Baiyu hesitated to cease fishing and sell the fish. He had already caught 2 fish in a short span, and he felt reluctant to abandon this stroke of luck, uncertain whether he would encounter such fortune upon returning later. Despite this being his first fishing experience, Baiyu had developed a fondness for the thrill of reeling in a catch, particularly the exhilarating tug of a larger fish, which left him yearning for more. Regrettably, although the grouper was substantial, it did not quite satisfy his craving for a more vigorous struggle. Sensing Baiyu's internal conflict, Li Shui approached, weighing the grouper with her hands before speaking. Xiaobai, I think this large fish might struggle in the bucket. Why don't you continue fishing? And I can take this grouper to Sanshu for sale? Really? Can you manage selling it alone? The distance to Sanshu's purchasing station is considerable, and this fish weighs over 10 pounds. I worry you might not be able to carry it, Baiyu replied, a hint of concern crossing his brow as he observed Li Shui's slender frame. Though Li Shui stood at a respectable height of 1.68 meters, she was quite slender, weighing less than 100 pounds. Despite her love for food, she seemed unable to gain weight, her waist being no thicker than Baiyu's thigh. Xiaobai, don't underestimate me. It's just a fish. Selling it will be a breeze. Just wait here. I will be back in no time, she asserted confidently. As Baiyu removed the hook from the grouper's mouth, Li Shui quickly placed the fish into the bucket, along with the golden pomfret she had previously caught, and set off towards the purchasing station. By the way, Xiaobai, please pack up my fishing rod. I've decided to keep the golden pomfret for dinner tonight. She called back. All right, be careful on your way, especially around the rocks. Take it slow. Safety is the most important thing, Baiyu replied. Baiyu gazed at Li Shue's retreating figure, a hint of concern prompting him to call out. He then approached Li Shue's fishing spot, gathering her fishing rod, plastic bucket, and various baits, and brought them all to his own station. Without delay, he baited his hook and cast it back into the vast ocean. When fortune smiles upon a person, it is truly unstoppable. Particularly in the realm of fishing, there exists a specialized term among anglers for a favorable fishing condition: continuous catch. The two fish Baiyu previously caught hinted at such a phenomenon, though at that time, the catch was modest. However, the situation had changed. Barely a minute after casting his third line, Baiyu observed the float vanish beneath the surface. This time, he was prepared. The moment the float disappeared, he expertly lifted the rod to set the hook. As an athlete, Baiyu's reflexes were exceptional, and he timed the hook set perfectly, securing the fish that had taken the bait. Regrettably, the pull from the rod was rather feeble, indicating that the creature on the line was not substantial, a mere small fish. As he reeled it in, Baiyu's initial anticipation turned to mild disappointment as he beheld a round and inflated pufferfish. The common perception of pufferfish is that they are toxic, delectable, capable of inflating, and even usable as shoe brushes. Yet, Baiyu felt compelled to defend the pufferfish. The public's impression was accurate. It was indeed as they had described. The pufferfish he caught was of considerable size, weighing approximately half a kilogram to a full kilogram. Its textured skin was quite intriguing to the touch. Such a pufferfish is already quite large, and whether as an ornamental specimen or culinary ingredient, it could fetch a respectable price. The only drawback was its marketability. Given its toxicity, few were eager to consume it, and even fewer wished to keep it as a pet, placing it in a rather awkward position. However, Baiyu had already prepared a home for this particular specimen. He intended to bring it back to care for it. As a resident of a coastal fishing village, Baiyu's household boasted an expansive aquarium filled with an array of seafood, from scallops and conchs to crabs, grouper, and snapper, truly a cornucopia of marine life. The primary purpose of this aquarium, beyond mere admiration, was to store ingredients. For instance, if Baiyu's father caught more fish than they could consume in a day, he would place the excess catches in the aquarium to be enjoyed gradually. Thus, this pufferfish would soon join the ranks of its aquatic companions, where it would find its new abode. After reattaching the bait to the fishing hook, Baiyu began to amuse himself with the pufferfish, finding it increasingly entertaining. Especially when the pufferfish returned to its normal state, provoking it to inflate was an experience like no other. Half an hour later, Li Shui returned carrying a plastic bucket. During that brief span, Baiyu was so engrossed in fishing that he could hardly keep up. He had caught over 10 fish in just half an hour. On average, he reeled in a fish in under 3 minutes, a time frame that included baiting the hook and winding in the line. Although he had caught a considerable number of fish, few could be deemed of high quality. It seemed that the small live shrimp bait he used attracted only smaller fish, among which he caught 3 pufferfish, the largest being the very first one he had hooked. Beyond that, there were no significant catches, with the best being a sizable blue crab. Baiyu was quite taken aback when he managed to catch a crab with his fishing rod, as he had never anticipated such a feat nevertheless. This half hour proved to be a truly exhilarating experience for Baiyu, one that he thoroughly savored. Chapter 34. A shrimp prepared in 3 ways. Brother Bai, it seems you have managed to catch quite a number of fish in my brief absence. Your luck is indeed remarkable. And look at all these pufferfish. That one is rather large, surely it weighs close to a pound. By the way, I have a question for you. Li Shui gazed into the bucket brimming with their catch, her attention drawn to the largest pufferfish, and an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. I know what you're thinking, but my answer is simply that I do not know. I have never seen my father prepare it, let alone tasted it myself. Having grown up alongside Li Shui, Baiyu understood her all too well. Before she could articulate her question, he preemptively provided his response. Realizing her thoughts had been accurately discerned, Li Shui felt no embarrassment. Instead, she cast a wistful glance at the pufferfish in the bucket. Pufferfish, please don't come any closer. Alas, what a pity. I've heard that the flavor of pufferfish is exquisite, once a delicacy reserved for the affluent, and I wonder what it truly tastes like. Schwetter, perhaps you should spare them. I plan to keep these creatures in an aquarium, and whenever I find the time, I shall take them out for a bit of fun. Our meal today is already quite bountiful. I have just spoken with my father. He will return home by 7 to prepare dinner. You can simply tell him what you wish to eat then. When it comes to redirecting a foodie's attention, Baiyu is quite skilled at it, often by presenting her with other options to consider. For instance, pondering over dinner choices for the evening and how to prepare these seafood delights would surely occupy Li Shue's thoughts. The trio spent over 3 hours on the rocky beach, during which they changed their fishing spots 3 times. This wasn't due to a lack of fish at the previous locations, but rather because the receding tide rendered them unsuitable for fishing, necessitating the change. Their efforts were not in vain. Their haul was indeed commendable. Although the number of larger fish was limited, the quantity caught by the 3 of them compensated for it. They managed to catch 3 grouper, the largest of which had already been sold, while the remaining 2 weighed around 7 to 8 pounds. Even so, the value of these 3 grouper was substantial. They were sold at the acquisition station, with the price set at 120 yuan per pound. The total weight of the 3 grouper was 26.6 pounds, yielding over 3,000 yuan. Additionally, they caught a fair number of golden pomfret, silver pomfret, and various types of snapper, though the downside was their smaller size, with no significant catches among them. Before the tide rose again, Baiyu and his companions continued to gather seashells and crabs along the rocky shore, and then they made their way home. By this time, it was nearly 6 o'clock, and they needed to prepare for dinner, ready to start cooking as soon as his father returned from work. When Baiyu and his companions returned home, his mother had long since come back from work and was in the living room watching television. Compared to Baiyu's father's job as a chef, his mother's role was considerably less demanding. She was a Chinese language teacher at the town's elementary school and not even a homeroom teacher. The only regret in her life was that her son's admission to a prestigious university was based not on his academic performance but rather on his special talents. This dichotomy brought her both discontent as an educator and immense joy as a mother. After all, Baiyu had never caused her any worry. And with his admission to a top university, what more could she desire? "Mom, did you buy the groceries I asked for?" Baiyu inquired as he entered the living room, having seen his mother arrive. Although they had caught a significant number of fish that day, they could not solely rely on seafood for dinner. A variety of dishes was necessary for a balanced meal. "I've already bought everything. I've prepared the spare ribs and pork belly, just waiting for your dad to return to cook," she replied. "Xiaxue, come sit with me and watch television. Let Xiao Yu handle the fish to avoid getting you covered in fishy odors." Upon hearing his mother's call, Baiyu, who had just picked up a knife to prepare the fish, could not help but express his bemusement. "Mom, am I not your own son? Do you have to be so biased and not invite me to enjoy the fruit? Hi, come eat some watermelon. Finish that before you start helping out," she said, oblivious to Baiyu's playful complaint. Unlike Baiyu, Wang Hai was much quieter when invited to the watermelon. He did not hesitate to grab 2 slices and began to devour them. After their brief indulgence in watermelon, Baiyu took Wang Hai to the yard to begin preparing the fish. Tonight's dinner promised to be quite lavish. In addition to the lobster and shrimp, they had a golden pomfret, 6 large crabs, 2 varieties, orchid crabs and blue crabs, and a selection of sea snails and scallops. Baiyu had also requested his mother to purchase some spare ribs, beef, and pork belly. The opulence of the dinner served a dual purpose. It was partly a treat for Li Shue and also a gesture for his younger sister, Baiyu, who was in her 3rd year of middle school and would soon face her entrance exams. With only a week remaining until the exams, Baiyu was granted a day off tonight and would rest again tomorrow before diving into her final review sessions. For those who have experienced the rigors of preparing for entrance exams, this period of review can be quite harrowing. However, this anguish is only felt by those striving for excellence, while those who have relinquished their aspirations remain unaffected. Even the highest achievers do not allow themselves a moment of respite during this time, as students labor diligently for their futures. Take Baiyu as an example. Her academic performance is among the top at her school. As long as she performs adequately in the upcoming high school entrance examination, she will have the privilege to choose from any high school in the city. Nevertheless, despite her accomplishments, Baiyu has been diligently attending evening study sessions at school until 9 o'clock every night for the past fortnight, without a moment of respite. At 7 in the evening, Baiyu's father returned home with her. "Dad, you finally returned. I've been waiting for you to prepare dinner. I've already done most of the prep work. We just need to prepare the lobster and the 2 sea fish. Do you think there's anything else we need to do?" Upon seeing the 2 return, Baiyu quickly approached to inform him of the current situation. Baiyu and the others had not been idle. They had left the more intricate dishes for Baiyu's father to prepare. They had already taken care of other dishes such as spare ribs, pork belly, and beef. Tonight's dinner featured sweet and sour spare ribs, braised pork, tomato beef brisket, boiled crab, scallops, and sea conch. The only tasks left for Bayu's father were the lobster and the two sea fish, which they felt were best left to a professional chef. According to Bayu's father, he intended to prepare a dish featuring the lobster in 3 distinct styles. Traditionally, this would involve a single lobster. However, since the lobster Bayu had set aside weighed over 5 pounds, and considering the number of diners, 1 lobster might not suffice. Thus, they decided to complement it with 2 smaller lobsters for a sumptuous 3-course lobster meal. The preparations included lobster sashimi, stir-fried shrimp balls, and tofu stewed with shrimp brains. Chapter 35. The school year begins in his self-reflection. Bayu has always regarded himself as a glutton. However, there exists a category of food he abstains from entirely. This pertains to raw meat, be it chicken, duck, goose, beef, lamb, or pork, as well as assorted freshwater or seafood. He refrains from consuming anything in its uncooked state. There are numerous reasons for this aversion. Firstly, Bayu finds the texture of raw meat unappealing, and as for its flavor, it is decidedly lacking. A raw dish typically carries an unpleasant taste. Furthermore, he is motivated by health concerns. In a previous life, he met a tragic end due to poor health, which serves as a poignant reminder for him to prioritize his well-being in this lifetime. Consequently, when his father presented a dish of flour lobster sashimi, Bayu did not even approach it. His father was well aware that the family had few enthusiasts for sashimi, so he prepared only a modest amount. Nevertheless, to enhance its visual appeal, Bayu's father meticulously arranged the sashimi, placing the lobster meat atop its shell and head. The artistry of this presentation would surely lead any observer to conclude that the chef possesses considerable skill, particularly in the realm of plating. Aside from the sashimi, Bayu relished the other 2 dishes. The stir-fried lobster balls were an aromatic delight, bursting with flavor and featuring shrimp meat of remarkable elasticity, compelling one to indulge in a second helping without pause. He also found great enjoyment in the shrimp brain and tofu stew, rather than merely a dish. It resembled a sumptuous broth. The silky tofu, paired with the richness of the shrimp brain and roe, rendered the soup exceptionally flavorful, especially considering Bayu's father had simmered it for an ample duration, allowing the tofu to absorb all the essence of the shrimp. In any case, on this evening, aside from the sashimi, Bayu could hardly discern a difference between the 2 other types of lobster, blue and flower lobsters, feeling that, in most respects, they were quite similar. In the following days, Bayu and his companions continued their routine of 2 excursions to the sea each day, training twice on the beach, with Li Shui participating without exception. Since childhood, during the summer holidays, the 4 of them, Bayu, Wang Hai, Li Shui, and Bayu, had trained together. However, as they grew older, both Li Shui and Bayu began to pay closer attention to their physiques after entering middle school. After all, not many girls wish to showcase a muscular physique with thighs broader than their waists. Gradually, their training diminished, and they hardly ran anymore. Now, under Bayu and Wang Hai's guidance, Li Shui has rejoined them in running, albeit at a less demanding pace. Once Bayu completed her high school entrance examinations, their seaside group welcomed another member, thereby increasing the number of participants in their daily runs. On the 25th, Li Shui's college entrance examination results were released, ranking her 5th in the city. This achievement essentially afforded her the liberty to choose from any national university. However, when filling out her college application, Li Shui chose the same university as Bayu, which is Hai University located in their province. Both families had anticipated this outcome, or perhaps it was precisely what they wished to see. Although Hai University is not situated in Sanya, it is still within their province. Moreover, with Li Shui and Bayu attending the same institution, they could look out for each other. As for the future, they would let fate take its course. Ultimately, Li Shui was successfully admitted, though she and Bayu pursued different fields of study. Bayu and Wang Hai were enrolled in the marine department, while Li Shui focused on law. Their academic calendars also differed. Li Shui was to commence her studies earlier, with military training starting on September 1st, whereas Bayu and his peers would begin on the 6th and conclude on the 21st. On August 31st, as Li Shui prepared to report to school, Bayu and Wang Hai accompanied her. Although it was not yet time for their official enrollment, it mattered little. Arriving a few days early would allow them to acclimate to the campus. It was said that Hai University is an oceanfront institution, with the sea only a few minutes' walk from the campus gates. However, since Hai University comprises several campuses, Bayu intended to locate their specific department's campus, which he presumed would be quite close to the sea. If the proximity was indeed favorable, he could venture out with Wang Hai to enjoy the beach during their leisure time, alleviating the stress of academic life. Hai University is located in Haikou, the capital city of Hainan Province, with Haikou positioned at the northern end of the province and Sanya at the southernmost point. Traveling from Sanya to Haikou is remarkably convenient, requiring just over an hour on Hainan's intercity railway, with numerous trains operating daily, making the journey both efficient and swift. When Baiyu, along with his companions, arrived at Hai University, the entrance was bustling with activity. Countless private vehicles and taxis were dropping off students, while the new student reception area was teeming with people, making it difficult for Baiyu's group to discern what was happening inside. Brother Bai, do you think we've arrived too late? There are so many parents here. When will it be our turn? Li Shui inquired, surveying the throngs of individuals. Shui'er, it seems you might have come at a later time than necessary. Mai and Wang Hai starting dates haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a moment. The volunteers appear to be quite efficient, and it shouldn't be long before it's our turn. Baiyu reassured her. He was not overly concerned about the queue, as there were plenty of volunteers present, and their pace of work was commendable. As Baiyu had predicted, after waiting for about 10 minutes, the line ahead began to dwindle, and soon it was their turn. Under the guidance of a senior student, the three of them completed their registration, paid the requisite fees, and received some essential items for daily living, such as mats, basins, and water bottles. When the senior delivered the three to the entrance of the female dormitory, he departed promptly. Initially, he intended to request Li Shui's contact information, but upon noticing Baiyu's towering height of nearly 6 feet and his well-defined physique, he wisely refrained from doing so. As the new semester commenced, Baiyu and Wang Hai accompanied Li Shui into the female dormitory, marking one of the rare occasions when gentlemen were permitted entry. Dormitories, in essence, share a commonality. The primary distinctions lie in their facilities and the number of occupants. Regardless of the institution, the differences are generally negligible. The dormitories at Haida are similar in layout, accommodating 4 individuals with bunk beds, the upper tier serving as a sleeping area and the lower tier designated for study. Li Shui's dormitory, room 312 on the 3rd floor, prompted her to rap lightly on the door before entering, inquiring if anyone was inside. It was prudent to check, considering she was accompanied by 2 gentlemen, to avoid any inadvertent exposure to private matters should the door be opened unexpectedly. Her caution proved to be warranted. As soon as she knocked, the door swung open, revealing a girl dressed quite lightly. Hello, I'm Li Shui, also from room 312. These are my brothers, helping me with my luggage. Is it convenient for them to come in? Hello, I'm Xia Jing. We'll be roommates from now on. Convenience is not an issue. It's midday, after all. There's nothing to be concerned about. Following their introductions, Xia Jing graciously stepped aside, allowing Li Shui and the 2 gentlemen to enter the dormitory. Throughout the encounter, Baiyu and Wang Hai remained silent, assisting Li Shui in organizing her bed and arranging her belongings before departing swiftly. Their exit was remarkably brisk, not once looking back. The reason being that Baiyu had spotted several personal garments hanging on the drying rack within the dormitory, despite it being their first day at the school. A line of clothing was inexplicably draped there, leaving them uncertain whether it belonged solely to Xia Jing or included items from her 2 roommates as well. Upon reaching their own dormitory, Baiyu and Wang Hai found their situation considerably simpler. They made their beds, placed toiletries on the sink, and stowed their luggage in the storage cabinet. Accomplished. Since they had arrived early for registration, their dormitory mates had yet to arrive. In fact, no one else on their floor had checked in. Currently, only Baiyu and Wang Hai from the Marine Studies Department were present, while several upperclassmen had arrived. They did not know any of them, rendering the presence or absence of others inconsequential. After resting for a while in their dormitory, Baiyu called Li Shui, suggesting she take some time for herself as he and Wang Hai needed to report to the athletics club. Throughout this period, Baiyu remained acutely aware of the unique circumstances that had enabled him and Wang Hai to gain admission to Haida. Their path was not the conventional route of rigorous examinations, but rather through special enrollment, as they were recognized for their athletic prowess. Recruiting the 2 of them into the university was primarily aimed at the upcoming National Universiade next year. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for Baiyu and Wang Hai, had the commencement of the Universiade been postponed by a year or 2. Their entry into the university would have been uncertain. Subsequently, Baiyu made a call to Coach Li, the individual responsible for their recruitment into the university. He is the sprint coach of the university's track and field team and oversees the entire athletics program. After a brief conversation, Coach Li shared his location with Baiyu, who then proceeded to find him alongside Wang Hai. Chapter 36, a new locale guided by the shared location. Baiyu led Wang Hai to the office of the athletics team at the Ocean University. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. After receiving a response from within, Baiyu opened the door and stepped inside with Wang Hai. Coach Li, Wang Hai and I have come to report to you. Is there anything you need us to do? Upon entering the office, Baiyu approached Coach Li, who was seated behind the desk, with a sense of familiarity. It was accurate to say that Baiyu and Coach Li had developed a close rapport. The coach had begun to take notice of Baiyu when he first participated in a provincial competition, subsequently following Wang Hai's progress as well. Baiyu had only just entered his first year of high school at the time, competing in the provincial high school athletics championships, where he secured victories in both the 1,500 meters and 3,000 meters. Wang Hai claimed the championships in the 800 meters and 1,000 meters, both achieved with record-breaking performances. Having witnessed their remarkable feats, Coach Li approached Baiyu and Wang Hai, expressing his desire to include them in the selection for the National U18 Athletics Championships, with hopes of advancing to international competitions. However, Baiyu declined the offer. His reasoning was rather peculiar. He stated that he and Wang Hai prioritized their academic pursuits and were reluctant to travel far for competitions. They were willing to participate in events within the province, but not beyond its borders. At that time, Coach Li was not fully aware of their accomplishments and accepted their explanation, merely advising them to remain dedicated to their training, promising to check in on them later. This led to their current situation, where both secured spots at Ocean University through special recruitment. You two arrived at school quite early. I recall you both enrolled in the Marine Studies program, and there are still several days until your department officially starts. What brings you here so early? Coach Li regarded Baiyu and Wang Hai with great satisfaction. Particularly, he was filled with anticipation for their performance at the upcoming Universiade, especially after witnessing their recent competition results. He firmly believed that with Baiyu and Wang Hai, they could bring significant glory to the school, particularly in athletics. My sister is also a new student at Ocean University this year. Her department begins on the 1st, and our family was concerned about her traveling alone. So we decided to accompany her. That makes sense. Arriving early has its advantages. We can take these days to introduce you to the members of the athletics team. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I will have the team waiting for you on the track. I'll arrange a little competition to see if you two have been slacking off during the summer. Now, you both should go about your business. It would be beneficial to familiarize yourselves with the campus. Don't get lost trying to find the track tomorrow morning. After understanding the circumstances of Baiyu and Wang Hai, Coach Li simply mentioned the meeting time for the next day and sent them on their way. Baiyu felt quite pleased with Coach Li's arrangements, as it afforded them the opportunity to explore the campus thoroughly that day. The path that he and Wang Hai are destined to tread diverges significantly from that of the average student. If these brothers aspire to graduate smoothly from Hai University in 4 years, they must strive to bring glory to the institution through their athletic endeavors. The better their academic performance, the easier their graduation will be. Conversely, should they falter, the road to graduation will be fraught with challenges. For Baiyu and Wang Hai, the academic journey is indeed a formidable one. Relying solely on self-study for graduation is virtually impossible for them. Moreover, Coach Li had already informed them upon their recruitment to Hai University that securing commendable positions in the upcoming Universiade would ensure their successful graduation. Brother Yu, what shall we do now? Should we explore the culinary delights of our new school? After exiting the office, Wang Hai glanced at the time on his phone and posed the question to Baiyu. It was now 3:30 in the afternoon. In response, Baiyu dialed Li Shui, inviting her to join them for a stroll around Hai University and to check out the dining hall. Li Shui, upon receiving the call, readily agreed, mentioning that her new roommate, Xia Jing, would also like to join, as she was feeling somewhat bored alone in the dormitory. Considering that Xia Jing was Li Shui's roommate and they would be spending considerable time together, Baiyu acquiesced to having her accompany them. When Baiyu arrived at the girls' dormitory and saw Li Shui and Xia Jing, he noted that in just a couple of hours, Xia Jing had changed from her previous casual attire into a vibrant JK uniform, exuding an air of liveliness. Indeed, Xia Jing's personality mirrored this vivacity. She was outgoing and affable, seamlessly integrating herself into the conversation with Baiyu and Wang Hai, as if they had known each other for ages. As their conversation unfolded, Baiyu found himself developing a mild fondness for this sociable girl, a sentiment rooted in friendship. Interacting with Xia Jing was refreshingly effortless. Her candid and unpretentious nature fostered a relaxed atmosphere. The only slight drawback was her accent, which, despite her petite and charming appearance, carried a pronounced regional twang. Indeed, Xia Jing hailed from northeast China, having chosen Hai University as an escape from the harsh winters of her homeland. Whenever Xia Jing engaged in conversation with Bai Yu and Wang Hai, Bai Yu found it challenging to look directly at her face. The juxtaposition of her accent and her appearance created an odd sensation, as if someone were providing her with a voiceover. Wang Hai, however, seemed unfazed by this, not only maintaining eye contact, but also attempting to mimic Xia Jing's accent. To this, she responded positively, earnestly teaching Wang Hai how to speak in her regional dialect. It must be said that the allure of the Northeast dialect was quite powerful and remarkably easy to adopt in a short span of time. Bai Yu felt his own speech subtly shifting under its influence. Fortunately, his self-discipline held strong, and he refrained from deliberately imitating her accent. After wandering around the cafeteria, Bai Yu and his companions decided against dining there and instead meandered outside to the culinary street. This food street is undoubtedly a picturesque highlight near Hainan University, as it is nestled against the university and faces the sea, offering unparalleled scenic beauty. After purchasing some snacks from the street vendors, the four friends proceeded to a nearby electric bicycle shop. Anyone who has attended university knows that campuses can be quite expansive. In Bai Yu's perspective, every university in the nation shares a common trait. The campus is remarkably vast. For instance, the nearest teaching building to the dormitories of Bai Yu and Wang Hai is a good 10-minute walk away, and it may not even be the building for their major. Thus, their primary purpose for visiting the electric bicycle shop was to acquire a means of transportation for everyday use. Despite their involvement in athletics, it would be impractical for Bai Yu and Wang Hai to run from their dormitory to class every day. In the shop, one could find a wide array of new electric bikes, as well as various second-hand models, most of which were discarded by alumni. If none of these options met their desires, the owner could customize a bicycle according to their specifications, whether in terms of appearance or internal components. Additionally, they could assist with registration, allowing the assembled bicycles to be ridden not only on campus, but also on public streets without issue. However, there is a stipulation. The chosen specifications must comply with the regulations concerning electric bicycles in Haikou. Otherwise, the bicycle would only be permissible for use within campus grounds. After all, the owner has no intention of risking legal trouble for a sale. The owner of the shop, situated near the university, likely earns substantial profits annually, certainly several $100,000, if not close to $1 million. Thus, it would be unwise to jeopardize such earnings for a minor sale. Ultimately, Bai Yu purchased 2 green energy electric bicycles, and he requested some personalized modifications on the exterior, along with unique symbols etched in hidden spots for identification. Given the sheer number of electric bicycles owned by Hainan University students, it was prudent to mark his bicycle to prevent loss. The 2 bicycles were divided between Bai Yu and Wang Hai, with Li Shui taking the other. The distance between the girls' dormitory and the boys' dormitory warranted this arrangement, especially since Li Shui was not in the same major as the other 2, making it unlikely for their schedules to align. Rather than having Bai Yu pick her up daily, it was more sensible to provide her with her own electric bicycle. Once the owner completed all the arrangements, the 4 friends took the bicycles out for a test ride, Bai Yu accompanied by Wang Hai, and Li Shui paired with Xia Jing. As for the registration, the owner would handle that, and Bai Yu would simply ride over to complete the process once it was ready. Bai Yu is now cycling out not merely to test his bike, but with an ulterior motive. He seeks a suitable location along the coastline for future forays into clam digging. Since the moment he stepped onto the university campus, Bai Yu has resolved not to request living expenses from home. He aspires to be self-sufficient throughout his 4 years of higher education. Although he earned a considerable sum during the summer while clam digging with Wang Hai and Li Shui, and can afford to be frugal for the time being, he understands the importance of prudent planning for the future. Even if Bai Yu is not currently facing financial difficulties, he must devise ways to generate income continuously. The most suitable avenue for him to earn money remains clam digging, a pursuit in which he possesses both experience and confidence. However, clam digging is not simply a matter of choosing any beach or seaside. Not every location yields fruitful results. For instance, much of the coastline near the university is unsuited for digging, as these public areas have likely been frequented by numerous individuals. Moreover, the constant stream of visitors diminishes the chances of discovering new clams. Bai Yu is in search of a more secluded spot, preferably near a small fishing village or a quaint dock. Such locations typically do not attract tourists or individuals uninterested in clam digging. And the presence of a fishing village or dock suggests the existence of a purchasing station. This would facilitate the sale of their catches in the future. After cycling along the coastal road for 20 minutes, Bai Yu indeed stumbled upon a small dock. This dock is quite diminutive, as the sun approaches the horizon. Only a handful of fishing boats are moored, predominantly small vessels, with merely 2 or 3 larger ones. Furthermore, the sides of the dock are devoid of sandy beaches, characterized instead by mudflats and rocky outcrops. Such a locale is unlikely to attract tourists, as visitors generally seek at least a stretch of sand by the sea. Nonetheless, this environment is particularly conducive for clam digging. Although Bayou is uncertain about the potential yield from this area, he remains optimistic that it will be satisfactory. Upon this discovery, Bayou diligently noted the location and rode over with Wang Hai. Hi, what do you think about clam digging here in the future? He inquired. Brother Yu, I'm not sure about the yield, but I can guarantee you will end up quite dirty afterward. Just look at those ladies over there, covered in mud. As Bayou and his companion approached the shoreline, they observed several women engaged in clam digging. These women, trudging through the mud flats, were indeed filthy, caked in muck. Yet their faces radiated joy, indicating a bountiful harvest. Bayou was not particularly concerned with cleanliness. His primary interest lay in whether this venture would prove profitable. Good aunt. How was the harvest by the sea? Did you find anything worthwhile? Bayou inquired eagerly as he approached the women. Not bad. Just dug up a few clams and razor clams. Young man, are you interested? I can sell them to you at a discounted price, replied the nearest aunt. Her response to Bayou's inquiry was somewhat vague, akin to throwing a dice without knowing the outcome. Really? You have razor clams? Let me see their size. Bayou remarked, removing his sandals and rolling up his pants before stepping onto the mudflat to inspect the clams. Is this how your brother always behaves? Just diving right in? Xia Jing observed Bayou's actions closely, from his arrival on the electric bike to his conversation with the aunt, and finally, his venture into the mudflat. To be honest, if she were in his shoes, she doubted she could muster the courage to step barefoot into such a filthy place. It's nothing, really. You see, Jing, Bayou is currently scouting the area. Who knows, he might come here to collect seafood again in the future. You know what collecting seafood means, right? It's about picking up marine treasures along the shore to earn some money. My brother made quite a profit during this summer vacation. She explained. If you're interested later, I can ask my brother to take you along for the experience. That sounds great. I've never collected seafood before. I would definitely join, Xia Jing responded enthusiastically. While Li Shui and Xia Jing chatted, Bayou concluded his discussion with the aunt and returned, holding 2 plastic bags filled with his finds. Hey, Shui, Jing, I heard you're starting military training tomorrow. Do you have free time tonight? Can you join us for dinner? Bayou asked, approaching them. That should be fine, but we're not entirely sure. Why do you ask, Bayou? Are you treating us? Li Shui replied, her accent subtly shifting. Of course. Look at these treasures I bought. Some nice little conch shells and decent-sized razor clams. I'll keep them in the dormitory overnight to let them purge any sand, and tomorrow I'll take them to the food street for some cooking. That has 2 delightful dishes in store for us. Bayou shared, displaying his conch and razor clams. He had only purchased these 2 items from the aunt. He decided against clams and other seafood. The conch was particularly appealing due to its unique shape and attractive shell, while he procured over 1 kilogram of razor clams, which were impressively thick, each about the width of a thumb, totaling just 100 yuan. Chapter 37. Practiced by the time Bayou and his companions returned to the culinary street of Hai University, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Bayou began by soaking the piglet snails and clams in a brine solution infused with vinegar, utilizing his wash basin for the task. Given the mild climate of Hai Province, it was hardly uncommon for men to use a basin for such purposes. Thus, Bayou felt no qualms about employing the basin for seafood. If the need arose to use it for its original intent later, he could simply wash it out. They indulged in dinner at a local eatery, a place they were not particularly familiar with, casually selecting a bustling stall to satisfy their hunger. Fortunately, their luck was on their side. As the chef's culinary skills exceeded expectations, he was undoubtedly a certified cook. After their meal, Bayou and Wang Hai parted ways with Li Shui and Xia Jing. Unlike the 2 boys, Li Shui and her companion had to gather with their classmates that evening in preparation for the military training commencing the following day. It was essential for the students to familiarize themselves with their instructor and their classmates. However, this did not concern Bayou and Wang Hai, as they had not yet reached the official start of the semester. Although they had already registered at the university, no one was there to oversee their activities. After dinner, they returned to their dormitory to rest. They had not forgotten that Coach Lee had scheduled a gathering for them on the sports field the next day. Upon entering the dormitory, Bayou noticed his desk beneath his bed was remarkably tidy, devoid of even a speck of dust, as he had just cleaned it earlier that afternoon. Hi, do you think we should buy 2 computers for the dorm? We could play games together during our free time. What do you think? Bai Yu lay back on his bed, daydreaming about the next 4 years of university life. Installing computers? Brother Yu, isn't that something only the top students do? With our academic performance, would it be excessive for us to set up computers just for gaming? Wang Hai pondered, feeling a slight temptation but recalling the television shows depicting university students installing computers solely for their studies. The notion of Bai Yu wanting to set one up merely for gaming seemed inappropriate to him. This matter sparked a spirited debate between the two. Yet neither could persuade the other. By the time the clock struck 9, exhausted from their discussion, they washed up and settled down under their blankets for the night. The following morning, as the wake-up call echoed through the air, Bai Yu opened his eyes. Oh no, I forgot there would be a wake-up call for military training. It's only 6 o'clock. How am I supposed to continue sleeping? Listening to the sound of the wake-up call outside, Bai Yu felt a mix of nostalgia and resignation. He recognized this sound from his high school days, where a similar military training session lasted half a month, and the morning wake-up call typically lasted for half an hour. From the moment he awoke, through breakfast, and until gathering at the playground, it was only 6 o'clock. Despite the sun shining brightly outside, Bai Yu felt woefully deprived of sleep and yearned to slumber further. In stark contrast to his own wakefulness, Wang Hai, occupying the opposite bed, remained utterly undisturbed, impervious to the raucous sounds of the wake-up call echoing from outside. Observing Wang Hai, Bai Yu could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Wang Hai's quality of sleep was indeed remarkable. With this thought, Bai Yu draped his quilt over his head, preparing to indulge in a bit more rest. In a state between dreams and reality, the wake-up call outside ceased, and after an indeterminate passage of time, Bai Yu's phone alarm pierced the silence. The sound jolted him upright, and he glanced to the side. Ahai was up. It was already 8 o'clock. He needed to wash up and grab breakfast, for they were due at the playground by 9. However, to his surprise, Wang Hai was nowhere to be found, not in his bed, nor anywhere in the dormitory. This left Bai Yu momentarily perplexed. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Wang Hai. Hello. Ahai. Where are you? I'm at the cafeteria buying food. You go. I noticed they have cold mixed noodles. You love those, don't you? Should I get you a portion? Do you want chili? You've gone to the cafeteria? Why didn't you call me? Give me a serving of mixed noodles, and remember to add a fried egg. Also, see if they have any pancakes. Bring me back too. How long until you return? About 10 minutes. I rode my electric bike, so I'll be back quickly. After discussing their breakfast orders, Bai Yu ended the call. Little did he know, Wang Hai had risen exceptionally early and had stealthily made his way to the cafeteria, all without Bai Yu's awareness. By the time Bai Yu finished washing up and attending to his personal hygiene, Wang Hai returned with a neatly packaged breakfast. They devoured their meal with remarkable speed, tossing aside the refuse before heading toward the playground. Bai Yu and Wang Hai placed considerable importance on their meeting with the other members of the track and field team that morning. Clad in athletic gear and running shoes, they jogged to the playground. The atmosphere at the Seaside University playground was bustling. Freshers donned in camouflage uniforms filled every corner, leaving the running track conspicuously vacant. For these newcomers, the first day of military training was undoubtedly arduous. However, it also marked one of the few days with a lighter training load during their military exercises. As Bai Yu and Wang Hai navigated through the various formations, their athletic attire made them stand out among the freshers. Eventually, they spotted another group dressed in similar sportswear. Without hesitation, they sprinted towards them. Hello, may I ask if you are also part of the track and field team? Bai Yu inquired, addressing the athletes before him, who bore a striking resemblance to him and Wang Hai. As Lu Ming from the athletics team approached, he inquired if Bai Yu and Wang Hai were also part of the athletics team and if they were newcomers. Bai Yu introduced himself and his companion, Wang Hai, a freshman from the College of Oceanography. Following their introductions, Bai Yu gained insight into the group of athletic students before him. This cohort consisted of 13 individuals, and aside from Lu Ming, the remaining 12 were all freshmen, specifically recruited by the university this year. A few of them seemed somewhat familiar to Bai Yu, though he could not recall their names. However, the glances directed at Bai Yu and Wang Hai were predominantly laced with hostility. While Bai Yu and Wang Hai had no recollection of these students, the latter certainly remembered the two, as specially recruited athletes. This group was primarily composed of local talents from the province, and among their peers, it was nearly impossible not to recognize Bai Yu and Wang Hai. After all, as distinguished athletes, both had previously represented their high schools in various provincial competitions, including youth championships. For Bai Yu and Wang Hai, it was entirely normal not to remember those who were weaker or had previously been defeated. Conversely, these students held vivid memories of Bai Yu and Wang Hai, as the two were stronger and served as their aspirations to surpass. Unfazed by the antagonistic gazes, Bai Yu found himself more curious about when Coach Li would arrive. As the clock approached 9, Coach Li eventually arrived with a group of individuals. Their attire was similar to that of Bai Yu and his peers, unmistakably indicating their athletic background. It appeared that a competition was in the air. Bai Yu and Wang Hai had mentally prepared for this ever since their encounter with Coach Li the day before, during which it was clear that the coach intended to assess whether they had neglected their training over the summer. Everyone seems to have arrived on time. I appreciate punctuality in my athletes, Coach Li remarked upon approaching Bai Yu and the new recruits, visibly pleased with their attendance. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Li, and I am the coach of the athletics team at Hai University. Next to me is Hu Tao, the team captain. The purpose of gathering you today is to evaluate whether you have maintained your training during the summer break. It is essential for you to understand that being specially recruited by Hai University does not guarantee your representation in competitions. In my philosophy, I adhere to a principle: those who excel will compete, while those who do not should remain in the background. Our athletics team has no room for mediocrity. The individuals behind me are also part of the team, meaning that for next year's Universiade, you will all be competitors. The stronger among you will represent Hai University in competitions. Therefore, to familiarize yourselves with each other's capabilities, we shall engage in some practice today. After all, whether you are a horse or a mule, you must be taken out for a stroll. My proposal, I trust, has elicited no objections from anyone present. Coach Li gazed at the 14 newcomers before him, seemingly inquiring about their opinions, yet in reality, he was merely informing them. Indeed, none among Bai Yu and the others dared to voice dissent. Bai Yu even raised an eyebrow at the captain of the athletics team, Hu Tao. However, the latter appeared utterly indifferent to Bai Yu's expression, showing no inclination to acknowledge him. As Coach Li began to summon those who would run the 200 meters, Bai Yu immediately approached Hu Tao. Chapter 38, A Test of Skill. Why aren't you running the 200 meters, cousin? I recall you used to compete in that event. Bai Yu remarked, approaching Hu Tao and inadvertently revealing their familial connection, albeit a somewhat distant one. Don't try to get chummy with me. We are rivals now. And such tactics won't work on me. Besides, do I really need to exert myself against these newcomers? Among them, only Wang Hai poses a genuine challenge. In response to Bai Yu's approach, Hu Tao retorted, his tone less than amiable. Brother, you're still full of bravado. Have you forgotten who defeated you 3 years ago in the 200 meters? You're barely a notch above Wang Hai in the 100 meters. Switch events and let us see if you can best him. I would commend you if you could. That was 3 years ago. Do you still think I'm the same as I was back then? Enough of this chatter. We're not even in the same race. Let's focus on their competition. Hu Tao said, his expression stiffening at the mention of the past, swiftly diverting the conversation. Following Hu Tao's gaze, Bai Yu noticed that Wang Hai and others were readying themselves. For runners were set to compete in the upcoming 200 meters, 2 newcomers along with Wang Hai and 1 seasoned athlete. Coach Li intended to gauge everyone's performance, sending only 1 coach to oversee, who was already stationed at the finish line. Wang Hai, positioned on lane 4, was primed for the start. Having participated in countless races throughout high school, prior to the event, he had consulted Bai Yu on the attitude he should adopt, to which Bai Yu succinctly replied, "Give it your all." With the crack of the starting gun, the 4 runners shot forth like arrows released from a bow. Initially, the competitors appeared evenly matched. But as the race progressed, disparities began to emerge. Wang Hai distinguished himself early on, gaining a lead of a full body length by the 50-meter mark, a gap that only widened as they approached the 100 meters. Wang Hai possessed a unique trait. He thrived in short sprints, accelerating as he ran. By the time he crossed the finish line of the 200 meters, he had created a chasm of nearly 10 meters between himself and the second-place runner, demonstrating a commanding lead. However, the race was not timed, leaving the others unaware of his exact speed. Following the completion of the 200 meters, the next event was the 100 meters, in which Hu Tao took to the track and, as anticipated, secured first place. After all, if Hu Tao lacked skill, he would not have been able to maintain his position as captain of the track team. Once the 100 meters concluded, Coach Li arranged for the 400 meters, this time featuring not only Wang Hai but also Lu Ming and Hu Tao from the outset. The number of participants in the 400-meter race was the highest, with all 8 lanes occupied by athletes. At that moment, some military training formations were taking a break. and the newly liberated freshmen immediately gathered along the sides of the track. These newcomers were utterly unprepared for the excitement that the first day of military training would bring, adding a touch of amusement to their otherwise mundane experience. For the 8 competitors on the track, the presence of these spectators, primarily freshmen who had just transitioned from high school to university, added considerable pressure. Among them were numerous young women, and for the 8 runners, performing well was undoubtedly an opportunity for self-presentation. Perhaps a successful race could even grant them a preferential choice in future romantic pursuits. Thus, each of the 8 participants aspired to achieve an impressive result. However, one individual stood apart, Wang Hai, who was indifferent to the surrounding newcomers. His sole focus was to run with all his might, as advised by his mentor, Brother Yu. Coach Li was delighted by the crowd of onlookers, feeling that even more students would enhance the atmosphere, especially if they were all girls. After all, when an individual is in the spotlight, their subconscious compels them to perform well, striving not to embarrass themselves before an audience. This urge peaks under the gaze of the opposite sex, potentially unleashing a man's full potential when women pay attention. Classmates, we are the school's track and field team. Let's see if we can cheer for our athletes to help them perform even better. Coach Li encouraged, and the freshmen surrounding him responded enthusiastically, their cheers resonating and inadvertently adding a layer of pressure to the 8 competitors. Yet, for some, this pressure could also serve as motivation, depending on how each athlete perceived it. As the atmosphere reached a palpable intensity, Coach Li prepared to signal the start of the race. The 8 competitors were already in their starting positions, awaiting the sound of the starting gun. In this 400-meter event, Wang Hai occupied the outermost lane, while Hu Tao was in the innermost lane and Lu Ming in lane 4. It is well known that in track events involving curves, athletes in the outer lanes face the greatest challenges, particularly in a 400-meter race, where only one lap is run and lane changes are not permitted. The difficulty for those in the outermost lane is indeed the highest. Coach Li's self-decision to place Wang Hai in the outer lane reflected his confidence in his abilities, as well as a desire to gauge his true potential. With the sharp crack of the starting gun, all 8 competitors surged forth almost simultaneously. Wang Hai, owing to the unique layout of the track, emerged from the bend ahead of the pack, maintaining his speed without a hint of deceleration. Indeed, he seemed to accelerate as if the initial curve had not impeded him in the slightest. The 400-meter race, which constituted a full lap of the track, saw Wang Hai sustain his pace throughout, unyielding despite his advantageous starting position. As the final straight approached, he remained in the lead, a fact evident to all observers. Trailing him was not Hu Tao, but rather Lu Ming, who found himself significantly distanced from Wang Hai. In the last few meters, Wang Hai even took a moment to glance back before crossing the finish line. Ignoring the cheers from the spectators lining the track, Wang Hai approached Baiyu. How did I perform? 2 firsts in a row. When does your competition begin? I want to see if you can outdo them. Come on. Don't get ahead of yourself. Who told you to look back during the final sprint? Do you realize that as somewhat disrespectful to the other competitors? Don't do that again. Also, refrain from making remarks about dominating the competition. While it may be true, it's best kept to yourself. The people around us will be our friends in the future. Right, Minggu? Don't hold a grudge against Wang Hai. Baiyu cast a glance at the slightly breathless Wang Hai and criticized his backward glance at the finish line. He then attempted to divert attention from Wang Hai's performance by asserting that their abilities were unmatched by the others present. Baiyu was well aware that Wang Hai's glance back was not born of disdain for Lu Ming and the others, but rather a simple curiosity about their positions. However, whether others would interpret this sentiment accurately was uncertain, and to prevent any lingering resentment towards Wang Hai, Baiyu felt compelled to rally the crowd's displeasure. Sure enough, as soon as Baiyu finished speaking, the other participants glared at him with indignation. After all, interpreting Baiyu's words implied that he considered everyone present to be inferior, a notion that was intolerable. They had witnessed Wang Hai's prowess and acknowledged their own shortcomings, yet Baiyu had yet to compete. What gave him the right to make such statements? In light of the situation, Coach Li refrained from intervening, recognizing that a sense of rivalry could be a catalyst for progress, whether for Baiyu or the others. With the 400-meter race concluded, the final event awaited, the 1,500 meters. This distance was not classified as a sprint, but rather as a middle-distance race. Coach Li mandated that all participants adept in middle-distance running take to the track, regardless of whether it is a 1,000-meter, a 1,500-meter, or even a 5,000 or 10,000-meter race. All participants are required to undergo a single test of the 1,500 meters. After all, it is the time for the freshmen's military training. and they cannot occupy the track for an extended period. This morning, the primary focus for the new students was on practicing standing in military posture and formations. Otherwise, Coach Lee would truly have no way to secure the use of the track among these newcomers. In this test of 1,500 meters, Baiyu is also set to compete alongside 12 other participants. Among them, most are seasoned students, with only 3 being freshmen. And Baiyu's inclusion means that Coach Lee did not recruit many additional athletes for the middle distance events. Like Wang Hai, Baiyu has been assigned to the outer lane. At the sound of the starting gun, Baiyu surged ahead, instantly claiming the lead. With regard to the 1,500 meters, Baiyu has never harbored the thought of allowing others to take the lead, nor could he relinquish that position. It is well known that in middle distance races, the runner in front often faces significant disadvantages. Generally, participants only need to stay close to the leading pack, with few willing to step forward. However, Baiyu is different. Confident in his own abilities, he not only intends to secure first place but also refuses to let anyone else lead. As Baiyu accelerated, he extended his lead to nearly 20 meters over the second-place runner, at which point he began to ease his pace and maintain a steady rhythm. Among the 12 runners trailing him, only 3 were familiar with Baiyu's running style, yet none of them were willing to follow closely. Their past experiences in competitions had taught them that trying to keep pace with Baiyu often resulted in being unable to sustain the rhythm, ultimately preventing them from achieving favorable placements. This time, they resolved to abandon the pursuit of first place, but they were still eager to contend for second. As for those unfamiliar with Baiyu, they also disregarded him, adhering to their own running rhythms, which were entirely different from Baiyu's solitary leading style. They had yet to reach their optimal point for exertion. Consequently, an extraordinary scene unfolded on the track. Baiyu ran alone at the front, while the remaining 12 runners followed at a distance of about 20 meters. Upon completing the first lap, the gap between them had widened to over 30 meters and continued to grow. By the end of the second lap, the distance had increased to 50 meters, and astonishingly, after just 2 laps, Baiyu began to accelerate. It is worth noting that the race was only halfway through, with 700 meters still remaining. Why would Baiyu choose to accelerate now? Spectators, both newcomers and short-distance runners, were left puzzled by Baiyu's intentions, merely watching as he gracefully propelled himself forward with his long strides. Perhaps stimulated by Baiyu, the competitors trailing behind began to accelerate after completing 2 laps. Even among the trio familiar with Baiyu, 2 of them also started to quicken their pace. Only one, a contestant who had raced against Baiyu in the 1,500 meters, remained oblivious to the surge of others, maintaining his own rhythm. Baiyu soon completed his 3rd lap, his speed undiminished, though his breathing had become slightly labored. The gap between him and the accelerating competitors widened further, some of whom were panting heavily, clearly on the verge of exhaustion. At that moment, the runner who had consistently adhered to his own pace began to accelerate as well. By the time Baiyu finished the 1,500 meters, this individual leapt into second place. Although he was nearly 100 meters behind Baiyu, he had created a considerable distance from the 3rd-place competitor. While the disparity between Baiyu and himself was stark, the gap between him and the 3rd-place runner was equally significant. This was not solely a testament to his own prowess. Nonetheless, his performance was commendable, garnering admiration from both the new students present and Coach Lee. Little Yu is impressive. Why, you're quite something. You've disrupted the rhythm of so many competitors. Competing alongside you, without absolute strength, anyone who tries to keep pace with you is bound to fail. Hu Tao succinctly encapsulated the essence of the race. Throughout the 1,500 meters, only 2 of the 13 competitors ran at their own pace, Baiyu and Gu Qi, the 2nd-place finisher. The others, while attempting to surge alongside Baiyu, had already lost their rhythm, being led by his momentum. It is essential to recognize that an individual's stamina is finite. Whether accelerating or decelerating during a race significantly impacts one's endurance. For these middle and long-distance runners, each participant possesses an internal gauge during competitions, understanding when to sprint and when to maintain pace with the group. Baiyu's decision to accelerate with 700 meters remaining stemmed from his confidence in his ability to complete the remaining distance at speed. However, others attempting to emulate his acceleration needed to assess their own endurance. The outcome revealed that none could withstand the strain, ultimately allowing Gu Qi to overtake them. In light of this result, after announcing the disbandment of the session, Coach Lee took all the middle and long-distance runners, except for Baiyu, with him, including Gu Qi, who had secured 2nd place. It is finished. These children are doomed. How could they possibly fare well after being summoned by Old Lee? Observing the departure of the others, Hu Tao couldn't help but chuckle with schadenfreude. What's the matter? Brother Tao, is there a story behind this? Please elaborate. Let me tell you. Our coach Li is far from ordinary. He is exceedingly stern with us, his players. In his eyes, only one thing holds value: results. If you achieve results, everything else can be negotiated. But if you falter, coupled with even the slightest mistake during competition, prepare yourself for grueling training sessions. Today, this group has disrupted the rhythm, which is a glaring blunder. I can only imagine the rigorous additional training that awaits them. Let us not dwell on them. Their extra practice has little to do with us. Xiaobai, Xiaohai, what are you two planning to do later? Would you like me to show you around the school to help you acclimate to your surroundings? After discussing the fate of the others, Hu Tao turned his attention to Baiyu and Wang Hai's plans for the day. Sure, it would be great to have you show us around, Brother Tao. By the way, I'm planning to take a hike to the beach this afternoon. Do you know of any suitable spots nearby for beachcombing? As Hu Tao had pointed out, the outcomes of the others were irrelevant to Baiyu and his companions. Without hesitation, Baiyu followed Wang Hai and Hu Tao as they left. Under Hu Tao's guidance, they meandered through the school once more, gaining insights into some of its buildings thanks to the experienced senior's introduction. Chapter 39, The Beach Beyond the Campus. Baiyu and Wang Hai accompanied Hu Tao as they leisurely explored the campus, not on foot, but rather aboard an electric scooter. As a seasoned senior, Hu Tao was well versed in navigating the campus via this mode of transport. After all, they were merely athletes, not obliged to traverse every path on foot. Whenever possible, they opted for the convenience of riding. Their midday meal took place in the cafeteria, but it was before the freshmen's military training concluded, as they had no desire to compete for food with the newcomers. After lunch, the trio briefly parted ways, returning to their dormitories to prepare for a nap. Hu Tao's major differed from that of Baiyu and Wang Hai, and their dormitories were not in close proximity. However, they had made plans to reconvene at 2 o'clock to go tide chasing. Hu Tao promised to reveal to Baiyu and Wang Hai an excellent spot for this activity, conveniently located near the university. Upon returning to their dormitory, Baiyu and Wang Hai simply wiped down their upper bodies before collapsing onto their beds, drifting into slumber. In contrast to the freshmen still enduring military training, Baiyu and Wang Hai enjoyed a considerable sense of ease, partly because their own academic year had yet to commence, and thus they had not yet begun their military drills. The stark comparison only heightened their contentment. They awoke at 2 o'clock, roused by the blaring of an alarm clock. Baiyu promptly retrieved his phone and called Hu Tao. Cousin, have you rested well? The tide is receding. Shall we go tide chasing? Although Baiyu and his companions were in Haikao, several hundred kilometers from their hometown of Sanya, they were situated in the same maritime region, and the tidal timings were similar. Already 2 o'clock? Just a moment, I'm on my way down. Hu Tao's slightly groggy voice came through the line, suggesting he had been stirred from slumber by Baiyu's call. All right, cousin, don't linger in bed. Wake up quickly. The sooner we head out, the more we can gather, and in the evening, I'll treat you to dinner, Baiyu encouraged. After a rustling sound on the other end, the call was abruptly terminated. Baiyu was particularly eager to go tide chasing today due to the impressive luck value he had seen, which stood at a remarkable 57. Such a high fortune could not be squandered, thus it was imperative to seize the opportunity to tide chase. With Baiyu leading the way, he and Wang Hai were fully prepared and reached the dormitory entrance in just 10 minutes. They had gathered all the necessary tide-chasing equipment: 2 buckets, a crab-catching claw, a sand shovel, a few zip ties, and 4 or 5 small nets. They had also changed into beach-appropriate attire, donning sun-protective jackets and sun hats, with only their feet exposed, clad in water-friendly sandals. When Hu Tao arrived before them on his bicycle, both were taken aback. He had never anticipated that Baiyu and the others had prepared such a comprehensive array of equipment. They had utilized everything from start to finish. I'm not saying this to offend, but are you two here at High University to study or to catch sea creatures? Your gear is quite excessive. Isn't it? Isn't it enough to just bring a bucket for crabbing? In contrast to Baiyu and Wang Hai, Hu Tao's setup was quite simple: a t-shirt, oversized shorts, a pair of flip-flops, and a plastic bucket on his electric bike. No wonder his cousin's face was so dark. He had assumed it was a result of diligent training under the sun, but it seemed he had overthought it. Cousin, you must have gotten sunburned while crabbing, right? No wonder your 100-meter time is decent, but the rest of your events fall short. Baiyu, shaking his head, glanced at Hu Tao as he spoke. At that moment, Hu Tao, feeling a bit flustered by Baiyu's remarks, could not refute him. For it was true that his performance in the 100 meters was indeed his only strong suit. You really have a way with words. But I hope you speak less in the future. I worry that your mouth might get you into trouble, though I doubt anyone could actually outmatch you. As an elder cousin, Hu Tao would not let a mere comment upset him. Yet he shot a displeased glance at Bai Yu before twisting the throttle of his electric bike and riding off. Bai Yu followed closely behind with Wang Hai, and the two electric bikes made their way out of the school gate, heading northward, a stark contrast to the southern route Bai Yu had taken the day before. This difference indicated that Hu Tao was about to lead them to a place unknown to both Bai Yu and Wang Hai. 10 minutes later, Hu Tao was the first to stop his bike, followed closely by Bai Yu. They had just left the confines of Hai University, and looking back, they could still see the university walls. Xiaoyu, Wang Hai, what do you think of that spot for crabbing? This is my personal secret base. Whenever I'm short on cash, I come here for a few rounds. I won't say much, but making a few days' worth of living expenses is usually not a problem, Hu Tao explained, despite the absence of a beach and the presence of rugged rocks. It is precisely this uniqueness that makes it the ideal place for catching crabs and lobsters. There are also plenty of sea snails and other treasures here. After securing his bike, Hu Tao removed the plastic bucket and began to introduce the situation before Bai Yu and Wang Hai. Before them lay a rocky beach, situated along a transport route, flanked by intersecting asphalt roads that had carved out this rocky stretch. Tao Ge, we trust your expertise in crabbing. But how do we get down there? Did you not see the danger, do not enter sign on the side? Judging by Bai Yu's experience, he knew that such rocky shores often harbored treasures. However, the only source of discontent for Bai Yu was the presence of a warning sign erected right by the rocky beach, which was somewhat disheartening. A warning sign? Come on, Xiao Bai, do you truly believe anyone cares about that in this day and age? Moreover, I must emphasize that this sign is merely for the tourists. It is not directed at us fishermen. Otherwise, if the seaside were indeed perilous, how would we earn a living? How would we provide for our families? Hence, this warning sign holds no significance for us, as you can understand. Naturally, Hu Tao had long noticed the sign nearby, yet he remained indifferent. For certain matters, there exist unspoken rules that govern them, similar to this warning sign, which serves solely to caution the general populace. For those of us who make our livings from the sea, even if the management were to acknowledge its presence, they typically refrain from commenting, as they cannot very well jeopardize others' livelihoods. Bai Yu merely raised an eyebrow at Hu Tao's remarks, choosing not to respond. He comprehended the implications of Hu Tao's words, for the reality aligned with what he had articulated. Amidst various regulations, there exist myriad unspoken norms. These unwritten rules cannot be explicitly stated, yet they can be acted upon without transgressing any laws. However, should any consequences arise, one must bear the burden alone. Chapter 40. Shrimp and crab scurry about. Since Hu Tao had assured them that all was well, Bai Yu and his companion felt no further apprehension. After all, Hu Tao had been exploring the shoreline for several years, and he was well acquainted with the local conditions. Subsequently, Bai Yu and his companion began to unpack their equipment, preparing to delve into the coastal pursuits. As they approached the roadside and gazed downward, they observed that the tide had receded, and most of the rocks along the shore were now exposed. At that moment, Wang Hai, who was fiddling with his filming equipment, suddenly made a discovery. Hey, you go. Tao Ge, come over here. Is that not a lobster? And this thing next to it looks like a baby conch, just like the ones we have soaking in our dormitory basin. Upon hearing Wang Hai's call, Bai Yu immediately turned his attention to the camera screen, where he noticed a tiny splash of color, a very small fleck, and beside it, a small bulge. Hi, what zoom level have you set on the camera? Where exactly are you filming? I can't see it clearly with just my glasses. Bai Yu squinted at the screen and then scanned the rock beach in the direction the camera was pointed, his eyes almost straining. Yet he could not discern the two objects displayed on the screen. It must be about 3 to 5 times zoom. Isn't the filming direction right over there? Let us hurry down. Perhaps we can catch those two creatures. Wait a moment. Aren't we here to explore the shoreline? Why on earth does Wang Hai have a camera? Compared to the eager anticipation of Bai Yu and Wang Hai, Hu Tao was utterly perplexed. He had never expected that Bai Yu and his companion not only came equipped for the shoreline, but also carried a camera with them. No wonder Wang Hai had been lugging a bag earlier. It contained this very device. Cousin, you don't understand. This is our side venture. During our free time, we share our coastal adventures online. With the internet so developed, who knows, we might even become internet celebrities and reap some online benefits, Bai Yu explained. If you're interested, you could also share your daily activities, whether it's your training or shoreline explorations. We already have quite a few followers on our account. Soon, the two of us could be internet stars. After elucidating Hu Tao's confusion, Baiyu, along with Wang Hai, prepared to descend to the shore. Although a warning sign stood nearby, the rocky beach was, in fact, quite safe and gentle, devoid of any hazardous formations. Following Wang Hai's guidance, Baiyu swiftly arrived at the location captured by the camera. However, of the two items previously displayed, only one remained, the small bulge, just as Wang Hai had surmised. The bulge was indeed a baby conch, and a notably large one at that, almost the size of a duck egg. Regrettably, they had arrived too late. The fleck that had appeared on the screen was now absent. It was likely not a lobster after all. Perhaps it had been a crab. In the hands of Baiyu, a fisherman, he gazed with a hint of regret at the vanishing flower-patterned sea snail. "Brother Yu, look at what I have caught. A large crab, and what a magnificent specimen it is." Meanwhile, Wang Hai, standing beside him, presented a green creature before Baiyu as he expressed his sentiments. "Goodness! Where did you catch this big blue crab? It's enormous. Surely it weighs at least a pound." Upon seeing the large crab suddenly appear before him, Baiyu felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. Wang Hai had indeed captured a sizable blue crab, one that was considerably larger than his own palm. Just by sight, Baiyu could ascertain that this crab would definitely weigh no less than a pound. "Look here, brother Yu, there are several more." Wang Hai pointed, and Baiyu followed his gesture, discovering, as expected, 2 more blue crabs nestled within a rocky crevice. "Cousin, we have blue crabs here. Would you like to come and catch some with us?" Since this rocky beach was brought to them by Hu Tao, Baiyu first inquired of him. "Never mind. You all can catch them yourselves. I'll find what I want. Look at what I have here, a flower crab. This fellow is quite plump." Hu Tao did not respond to Baiyu's inquiry, as he was situated over 10 meters to the left of them. "Well, cousin, did you also find so many treasures when you came here before?" "We just arrived, and already we caught so many large crabs." Baiyu glanced at the crab in Hu Tao's grasp and then at the crabs not far away in the rocky pit. For the first time, he felt that catching crabs by the sea was astonishingly easy. It could hardly be described as catching. It was more akin to gathering sea treasures from the rocky shore. How could that be? In the past, catching 2 or 3 pounds of crabs was already considered a good haul, and that required me to search for 2 or 3 hours. Today is truly extraordinary. To find such large crabs right upon arrival is a rarity in my 3 years of coastal foraging. "Ah, I've caught another large sea snail. Goodness. I thought it was just a shell, but it's filled with meat. We're going to strike it rich today?" While Hu Tao spoke, he pulled a large sea snail from a crevice in the rocks. This particular snail was a conch, characterized by its long, pointed shell tip. And it was quite valuable. When the market was good, it could fetch a price of over $100. The one in Hu Tao's possession could easily sell for a good amount. Indeed, the bounty of the sea here is truly abundant, and these creatures are surprisingly naive. They seem unaware that we are catching them. If I were to document the process of catching crabs and share it online, my followers might think I staged it. At this moment, Baiyu gazed at the blue crabs in his hands, his mind awash with questions. These crabs exhibited no vitality. He had captured them effortlessly, exerting no strength whatsoever. "Brother Yu, isn't this a fortunate circumstance? The crabs are lethargic, making our task considerably easier, thereby enhancing our efficiency. As for the fans, I believe adding some minced garlic would elevate the flavor. Wouldn't you agree?" "What on earth do you mean by garlic? Garlic with vermicelli? Please. We are not discussing the same dish at all. All right, for tonight's clams and young snails, I shall request the chef to prepare them with garlic and perhaps add some vermicelli. Should we include a hint of chili?" "Yes. The combination of garlic and a touch of chili is truly delightful." Listening to the exchange between Baiyu and Wang Hai, Hu Tao transitioned from attentive to utterly astonished, perceiving the deeper implications of their conversation. Through their dialogue, he grasped why Wang Hai was inclined to heed Baiyu's words. Baiyu effortlessly engaged with whatever Wang Hai said, seamlessly connecting disparate topics. In a brief span, Baiyu had already caught 7 or 8 crabs and collected over 10 various sea snails, particularly an abundance of young snails. Curiously, despite their proximity, Hu Tao predominantly found larger conch shells, while the crabs he caught were mostly orchid crabs. There was an unmistakable distinction between their catches. "Lobsters, lobsters. Xiaobai, come quickly. I have discovered many lobsters over here." As Baiyu and Wang Hai continued their search among the rocky outcrops, Hu Tao's voice rang out. The trio had ventured a fair distance from the shoreline, where the crevices between the rocks yielded a richer bounty. However, this abundance did not pique their interest. For them, not all seafood was desirable. Baiyu had little inclination towards the small fish trapped in the rock pools. In fact, he was even less interested in the parasitic snails, barnacles, sea rainbow, kelp, or seaweed clinging to the rocks. Small varieties of these, such as the spicy snails, barnacles, and sea rainbow, held little value. Baiyu believed it more prudent to seek other treasures. Yet, if the spicy snails, barnacles, or sea rainbows were sufficiently large, he might be inclined to gather a bucketful of each. Upon hearing Hu Tao's call, Baiyu and Wang Hai exchanged glances and quickly made their way toward him, laden with their finds. Where are the lobsters, cousin? Where are they? Look over there at that rock. If you examine the surface closely, you'll see several lobsters clinging to it. Hu Tao pointed towards a solitary rock protruding from the sea, standing a good 10 meters away from the rocks beneath their feet. How on earth are they over there? Surrounded by water, how shall we proceed? Surely we cannot swim across. Cousin, do you think that if the tide recedes today, it might connect that rock with our location? This is uncertain. Typically, during low tide, the sea does not withdraw to that extent. Only during the spring tide does it. Today, we cannot ascertain whether it is indeed a spring tide. Moreover, even if it were, it would take another 2 to 3 hours for the water to recede sufficiently. And by then, who knows if those lobsters will still be there? Xiaobai suggested, why don't we wade across? We've spotted at least 7 or 8 small lobsters, and they represent a significant monetary value. Hu Tao gazed at the small lobsters on the opposite rock and put forth this idea. No, that's far too perilous. Cousin, I advise against such a course of action. The waves during low tide are quite formidable, and we stand on a rocky shore. Wading across would be exceedingly dangerous. It is not worth risking our safety for a few lobsters. Furthermore, since these lobsters have appeared here, it indicates that this is their habitat. Not capturing them today is inconsequential. We can return another time to catch them. Hu Tao's perspective was promptly countered by Baiyu. Although their current position is merely 10 meters from the lobster-infested rock, that distance is fraught with turbulent seawater. Beneath the surface lies a myriad of unseen rocks. Should a wave submerge them, a collision with the rocks could lead to dire consequences. After Baiyu's warning, Hu Tao regained his composure, allowing reason to reclaim its dominion. You are right, Xiaobai. It's all right if we don't catch any today. There will always be future opportunities. I was simply too eager. Understanding the situation, they agreed to continue their search. Leaving the rocky outcrop behind, they were confident they would discover another lobster-laden rock. Everyone could comprehend Hu Tao's enthusiasm. After all, 7 or 8 small lobsters could fetch over 1,000 yuan. For students still engaged in their studies, such a sum is not insignificant. For Hu Tao, 1,000 yuan could sustain him for nearly a month. Thus, the prospect of taking a minor risk seemed worthwhile in his eyes. Fortunately, Baiyu maintained his composure and effectively curtailed Hu Tao's impulsiveness, averting a potential mishap and the allure of sudden wealth. About 10 minutes after departing from the rocky outcrop, Hu Tao's voice rang out again. Turning back, Baiyu and Wang Hai beheld Hu Tao proudly clutching a small lobster, grinning widely, in silent acknowledgement. Baiyu and Wang Hai cast a glance at their own plastic buckets, where 2 small lobsters lay quietly within. They too had successfully captured lobsters, but chose to keep their triumph discreet. Chapter 41. Gathering spicy whelks. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, Baiyu and his companions prepared to conclude their day of foraging by the sea. After spending over 2 hours on the shore, they had traversed nearly 2 kilometers along the rocky beach from their initial landing point. Their plastic buckets were brimming with catches, and even Baiyu's small net bag was filled to capacity. If it weren't for the lack of space to store their bounty, Baiyu would have hesitated to leave such a resource-rich beach. After all, there was no guarantee that their next visit would yield such a fruitful harvest. With a tinge of reluctance in their hearts, the 3 decided it was time to find a suitable place to shore up. However, just before heading in, Baiyu cast a sweeping glance over the nearby rocky expanse and made a sudden discovery. As he approached the rock, he was greeted by a cluster of spicy whelks. These whelks were slightly larger than those he had seen earlier, though still modest in size, just a tad bigger than an adult thumb. In truth, spicy whelks resemble conch shells, but their smaller stature and the piquant flavor they possess, when not properly prepared, contribute to their low market value, often overshadowed by their more esteemed conch counterparts. Nevertheless, when expertly handled, spicy whelks can serve as a delectable accompaniment to drinks. Lost in these thoughts, Baiyu began to tap at the whelks with his sand shovel. Cousin, let's gather some spicy whelks before we head back. This evening, we should whip up a couple of dishes at the food street and enjoy a couple of drinks together. He called out to Hu Tao while diligently harvesting the whelks. His bucket was nearly full, with the freshly collected whelks piled high on top. In just a few minutes, Baiyu and Wang Hai had gathered 2 to 3 kilograms of spicy whelks, and with Hu Tao's contributions, They had more than enough for their evening meal. With the appetizers ready, their next task was to procure some fish. The fish market was not far from their current location. A short ride north would bring them to a small dock where they could sell their catch. This spot was also familiar to Hu Tao, who had taken them there before. Upon arrival, Hu Tao greeted the owner, who was well acquainted with him, and offered a cigarette, though he himself did not smoke. Hu Tao did not indulge in cigarettes, but he always carried a pack of high-quality ones, reserved for sharing. The cheapest of these were priced at 20. Specifically for this purpose. Notably, Bai Yu and Wang Hai also refrained from smoking, as they were athletes and understood the detrimental effects of smoking on lung capacity, which was critical for their running performance. A dedicated track athlete typically avoids smoking throughout their career, only indulging after retirement. In terms of their haul, it could truly be described as abundant. The fish caught by Bai Yu and Wang Hai are undoubtedly of the highest quality. They refuse to accept crabs weighing less than 4 taels, and they do not bother with inexpensive sea fish. After laboring for 2 to 3 hours, the trio managed to gather only 4 fish, 1 for Bai Yu, 1 for Wang Hai, and 2 for Hu Tao, with the remainder being crustaceans. Boss, have seafood prices stabilized? Bai Yu inquired while the owner weighed Hu Tao's catch. With the double festival approaching, the prices of seafood surely ought to rise. Since mid-August, when the sea reopened, the prices of all marine products in the province have been in a continuous decline. Half a month has since elapsed, and prices have plummeted by nearly a third. With the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day imminent, the prices cannot possibly continue to drop. If they do, the profits from their coastal excursions will dwindle. Double festival? You're thinking too far ahead. There is still a month until National Day, and Mid-Autumn is at the end of this month. In previous years, seafood prices began to rise only in the 2 weeks prior to the festivals. So it's still early, the owner replied. Is this your classmate, Xiao Tao? I don't believe I've seen him before. The owner remarked as he deftly sorted and weighed the crabs for Hu Tao, engaging in conversation with those nearby. Lu Gu, this is my cousin, who just started studying at the Ocean University this year. He also goes out to sea and will often sell seafood here. So I hope you'll take good care of him, Hu Tao introduced. Of course, as for your bucket of seafood, aside from the grouper and spicy snail you're not selling, everything else is accounted for. Take a look. If it's all in order, I'll settle the bill. Lu, the owner, said. Before long, the tally for Hu Tao's seafood was completed, and Lu handed over a receipt. Bai Yu, who relished the accounting process, eagerly leaned in to observe. The receipt indicated that the majority of the weight was accounted for by the orchid crabs, totaling just over 10 pounds. Crabs weighing less than half a pound were priced at 35 yuan per pound, while the larger ones, weighing between half a pound and 8 taels, were priced at 55 yuan per pound, and those in the middle range at 45. The sale of over 10 pounds of orchid crabs amounted to more than 400 yuan, a price that greatly pleased Hu Tao. The bulk of the price came from the small mantis shrimp. Although Hu Tao caught only 4, they weighed a mere 3 pounds and 9 taels, yet fetched over 460 yuan, a stark contrast to the prices Bai Yu had experienced in Sanya. Despite this, Hu Tao was quite satisfied, as he also had several sea snails and scallops, along with a black sea bream, collectively selling for several hundred yuan. After glancing at the receipt, Hu Tao confirmed with Lu that everything was correct, requesting a bank transfer instead of cash. Xiao Tao, I've transferred the money to you. Please check your phone. Lu informed him. Today, you have truly outdone yourself, managing to secure an income exceeding 1,000 yuan. Such occurrences are indeed rare. It has been years since I have garnered such wealth from the sea during my excursions. Today must be my lucky day. All right, Brother Lu, enough about me. Please weigh the seafood for my brother. His catch is undoubtedly superior to mine in both quality and quantity, so do calculate it promptly. Overhearing the conversation between Hu Tao and Boss Lu, Bai Yu and Wang Hai swiftly presented their haul, which filled several trays to the brim. Brother Lu, the varieties have already been sorted. The specifications are for you to finalize. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in weighing them. While Boss Lu calculated Hu Tao's earnings, Bai Yu had already divided their bounty with Wang Hai, primarily categorizing it by species. Bai Yu refrained from intervening in the specifications, as the discrepancies in size could significantly affect the price. It was best left to Lu, the proprietor. This arrangement pleased Lu immensely, as Bai Yu did not overstep his bounds. Their catch shared similarities and differences with Hu Tao's. Both had a substantial quantity of crabs. Yet Bai Yu and Wang Hai's crabs were more varied. Among them, the green crab predominated, alongside a few orchid crabs and rock crabs. The green crabs alone filled an entire crate, each one plump and brimming with meat and roe, indicative of their richness. As September has arrived, it is indeed the prime season for indulging in crabs, not only for freshwater varieties but also for marine ones. Bayou's collection of crabs was more extensive, necessitating meticulous weighing due to the varying prices associated with different sizes. After much diligent effort from Boss Lou, Bayou's crabs totaled an impressive 26 pounds. Upon witnessing this quantity, Lou briefly wondered if they had harvested these crabs from a private crab pond. From just the crabs, Bayou and his companion earned over 1,000 yuan. Additionally, their catch of 11 small lobsters weighed 8 pounds and 2 ounces, yielding yet another 1,000 or more. Various scallops and sea snails collectively garnered over 1,000 yuan. Particularly noteworthy was a colossal sea snail they discovered. How large was it, you ask? It measured approximately 40 centimeters in length and weighed no less than 4 or 5 pounds. Most importantly, the sea snail was meaty. Bayou initially mistook it for merely a shell, intending to bring it back to the dormitory as a decorative item. However, upon lifting it, he realized it contained flesh, thus significantly elevating its value. Regardless of its taste, the sheer size of this sea snail would make it an exquisite addition for decorating an aquarium. For this singular specimen, Boss Lou offered 600 yuan. While not exorbitant, it was certainly a fair price. The key factor was that Bayou and his companions were in Haikou. Had they been in Sanya, no matter the offer, Lou would not have sold it, wishing instead to keep it for his own aquarium. Alas, he lacked the means for such a luxury while at school. 10 minutes later, the trio of Bayou, Hu Tao, and Wang Hai emerged from the purchasing station, each carrying their own plastic bucket. Within their containers lay several pounds of spicy snails and a solitary grouper, intended for their evening repast. The grouper, albeit modest in size at just over a pound, was of little monetary value, being a mere pearl grouper. Beyond these items, they also departed with a string of numbers, a prized possession that everyone coveted. Hu Tao claimed 1, 350, Wang Hai received 2, 000, and Bayou garnered 2, 860. The disparity in Wang Hai's share compared to Bayou's was due to their differing profit-sharing ratios, with Wang Hai receiving 40% and Bayou 60%, thus accounting for the variation. After a bustling afternoon, Bayou felt quite content with their harvest, though a tinge of dissatisfaction lingered. His luck had not been fully expended. With a luck value of 57, he still had 9 points remaining as the trio cycled back to school. Chapter 42, Dining 20 minutes later. At the entrance of the boys' dormitory at Haida University. Hey, Xiaohai, what time are we heading out for dinner? Let us wait a bit. I'll check if Li Xue is coming after the freshman's military training concludes. How about we head back to the dorm and freshen up first? I'll call you later. All right, make sure to call me early. Don't leave me hanging. After Hu Tao finished speaking, he rode back to his dormitory, while Bayou took Wang Hai back to theirs. The joys of coastal foraging are many, yet one notable drawback is the tendency to soil one's clothes. Upon returning to the dorm, the first task for Bayou and Wang Hai was to fill a bucket with water for the spicy snails, ensuring they were thoroughly cleaned before dinner. After all, these delicacies were destined for their stomachs that very evening, and cleanliness was paramount for their peace of mind while dining. Bayou assigned the task of cleaning the snails to Wang Hai, who, when it came to food, was always enthusiastic. Armed with a toothbrush he had just used, he began scrubbing the snails vigorously. In his own words, a toothbrush could be replaced, but if he delayed the cleaning of the snails, it would postpone his enjoyment of them. Thus, sacrificing a toothbrush was a small price to pay for the anticipation of a delicious meal. Meanwhile, Bayou picked up a camcorder to review the footage Wang Hai had filmed earlier that afternoon. However, he soon found himself momentarily bewildered. He had forgotten that they were at school, not at home, where he had access to editing equipment. Without a computer, how could he possibly edit the videos? It seemed that acquiring a computer had become an absolute necessity for both of them. With a computer, they could not only indulge in gaming from the comfort of their dormitory, but also facilitate Bayou's video editing endeavors. As the prospect of editing the video was shelved for the time being, Bayou joined Wang Hai at the sink to assist with the snails. While Wang Hai scrubbed, Bayou took on the task of removing the spicy glands from the snails, ensuring they would not retain their fiery flavor. Some might relish that spiciness, but Bayou preferred his snails devoid of such heat. This meticulous task was tedious and could easily test one's patience. Without a certain level of forbearance, it could become exceedingly vexing. Fortunately, both Bayou and Wang Hai possessed ample patience, and within a mere 10 minutes, they had processed 3 to 4 pounds of snails. Once they completed their preparations, the sound signaling the end of the freshman's military training echoed from outside. Bayou promptly reached for his phone to call Li Xue. having already arranged to dine together that evening. The call was merely to confirm her availability. Although there was no military training scheduled for the evening, one could never be certain if Li Shui's advisor had alternative plans, so it was prudent to inquire in advance. The outcome was quite favorable. Li Shui had discussed their dinner plans with her advisor, who permitted her and Xia Jing to go out, albeit with certain stipulations. Thus, they could only remain outside until 9 o'clock. Before this hour, they must return to the classroom, otherwise they would not be permitted to leave. Despite this temporal constraint, it posed little challenge to Li Shui and her companions, for they were confident of finishing their meal and returning to the classroom well before 9. After reaching a conclusion, Bai Yu promptly dialed Hu Tao to inform him of the dinner time and location, 7 o'clock at Lu's Food Street. At 6:45, Bai Yu and Wang Hai donned their attire, carrying spicy snails, piglet snails, and clams as they exited the dormitory. They mounted their electric scooter and arrived at the girls' dormitory. Waiting for a minute or two until Li Shui and Xia Jing emerged in their casual wear, unnecessary to don military training uniforms for their dinner outing. Xiao Bai Gu. Hi Gu, how was today's harvest? Did you find anything substantial? Upon seeing Bai Yu, Li Shui eagerly inquired, her curiosity mirrored by Xia Jing, who sat behind on the scooter. Compared to her previous self, Li Shui had developed a fondness for beachcombing and even fishing. It was difficult to articulate why, previously, she had found beachcombing tedious, hot, and dirty. However, after a summer of such ventures, she had shed these notions. The reasons were manifold: the prospect of earning money and the thrill of unexpected discoveries. It was decent. We didn't visit yesterday's spot. Today, Hu Tao took us to his usual beachcombing location, where we gathered some crabs and lobsters. I also brought back some spicy snails, and Hu Tao caught a grouper. We shall feast tonight, Bai Yu replied, leading the way on the scooter, with Li Shui following closely. Upon arriving at Lu's Food Street, they found Hu Tao already seated at a table, engrossed in his phone. Cousin, you arrived quite early. Have you ordered? Today, I shall treat you. This is a rare opportunity for you to indulge me, so seize it wisely, Bai Yu said as he parked the scooter and joined Hu Tao at the table. Introducing an enticing topic. Brother Yu, can I order freely? I want lamb skewers and chicken legs. Before Hu Tao could respond, Wang Hai eagerly interjected with his order. All right, I'll place your order. Today, you may have whatever you desire. No limits. How rare. Xiao Bai, you were truly generous today. I want to hold back. Hu Tao exclaimed. Oh, Shuai has arrived. Is this your classmate? Come, sit down. Let us order. You both can choose whatever you fancy. Xiao Bai has declared today as his treat, so feel free to indulge without concern for expenses, Hu Tao called out as he perused the menu at the bustling eatery. In contrast to Bai Yu, he brought his own seafood to seek out the owner of the street stall, presenting his goods to him. This had already been arranged during their dinner the previous night. The owner would assist in preparing the dishes and would only charge a small fee for his services. The dishes ordered by Hu Tao and his companions primarily consisted of grilled skewers, alongside 2 vegetarian dishes, a serving of crayfish, and 2 types of cold dishes. Tao Ge, have you brought that fish? Do you really need to ask? I delivered it to the owner before you even arrived. It should be almost ready by now. As steamed grouper is quick to prepare. No sooner had Hu Tao's words left his lips than a server appeared, carrying a plate that featured Hu Tao's steamed grouper. In addition to this fish, their grilled skewers arrived swiftly as well, taking merely 10 minutes from the time they placed their order. As the servers began to serve the dishes, Hu Tao retrieved a box of 81 from beneath the table, and, wielding a bottle opener, he commenced his task. Xiao Bai, Xiao Hai, let's each have a bottle to set the mood. Shuai, are you and your classmate drinking? If not, shall I order you some beverages? Let us get them some drinks. After all, Shuai and her friends still have to head to the classroom, and drinking might not be ideal. I'll drink with a Hai. Bai Yu took a bottle of 81 and ordered 2 bottles of Wang Laoji for Li Shui and Xia Jing. Then they began their meal. Cousin, this fish is truly delightful. It certainly lives up to being freshly caught today, emphasizing its freshness. Absolutely, Xiao Bai Ge, Tao Ge. Did you catch this fish during your beach excursion? Is it possible to catch fish during a beach trip? Can you take me along next time? A grouper weighing over a kilogram doesn't yield much meat, and with few bones in sea fish, the 5 of them quickly finished the entire fish with their chopsticks. Yet, Xia Jing gazed longingly at the fish bones, clearly unsatisfied, and not only did she want to eat more, but she also yearned to catch fish herself. After all, self-sufficiency is a virtue. No worries. Once you and Shuai finish your military training, we can all go together. If you still wish to eat more, we can order another fish. This restaurant also serves grouper. No, no, let us save it for next time. Next time, I want to eat the fish I catch myself. That would be absolutely delicious. While Hu Tao and Xia Jing engaged in conversation, Wang Hai and Li Shui quietly waited for their meal, swiftly finishing a large number of grilled skewers in a short time. By the time Hu Tao and Xia Jing realized it, their thoughts of wanting more skewers had to wait for the next batch. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yu raised his cup to clink with Hu Tao's, while subtly inquiring about some matters. Cousin, let us toast. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? What plans could I possibly have? I have classes in the morning, followed by training, and the same in the afternoon. It's all classes and training. Are you two not training tomorrow? We are, as athletes. We can't afford to skip training even if we do nothing else. I was thinking of setting up a computer in the dormitory and wanted to see if you have any acquaintances in that area. Setting up a computer? I have an acquaintance in this regard. Tomorrow at noon, I shall call you, and then I will take you to configure whatever you desire. As the crowd engaged in conversation and dining, the clock struck 8:50, and Li Shui and Xia Jing decided to take their leave first. They had informed their counselor that they must report to the classroom before 9. The remaining trio, Bai Yu, Hu Tao, and Wang Hai, continued to linger at the food stall. At this moment, Bai Yu and Hu Tao were engrossed in conversation, while Wang Hai sat alone, enjoying his meal. Unable to interject into the dialogue between Bai Yu and Hu Tao, Wang Hai found himself at a loss for engagement. To alleviate his boredom, Bai Yu thoughtfully ordered a plate of spicy stir-fried snails for him, alongside the spicy snails they had brought, allowing him to savor them slowly on the side. Chapter 43. Setting up the computer at precisely 9:40 in the evening, Bai Yu escorted Wang Hai back to the dormitory building. After securing the electric bike and plugging it in for charging, they ascended the stairs with their takeout. This evening's meal, aside from the ingredients they had brought themselves, cost Bai Yu nearly 300 yuan, while Hu Tao contributed a modest sum of several dozen yuan. However, Hu Tao's expenditure was not on food, but rather on beverages. Specifically a case of beer, which he had purchased. Containing 12 bottles, the trio consumed every last drop, leaving none behind. Hu Tao alone polished off 5 bottles, while Bai Yu and his companion shared the remaining 7. Upon finishing, the only sensation they experienced was a slight fullness in their stomachs. There were no signs of intoxication or dizziness. After all, how could one feel such effects from that particular beer? At least, Bai Yu and his friends did not. The most impressive among them was Wang Hai, who not only drank over 3 bottles of beer, but also feasted heartily throughout the meal. To top it off, Bai Yu even packed some skewers for him to take back. At times, Bai Yu found himself pondering the mystery of Wang Hai's seemingly bottomless appetite. How could he consume so much without gaining weight? It was infuriating, to say the least. However, it seemed that Wang Hai was not entirely free from the effects of indulgence. The fat had yet to manifest, having transformed into muscle through his rigorous training. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Yu promptly washed up and retired for the night. In contrast, Wang Hai remained seated, relishing his skewers. Observing Wang Hai's voracious eating habits, an idea sparked in Bai Yu's mind. Given Wang Hai's remarkable capacity for food, it would be a pity if he did not pursue a career as a food vlogger or a restaurant reviewer, especially considering Wang Hai's daily workouts. He was able to consume without gaining weight, his body a testament to muscle rather than the bulging figure often associated with food enthusiasts. In his mind, Bai Yu conjured the image of a food exploration duo, or rather a trio of insatiable warriors. These 3 were known for their prodigious appetites. Yet they maintained another account dedicated to rigorous training, ensuring that any excess calories did not convert to fat. However, Bai Yu merely entertained the thought. He had no intention of steering Wang Hai in that direction, as Wang Hai lacked the charisma and flair for performance. He simply relished food for its own sake. Once Bai Yu had finished washing up and emerged from the bathroom, Wang Hai had just concluded his meal. Hai, please tidy up your table and wash up. Then prepare to rest. We shall run together in the morning, Bai Yu instructed. All right, you go, Wang Hai replied, promptly gathering his leftovers and heading to wash up. In a matter of moments, Bai Yu found himself nestled in bed, already asleep. Such was the privilege of youth, to fall asleep instantly, a testament to the day's exhaustion. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, the new student's wake-up call echoed through the dormitory, punctual as ever. This time, upon hearing the call, Bai Yu wasted no time in rising from his bed, rousing Wang Hai from his slumber as well. Around 7 o'clock, the 2 brothers had already finished their breakfast and taken a brief respite before heading to the playground, preparing for their morning training session. Bai Yu and Wang Hai arrived at the field on an electric scooter, with Wang Hai additionally carrying a backpack. Upon dismounting, Wang Hai retrieved a substantial number of weighted sandbags from his bag. These sandbags came in two sizes, one weighing 0.5 kilograms and the other 1 kilogram, with the latter intended for leg straps and the former for wrist bindings. Unlike their training in the small fishing village, when they practiced on the flat surface of the playground, Bai Yu and Wang Hai would add extra weight to their routines, which proved beneficial for both their explosive power and endurance. At that moment, the freshmen had already formed their lines on the playground. Today's training would be significantly more intense than yesterday's, incorporating running exercises. After securing the sandbags, Bai Yu led Wang Hai onto the track, positioning themselves in front of a group of freshmen who were already jogging. It was indeed a curious sight, a group dressed in military training camouflage running, led by two in athletic gear. This surely could not please the military instructors, and indeed, it did not. However, despite the instructors' displeasure, they could not dismiss Bai Yu and Wang Hai, as the brothers were members of the school's athletics team, and they were also engaged in training. Their justification was more than adequate, albeit slightly audacious. Bai Yu's intention was to utilize the freshmen to enhance their own training. At that moment, he made eye contact with the instructor of the class, raising an eyebrow in a teasing manner, which caused the instructor to frown and glance at the nearby freshmen. Everyone, accelerate. Overtake them. Those who succeed will enjoy a break during this afternoon's training. Observing Bai Yu's provocative gaze, the young instructor found it hard to tolerate. Yet, as a soldier, he felt it inappropriate to compete with Bai Yu and Wang Hai, despite having been in the military for only half a year. His current position was different. However, it was inconsequential for him not to participate, as he had a group of freshmen beside him who could challenge the brothers. The incentive he offered was enticing enough, a whole afternoon off from training. After addressing his freshmen, the instructor sped over to Bai Yu and Wang Hai, proposing, "How about a little race against these kids? We'll limit it to 5 laps. Let's see who finishes first." "Sure, that sounds easy enough. If you lose, I'll treat you to some water." Bai Yu readily agreed, having achieved his objective, as he noted the students accelerating behind them. Both he and Wang Hai also quickened their pace. Despite the added weight, the 6 kilograms posed no significant challenge for them. Unlike the group of freshmen behind them, who were sprinting with gritted teeth, Bai Yu and Wang Hai maintained their own rhythm, unfazed as some students overtook them. From the very beginning, Bai Yu never regarded these freshmen as rivals. After all, they had just emerged from 3 years of high school, particularly under the immense pressure of their final year to gain admission to the esteemed high university. Bai Yu was well aware of their physical capabilities, being a freshman himself. Just wait and see. Despite their seemingly swift pace, these newcomers would soon tire. As Bai Yu anticipated, after a single lap, the number of freshmen able to maintain a steady pace behind him and Wang Hai dwindled to a mere handful, with none ahead of them. Upon completing 5 laps, the closest freshman was still half a lap behind, and that was without Bai Yu and Wang Hai exerting themselves fully. After their 5th lap, Wang Hai came to a halt while Bai Yu continued to run. Their training priorities diverged, and consequently, their methods were distinct. 5 laps sufficed for Wang Hai's training. But for Bai Yu, it was far from adequate. Wang Hai was dispatched by Bai Yu to fetch water, riding an electric scooter to do so. By the time he returned, Bai Yu had already progressed to his 7th lap. He first handed Bai Yu a bottle of water before making his way to the formation that had previously run alongside them, cradling 3 bottles of Waha purified water. At that moment, the formation was standing at attention along the side of the track, or rather, it seemed they were observing Bai Yu's run. Wang Hai placed the water beside their instructor and then stood by, watching. "Your teammate is quite impressive. He's already 3 kilometers in and shows no sign of slowing down. If he were in the army, he'd undoubtedly excel in a 5-kilometer cross-country run," the instructor remarked, glancing at Wang Hai and the water on the ground. Then back at Bai Yu. "Teammate? That's my brother. Here, this is water my brother has brought for you," Wang Hai replied. "Is that so? Just a casual mention of being your brother, and that's all?" The instructor looked at Wang Hai and the water again, but this time, he fell silent. It was apparent to him that Wang Hai was not particularly loquacious, and most people found it difficult to engage him in conversation. Nevertheless, the instructor accepted the water brought by Wang Hai graciously, recognizing that it was not intended solely for him, especially since Bai Yu had mentioned treating the freshmen if they lost. Ultimately, Bai Yu spent half an hour running 20 laps on the playground before concluding his workout. However, aside from the initial amazement of the freshmen who had run alongside him, his remarkable feat did not create a significant stir on the field. By the end, there were other athletes, similarly attired, running alongside him, as members of the track and field team had also come to train. After finishing, Baiyu approached the instructor to exchange a few words before he and Wang Hai departed from the track, opting to sit on the sidelines in the stands. As the instructor still needed to train the freshmen, it was more suitable for the two of them to remain in the stands, ensuring they did not disrupt the ongoing activities. At noon, Hu Tao called, and the three of them had lunch together in the cafeteria. Afterward, Hu Tao took Baiyu and the others to the computer city in the city. Since they were to assemble a computer, it was only fitting to go to a specialized place. According to Hu Tao, there was a computer shop in the city run by a senior from their university, where many students from Hai University had purchased computers, ensuring both quality and price reliability. Following Hu Tao's recommendation, Baiyu acquired 2 computers priced around 5,000 yuan each, a range sufficient for gaming and video editing. Under the watchful eyes of Baiyu and his companions, the specifications of these 2 computers were entirely new, with every component, including the graphics card, untouched and in pristine condition. By 2 in the afternoon, Baiyu returned to the dormitory with the 2 newly assembled computers. Guided by Hu Tao, the two then visited the campus service center to connect the computers to the campus network. A drawback of the university was that internet access was limited to the campus network, with no option for external connections, a situation that applied to Hai University as well. Thankfully, the efficiency of the campus service center was commendable, and they managed to set up the network by the end of the afternoon. At 5 o'clock in Baiyu's dormitory, Hu Tao declared, "All right, everything is sorted on your end, so I shall take my leave. You two can download whatever you need." However, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Be sure to avoid accessing any inappropriate websites on the campus network, as browsing records can be monitored by the university. If you wish to avoid any internal reports, steer clear of such matters. With the computers fully set up, Hu Tao had no further business and prepared to depart. Yet, before leaving, he imparted a piece of advice. Inappropriate websites? There will be internal reports? What is this, cousin? Have you ever been reported? Upon hearing Hu Tao's words, Baiyu quickly deduced the nature of the websites being referenced, casting a doubtful glance at Hu Tao. Don't be ridiculous. I would never engage in such activities. However, it has indeed happened before. Last year, a sophomore was publicly reprimanded and, feeling unable to remain at the university, chose to withdraw. Goodness, being publicly reprimanded by the university inevitably leads to expulsion. That is quite mortifying, Baiyu remarked. Subsequently, he escorted Hu Tao to the door of the dormitory before returning to his room to begin downloading software on his computer. The first software he opted for was not a game, but rather Premiere Pro, a video editing program, albeit in a localized version. After installing Premiere Pro, Baiyu then proceeded to download League of Legends. He retrieved the storage drive from the previous day, extracting the videos recorded during the seaside excursion. The footage from yesterday's outing lasted nearly 3 hours, but it was expected that the edited video would condense down to a mere 4 or 5 minutes, as most of the content would be deemed unusable. While Baiyu was diligently editing his video, Wang Hai behind him busied himself with a game of QQ Dodiju. The installation package for League of Legends was rather sizable, and he had yet to complete the download. Baiyu worked swiftly on his video editing. The only challenge lay in adding subtitles. Unfortunately, the current software on his device lacked intelligent subtitle recognition, compelling him to painstakingly input each character manually. The entire process of video editing and subtitle addition consumed Baiyu a total of 2 hours. Once he uploaded the finished video, he finally joined Wang Hai for dinner in the cafeteria. Chapter 44. Baiyu begins school in the following days. Baiyu and Wang Hai trained on the playground each morning, and they continued this routine in the afternoons as well. However, after their training sessions, they would ride their bicycles along the coastline, seeking out suitable locations for beachcombing. During this period, they revisited the site of their previous beachcombing excursion with Hu Tao. Yet this time their haul was not particularly impressive, barely exceeding 100 in total among the 3 of them. On September 6th, the day arrived for Baiyu and Wang Hai to report for school. On this day, Hainan University welcomed a large influx of new students and their parents. Yet this was of little concern to Baiyu and Wang Hai, as they had already completed their registration and absorbed all necessary information. From then on, they merely had to await the evening at 7 o'clock to attend their evening study session. Though referred to as an evening study, it was essentially an opportunity for students to become acquainted with one another, including introductions to their counselors and the distribution of uniforms for the upcoming military training. On the morning of the 6th, Baiyu, as usual, took Wang Hai to run on the playground, where they had become quite renowned. Each morning, as they ran, Several new students from various classes would follow in their wake. Encouraged by their instructors with a singular challenge, if anyone could surpass Baiyu and Wang Hai within 5 laps, they would earn 2 hours of leisure time that afternoon. Baiyu welcomed this challenge, relishing the company in their morning runs, which added a lively atmosphere. However, he had no intention of easing the competition for the new students. Prior to the 6th, he had not allowed any of them to outpace him. Despite the presence of several talented newcomers, when it came to running, none could match their pace. On the 6th, however, Baiyu considered that he would soon commence military training and would not have the opportunity to engage with these newcomers afterward. To leave a favorable impression, he decided to let one new student run ahead of them that morning, thus granting him the coveted 2 hours of rest. After lunch, when Baiyu and Wang Hai returned to their dormitory, Baiyu opened the door to find someone already seated inside. "Ah, you arrived quite early. Have you had lunch? How old are you this year? Where are you from?" Baiyu approached the person with familiarity, launching into a rapid-fire series of questions. Li Shuang, taken aback, wore a puzzled expression. He did not recognize the individual before him and was uncertain why this person seemed so at ease in addressing him. Who are you? Do we know each other?" "We do not know each other. If we did, I wouldn't need to ask you these questions," Baiyu replied. "I am Baiyu, and this is Wang Hai. These 2 beds belong to us, and from now on, we shall be roommates. By the way, what is your name?" Observing the perplexed expression of the young man before him, Baiyu introduced himself and Wang Hai, followed by his inquiry. Li Shuang was oblivious to his own thoughts. Had he known that Baiyu's first impression of him was that of a dullard, he would undoubtedly have retorted. Was he truly dull? He was merely taken aback by Baiyu's barrage of questions. "Oh, hello everyone. I am Li Shuang, also from this dormitory. And I look forward to your kind guidance in the future. No need for formality, we shall all be comrades from now on. Where are you from, buddy?" Through mutual introductions, Baiyu learned that Li Shuang hailed from a distant province, not from their coastal region, but from neighboring Guangdong. This year, he too was 18 years old. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the last member of their dormitory arrived, a fellow named Lu Sheng, who came from far-off Inner Mongolia in the north. After becoming acquainted, the 4 of them began playing games in their dormitory, engaging in solo matches on the computers of Baiyu and Wang Hai. The game League of Legends, which had gained immense popularity in 2015, was still thriving. Despite Li Shuang and Lu Sheng having secured admission to Hai University, they were not to be underestimated in the realm of gaming. At around 3 in the afternoon, Baiyu and the other 3 made their way to the playground once again. Baiyu and Wang Hai went for a run, while Li Shuang and Lu Sheng opted to observe. In terms of physical activity, both Li Shuang and Lu Sheng were quite content to remain spectators. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, the 4 of them gathered in the classroom. They were eagerly anticipating this evening's study session, for it marked the first meeting with their university classmates. These individuals would be their companions for the next 4 years, and naturally, everyone hoped their peers would be agreeable in both character and appearance. Upon entering the classroom, Baiyu noticed that over 10 individuals were already present, a mix of both genders, albeit with a slightly lower number of females, only a few in attendance. This was to be expected, as they were majoring in marine studies, a field that traditionally attracted fewer female students, with the majority being male. Rather than immediately greeting those in the classroom, Baiyu chose a seat for himself. The individuals present were predominantly clustered in groups of 4, similar to Baiyu and his companions, chatting comfortably among themselves. By the time the clock struck 7, the class had swelled to over 40 participants, and Baiyu and his friends had mingled with a few other boys from the adjacent dormitory. They had encountered each other earlier in the afternoon, but uncertainty about their class affiliation had prevented any greetings, just as Baiyu and his friends were engrossed in conversation. A bespectacled man entered the room and proceeded to the podium. "Ahem, please settle down. I am the advisor for Class 1 of Marine Technology. My name is Zhang Xin. The personnel who are not from the Ocean Technology class, please exit. I shall now call the roll. Those whose names are called should come to the podium for a brief introduction and mark a check beside their clothing size, as I will distribute camouflage uniforms shortly." Zhang Xin, the class instructor for Baiyu and his peers, inscribed his name on the blackboard along with several clothing sizes for statistical purposes. Initially, Baiyu assumed that all individuals in their classroom were classmates. However, to his surprise, as soon as Zhang Xin finished speaking, a few individuals indeed rose from their seats and exited the classroom. Zhang Xin then counted the number of attendees and commenced the roll call. "Baiyu." Before long, Zhang Xin called out Baiyu's name, prompting him to stand from his seat and approach the podium. "Hello everyone, my name is Baiyu." Bai refers to the color white, and Yu signifies fisherman. I am 18 years old, hailing from Sanyan, Hainan Province. As for my hobbies, I enjoy running and am currently a member of our university's athletics team. Additionally, I like beachcombing and filming videos. That's all, my introduction is complete. Bai Yu is well practiced in self-introductions, and after delivering his brief speech, he marked his clothing size and returned to his seat. Next was Wang Hai. His introduction could not be said to surpass Bai Yu's. In fact, aside from his name, everything else was identical, word for word. Zhang Xian was somewhat taken aback to discover that there were 2 members of the athletics team in his class. And this surprise deepened upon reviewing the profiles of Bai Yu and Wang Hai. Following the surprise came delight, as both Bai Yu and Wang Hai excelled in athletics. Should they achieve any notable success, Zhang Xian, as their instructor, would not only bask in their glory but also receive a monetary reward. Consequently, in appointing class officials, Zhang Xian made no additional arrangements, designating only one position, the sports representative, who was none other than Bai Yu. Subsequently, Zhang Xian called forth Bai Yu, Wang Hai, Li Shuang, and Lu Shang, leading the 4 of them to collect their uniforms. Chapter 45. Half a month later, time has swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a fortnight has gone by. During this period, Bai Yu and Wang Hai have led an extraordinarily fulfilling life, spending their days on the playground from the moment they wake up, neglecting to return to their dorms even for a midday respite, and similarly foregoing the classroom in favor of the open air. As a result, despite a summer of coastal excursions, they emerged with tanned skin after 2 weeks of military training, a testament to the sun's relentless rays. However, Bai Yu did not perceive this as a disadvantage. A darker complexion is merely a sign of health, and besides, he considered his hue to be that of a healthy, sun-kissed wheat color. On September 20th, Bai Yu and his peers had just completed the military training performance at the Ocean College, earning themselves a brief respite of 1 day. Brother Yu, our military training has concluded. Along with this afternoon, we have a day and a half off. Shall we go to the coast? Wang Hai queried as they strolled back to their dormitory. Absolutely. We haven't been out in half a month. It is imperative that we venture to the coast today. I'll call my cousin right away to see if he would like to join us, Bai Yu replied eagerly. Unlike Bai Yu and Wang Hai, Hu Tao is a bona fide upperclassman, already immersed in regular classes. Similarly, Li Shui had also completed her military training, and Bai Yu intended to inquire if she was available to join them for the coastal excursion. Yet, regardless of Hu Tao and Li Shui's availability, there was no rush to embark on their journey. It was still relatively early. It was only a little past 11 o'clock, and the tide had yet to recede. Even if they wished to go, it would be prudent to wait until after 2 in the afternoon. Upon returning to their dormitory, Bai Yu contacted both Hu Tao and Li Shui, only to find that they were unavailable that afternoon due to classes. With no other recourse, it appeared that the coastal outing would be limited to just Bai Yu and Wang Hai. Before each coastal journey, Bai Yu's heart brimmed with anticipation, a sentiment unlinked to his personal fortune but rather rooted in the thrill of potential discoveries. Today, his fortune was not particularly high, resting just above 30 points, though this was the highest it had been in recent times. However, this was not the source of his excitement. Rather, it was the location they were headed to, one they had previously discovered together but had not visited since. There, he had once purchased seafood from a local vendor, and he wondered if she would remember him upon their return. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Yu and Wang Hai donned their waterproof overalls and sun hats, setting out on their electric scooter with 2 plastic buckets in tow. As they departed, their roommates, Li Shuang and Lu Sheng, waved goodbye from the window. Bai Yu had initially invited them to join the outing, but after glimpsing the blazing sun overhead, they decisively declined the invitation, preferring instead to remain indoors and indulge in their video games. 20 minutes later, Bai Yu and Wang Hai arrived at the quaint fishing village they had visited for the first time. They found a spot by the roadside to park their electric scooter, and each took a bucket as they made their way toward the beach. Although it was still just past 2 in the afternoon, and the tide had only recently begun to recede, the sun overhead shone fiercely. Despite the oppressive heat, Bai Yu still spotted a few scattered figures on the beach. Even the distant rocks harbored villagers searching for their catch. For these villagers, neither the sweltering temperatures nor the lingering tides could deter their efforts to gather seafood and earn a living. After all, the age-old adage of relying on the mountains for sustenance when in the mountains and on the waters when by the waters rings true, especially for the older villagers, who possess few skills. Gathering from the sea remains one of their limited means of supplementing their households. Observing the sparse presence of villagers on the beach, Bai and Wang Hai decided against joining the fray. The beach was vast, and there were plenty of uninhabited areas where the two brothers could search for marine treasures undisturbed. Their primary objective on this outing was to explore the tidal flats, for which they had donned water-resistant trousers. As they ventured into the intertidal zone, Bai recalled his previous experience on these flats. Walking on them was akin to traversing through mud. However, there was a distinct difference. The mud from freshwater bodies, regardless of whether it originated from rivers or lakes, often bore an unpleasant odor. In contrast, the mud along the seashore lacked any foul smell, instead exuding the briny essence of the ocean. As Bai stepped onto the freshly exposed tidal flats, still damp from the receding tide, each footfall left a clear imprint behind, a true testament to his passage. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation beneath his foot, as if he had stepped on something unexpected. Intrigued by this discovery, Bai called out to Wang Hai, urging him to point the camera at his foot. "I think I've stepped on something. It looks like a scallop," he exclaimed. "Ah, these water-resistant trousers are a hassle. I can't quite tell what it is, but I can't go without them either. Who knows if there are shards of glass or nails hidden beneath the surface?" To the viewers before the lens, Bai offered a word of caution. If you ever find yourself gathering seafood along the shore, be sure to take proper precautions. Should you sustain an injury, it's imperative to attend to it with disinfectants. Before attempting to retrieve the object he had stepped on, Bai took a moment to educate his audience. It is vital to note that due to human activity, our oceans are no longer as pristine as they once were, and the coastlines reflect this reality. Today, no one can confidently assert that beneath the sediment, there aren't shards of glass or other sharp objects. It is essential to recognize that after prolonged exposure to seawater, these items have become inundated with bacteria. Should one sustain a puncture from them, the pain can be set aside. However, ensuring proper sanitation is paramount. The same principle applies when one is pricked by seafood. Whether it be toxic varieties or the common shrimp, crab, and fish that we frequently consume. In the event of an injury, immediate disinfection and inflammation control are crucial. It is imperative not to underestimate this issue, as numerous fatalities have occurred domestically due to negligence. While even protective wading pants offer limited security, they are certainly preferable to being unprotected. Bai and Wang Hai are mindful of their safety in this regard. After a brief reminder, Bai commenced his task. He carefully moved his foot away from the object he had stepped on and, wielding a sand shovel, tentatively dug a couple of times. With a distinct sound, it was evident that he had unearthed something. Subsequently, Bai flipped his hand over to reveal a large, white clam. The object he had stepped on was indeed a clam, and notably, it was one that was actively feeding, as evidenced by a small fish wedged within its shell, one that had deteriorated to the point that only its tail remained, rendering its species unidentifiable. Brothers. Today's good fortune presents a colossal clam. Though the price of clams may not be exorbitant, their weight certainly adds value. This particular clam in my hand is worth at least 2 yuan. Not a bad price, right? One clam can even be exchanged for a bottle of water. Moreover, I would like to share a little secret. It is said that clams may have a beneficial effect on issues such as erectile dysfunction and premature ejaculation. Whether this is indeed the case, I cannot ascertain. However, for any brothers facing such concerns, it may be worth procuring some and sharing their experiences in the comments. Bai showcased the clam to the camera, requesting Wang Hai to capture a close-up, while he cryptically spoke of its worth and potential benefits. As for whether any fans would dare to experiment, that was beyond Bai's concern, and he suspected that even if someone did, they would likely refrain from sharing their findings in the comments. As for clam prices, as Bai stated, they are indeed modest, ranging from a few yuan to over 10. The clam Bai held was relatively large, weighing approximately 2 taels, and it could easily fetch 2 yuan without issue. Chapter 46. Sea Cucumber. After placing the clam into the bucket, Bai continued to traverse the tidal flats, albeit this time with heightened awareness of the sensations beneath their feet. However, it was not merely a matter of attention. After all, they were clad in waders, not walking barefoot on the mudflats. In addition to their tactile awareness, their eyes were equally vigilant, scanning the shoreline for potential prey. Soon, Bai and his companion made a new discovery. "Hey, look at this breathing hole. It's so perfectly round, just like it was drawn with a compass," exclaimed Wang Hai, pointing to a small orifice on the beach. "Indeed, it is quite circular, but for some reason it resembles the holes made by sea cucumbers. Are there sea cucumbers here? We've never caught one back home," Bai responded, studying the hole Wang Hai had mentioned, uncertain about the creature to which it belonged. His speculation that it might be a sea cucumber stemmed from its resemblance to holes he had seen in videos online, yet he hesitated, as he had never encountered sea cucumbers in his homeland. These organisms are typically cold-water marine creatures, and given that this region is tropical, it seemed an unlikely habitat for them, particularly now, in September, when temperatures peak at around 36 to 37 degrees Celsius, with nightly lows hovering around 25 degrees. Why not dig it out and see what it is? There are several such breathing holes around here. Let us excavate them, Wang Hai suggested. That's a fair point. Digging it out will reveal its identity, Baiyu concurred. He then retrieved his trusty sand shovel and began to excavate the breathing hole. Mindful of the possibility that it might be a sea cucumber, he exercised caution, carefully choosing to dig around the periphery of the hole. After all, sea cucumbers lack shells. They are enveloped only by a delicate, intestine-like exterior, which could easily be damaged by a careless stroke of the shovel. Baiyu had seen videos online where individuals employed specialized equipment to effortlessly and accurately capture sea cucumbers. Lacking such tools, he relied solely on his sand shovel. Generally, sea cucumbers do not burrow too deeply. Digging down about 30 to 40 centimeters along the breathing hole should suffice to unearth them. As Baiyu proceeded, he eventually began to clear the muddy water from the pit with his hands. Beneath the muck, a hint of pink emerged, confirming his suspicions. This was indeed the breathing hole of a sea cucumber. They are characteristically pink in hue. Without hesitation, Baiyu swiftly scooped it up. Pulling the sea cucumber from its burrow and discarding the approximately half-meter-long pink creature onto the adjacent beach. It must be said, the resilience of this sea cucumber is quite impressive. It has been stretched to half a meter by Baiyu, yet it remains unbroken. After about 10 seconds, the originally half-meter-long sea cucumber gradually shrinks to about 10 centimeters in length, with a diameter of roughly 4 to 5 centimeters, appearing rather stout and heavy. However, one must not be deceived by its exterior. In reality, this creature is filled with water. When Baiyu and his companions intend to sell it, they must first drain the water, for the collection station purchases sea cucumbers, not seawater. Brother Yu, this sea cucumber looks rather plump. Do you think it's tasty? Wang Hai, glancing at the sea cucumber, immediately wondered about its flavor, showing little concern for anything else. I can't say for certain, but I've heard that sea cucumbers can be prepared as sashimi. I wonder how it compares to other types of sashimi? Baiyu was truly uncertain about the taste of sea cucumber, yet he was aware of the preparation method for sashimi, having seen it online. It certainly resembles intestines. One cannot help but wonder how those who consume it manage to swallow it. As for Baiyu, he was certain he could not partake in sashimi. Sea cucumber sashimi? Brother Yu, do you think we should? Hold on. If you want to eat sashimi, I can save a couple for you. There are plenty of holes around here. Later tonight, when we go to the food street, I'll find a place that serves sea cucumber sashimi for you. Just to be clear, I won't be eating that sashimi. You'll have to enjoy it on your own. Before Wang Hai could finish his sentence, Baiyu interrupted him, fully aware of Wang Hai's intentions without needing to hear the rest. If you're not eating it, then I won't either. Eating alone takes away the joy. Brother Yu, I'm going to dig for sea cucumbers over there. Upon hearing Baiyu's declaration of abstaining, Wang Hai instantly lost his appetite as well. Although Wang Hai is a foodie, he is a discerning one. He understands that the experience of eating is far more enjoyable when shared with others. Subsequently, Wang Hai took a sand shovel and began to dig for sea cucumbers nearby. However, since he held a camera in one hand, his efficiency in digging was somewhat limited, relying predominantly on Baiyu's efforts. In a mere 10 minutes, the two of them managed to unearth over 10 sea cucumbers, along with several clams they discovered in the vicinity. Baiyu's bucket was already lined with sea cucumbers, which looked somewhat odd at first glance. Having finished gathering sea cucumbers in this area, their coastal adventure was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. While foraging on the tidal flats, most people search for bulges and breathing holes, making it quite challenging to find fish, especially larger ones. However, exceptions do occur. For instance, the fish Baiyu was holding at that moment was indeed an exception, a rare find among the many fish in the tidal flats. The fish Baiyu clutched was a small species that crawls along the tidal flats, measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length and about 2 fingers wide. Already considered a sizable catch. This fish is known as the mudflat fish, a rare delicacy found in the marshes. It is also referred to as the mudskipper or jumping fish. While the swimming speed of the mudflat fish in water remains a mystery, its agility in crawling and leaping across the muddy flats undoubtedly ranks it among the swiftest of marine creatures. Generally, the mudflat fish is not particularly large. However, One should not underestimate its culinary value based on size alone, as the quality of seafood is not solely determined by its dimensions. On the contrary, the flavor of the mudflat fish is exquisite, whether steamed, fried, stir-fried, or used in soups, offering a variety of delectable preparations. Moreover, the mudflat fish is a rare and nourishing delicacy, possessing therapeutic properties that enhance vitality, bolster the kidneys, and invigorate the blood. Indeed, its remarkable benefits are highly enticing, though we shall refrain from elaborating further on the specifics, as those in the know will understand. Additionally, the mudflat fish can also be kept as an ornamental pet, which significantly boosts its economic value, soaring to prices exceeding 100 yuan per pound during peak seasons. However, capturing these creatures is no easy feat. Typically residing in muddy flats, fishing for them demands both skill and patience. Due to their diminutive size and light weight, they hardly register on the scale. One might toil for hours only to find that their catch weighs less than a pound, which can be quite amusing. On this occasion, Baiyu and Wang Hai discovered only a handful of mudflat fish scattered across the beach. They did not press too hard for a large catch, a few would suffice. And if none were found, it mattered little. Even if their haul proved insufficient for sale, they could always savor a meal at a bustling food stall in the evening. In addition to the mudflat fish and sea intestines, Baiyu and his companions also collected a number of octopuses from the beach. Catching octopuses in the mudflats is quite an intriguing endeavor. Any area traversed by an octopus leaves behind distinct traces, guiding us to their hiding spots for capture. However, Baiyu found himself in a bit of a quandary regarding the octopuses. It was not that he lacked the desire to catch them, but rather that he had no intention of selling them. The reason being, the small octopuses he had caught were of the rice-filled variety. It is well known that octopuses with rice offer a vastly different culinary experience compared to those without, presenting a unique texture. The rice within the octopus is highly nutritious, which is why Baiyu wished to keep them for himself. Today, he found it perplexing, although he had set out with Wang Hai to forage for profit. After wandering the beach for so long, he felt a strong urge to indulge in the bounty they had gathered, whether it be the untried sea cucumber or the subsequent octopus and mudflat fish. These are indeed rare delicacies, especially since they are all freshly caught. The focus, above all, is on their freshness. Brother you, crabs. Crabs, exclaimed Wang Hai, look how swiftly it scuttles. As Baiyu pondered whether to consume or sell these treasures, he was startled by Wang Hai's shout. Following the direction of Wang Hai's finger, he spotted an orchid crab racing across the beach at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. To be honest, this was Baiyu's first encounter with such a rapid crab, and he felt no inclination to pursue it. It was simply beyond his reach. Goodness, is that crab about to take flight? He mused. Never mind. Ahai, this crab is not destined for us. Let us continue searching for breathing holes and bulges. It is time for us to head back after a leisurely stroll. After glancing at the distant orchid crab, Baiyu checked the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had been on the beach for over an hour. Despite the length of their foraging, the duo had gathered a commendable haul, totaling nearly 20 pounds of assorted treasures. The only downside was that they had not found anything particularly valuable today. The most prized catch was likely the mudflat fish, albeit in limited quantity. Baiyu planned to remain there until 5:30, ensuring they would return to school just in time for dinner at 6. Naturally, Wang Hai adhered to Baiyu's schedule and continued to search the beach. At 5:30, Baiyu punctually led Wang Hai away from the shore and found a place to wash their wading pants. They then mounted their electric bike, heading towards their school. This time, Baiyu intended to forego selling their catch at the local collection station, opting instead to inquire at the food street to see if any merchants were interested. Should there be any buyers, he would sell to them. Otherwise, he would seek out another collection station. If a merchant showed interest, he would discuss the possibility of a long-term collaboration, potentially eliminating intermediary costs in the future. Chapter 47. Discussing collaboration with Lu Ji on their way back. Baiyu rode his electric scooter with Wang Hai accompanying him. Baiyu placed his plastic bucket on the footboard, while Wang Hai held his bucket in hand. Fortunate that it was not particularly heavy, making it manageable for him. Upon arriving at the entrance of Hai University, Baiyu gazed at the gate but did not enter, instead making a beeline toward the adjacent food street, reminiscent of the legendary figure Yu the Great passing by his home thrice, without entering. It was not until they reached the entrance of Lu Ji's food stall that Baiyu finally stopped the electric scooter. The reason for choosing Lu Ji was that Baiyu had dined there before and had a favorable impression of the place. In terms of flavor, pricing, and quality of ingredients, Lu Ji's food stall was exceptionally genuine, and the owner's demeanor was amiable and welcoming. Upon arriving at Lu Ji's establishment, Bayu secured his scooter and promptly headed toward the kitchen. The owner of Lu Ji's food stall was the chef, while the waitstaff and cashiers were either family or relatives of the owner. If Bayu wished to sell his catch to Lu Ji, he needed to converse with the owner, as any other conversation would be futile without the owner's approval. "Boss, can you prepare sea cucumber sashimi here?" Bayu inquired upon seeing the owner, not immediately asking about seafood, but rather about the sashimi. This was primarily because the menu did not list this dish, and he was uncertain if it could be made. Sea cucumber sashimi? That is not difficult, as long as the sea cucumbers are fresh and properly cleaned. I have all the necessary seasonings. However, we've sold out of sea cucumbers for today. If you want some, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. And you should come early, as they sell out quickly, the owner replied without looking back, continuing to stir the dishes in the pan. "Boss, I brought my own sea cucumbers. Could you help me prepare one serving of sea cucumber sashimi and one of braised sea cucumber? Additionally, do you purchase seafood? I have quite a bit of sea cucumbers and other seafood, all freshly caught this afternoon, alive and well. Would you like to take a look?" After inquiring about the sea cucumbers, Bayu proceeded to address the main purpose of his visit. At this point, the owner finally turned to glance at Bayu, plating the dishes before saying, "Let us have a look then." Seizing the opportunity, Bayu quickly called for Wang Hai outside and re-entered with their catch in tow. "Boss, take a look at these. They were freshly caught this afternoon. These sea cucumbers are quite plump, and check out these clams and scallops. They're of good size. Aren't they? I'm not boasting, but my brother and I have principles when it comes to our catch. We don't take any seafood that is undersized. Anything we've kept is of commendable size." Returning to the kitchen, Bayu approached Boss Lu while carrying a plastic bucket, enthusiastically recounting his harvest. Indeed, the size was impressive. However, amidst his lengthy introduction, he neglected to mention the jumping fish. I noticed that the jumping fish appeared quite substantial as well. In comparison to the sea intestines and scallops Bayu described, Boss Lu's gaze was immediately drawn to the jumping fish in the bucket, also known as mudskippers. It must be said, Boss Lu, being a chef, could discern at a glance which of Bayu's catches was the most valuable. And he quickly focused on the prized mudskippers. The jumping fish. I intended to keep them for myself and had no plans to sell. So I didn't mention them, Bayu replied. For personal consumption? That's quite a haul of jumping fish, surely around 2 pounds. Do you both think you can finish it? I propose you sell them to me. I'll leave you 4 large ones for a soup, and I'll take the rest of your catch. What do you think? As Bayu pondered Boss Lu's words, he reflected on his original intention to invite Hu Tao, Li Shuang, and the others to share a meal, as the jumping fish were not easily obtained, and he wished for them to experience the delicacy. However, according to Boss Lu's assessment, the only items from their haul that piqued his interest were the sea intestines and jumping fish. The rest were too commonplace, as he had his own supply channels. After considerable contemplation, Bayu resolved to heed Boss Lu's suggestion, ultimately deciding to sell the jumping fish while retaining just 4 for a taste. Following a bit of negotiation, Bayu managed to sell nearly 20 pounds of seafood for over 1,000 yuan. Additionally, Boss Lu gifted him 4 dishes: sea intestine sashimi, braised sea intestines, a jumping fish soup, and a vegetable dish. These 4 dishes were ample for both Bayu and Wang Hai. Bayu, however, could not bring himself to touch the sea intestine sashimi, feeling an internal aversion, though he found the braised sea intestines quite delectable. The jumping fish soup, made from fresh fish, was exceptionally flavorful, prompting Bayu to consume 2 large bowls. Once the 2 brothers returned to their dormitory, they found Li Shuang and Lu Xing engrossed in a video game. Perhaps the pressures of their senior year had weighed heavily upon them, now in university. Whenever they had a moment, they would gather to play games. Occasionally, they would invite Bayu and Wang Hai to join for a 4-player session. Indeed, Li Shuang and Lu Sheng had also set up computers in their dormitory, equipped with the same specifications as Bayu and Wang Hai's, prioritizing coordination. "Oh, you 2 are back. Have you had dinner? Want to join for a couple of rounds?" Li Shuang greeted Bayu and Wang Hai upon their return. His first inquiry about their meal followed by an invitation to play. Bayu felt fortunate to have such companions, for judging by their college entrance examination results, attaining admission to Shanghai University marked them as top scholars. Yet, beyond their academic prowess, these 2 were also avid gamers, deeply engrossed in their virtual pursuits. Typically, if they have no pressing matters, they could linger in their dormitory indefinitely, seemingly indifferent to the vibrant world outside. After their meal, Bai inquired about the duration of their gaming session and whether they had opted for takeout again. This routine of gaming and fast food every day is hardly sustainable for their health. Thus, for the sake of their well-being, he suggested that starting tomorrow, they join him and Ahai for a run, as their recent military training had left them with some running foundation, making it less arduous. Bai glanced at the takeout containers on the table belonging to Li Shuang and Lu Sheng as he opened his computer and offered his proposition. He held a favorable view of the duo. Despite their current status as gaming enthusiasts, they at least refrained from smoking, which was a significant relief for Bai and Wang Hai. Enough chatter, hurry and log in. We'll tackle tomorrow's matters when the time comes. Lu Xing and I have been at this for an entire afternoon, and it dawned on me that without you too, victory is elusive. No, it's not just about you. Without Haizi, triumph is unattainable. The absence of Bai hardly makes a difference. Li Shuang dismissed Bai's suggestion of running. Consumed by his desire to win just one match, he would do anything for that victory. Let us get started. It's the same as before. Ahai and I will take the bottom lane, and you two can do as you please. Just support us. As Bai and Wang Hai logged into the game, the four of them embarked on a delightful gaming experience. Engaging in games is undeniably a source of joy, particularly when played with familiar companions, provided they do not overly concern themselves with winning or losing. During the game, Li Shuang inquired about the day's earnings from Bai and Wang Hai's beach outing. Although they hadn't gone to the beach, the prospect of earning money was well understood. Upon learning that they had made over 1,000 yuan in a single afternoon, Li Shuang and Lu Sheng cast envious glances at Bai and Wang Hai. It was remarkable that despite being of the same age, fellow students at the same university, and roommates, Bai and Wang Hai had forged ahead. The fact that they earned over 1,000 yuan in just one afternoon was enough to elicit deep envy from Li Shuang and Lu Xing. With that money, Bai and Wang Hai could enjoy financial freedom, highlighting the considerable disparity between their circumstances. Brother Yu, can it really be that profitable to go to the beach? Earning over 1,000 in an afternoon? If this continues, wouldn't T1 make 30 to 40,000 a month? That's 4 to 500,000 a year. My goodness, if that's the case, why bother with school? We could just head to the beach and make a fortune. Easily earning over 1 million in 4 years of college. After hearing about Bai's earnings from the beach, Li Shuang found it astonishing how effortless it seemed to make money. The thought of digging on the beach for an afternoon to earn over 1,000 was simply too easy to grasp. Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes at Li Shuang's logic, who informed you that one could earn 30 to 40,000 a month from gathering seafood. If such calculations were accurate, then every household of us fishermen living by the sea would be millionaires or even billionaires. This endeavor is not as straightforward as you might envision. Gathering seafood is fraught with uncertainties. If fortune smiles upon you, earning several hundred to 1,000 in a single day is certainly plausible. However, should luck be unkind, it is entirely normal to go several days without income. Take today for instance. The reason Ahai and I managed to earn some money was solely due to good fortune, as we caught a significant number of jumping fish and sea intestines, both of which fetch high prices. Aside from these two, our earnings today were rather modest. Indeed, sea intestines not only command a high price but are also delectable, especially when served as sashimi, which offers a delightful texture. As Li Shuang's thoughts began to stray further from reality, Bai felt compelled to intervene, lest Li Shuang mistakenly believed that gathering seafood was a lucrative venture. If he were to abandon his studies for this pursuit, it would surely lead to complications. Yes, brother, you speaks wisely. If you truly think gathering seafood is profitable, then when the fishermen go out next time, we should join them to experience it ourselves. All right, brother, you do take us along next time. Of course. I intended to invite you this afternoon, but you chose not to come. Tomorrow coincides with a high tide, so I will take you to witness firsthand how much can be earned from gathering seafood. After a discussion among the four, they reached an agreement. Every morning, Li Shuang and Lu Xing would accompany Bai and his companion for a run before visiting nearby fishing tackle shops to procure some equipment, followed by an afternoon of gathering seafood. However, there was a stipulation. The morning runs were essential, as Bai insisted that every gatherer must possess good physical stamina. Without it, one is not a qualified gatherer. In truth, Bai's assertion was fabricated, intended merely to encourage Li Shuang and Lu Xing to join them for a run, as a larger group naturally creates a more vibrant atmosphere. After playing 4 or 5 rounds of games, Bai decided to refrain from further participation, as he had important matters to attend to, specifically video editing. Chapter 48. Temporary task. The following morning, shortly after 6 A bleary-eyed Li Xuan and Lu Xing were dragged onto the playground by Baiyu and Wang Hai. Indeed, they were far from awake the previous night. The duo had indulged in gaming until midnight, and after attending to their nightly routines, they managed to steal little more than 5 hours of sleep. Just as they were lost in the embrace of slumber, Baiyu physically pulled them from their beds, a literal tug that left them bewildered on the playground. Brother Yu, aren't we going to have breakfast first? Running on an empty stomach is quite unbearable. By the way, I forgot to mention that I have low blood sugar and cannot run on an empty stomach, Li Shuang protested, surveying the sparse crowd on the playground. At that moment, he regretted his hasty agreement to join Baiyu for a run, as he had only mentioned running together today, not at such an early hour. Fortunately, he had an excuse not to run, or rather, a pretext to delay their exercise. It was impossible to skip the run altogether, after all. He had already committed to it. Low blood sugar? Look what I have here, Baiyu retorted, brandishing a handful of chocolates. Surprised, aren't you? I came prepared. Now you can run without worry. In an effort to cater to everyone's taste, Baiyu produced not only dark chocolate but also white chocolate, showcasing his thoughtful preparations. Li Shuang, Lu Xing, don't underestimate this. The chocolates Baiyu bought are quite expensive, costing dozens to over 100 per pound. I rarely get to enjoy even a few pieces, Wang Hai chimed in, swiftly snatching a piece of dark chocolate and 2 pieces of white chocolate from Baiyu's hand. Although the caloric content of both types was similar, Wang Hai had a preference for the sweeter option. Seeing Wang Hai grab several pieces of chocolate, Li Shuang and Lu Xing followed suit, taking a few pieces for themselves before commencing their warm-up exercises. It is worth noting that engaging in warm-up activities is essential when preparing to run right after waking, as it effectively mitigates the risk of muscle strains and joint injuries. After a brief warm-up, Baiyu led Li Shuang and Lu Xing into their run. In contrast to the three of them, Wang Hai had been receiving specialized training since joining the university's athletics team, courtesy of Coach Li, who had devised a rigorous training regimen for him. Meanwhile, Baiyu and his companions had different goals and training methods, while Wang Hai focused primarily on explosive power. Baiyu's approach was quite the opposite. Despite their differing training styles, they often trained together, as they all shared the same playground. After running for over half an hour, they headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. It must be said that starting the day with a couple of laps truly enhances one's appetite for breakfast. In this manner, not only does it stimulate the appetite, but it also allows for a more substantial meal, thus aiding intestinal absorption. After breakfast, the 4 of them returned to their dormitory for a brief respite. In truth, they were somewhat reluctant to return. As per their arrangement from the previous day, they were supposed to accompany Li Shuang and Lu Xing to procure tools. However, it was still only a little past 7 o'clock, a rather premature hour, considering that many shops might not yet be open. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Shuang and Lu Xing adeptly powered on their computers and logged into their gaming accounts, preparing for a gaming session. In contrast, Baiyu began to browse the official website of the Haikao Meteorological Bureau to gather information about the tidal conditions for the day. He had mentioned yesterday that today's tide would be a spring tide, which occurs only twice a month. For fishermen residing by the sea, the arrival of a spring tide presents one of the rare opportunities for a bountiful harvest during low tide. When the spring tide arrives, the retreating waters recede significantly, exposing vast stretches of beach along the coastline. At this time, the chances of collecting a wealth of marine treasures and rare seafood increase dramatically. Baiyu learned about this impending spring tide through the announcements from the Meteorological Bureau, and he was quite eager for its arrival. Moreover, he had already decided on the destination for today's tidal hunting, a rocky beach they had previously visited with Hu Tao. During low tide, this rocky shore would reveal a multitude of rocks, potentially even those typically submerged in deeper waters. Just like the rock where Hu Tao discovered a group of lobsters, the waters that once obstructed access would cease to exist during the spring tide. Furthermore, today's tidal hunting would not involve just the 4 of them. Hu Tao, Li Shui, and others would also join. In fact, to partake in this spring tide adventure, Hu Tao and his classmates were even prepared to skip classes. A discussion Baiyu had already had with Hu Tao. Not only were their group participating, but many other students from the Coastal University were also gearing up to hunt along the shore today. After all, Coastal University is a seaside institution, and the number of students who enjoy tidal hunting is indeed countless. These individuals have varying motivations, some purely for enjoyment, others to earn a bit of money, but regardless of their intentions, none would miss the opportunity presented by this spring tide. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the 4 of them visited a fishing gear shop, purchasing 2 sand shovels and 2 crab traps. and then headed to a supermarket to acquire 2 plastic buckets and 2 pairs of rubber gloves, completing the preparation of tools for Li Shuang and Lu Xing. Their equipment did not require excessive preparation, as no one knew how long they would endure if they ceased their tidal hunting. The tools could still be utilized by Bai Yu and Wang Hai. They had lunch in the cafeteria and then returned to the dormitory for a brief afternoon rest. Shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Hu Tao called Bai Yu. "Xiao Bai, are you ready? Don't forget about the tide and the sea today. Remember to bring several nets. I have a premonition that today's harvest will surpass all previous ones. Rest assured, I have been prepared for quite some time. However, cousin, are you certain it's all right to skip class for this? Aren't you worried about failing if the teacher finds out? It's fine. The class I have this afternoon is an elective, so my absence won't be a problem. Right now, I am eager to go to the sea. I foresee that we shall return laden with bounty today. With your auspicious words, let us meet at the school gate shortly." After Xiaobai hung up, he called Li Shui to inform her that it was time to head to the sea and to meet at the school gate with their gear. Just then, while Xiaobai was packing items into a plastic bucket, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. The long-dormant Tongzi brother spoke up. "Ding, temporary mission issued, accepted. What on earth is this temporary mission? And it states that it has already been accepted. He hadn't even agreed to it yet. Has it become a compulsory task?" Regardless of CBIS internal complaints, one undeniable fact remained. The mission had been accepted. Reluctantly, he began to examine the task details. Temporary mission, due to tidal influences. The sea level has receded too quickly, stranding an unacquainted baby sperm whale on the shore. The objective is to rescue this sperm whale and return it to the ocean. Mission reward, 50 luck points. Failure penalty, 1 month of 0 luck points. Accompanying the temporary mission was a map, marked with a red dot, clearly indicating the location of the stranded sperm whale. Gazing at the task information in his mind, 3 large question marks appeared above Xiaobai's head. A sperm whale has beached itself? Is this a joke? How could they possibly have a sperm whale this time? It's well known that sperm whales inhabit deep waters, typically residing in ocean depths exceeding 1,000 meters, while they are currently at the university, where the surrounding waters barely reach 100 meters. However, upon noticing a small note before the mention of the sperm whale, Xiaobai experienced a fleeting moment of understanding. It is somewhat comprehensible for a young creature to act thoughtlessly. Regardless, since he had already accepted the task, Xiaobai must see it through to completion. He was pursuing this for the sake of 50 luck points. He could swear to that. The prospect of punishment was far too severe. A month of 0 luck points? How exaggerated can it be? Do you realize what that entails? It means that if Xiaobai fails this mission, he would have to bid farewell to beachcombing for an entire month, as even if he went, he wouldn't expect to find much of value. Chapter 49. The Stranded Sperm Whale. Brother Tongzi, it has been so long since we last met. You have finally resurfaced. If it weren't for the fact that I haven't seen any luck points daily, I would have doubted whether you had truly departed. But Brother Tongzi, if you're back, why must you impose a mandatory task upon me right from the outset? I am not averse to undertaking this task, however. Do the rewards and penalties not seem rather disproportionate? Achieving success grants a mere 50 luck points, yet failure results in a month of 0 luck points. Is this not somewhat excessive? Brother Tongzi, perhaps you could consider enhancing the rewards a tad. Observing the glaring incongruity between the task's rewards and penalties, Bai Yu silently called out to Brother Tongzi. Since acquiring the system, Brother Tongzi had consistently maintained an indifferent demeanor towards him. Whenever Bai Yu sought Brother Tongzi's attention, he often found himself met with silence. Now that Brother Tongzi had finally made a rare appearance, Bai Yu was determined to seize the opportunity for a heartfelt conversation. However, Brother Tongzi paid no heed to Bai Yu's bargaining, merely displaying a message on Bai Yu's retina as if to respond. The words read, "All explanations regarding this task are reserved for the system." In all honesty, in his past life, Bai Yu had perused numerous novels, including a fair share of system-themed stories. Yet, he had seldom encountered a system like Brother Tongzi that remained so aloof towards its host. Wasn't the essence of system narratives to support the host in ascending to the pinnacle of success? What was up with this particular system? Did it truly look down upon him? Not quite, echoed Brother Tongzi's electronic voice in Bai Yu's mind. I have simply been rather busy lately, unable to spare much time to attend to you. Please be patient. I shall return once I have completed my tasks. As Bai Yu internally berated Brother Tongzi for its lack of responsibility, he was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected explanation. Brother Yu, have you gathered everything? Shall we embark now? Before Bai Yu could inquire further about Brother Tongzi's busyness, Wang Hai interjected, pulling him back to reality. Despite the appearance of an extended conversation with Brother Tongzi, it had only lasted a minute or two, and throughout this exchange, Bai Yu had not ceased his preparations. Having gathered all the tools he needed for the beach outing, let us proceed. Cousin and Li Shui must be waiting at the school gate by now. We should hurry to meet them. With that, Bai Yu led the way, carrying his belongings as he exited the dormitory and mounted his electric bike. The four of them rode 3 electric bikes, and upon reaching the school gate, Bai Yu realized he had overestimated the situation. They were the first to arrive, while Hu Tao and Li Shui had yet to make their appearance. After waiting a few moments at the gate, Li Shui arrived first, accompanied by Xia Jing, shortly followed by Hu Tao and the others. Ah, Xiao Bai, you all arrived rather swiftly. Now that most of us are here, shall we proceed? The rocky beach we visited before, is that agreeable? Hu Tao led his roommates to the school gate, and upon seeing that Bai Yu and Li Shui had also arrived, he promptly set off on his electric scooter. Such is the nature of tide chasing, as long as one member of the dormitory possesses the skill or has profited from it. The remaining 3 will undoubtedly not sit idly by while you reap the rewards alone. After all, there is a saying that resonates well: one fears their brother's hardships while simultaneously envying their brother's luxury. Even if a brother were to drive a luxury vehicle, the others would surely gravitate towards him, seeking his guidance, as they wish to escape hardship. With Hu Tao leading the way, everyone present followed closely behind on their scooters. As Bai Yu rode, he compared the red dot marked by his friend Tong Zigu with his current position, keenly observing how far he was from the unfortunate sperm whale. The only piece of good news was that the location of the stranded whale was not far from their intended destination. In fact, it lay along their route. However, Bai Yu found himself puzzled as to how such a remarkable event had gone unnoticed on this branch of the coastal road, which typically saw a steady flow of traffic. With a sense of curiosity brewing within him, Bai Yu noticed through the virtual map that he was drawing ever closer to the sperm whale. When the 2 points finally aligned, he wisely brought his scooter to a stop. Following suit, Li Shuang, Lu Sheng, and Li Shui halted behind him. Brother Yu, why have we stopped? We haven't reached our destination yet. Look at those guys ahead. They're still riding, Li Shuang inquired as he approached Bai Yu. Not quite. We need to ride a few more minutes. I was riding too hastily earlier and forgot to buy water. I just remembered upon seeing that supermarket behind us. I intend to grab some water. Would you like anything? Bai Yu replied, parking his scooter and scanning the shoreline across the road. Yet he saw no sign of the whale. However, he hesitated to disembark and search along the coastline, as they were meant to be tide chasing, without a suitable reason. Searching for a stranded sperm whale along the shore felt somewhat inappropriate. Brother Yu, could you bring back 2 bottles of honey tea for me and Xiaojing? One friend requested. Brother Yu, I just need some large bottles of mineral water with Sheng. Another chimed in. I would like a large bottle of iced red tea. Came another voice. Understood. I will head to the supermarket at the back. Hi. You let Shuangzi take you along the opposite shoreline to see how far the tide has receded. Also, keep an eye out for any interesting finds. If we stumble upon something worthwhile, we might as well tide chase here. After gathering the drink requests from the others, Bai Yu instructed Wang Hai to dismount and sit on Li Shuang's scooter while he turned back to the supermarket to fetch some water. Adhering to the principle that the likelihood of suspicion diminishes when one does not claim a discovery as their own, Bai Yu entrusted the task of searching for the sperm whale to Wang Hai and his companions, while he himself took a leisurely stroll. As for whether Wang Hai and his team could locate the sperm whale, there was little doubt. One must consider the enormity of the creature. Even a juvenile sperm whale measures around 3 to 4 meters in length. Should the smallest of these, a 3 to 4 meter juvenile, be sought, the task would be relatively straightforward, for larger whales typically remain within proximity of their smaller counterparts. According to the insights provided by Tong Zigu, the stranded sperm whale was likely not yet fully mature, suggesting a size somewhat larger than the smallest juveniles, thus facilitating the search. After all, the larger the size, the more conspicuous the creature. Just as Bai Yu completed his beverage purchase and proceeded to check out, his phone rang, displaying a call from Li Shuang. Hello, Shuangzi. I've finished my shopping and am at the checkout. How are things on your end? Noticing the caller ID, Bai Yu had some inkling of what was to come. Yet he feigned ignorance as he inquired. Oh no, brother Yu, don't worry about the water. Something's gone awry. A serious incident has occurred by the seaside. You need to come quickly. As soon as Bai Yu posed his question, Li Shuang's anxious voice erupted from the other end. Calm down. Take your time and explain what has happened. Please clarify. Brother Yu, we have discovered a stranded sperm whale here, wedged between the rocks. We can't move it. What should we do now? What? A sperm whale has stranded? Is that true? Are there really sperm whales here? Where are you? I'll head over immediately. Bai had scarcely finished speaking when the cashier at the supermarket completed the transaction, totaling over 30 yuan for 10 bottles of water. With the purchased water in hand, Bai swiftly mounted his electric bike and soon arrived at the location of Li Shuang and the others. By that time, Li Shuang and the group had all descended onto the rocky shore, leaving 3 electric bikes by the roadside. Li Shuang, hi. What are you doing? Where's the sperm whale? I don't see it. Bai called out to Li Shuang and the others from the roadside, in his line of sight. Apart from Li Shuang and the others, there was no trace of anything resembling a sperm whale. Brother the sperm whale is beneath this section of rocks. You can't see it from above. You need to come down to see it. Wait, I'll be right down. Upon hearing this, Bai climbed over the guardrail and made his way down to the rocky shore, quickly arriving at Li Shuang's side. Brother, look. This creature is wedged between these 2 rocks. From the outside, there is no indication of a whale's presence. If it weren't for Li Shui and the others seeing it spout water and calling out, it would have gone unnoticed by most. From Li Shuang's account, Bai realized that their discovery of the stranded sperm whale was indeed serendipitous, as the whale's position was exceedingly concealed. On either side stood towering rocks that completely concealed the body of the sperm whale, unless one approached for a closer examination. The whale's silhouette was entirely invisible from the road or the shore. Li Shui's attention was drawn to the whale when it expelled a plume of mist that, illuminated by the sunlight, created a shimmering rainbow. At that moment, the sea was calm, and the whale's own cries for help further captivated Li Shui's notice. Bai observed the stranded sperm whale caught between the rocks. From his estimation, the whale measured approximately 6 meters in length, perfectly aligning with his previous assessment that it was a juvenile, albeit not a very young one. Its skin was predominantly gray, and being trapped rendered it utterly immobile, evoking a deep sense of discomfort. Have you contacted the Maritime Administration? Bai inquired. We can't manage this alone. To rescue it, we need professionals. Otherwise, no matter how many of us there are, our efforts would be futile. Li Shuang, standing nearby, replied, The Maritime Administration? I haven't called yet, and besides, we aren't even sure what their number is. Who should we contact? We can always look it up. After all, we are studying marine sciences. This is basic knowledge for us. In the future, we mustn't be caught unprepared. All right, I'll make the call. Finding the number for the Maritime Administration should be straightforward. I'll first dial 114 for assistance, Bai declared, retrieving his phone and calling the directory service. After being connected to a customer service representative, he explained the situation succinctly and urged them to dispatch help promptly, fearing that any delay could jeopardize their mission. What followed was a period of anticipation, waiting for the professionals from the Maritime Administration to arrive. However, the group did not remain idle. They had tasks to fulfill. Given that it was a day of high tide, the water was receding rapidly, and it would not be long before the sperm whale was completely exposed on the rocks. Before the rescue team arrived, Bai and his companions needed to ensure a steady supply of seawater for the whale, at the very least preventing it from dehydrating for too long. Chapter 50. Abundant resources while awaiting the arrival of the Maritime Bureau. Bai and his 5 companions continuously poured buckets of water over the stranded sperm whale, akin to giving the creature a bath, without a moment's pause. They were not alone in this endeavor. The whale, resembling an eternal child, occasionally doused Bai and the others with sprays from its blowhole, soaked to the skin. They remained undeterred by the playful deluge. In the whale's perspective, Bai's actions of pouring water were likely seen as a form of play, with its own splashes serving as a playful response. Since the discovery of the sperm whale by Li Shui and her companions, its demeanor had noticeably softened. It had ceased vocalizing, much to Bai's chagrin, as he was curious to hear the whale's calls. The Maritime Bureau did not keep them waiting long. Approximately 20 minutes after Bai made the call, 2 speedboats appeared on the horizon, racing towards them. Brother are those speedboats from the Maritime Bureau? Do you think those small boats can handle such a massive creature? Li Shuang asked uncertainly as the boats drew nearer. After all, in terms of sheer size, the approaching vessels seemed quite diminutive compared to the beached whale. They should be capable. I described the situation to the staff over the phone. And since they dispatched 2 boats, they must have confidence in their abilities, Bai reassured. Now, let us keep our comments to ourselves. We might be working with the Maritime Bureau in the future, so let us not leave a negative impression. As soon as Bai finished speaking, the 2 speedboats halted a short distance away. A total of 6 men, all staff members, were aboard. Captain, this is indeed the stranded sperm whale we were informed about. It matches the size described, one of the crew remarked. But how did it end up here? It's perplexing. Nevertheless, let us focus on the task at hand. Be cautious. Don't let the whale harm you. I'll approach and inquire about the situation, the captain replied. This dialogue between the two crew members was overheard by Baiyu and his companions, who were preparing to share details about the whale when an unexpected action occurred. The captain leaped from the speedboat, plunging directly into the sea, and began swimming towards them. What does that mean? Sir, you didn't need to jump into the water. We could have communicated directly, Baiyu exclaimed. Brother Yu, what do you think they're trying to convey? Is this some sort of performance? I can't shake the feeling that they lack reliability, Li Shuang remarked. Enough, let us wait and see how things unfold, Baiyu urged. The speedboats were now quite close, and anyone with a bit of agility could easily leap over to their side. Upon reaching the shore, the captain first inquired about the identity of the person who had called for assistance. He then conversed with Baiyu to gather some information before signaling for the small boat to approach the land. During this exchange, Baiyu learned that the captain's leap into the sea was intentional. They were currently situated on a rocky beach, and the captain had plunged into the water to ascertain whether there were any submerged reefs beneath the surface, contrary to their seemingly unreliable demeanor. The captain and his crew were, in fact, quite professional. As the speedboat docked, 3 additional crew members arrived at the rocky outcrop. They circled the stranded sperm whale to examine it for any external injuries and assess its entrapment status. Upon confirming that the whale was free of injuries and merely stuck, they proceeded with their next course of action to extricate it. With 2 ropes secured around the whale's tail, the crew on the speedboat activated the engine. Under the combined force of the 2 boats, the whale was swiftly pulled from its predicament. Once the whale was towed to deeper waters, the 2 boats halted again. A crew member disembarked and swam alongside the whale to untie the ropes. It is noteworthy that this particular sperm whale was still in its juvenile stage. Had it been an adult, even doubling or quintupling the number of boats would have proven insufficient to manage the rescue. Upon regaining its freedom, the whale released a thunderous call that resonated powerfully through the air. This was not the end, as shortly thereafter, the whale dove into the ocean, resurfacing to spray water towards the 2 boats. It then waved its tail at Baiyu and the others on the shore, creating a cascade of splashes. Fortunately, they were at a sufficient distance for the waves to pose no threat. Look, Xiaobai, this magnificent creature is greeting us, remarked Li Shui, observing the splashes created by the whale. Greeting us? Perhaps. However, after this experience, I sincerely hope it stays away from the shore. Additionally, it is still a juvenile. Baiyu replied. Now that the whale is free, let us hurry to the beach. We have already lost quite a bit of time, and my cousins may have already gathered a bountiful catch. Just as Baiyu was preparing to lead Li Shui and the others away, a staff member from the Maritime Bureau stopped them. The official first commended Baiyu and his companions for their efforts regarding the sperm whale. Nevertheless, he also admonished them for crossing the road barriers and approaching the dangerous rocky area. In the words of the staff member, they would certainly praise commendable actions, but criticism was equally warranted. Moreover, regarding Baiyu and his companions' discovery and rescue of a rare marine creature, mere verbal accolades were insufficient. Upon learning that they were students from Ocean University, the official stated that upon returning to the Bureau, he would send a letter of commendation to the university to formally recognize Baiyu and his team's efforts. In response to this, Baiyu and his 5 companions eagerly shared their names, academic classes, and other details with one another. This was indeed a fortuitous occurrence for them, a stroke of great fortune. Even if they faced a reprimand, it would be worth it. After receiving their admonishment, the 6 of them swiftly departed with their plastic buckets, riding their electric scooters without looking back. A few minutes later, they arrived at the location for their seaside gathering. By this time, Hu Tao and his group had already commenced their activities. Upon noticing Baiyu and his friends arriving later than expected, Hu Tao waved to Baiyu as a form of greeting. How was the bounty after the tide, cousin? Did you find anything of value? Baiyu approached Hu Tao, carrying the drinks he had bought for them, while inquiring about their haul. It's fantastic. Just look at my bucket. It's filled with large crabs and lobsters. I didn't bother with anything else. What took you so long to arrive? Don't even mention it. We encountered a stranded sperm whale on the way and spent some time trying to rescue it. Goodness, cousin, your haul is impressive. Those crabs are enormous, surely weighing over 7 or 8 tails. And there are quite a few small lobsters as well. Wait, is that a spiny lobster? You're going to strike it rich. Baiyu briefly mentioned the sperm whale incident, as his full attention was captured by the abundance in Hu Tao's bucket, which was astonishingly plentiful. Hu Tao's catch consisted solely of 4 types: orchid crabs, blue crabs, small lobsters, and spiny lobsters. None of these were inexpensive. Even the relatively cheaper orchid crabs were all over half a pound, and such large crabs could fetch at least 50 yuan per pound. The spiny lobsters, the most expensive of the lot, start at 200 yuan per pound. Not too shabby. This is merely an appetizer. It's only 3 o'clock now, and we can stay until 7 or 8 in the evening, waiting for the tide to rise. We should easily earn several thousand yuan today. Hu Tao paid no mind to Bai Yu's mention of the sperm whale, as he was immersed in the joy of his bountiful catch. Too preoccupied to think of anything else. Hey, be careful, cousin. Whoa, you nearly stepped on that large blue crab. You almost missed out on 100 yuan. While Bai Yu and Hu Tao were engrossed in conversation, Bai Yu's peripheral vision caught sight of something unusual, prompting him to intervene just in time to save a blue crab from being crushed under Hu Tao's foot. The blue crab Bai Yu rescued was quite substantial, certainly weighing over a pound, and such crabs are not inexpensive. However, Bai Yu intended to share this find. After securing it with a tie from Hu Tao, he placed it into Hu Tao's bucket. Then, Bai Yu hurriedly departed, unable to contain his excitement. The wealth of resources in this area was overwhelming, and he needed to return to fetch his gear. He was eager to catch crabs as well. Chapter 51. Crabs in one hand, shrimp in the other. The fervent enthusiasm of Bai Yu for beachcombing was not merely a whim. It was fueled by the completion of a temporary task, which had earned him an additional 50 points of luck from his benefactor, Brother Tongzi. Coupled with his existing luck, his total had skyrocketed to an impressive 92 points, his second occasion surpassing the 90 mark since he had come under Brother Tongzi's guidance. He vividly recalled the last time his luck exceeded 90 when he had amassed over 10,000 yuan that day. Today, he harbored similar aspirations for sudden wealth. Ahai! Gather all the necessary tools. We must seize the moment. The tide has receded significantly, revealing a treasure trove from the ocean floor. Cousin has already collected an abundance of fine finds, so we must hasten our efforts. Shuer, please take care of your classmate. Should any issues arise, simply call upon Ahai and me. Just ensure you do not stray too far from us while beachcombing, and maintain a safe distance from the shoreline. The rocks can be treacherously slippery when wet, so watch your step. Shuangzi, what are your plans with Ashing? Will you accompany Ahai and me, or will you two venture out on your own? Upon returning from Hu Tao's side, Bai Yu swiftly organized the beachcombing itinerary for his companions. Wang Hai would undoubtedly accompany Bai Yu, as they not only sought to collect seafood but also to document their experience through video. Li Shui and Xia Jing were of no concern. Li Shui had matured into a seasoned beachcomber, and Bai Yu trusted her capability to look after Xia Jing. His only apprehension lay with Li Shuang and Lu Sheng, one a newcomer to beachcombing from Guangdong, and the other a grassland dweller who had scarcely encountered the sea. Their unfamiliarity with the practice was evident, yet both were men, and it was a well-known truth that men often assert their competence even when unacquainted with a task. Thus, Bai Yu deemed it prudent to inquire about their thoughts. Just as he anticipated, Li Shuang's response bore a hint of obstinacy. Brother Yu, it's merely beachcombing. I assure you, we can manage this without issue. Besides, we're not far apart. If we encounter trouble, I'll call for you. With that, Li Shuang and Lu Sheng set off with their tools, positioning themselves on either side of Li Shui. Observing this, Bai Yu refrained from further discussion and commenced work alongside Wang Hai. At this time, it was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, and the tide had receded for merely 2 hours, yet it had drawn back with astonishing swiftness, farther than usual for a 6-hour tide. The rapid retreat unveiled numerous treasures previously hidden from Bai Yu and Wang Hai's view. Brother Yu, look at all this kelp. We didn't see this much last time we visited. How could it grow so abundantly in such a short span? This isn't new growth. It simply wasn't exposed during our previous visit. However, the quantity of kelp here is indeed remarkable. Alas, we lack the time to harvest it this trip, otherwise. Ouch! There's something hiding among the kelp. Let me see what treasures are concealed within. Kelp, a type of algae that thrives on rocky substrates, often manifests in vast, dense clusters wherever it grows. As Bai Yu and Wang Hai gazed at the kelp before them, the keen-eyed Bai Yu noticed something unusual, a movement amidst the kelp. Seizing the moment, Bai Yu swiftly approached, gingerly parting the mass of kelp as if exploring a mystical garden, uncovering the creature concealed within. Oh my, a lobster! A sizable juvenile! Indeed, it was quite large, expertly camouflaged amidst the kelp. Had it remained still, it would have gone unnoticed, but alas, it had moved. As Bai Yu parted the kelp, he revealed a substantial juvenile lobster, nearly a pound in weight, remarkably well hidden. Its greenish hue made it almost indistinguishable, easily overlooked if one were not vigilant. Do you think there are more lurking in the kelp? Wang Hai inquired. eyeing the abundant kelp around them. Perhaps there are. Perhaps not. However, we have limited time to sift through the kelp. Let us focus more on the crevices and the rocks instead. Compared to Wang Hai's interest in the kelp, Bai Yu was more concerned with the rocky seams. After all, searching through kelp was rather cumbersome. Examining the rock crevices was far more efficient, allowing for a swift determination of their bounty. Regrettably for you, kelp, continue to grow. I shall return to collect you another time. Before departing, Wang Hai tenderly brushed his hand across the kelp on the rocks, displaying a sense of fond farewell. Ahai. Stop dawdling and hurry over. Grab your crab-catching claw and come quickly. I've discovered a nest of large crabs. I'm coming. I'm on my way. Upon hearing Bai Yu's call, Wang Hai dashed over, his previous reluctance towards the kelp evaporating in an instant. Meanwhile, Bai Yu stood in a rocky pit. Wielding the crab claw, fiercely attacking the crevices, intermittently extracting large crabs from their hiding spots. The crabs, under assault from Bai Yu, could only retreat deeper into the crevices. Harboring no hope of escape, the pit was too deep, almost reaching Bai Yu's waist. Once Wang Hai arrived, he immediately grabbed the claw and joined the fray alongside Bai Yu, both capturing crabs with fervor. It must be noted that the tide was exceptionally powerful, receding at an alarming rate, leaving numerous prey trapped within the rocky pit. Had Bai Yu and his companions not come to search the shore, these creatures might have returned to the sea once the tide rose again. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Bai Yu and his companions had not only arrived, but had come well prepared, specifically for them. I've got one. I've got one. I'm going for another. Aha. Where do you think you're running, big crab? As the ceaseless catch of prey continued, Bai Yu's face radiated with joy, an irrepressible smile gracing his lips. The bounty was overwhelming, truly abundant. Within a short span, Bai Yu and Wang Hai had captured 6 crabs, 3 sea snails, and a small grouper from the rocky pit. Dismissing the smaller fish as inconsequential, we are on the verge of prosperity. Next one, keep up with me. Ahai. Realizing the pit had been thoroughly exhausted, Bai Yu promptly led Wang Hai in search of their next catch. At that moment, Bai Yu finally comprehended why Hu Tao and the others would skip classes to pursue the sea. The tide was remarkably favorable for those in search of marine treasures. With the right location and a dash of luck, the rewards from such outings were invariably gratifying. It was not only Bai Yu and Wang Hai who were reaping a bountiful harvest. Even Li Shuang and Lu Sheng, embarking on their inaugural foray into the sea, were met with exclamations of delight, indicating their own successes. In the quest for new prey, Bai Yu soon made another discovery. Merely 10 meters from the previous rocky pit lay another, equally promising one. In truth, this stretch of rocky shore was replete with such pits, and Bai Yu had chosen this one for its evident wealth of good catches. Ahai, come quickly. Eels. Our old friends, the sea eels, and several oil eels too. Their size is quite impressive, and they are remarkably plump. After assessing the situation in the pit, Bai Yu donned his gloves, preparing to dive in for the sea eels. As for the oil eels, while they bore resemblance to their sea eel counterparts, they differed significantly in appearance and flavor. Additionally, there was a considerable disparity in their market prices. Oil eels were less valuable, fetching around 30 to 40 yuan per kilogram, while sea eels were considerably pricier. 1 kilogram of sea eel could be exchanged for 2 kilograms of oil eels, a staggering difference indeed. Nonetheless, Bai Yu held no disdain for the oil eels due to their lower price. After all, 30 to 40 yuan was still a substantial sum, far more worthy than the mere 10 or 20 yuan for scallops. The gloves Bai Yu wore were iron gloves he had brought from his hometown, a gift from his uncle, which he had taken to school. They were an effective tool for catching sea eels, allowing him to disregard any fears of their sharp teeth. No matter how formidable, they would be rendered ineffective upon contact with his gloves. However, Bai Yu was concerned that he had come to the sea without waterproof pants, donning only shorts and sandals. He would need to be vigilant against any potential bites from the eels, as a single nip could lead to days of discomfort. Once Bai Yu was ready to enter the water, Wang Hai remained alert, keeping a watchful eye on the movements of the eels, ready to caution Bai Yu should any approach too closely. Meanwhile, Wang Hai was not idle. He not only filmed videos but also held a crab claw in one hand, ever ready to seize an eel. For Wang Hai, multitasking, be it 2, 3, or even 4 tasks, posed no challenge. The only uncertainty lay in his ability to catch an eel. In contrast, Bai Yu, having descended into the water pit, found the water barely reached his knees. Subsequently, without disturbing the surface, Bai Yu stealthily approached an unsuspecting eel from behind. In a swift motion, he seized the creature by its head, maintaining his grip regardless of its frantic struggles. He quickly lifted it from the water, depriving it of any leverage. The captured eel, displaying remarkable intelligence, coiled itself around Bayu's arm in a desperate attempt to free its head. This eel was no small specimen, measuring over half a meter in length. Its patterned skin made it appear as though a snake had wrapped itself around Bayu's arm from a distance. However, Bayu remained unfazed by the eel's entanglement, casually placing it into a bucket and even giving its head a gentle flick. Chapter 52. A preliminary sail in the waterhole before them. 5 eels resided, 2 oil eels and 3 sea eels. Within mere minutes, Bayu had successfully captured 4 of these eels, while the last one was ensnared by Wang Hai using a crab-catching clamp. During the capture, Bayu also retrieved 3 large shrimp from the mouths of the eels. These shrimp were not lobsters, but rather, they were large prawns. Had Bayu not acted swiftly, these 3 prawns would have undoubtedly ended up as sustenance for the eels. With the capture of these sea eels, the bounty in Bayu and Wang Hai's bucket had already approached 20 pounds. Although the sea eels comprised the bulk of their haul, the value of their catch was still considerable, amounting to over 1,000 yuan. Just as Bayu was searching for the next target, Hu Tao had already returned to shore with a roommate. This was not due to a lack of ambition to continue their endeavor. Rather, their bucket was simply too full. They needed to visit the purchasing station to sell their catch before they could resume their fishing. Upon contemplating the sale, Bayu suddenly recalled an important matter. To whom should they sell their catch today? He remembered that he had recently negotiated with the owner of Lu's seafood stall, agreeing to sell any quality finds to him in the future. However, the location where they were fishing was quite distant from Lu's establishment, requiring at least 40 to 50 minutes for a round trip. In contrast, the purchasing station for their fish was merely a 2 to 3 minute bike ride away, thus saving them a significant amount of time. After careful consideration, Bayu decided that the majority of their catch would be sold at the purchasing station, while reserving some quality items for Lu's stall, along with their final haul. As Bayu and Wang Hai worked diligently to fill their plastic buckets, Li Shui approached them, her hands empty. "Xiao Baigu, do you know where the purchasing station is around here?" "Shouting, and I want to sell our catch." Have you two been so efficient as to fill your buckets already?" Bayu's first reaction was to assume they had successfully filled their buckets. But a moment's reflection revealed that this was unlikely. After all, he and Wang Hai had been exceedingly efficient, and it seemed improbable that Li Shui and Xiao Jing could match their pace. Additionally, he noticed that Hu Tao's companions, who had arrived before them, were still diligently fishing. "No. We've only gathered half a bucket of crabs and sea snails, and even that is too heavy to carry, which is why we are headed to sell our catch. Xiao Baigu, just point me in the right direction, and I will take Xiao Jing with me. It won't delay you and Hai Gu from fishing." "That makes sense. After all, you are both girls, so it is understandable that you might have less strength. How about this? I will take you there. We have quite a bit to sell as well, so it will be convenient to do it together. Hai, you will have to continue fishing on your own from here. You can put away the camera for now and resume filming when I return." After Bayu finished speaking, he poured the catch from the 2 buckets onto a flat surface, placing the excess into a small net bag, which he casually carried. The only prize he left behind was a small, nearly 1-pound green dragon, reserved for Lu Ji. Initially, Bayu intended to send Wang Hai to accompany Li Shui and the others. However, he reconsidered, realizing that Wang Hai's lack of negotiation skills and Li Shui and Xia Jing's unfamiliarity with seafood pricing could lead them to be taken advantage of by the buyers. Thus, he decided to escort them himself. It is essential to understand that in the seafood trade, the nuances run deep, extending beyond mere species and their conditions. As Bayu and his companions came ashore, Li Shuang and Lu Sheng appeared, also carrying buckets, ready to follow Bayu to sell their goods and gain insight into the buying station and seafood prices. The 5 of them, on 4 electric bikes, reached the buying station in just 2 minutes. Upon their arrival, they encountered Hu Tao, who had just finished selling his catch. "How was your haul? How much did you sell for?" Bayu immediately inquired about Hu Tao's earnings. "It was fair. I managed to sell for just over 3,000. But it's hardly worth mentioning," Hu Tao replied dismissively. "Brother, when you say it's not worth mentioning, could you please manage your expression? Your mouth is practically stretching to your ears," Bayu remarked, observing Hu Tao's smug demeanor with a sense of helplessness. "All right, I'll be more mindful next time. You all hurry inside to line up. There are quite a few people selling today. I want to keep you company. I need to get back to making money," Hu Tao said, slightly adjusting his expression before departing the buying station. Following Hu Tao's advice, Bayu and the others, carrying their respective catches, quickly made their way into the buying station. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A long queue had formed in the yard. with at least 10 people ahead of them waiting to sell their goods. The crowd consisted of both men and women, young and older alike, all dressed similarly, wearing sun hats and carrying fish boxes or plastic buckets. Since Baiyu and his group arrived later, they found themselves at the end of the line. Fortunately, the owner of the buying station was quite efficient in tallying the catches. Seizing the moment while waiting in line, Baiyu approached and retrieved a basket to sort the contents of his bucket. In the brief time since they arrived at the rocky beach, they had amassed considerable catches, including eels, crabs, sea snails, scallops, and various fish. Meanwhile, Li Shui and the others emulated Baiyu's actions, meticulously categorizing their own catches. After asking Li Shui to keep an eye on the fish, Baiyu entered the buying station, casually handing the owner a cigarette before standing proudly to the side. He learned this trick from Hu Tao. Ever since he noticed Hu Tao carrying cigarettes with him, he decided to keep a pack on himself as well. And now it proved to be quite useful. Baiyu approached with the primary intention of inquiring about the recent seafood prices, hoping to estimate how much he could sell his own batch for. Soon, everyone ahead of Baiyu finished their transactions and left, their earnings ranging from a few hundred to 1,000 or 2,000. While Baiyu observed, Li Shui and Xia Jing entered, collaboratively carrying 2 plastic baskets filled with their goods. "Boss, these 2 are our own people. Could you possibly raise the price a bit?" Upon seeing Li Shui and Xia Jing arrive, Baiyu immediately began to subtly negotiate with the boss. After a moment of observation, Baiyu discerned that the prices at the fish market exhibited considerable elasticity. Not only could they be driven down, but there was also room for an increase. Own people, your girlfriend and classmates, or perhaps younger sisters. For Xiao Tao's sake, I can give you a bit of a favor. I can raise it by 2 yuan, which is the same price I offered Xiao Tao. The boss glanced at Baiyu, then at Li Shui and Xia Jing, and finally at the cigarettes in his hand before quoting a price to Baiyu. The boss recognized Baiyu somewhat, recalling the time Hu Tao brought him along, during which he and Wang Hai had gathered a substantial amount. "All right, thank you, boss. Shuangzi, Asheng, please bring your things in too. And don't forget to bring in my share as well. I appreciate your help." Baiyu mentioned this casually, not truly expecting the boss to agree, as he had only met him once, with little more than a fleeting acquaintance. Yet, since the boss had consented, Baiyu decided to seize the opportunity and called in Li Shuang and the others outside while simultaneously lighting a cigarette for the boss. Upon hearing Baiyu's voice, Li Shuang and the others entered, each carrying their respective goods, and they remembered to bring Baiyu's as well. "You're Xiaobai, right? I enjoy collecting your students' goods. You always manage to separate everything before I weigh it, which saves me a great deal of time. You're aware of the prices for the seafood I just purchased, correct? Shall I begin calculating?" "No problem, boss. You carry on. We'll just watch from the side." After the boss meticulously counted, Li Shui's haul amounted to 4 pounds of green crabs, 7 pounds of flower crabs, 3 pounds of sea snails, 2 pounds of various scallops, and a 2-pound striped base. Altogether, it weighed around 13 to 14 pounds, fetching over 700 yuan, a decent price indeed. Her roommate, Xia Jing, had a similar total value. In contrast, Li Shuang and Lu Xing had slightly more, just shy of 1,000 yuan, owing to their indiscriminate approach of collecting whatever they encountered. Unlike Li Shui and Xia Jing, who only caught large crabs, sea conchs, and big scallops, the duo also included spicy conchs in their harvest, mistaking them for small sea conchs. Baiyu's catch was ultimately calculated last, given that he had the most items, which were also of the highest value. Just 3 sea eels alone fetched 500 to 600 yuan, while 2 oil eels brought in a significant sum as well. Altogether, the other crabs and sea conchs amounted to over 1,000 yuan, and combined, the total earnings exceeded 2,000. As for the price, it is neither excessively high nor particularly low. The primary concern remains the scarcity of valuable items. It would have been splendid if he could have captured a spiny lobster like Hu Tao did. Chapter 53, Shared Fortunes Brother You. I never realized that beachcombing could be so lucrative. We've only been at it for a short while, and we've already made nearly 1,000 yuan. This is astonishingly easy, far more enjoyable than tending cattle on the prairie, and it's quite entertaining too. Indeed, it's far superior to watching the stove back home. Beachcombing is not only fun, but the scenery is beautiful, and we can sell the seafood we catch for a handsome profit. Truly splendid. As they exited the small courtyard of the purchasing station, Li Shuang and Lu Sheng were engrossed in checking their balance on their phones, expressing various exclamations of wonder. "All right. Enough of that. The money is already in our accounts. It won't run away and certainly won't diminish. We need to hurry back and continue our beachcombing. Today is a big tide, and our luck seems to be holding." if we don't seize this opportunity to earn more. Who knows how long we'll have to wait for such good fortune again. Baiyu glanced at the chattering Li Shuai and Lu Sheng, offered them a brief reminder, and then mounted his electric bike to depart. In contrast to the excitement of Li Shuai and Lu Sheng, Li Shui and Xia Jing exhibited a much calmer demeanor. Li Shui was no stranger to beachcombing. This was not her first foray into making money from it. To her, earning several hundred yuan was just a routine occurrence, nothing to be astonished or surprised about. As for Xia Jing, her lack of understanding about beachcombing, coupled with the numerous tales Li Shui had shared about their past ventures, left her unfazed by their current bounty. The two followed Baiju's bike towards the rocky beach where they would continue their endeavors. Upon returning, Baiyu and his companions noticed from a distance that the number of people on the rocky shore had seemingly doubled. Originally, with Hu Tao and others, there were 10 individuals beachcombing, but after a brief trip to sell their catch, the number had surged. Fortunately, the area was spacious enough that the additional beachcombers would not interfere with Baiyu and his group. As Baiyu approached Wang Hai, the latter, filled with delight upon seeing him, eagerly presented his recent haul. Brother Yu, look what I've caught. A spiny lobster. It's enormous. Spiny lobster? You caught a spiny lobster. A hai? Upon hearing Wang Hai's exclamation, Baiyu quickly took the plastic bucket to peer inside. Indeed, he was greeted by not one, but 2 splendid spiny lobsters. While returning from selling their catch, Baiyu had contemplated catching spiny lobsters, but he had not anticipated that Wang Hai would be the one to snare such a pair. Remarkably, these lobsters were not just any size, they were particularly large, nearly matching the size of Baiyu's forearm, an impressive feat considering Baiyu was an athlete, with arms considerably more muscular than the average person. Just by visual estimation, the combined weight of the 2 lobsters must have been at least 12 to 13 pounds. They were on the verge of striking it rich. Impressive, ahai. While I was busy selling goods, you managed to catch 2 splendid flower dragons and such a number of crabs. Your luck is remarkable. Did you record the process of capturing the flower dragons? Brother Tongzi, take a good look. Why is it that Ahai can effortlessly catch 2 flower dragons, while I've been toiling for half a day without netting a single one? My luck today is over 90 points. Is such a high fortune merely a fade? The 2 segments portray Baiyu's inquiries, one directed at Wang Hai and the other at the system. Rest assured, Brother Yu, I recorded the process of capturing the flower dragons, though I did not film the crab capture. It's currently playing on the recorder. Although Baiyu mentioned before selling goods that he could refrain from recording while harvesting at sea, Wang Hai understood that Baiyu intended to film for a purpose. Thus, upon discovering the flower dragons, he recorded the entire capturing process. Having it recorded is splendid. It makes for excellent material. Thank you for your efforts, Ahai. Brother Tongzi, perhaps you should learn from Ahai and observe his exceptional work efficiency. Just look at yourself. Truly, there is no pain like comparison. Baiyu lamented with a shake of his head, resembling a parent disheartened by their child's lack of diligence. This statement provoked Tongzi, who immediately retaliated against Baiyu. Try to insult me again. Give it a shot. Just because your luck is poor and you fail to catch anything good, you blame me? Such a high luck value bestowed upon you, yet you squander it. Furthermore, the reason Wang Hai could capture the flower dragons is because he utilized your luck value. You completed your temporary task today, and I granted you shared luck privileges, which can currently only be bound to one person, Wang Hai. You both share the same fortune. Reflect on why he succeeded in catching the flower dragons while you could not. I expect a response from you by evening. That is all. After receiving Tongzi's reprimand, Baiyu promptly checked his system panel. As anticipated, a previously locked section unveiled a passive skill, shared fortune. As for why it was bound to Wang Hai, this was not Baiyu's choice. He had no say in the matter. The authority lay with Tongzi, who could bind anyone as long as Baiyu's subconscious did not object, without needing his consent. Upon reading this notification, Baiyu felt utterly dismayed. As a host with a system, how could his privileges be so limited? Although binding to Wang Hai was reasonable, he would have chosen him regardless. It was disheartening to have no sense of involvement in the decision. Were it not for his own lack of special talents, he would rather forego this system altogether. However, at this moment, Baiyu could only express one sentiment. Not having to worry about it is indeed delightful. Gazing at the remaining 60+ points of luck, he felt that sharing luck with Wang Hai might not be so bad after all. At least this way, it would be utilized more swiftly. And the days of returning from a harvest with unused luck points should be a thing of the past. After binding the shared personnel, they proved to be beneficial to Baiyu as well. An individual can enhance Baiyu's luck by 1/10. Although this effect only takes place on the day following the binding. While a 10% increase may not seem substantial, considering that only one individual is currently bound. The potential for exponential growth becomes evident when more individuals are added. If 10 people are bound in the future, that would amount to 100% enhancement. Just contemplating this prospect filled Baiyu with a sense of exhilaration. When that time arrives, he would undoubtedly attain true financial freedom. Having observed the two magnificent flower dragons, Wang Hai led Baiyu to a large pit nearby. Brother Yu, you're just in time. This pit harbors quite a number of large shrimp. Let us catch them together. Baiyu gazed into the pit Wang Hai pointed out, momentarily lost in thought. This pit, discovered by Wang Hai, resembled a slightly sunken platform rather than a rocky pit, formed into a waterhole after the tide receded. The waterhole was quite expansive, measuring at least 10 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in width, resembling a reservoir. Regarding the large shrimp Wang Hai mentioned, Baiyu indeed noticed a substantial quantity within the waterhole, including both white shrimp and mantis shrimp. Moreover, he also spotted a small number of mantis shrimp and abalones. However, Baiyu felt a twinge of concern. The sheer size of the waterhole, combined with the presence of water, posed a significant challenge for capturing live sea shrimp. After all, they had come out without a landing net, leaving them with only their hands or a plastic bucket for collection. However, upon observing the considerable quantity of mantis shrimp, Baiyu resolutely decided that he had to pursue this endeavor, no matter how challenging it might be. After all, mantis shrimp are quite valuable. In the realm of sea shrimp, they hold significant worth, and capturing them is akin to collecting money. After a moment of contemplation, Baiyu boldly led Wang Hai into the waterhole. Surprisingly, the seawater, having basked in the sun all afternoon, felt pleasantly warm. Straying from the topic, Baiyu didn't descend into the waterhole merely to appreciate the temperature. His intent was to catch sea shrimp. Ahai, let us herd the shrimp to one side, and I will scoop them up with the bucket. You keep an eye on the camera in your hands. Make sure it doesn't get wet. The optimal method for capturing the shrimp in this waterhole was to gather them in one area and then use the bucket to scoop them up. Otherwise, if Baiyu attempted to catch them one by one, it could take an eternity. Following Baiyu's plan, he and Wang Hai positioned themselves on either side of a corner of the waterhole, ready to act. Regardless of whether they were white shrimp, mantis shrimp, or other varieties, the sun's rays had diminished their vitality after several hours. Even as Baiyu and Wang Hai attempted to encircle them, the shrimp's speed and responsiveness had significantly waned. After all, most marine shrimp exhibit a behavior of being dormant during the day and active at night. Although many of them are attracted to light, they possess specific requirements regarding the intensity of the light source and the temperature. Once these parameters exceed their tolerance, they may become lethargic or, in severe cases, perish. At this moment, the shrimp in the waterhole appeared somewhat listless, a fact that Baiyu had not anticipated. He discovered that capturing these shrimp was not as challenging as he had initially thought. With the successful encirclement by Baiyu and Wang Hai, the quantity of seafood they had gathered was quite substantial. At first glance, there were at least 20 shrimp. Baiyu, holding the bucket he had prepared earlier, reached in to scoop up the shrimp. With a splash of water, the shrimp, along with the seawater, were captured in the bucket. Brother Yu, quickly take a look at how many shrimp we've caught. Hold on. Hand me one of your net bags. We can't just toss them directly into the bucket. Otherwise, those two spiny lobsters in the bucket will surely devour them as if they were food. Instead of immediately inspecting the bounty, Baiyu asked Wang Hai for a net bag. With the net bag in hand, he finally turned his gaze to the plastic bucket, where he observed around 10 large shrimp swimming about. Chapter 54. The end of the tide harvest after a thorough inspection by Baiyu. The first catch yielded 15 sea shrimp and 2 mantis shrimp. It is important to clarify that mantis shrimp are not shrimp in the conventional sense. They merely bear the name. Among the 15 sea shrimp, 7 were of the splendid variety, each exceeding 20 centimeters in length. Despite their modest number, these 7 splendid shrimp collectively weighed around a pound. In contrast, the remaining 8 ordinary shrimp did not even match the weight of the splendid ones. Brother Yu, these splendid shrimp are truly impressive. Their size is remarkable, and their vibrant red hue is delightfully festive, remarked Wang Hai. What is the matter? Are you tempted by these large shrimp? If so, fret not. Once we finish our harvest, we shall save some splendid shrimp for Boss Lu to prepare for us to savor. Upon hearing Wang Hai's praise for the splendid shrimp, Baiyu discerned his companion's thoughts. Although they had grown up by the sea, both had only rarely indulged in splendid shrimp, with their few encounters occurring at buffets. Thus, Baiyu found himself in agreement with Wang Hai's desire. After all, if they wished to taste splendid shrimp, they might as well reserve some for the evening's feast. All right, Thank you, brother Yu. Let us continue. There are still plenty left, Wang Hai urged. Onward, let us employ our usual method. Since Bai Yu had promised Wang Hai splendid shrimp for dinner, he momentarily felt as if he could see a glimmer of excitement in Wang Hai's eyes. However, this enthusiasm was not directed at Bai Yu, but rather at the splendid shrimp remaining in the pit. Disregarding the ordinary shrimp and mantis shrimp nearby, Bai Yu did not dampen Wang Hai's spirits. Instead, he collaborated with him to net all the sea shrimp from the waterhole. There were indeed a considerable number of sea shrimp. Setting aside the ordinary shrimp and mantis shrimp, they had captured dozens of splendid shrimp alone. To accommodate this bounty, both Bai Yu and Wang Hai utilized all their nets, and even then, they required an additional bucket to contain the haul. However, Bai Yu was selective with his catch. As September was the peak of the splendid shrimp breeding season, he chose to release any large shrimp carrying eggs. Conversely, he would never let go of the large shrimp with eggs, as they were a prized catch he could not overlook. As their tide harvest progressed, Bai Yu and Wang Hai continued to gather their bounty along the rocky shore. With the tide receding further, their foraging area expanded, allowing them to collect even more treasures. After approximately another half-hour of diligent work, their buckets were nearly full once again, and they were ready to sell their goods once more. Before departing, Bai Yu first called Boss Lu to inquire whether he was interested in purchasing flower lobsters and mantis shrimp. If Boss Lu declined, Bai Yu intended to sell these items to the acquisition station. Ultimately, Boss Lu responded that he wanted the flower lobsters and small blue lobsters. But he had no interest in the mantis shrimp, as they were not in demand near the school. Despite Boss Lu's seafood stall being located near the university, the majority of his clientele were not students. Rather, they were tourists visiting the university. These visitors were willing to spend on large crabs and lobsters. Yet their appetite for shrimp, whether mantis or giant, was considerably low. With this conclusion in mind, Bai Yu took out the lobsters and began to make his way back to the shore with his other catches. This time, he was not alone. Wang Hai accompanied him, given that they had 2 buckets to carry. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, the sky gradually darkened. Xiao Bai, it's nearly dark. My roommates and I are planning to head back. What are your plans? Hu Tao, noticing the imminent twilight, came to find Bai Yu. Is it already 7? It feels like we just arrived to gather seafood, Bai Yu remarked, glancing at the sky. What do you mean by time flying? You and Wang Hai have made several trips to the acquisition station, are you not aware? Hu Tao replied. All right, let's wrap it up for today. The tide is about to rise, and staying any longer could be dangerous. The evening seaside winds and waves can be quite fierce. Let's head back. After finishing his sentence, Hu Tao lifted his plastic bucket and prepared to ascend the shore. Bai Yu, contemplating for a moment, decided to gather his belongings as well. Hu Tao had a point. Once the darkness fell and the tide began to rise, the rocky beach could become perilous. Especially since today was a spring tide, the water receded quickly, and it would rise just as swiftly. Bai Yu and his companions were at the farthest point of the rocky shore, making them the first to be engulfed by the rising tide. Ahai, let's pack up and head back. We can sell our haul to Lu's seafood stall. Let us go. Bai Yu called out to Wang Hai, and similarly beckoned to Li Shui and Li Shuang. The 4 of them had worked diligently, having been at the shore since around 2 or 3 o'clock, and now it was nearly evening. Li Shuang and Lu Xing had their necks sunburned from the prolonged exposure. Yet they persevered in their quest for seafood. Although a significant motivation was the monetary reward, one could not deny their remarkable resilience. Upon hearing Bai Yu's call, Li Shuang and Lu Sheng were the first to respond. If it weren't for the substantial earnings from gathering seafood, they would have long surrendered. Now that Bai Yu announced they could return, they raced to the shore faster than anyone else. Today has truly exhausted both of us, and the sun was exceptionally harsh. I fear that by tomorrow morning, I shall shed a layer of skin from my neck. Upon reaching the shore where the electric bikes are parked, Li Shuang immediately began to vent to Bai Yu. So, now you realize how tiring it is? Yet this afternoon, when you were counting your money, you said nothing of fatigue. Why not just hand over all the money you earned today? I shall take you to the hospital to have a look at your neck. Give me 2 days, and I assure you, your neck will be as good as new. What do you say? Bai Yu, observing Li Shuang's distressed expression, cut straight to the point. That is out of the question. That money is hard-earned. Besides, I was merely sharing my grievances with you. I cannot possibly give you that money. However, considering that you and Ashing helped me earn it, we shall treat you to dinner tonight. Order whatever you desire, as long as it stays within 2,000 yuan. I assure you, neither Ashing nor I will bat an eyelash. All right, Bai Yu. Li Shuang and I will treat you to dinner. You decide where to go and what to eat. Seeing the earnest expressions on Li Shuang and Lu Sheng's faces, Bai Yu nodded. It would be foolish to pass up a good deal. Very well, since both of you insist, we shall thoroughly enjoy this evening. Let us head to Lu Ji's seafood stall. Hey, Bai Yu, are we not selling our last catch? We can sell it after, there is no rush. Trust me. Li Shuang, and I will not run off. As Bai Yu mounted his bike, preparing to ride towards the school, Lu Sheng swiftly stopped him. Still hoping to make another sale. We shall not go to the collection point. We can sell it at Lu Ji's seafood stall instead. I have already spoken with Boss Lu about selling our catch there. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Lu Sheng stepped aside, mounting his own electric bike to follow closely behind Bai Yu. Despite Bai Yu and his companions finishing their work, the shoreline remained bustling with crowds eager to gather seafood. Their equipment was even more comprehensive than Bai Yu's, with headlamps illuminating their way as they continued their pursuit. Half an hour later, Bai Yu and his companions arrived at the food street, heading straight for Lu Ji's seafood stall. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky and approaching 8 o'clock. The stall was thriving with business, nearly 20 tables filled, with 17 already occupied. This was of little concern to Bai Yu. After having Wang Hai secure a table, he led Li Shuang and Li Shui to the kitchen, carrying their catch. Boss Lu, I have brought you some goods. Take a look at these magnificent lobsters. Are they not exquisite? Upon entering the kitchen, Bai Yu approached Boss Lu, showcasing the bucket filled with beautiful lobsters. Ah, it's you, Xiao Bai. Please wait a moment while I finish this dish before I take a look. It seems you had quite a successful haul this time, 6 buckets of catch? Boss Lu glanced at Bai Yu and his companions, noting that each had a bucket, and a look of surprise crossed his face. There is no excess. We each have our own gains. They're all my classmates, accompanying me to the seaside this time. However, rest assured, in terms of quality, we are all quite comparable. If you find anything substandard, feel free to point it out directly. After a few moments of waiting, Boss Lu also served the dishes from the pot, allowing the other party the opportunity to examine the harvest of Bai Yu and the others. Chapter 55. Mid-Autumn Festival Homecoming. By the time Bai Yu and his companions returned to their school dormitory, it was already past 9 in the evening. Having spent over an hour on dinner, although the duration was lengthy, Bai Yu and the others did not excessively burden Li Shuang and Lu Sheng. The 6 of them only consumed a little over 300 yuan. Most of the expenses were attributed to barbecued items. While the stir-fried dishes consisted primarily of ingredients they had brought themselves, such as the mantis shrimp, spicy snails, and kelp prepared by Bai Yu. Indeed, before their departure, Bai Yu could not bear to leave behind the kelp growing upon the reef, so he gathered a handful, sufficient for a simple salad. Subsequently, Bai Yu and Wang Hai settled their accounts, as they had agreed upon a profit-sharing arrangement. Their efforts throughout the afternoon had yielded significant earnings. They had made over 10,000 yuan from selling seafood to the purchasing station and nearly 7,000 yuan to Lu Ji. Despite having only sold once at Lu Ji's food stall, they had managed to sell previously caught seafood, including 3 flower lobsters and an even greater quantity of small blue lobsters. After final calculations, Bai Yu earned 12,800 yuan, while Wang Hai received 8,600 yuan. As for Li Shuang and Lu Sheng, they too had made a considerable profit, although Bai Yu refrained from inquiring about the exact amount, respecting their privacy. Upon reviewing the balance in his WeChat account, Bai Yu, a veteran of tide catching, could not help but marvel at the profitability during the spring tide, while a significant portion of their success could be attributed to his good fortune. The spring tide undeniably played a crucial role, expanding the areas they could explore and greatly enhancing their chances of a bountiful catch. By 10 o'clock that evening, the 4 had tidied up and settled into their respective beds. As for the gaming enthusiasts Li Shuang and Lu Sheng, any thoughts of playing video games had vanished. They had experienced too much that day, from rescuing a beached sperm whale to spending the afternoon under the sun catching seafood. They were utterly exhausted. Even Bai Yu, an athlete, found himself resting in bed. If one were to inquire whether he was tired, the answer would undoubtedly be yes, though not to the point of collapse. He simply preferred not to work alone. The following morning at 7, Bai Yu groggily opened his eyes. The previous night's conversation had lasted too long, making it difficult for him to rise early. He wished to linger in bed a little longer. Brother Yu, what would you like for breakfast? I can go buy it for you. He thought he heard Wang Hai's voice. HM? Hi, you're up quite early. You can handle breakfast. Just buy for the 2 of us. Those 2 will probably sleep for a while longer, Bai Yu replied, glancing at the neatly dressed Wang Hai and then at the still motionless Li Shuang and Lu Sheng. Indeed, people are inherently different. All right. I shall head out to procure breakfast now. Yeah, you should brush your teeth and wash your face, Wang Hai remarked before exiting the dormitory. To be honest, had it not been for the training scheduled for this morning, Bai would have preferred to sleep in. As who among the youth does not relish the luxury of slumber? Upon returning from the playground, Bai and his companion found that Li Shuang and Lu Sheng had already risen. They held a certain degree of significance for today. As it marked the commencement of their academic journey in university, they were to attend classes. This morning, they had only one class, and around 10 o'clock, the four of them made their way to the classroom together. In terms of academics, Bai and Wang Hai found themselves somewhat at a loss. Their only course of action was to sign in for each main class and attend any elective courses they could manage. If training was scheduled, they would dutifully attend that as well. After a week of earnest study, they would soon welcome the annual Festival of Reunion, the Mid-Autumn Festival. This year, the Mid-Autumn Festival falls at the end of September, just a few days before the National Day holiday on October 1st, which means that the imagined extended holiday for working individuals was non-existent. However, for university students like Bai, a prolonged holiday was of no concern. They were set to enjoy a 12-day break spanning from September 26th to October 7th, returning to classes on October 8th. On the afternoon of the 25th, after completing their final class, Bai and his companions' Mid-Autumn and National Day holiday commenced. Hi. Where are you planning to go during the holiday? I and Xing intend to return home to celebrate the Reunion Festival and then come back on the 2nd or 3rd to explore Hainan Province. By the way, you both are from Hainan, so how about we visit you then? Upon returning to the dormitory after school that afternoon, the four of them began packing their luggage. During this process, Li Shuang inquired about Bai's holiday plans. I am flexible. I will probably just be at home enjoying the sea and indulging in some delicious food, with no other particular arrangements. However, if you plan to visit me, it would be best to give me a call in advance. If you can't reach me, then perhaps it's best not to come, as I might not be on land. Not on land? Are you planning to soar to the skies or plunge into the sea? What are you thinking? Plunge into the sea? That would be illegal. But truth be told, given my physique, if I were to dive into the sea, I would undoubtedly become a coveted asset for various film production companies. Wait, are you getting sidetracked? When I mentioned diving, I did not mean it in the sense you are interpreting. I was referring to entering the ocean. I had assumed you meant it that way. Yet, you cannot dismiss the possibility. If you cannot reach me by phone, I may indeed be at sea. That remains uncertain, regardless. If you plan to seek me out in Sanya, just be sure to give me a call in advance. Just then, as Bai and Li Shuang were conversing, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Li Shui. Hello, Stao Bai, have you and Hage finished packing? I'm already waiting downstairs. As soon as the call connected, Li Shui's voice came through. We're on our way. Shuangzi, Xing and I are leaving now. See you another day. After Bai finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He and Wang Hai each carried a bag as they descended the stairs. Upon meeting Li Shui downstairs, the three of them walked towards the school gate and boarded a bus. When Bai and his companions returned to their small fishing village, it was just past 10 in the evening, and Bai's father had driven to the station to pick them up. Indeed, the journey from Haikou to Sanya, and then from Sanya's station to their small fishing village, took merely over 4 hours, including some waiting time for the bus. Thus, the trio successfully traversed from the northern part of Hainan Province to the southern part. If one were to claim that Hainan Province is small, the entire province would likely disagree. While it may have a smaller land area, when considering the marine territory, Hainan ranks among the top 3 provinces in the country. This argument should not be contested, as Hainan's marine area is distinct from those of other provinces, bolstered by its islands, which undeniably belong to Hainan. For instance, the Xingmu Ansha Islands, located at the southernmost tip of the Nansha district in Sansha City, are over 600 kilometers from the center of Nansha and just a little over 100 kilometers away from Malaysia. However, the vast expanse of sea between Xingmu Ansha and Nansha is rightfully part of Hainan, a territory of Huaxia. Hey Dad, what are you cooking for dinner tonight? Is there enough for us? You know, the 3 of us skipped dinner just to enjoy your cooking. Upon arriving home, Bai placed his backpack in his room and headed straight for the kitchen. Li Shui also returned to her home, while Wang Hai went back to drop off his bag, but he intended to have dinner at Bai's house. Don't worry. Knowing that you and Xiaoxue would be home today, your mother specifically asked me to prepare something delicious. The dishes are already ready, and I'll serve them once Xiaohai arrives, Bai's father said, somewhat exasperatedly, while looking at his son. That's great. It seems we are in for a treat tonight. By the way, Dad, During this short holiday, Shui is staying at our house since her parents will be on duty and no one will cook for her at home. I know, your godmother has already called your mother. What are your plans for this holiday? Will you be exploring within the province or heading inland? Let's see. We haven't decided yet. We'll figure it out after celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival at home. While Bai Yu and his father were chatting, Li Shui had also settled her things and came downstairs, just as Wang Hai entered from outside. Seeing that all three of them were present, Bai's father went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Given that Bai Yu and his friends had been away from home for nearly a month, Bai's father prepared a particularly sumptuous first meal for their return, with a grand total of 8 dishes for the three of them to enjoy. Uncertain of how many dishes he would still enjoy after 3 days, as his parents grew weary of watching him, Bai Yu prepared to rest after dinner. Their plan for the following day was to spend a day in the county town, with further arrangements to be contemplated thereafter. On the following morning at 9 o'clock, Bai Yu indulged in a rare lazy morning at home. By the time he arose, only he and Li Shui remained in the house. His parents had long departed for work, and his younger sister was still at school. The academic breaks for high school and university differ significantly. His sister would finish school in the afternoon and enjoy a day off for the Mid-Autumn Festival, followed by 3 more days of classes before the 7-day National Day holiday. Having tidied himself up, Bai Yu, accompanied by Li Shui and Wang Hai, boarded the bus to the county town. The reason Bai Yu opted not to go clam digging today was straightforward. His luck was particularly low. Since the primary aim of clam digging was to earn money, he saw no point in pursuing a venture that promised little profit. A day of leisure seemed far more appealing. The night before, during dinner, he had checked the system panel just past midnight and discovered that his luck for the day was a mere 11 points, bolstered only by Wang Hai's enhancement. Otherwise, it would have been just 10. Upon arriving in the county town, the trio's first destination was their alma mater, where they stood outside the playground, observing the younger students running and engaging in light conversation with familiar faces before departing. Chapter 56. Early morning at the shore after spending a day in the county town. The return journey of Bai Yu and his companions transformed into a quartet, with the additional member being Bai Yu, who had just 1 day off from school. During their journey home, Bai Yu began to regret bringing Bai Yu along, as her incessant chatter was quite bothersome. On the bus ride back from the county to the town, she engaged Li Shui in a lively discussion about her university life. Even on the ride from the town to their village, her chatter continued unabated, much to Bai Yu's annoyance. As they passed a small supermarket, he decisively led Bai Yu inside, where her mouth was soon filled with an assortment of snacks. Bai Yu purchased a large bag overflowing with treats. And in the spirit of sharing, both Li Shui and Wang Hai also received their own bags of goodies. Thus, in the final moments of their journey home, Bai Yu finally relished a few minutes of tranquility. Upon arriving home, the trio collapsed onto the living room sofa, watching television while munching on their snacks. The three comprised Bai Yu and Bai Yu, the siblings, along with Li Shui. Wang Hai returned to his own home for dinner. Brother, are you going to the shore tomorrow? If you are, can you take me with you? Bai Yu suddenly inquired of her brother, interrupting the group's enjoyment of the television show. Huh, why do you want to go to the shore? Are you short on money? That doesn't seem right. You're still in high school. Aside from your studies, there shouldn't be any expenses you need to worry about. Moreover, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. What kind of decent family skips the festivities to go to the shore? If you want to go ahead. I'm not particularly interested. Besides, didn't I take you to the shore several times during the summer? You must have earned a few thousand over that period. It's only been a month since school started. Have you already spent all that money? Bai Yu regarded Bai Yu with a puzzled expression, struggling to comprehend her motivations. Could it be that she has fallen in love? Yet that didn't seem plausible. How could a girl in love be spending her own money? Oh, don't mention it, brother. That little bit of money was taken by Mom. In the very first week of school, even though I had hidden it well, she found it and took it all. Bai Yu exclaimed. As for why I need money, do you remember what day it is on the 21st of next month? And what about the 9th of the month after that? In response to Bai Yu's confusion, Bai Yu did not hesitate to reveal the fate of her summer earnings and her intentions for the money. Oh, so that's what you need the money for. You want to buy birthday gifts for Mom and Dad? You should have mentioned it sooner. Tell me what you wish to buy, and I will cover the cost. Bai Yu offered. No, I want to earn the money myself and buy it. When you're not home, Mom won't let me go to the rocky beach. Now that you're back, please take me to the shore tomorrow. Bai Yu insisted earnestly. In contrast to spending money from her brother, Bai Yu prefers to earn her own. She believes that gifts given in this manner carry a more sincere sentiment. Are you truly willing to go to the sea to earn money? Are you not afraid of the sun darkening your skin or the sea breeze drying you out? Or if I were to call you in the middle of the night to go to the shore, would you accompany me? Yes, as long as you ask. I shall go. After all, I do not go to the sea every day. Occasionally basking in the sun or staying up late can be quite enjoyable. Baiyu readily agreed to all of Baiyu's inquiries, lifting her chin in determination. Observing his sister's resolute demeanor, Baiyu nodded in agreement. Since Baiyu had expressed her intent so firmly, he saw no reason to refuse. Moreover, her desire to earn money was for a noble cause, buying gifts for their parents, which he deemed commendable and worthy of support. Li Shui, who had been listening to the siblings' conversation, noticed that it had concluded with Baiyu acquiescing to Baiyu's requests, and thus she engaged Baiyu in dialogue. Yu, have you decided on what gifts to buy for your godparents? Do you have a budget in mind for this expenditure? Sister Shui, I've already made up my mind. I plan to buy my mother a gold necklace. I found one at the jewelry store in the county that costs over 2,000 yuan. As for my dad, I intend to purchase a wallet, which is much more affordable at just over 300 yuan. Altogether, 3,000 yuan should suffice for both gifts. Sister Shui, do you think I can earn 3,000 yuan during this short holiday? If not, I could manage with 2,000. My father's birthday is still some time away, so his gift is not urgent. While Baiyu articulated her plans, Baiyu listened attentively, for Baiyu's parents were also his own, and he too would be purchasing gifts for their birthdays. However, upon hearing that Baiyu intended to buy her mother a necklace exceeding 2,000 yuan and a wallet for her father costing over 300, the thoughts of Baiyu and Li Shui diverged significantly. Li Shui pondered whether the disparity in the value of the gifts might seem inappropriate, while Baiyu considered Baiyu's thoughtfulness towards their father, appreciating that she recognized the effort their father made in picking her up from school each evening and was willing to purchase a wallet for him. Yu, if you are determined to earn money from the sea, during the 7-day National Day holiday, you could earn at least 300 yuan per day if you work diligently. On a fortunate day, if you manage to catch a flower lobster or a large grouper, making over 1,000 yuan in a single day is certainly possible. So you need not worry excessively. That's reassuring. Xiao Yu, dinner is ready. Came the call from Baiyu's mother, echoing through the yard. The three of them promptly made their way outside. That evening, only the four of them would be dining together, as Baiyu's father was occupied with work at the hotel and had yet to return home. According to Baiyu's mother, Baiyu's father would be exceptionally busy in the coming days, with only the opportunity to gather with them at midday the following day. Moreover, it would not be solely their family gathering. Baiyu's uncle would also visit, as the Bai family, being rather small, typically came together during festive occasions. Regarding Uncle Air's family, Baiyu holds them in high regard, primarily because his uncle is a skilled craftsman who treated them exceptionally well during his childhood. Mom, have you bought the ingredients for tomorrow's lunch? He inquired. If not, I might take a stroll by the seaside this evening to see if I can gather some good finds to serve as a substantial dish for tomorrow. While dining, Baiyu posed a question to his mother. There's no rush to buy the ingredients tomorrow. The market is not far from our home. As for seafood, we can simply fetch it from Uncle San's place tomorrow. There is no hurry. Mom, why not let my brother go? I have a day off tomorrow, and I wish to join him in the evening to forage by the sea. Observing his mother's indifference, Baiyu chimed in, mistakenly believing that Baiyu intended to take her along to earn some money. In truth, Baiyu was merely tempted by the idea of catching some seafood himself, especially with relatives visiting the next day. The reason for choosing to forage in the evening is that it is indeed more advantageous than during the day. Most of the ocean's creatures that are active at night tend to hide in deeper waters during daylight hours, even at low tide. The seafood left along the shore is scarce. However, foraging at night is different. Many nocturnal marine animals come out to hunt, and the low tide then leaves an abundance of marine life stranded along the beach. If you don't believe it, one can easily search for videos or live streams of night foraging online, where you'll find that evening foraging yields more than daytime efforts. Despite Baiyu and Baiyu's persuasive arguments, Bai Ma remained steadfast. She recognized that while the evening may be suitable for foraging, it also carries increased risks. Rather than risk catching seafood, she would prefer to spend a little money to buy it, ensuring their safety. However, when Baiyu exchanged glances with Li Shui, who joined the persuasion effort, Bai Ma's resolve began to waver. It dawned on her that, aside from herself, the other three were determined to forage by the sea that evening. Acknowledging this, she realized it would be wiser to agree, allowing her the opportunity to issue some reminders. Go ahead, but make sure to stay close to the shoreline and don't venture too far into the water. Xiaoyu, you're an adult now. Make sure to look after Shui and Yu. If anything happens to them, just wait and see how I handle it. I promise to fulfill my duties." Upon hearing his mother finally consent, Baiyu sighed in relief, promptly setting down his utensils and bowing to her. "All right, let us finish dinner. Afterward, wash the dishes. I'm off to watch television." With that, Baima left the dining table and entered the living room. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and as a teacher, Baima enjoys a day off, allowing her some leisure time without the need for lesson preparation. The three siblings remaining at the table exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. After enjoying dinner, Baiyu naturally took it upon himself to wash the dishes, as this was a task assigned by his mother. Once he completed the chores, he called Wang Hai, for such an endeavor as beachcombing could hardly be undertaken without him. After confirming their plan to set out at midnight, Wang Hai readily agreed. For him, it mattered not whether it was day or night. If Baiyu requested his assistance, he would comply without hesitation. Now, all that remained was to wait. They would embark on their adventure once the tide began to recede past midnight. Chapter 57. A Toxic Delight. As the clock struck 9:30 in the evening, Baima was ready to retire for the night, while Baiyu and his three companions were brimming with energy, indulging in snacks and engrossed in the television. Wang Hai had arrived at Baiyu's residence earlier, equipped with his beachcombing gear after dinner. As midnight approached, precisely at 12:30, the alarm set by Baiyu rang, prompting him to promptly turn off the television. The four of them exchanged glances before retreating to their rooms to change into appropriate attire: water boots, long trousers, and a warm jacket to shield against the chill of the coastal night air. Observing Li Shui and Baiyu gently reminded them to dress warmly. Meanwhile, he and Wang Hai donned their waders and windbreakers, fully prepared to embark on their adventure. While waiting for Li Shui and Baiyu to descend, Baiyu glanced at the system panel, eager to assess his luck for the evening, which could provide insight into their potential gains. Today's luck value stood at 6210, bolstered by his companion Wang Hai, marking a rather favorable figure, especially as it surpassed 50. It seemed their haul for the night would be promising. Once Li Shui and Baiyu were ready and made their way downstairs, the four of them promptly gathered their belongings and set off. Stepping out of the living room, Baiyu looked up at the night sky, where the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, a magnificent full moon illuminating the darkness. This night was the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the moon appeared particularly round, with visibility exceptionally high, an ideal night for beachcombing. Upon reaching the entrance of their home, Baiyu and his companions noticed that they were not alone in their nocturnal pursuits. Numerous villagers shared their enthusiasm for beachcombing, with at least a dozen groups already present. They could see multiple lights dotting the shoreline, extending even to the distant rocky beach. "Brother, others have already gone to beachcomb. We should hurry too. We're falling behind and must catch up," Baiyu exclaimed, clutching her small bucket as she hastened toward the coast. "Take it slow, watch your step, and don't run too fast at this hour," Baiyu called after her, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Sighing, he turned to Li Shui and Wang Hai. "Let us join her." Li Shui and Wang Hai merely smiled, well aware of Baiyu's treatment, having experienced it themselves in the past. Even now, Baiyu's kindness towards them felt as familial as ever. As the four of them arrived on the beach, they surveyed the bustling crowd engaged in beachcombing before decisively heading towards the more secluded rocky shore, as the throng on the sandy beach was rather overwhelming. Competing for treasures with the village's aunties was not their preference. Thus, the rocky area, with its fewer visitors, seemed far more appealing. "Let us venture to the rocky shore over there. The tide has just receded, leaving the rocks slick with water. Treading upon them can be particularly treacherous. So do exercise caution, especially you, Baiyu. Have you understood?" "I understand, brother." As Baiyu aptly noted, the freshly exposed rocks can be exceedingly slippery, especially those adorned with seaweed and kelp. One must tread carefully, for a moment's inattention can lead to a painful fall. Wang Hai and Li Shui, however, are less concerned, having visited this place numerous times during summer vacation. It is Baiyu who must be particularly vigilant, as this is her first time venturing out to explore the tidal-pools at night. Upon their arrival at the rocky beach, four diligent tide chasers, illuminated by headlamps, made their appearance. Despite the brilliance of the moon tonight, it is of little use. Its light cannot penetrate the shadowy crevices where prey may hide. You. Stay close to your sister Shui. Do not stray too far from us. Hi, you can manage on your own tonight without filming. Let us focus solely on gathering seafood. Baiyu's singular desire for the evening is to collect as much seafood as possible, hoping to exhaust their luck for the day. As for filming, the darkness renders the headlamp's illumination insufficient for quality video. It is far more prudent to concentrate on harvesting the ocean's bounty. After expressing his thoughts, Bai donned a pair of rubber gloves and, with bucket in hand, prepared for work. The remaining trio followed suit, each dispersing to gather seafood, maintaining a few meters of distance between them. Oh my, what a sizable conch! Remarkable, indeed. Nighttime foraging is splendid. After just a few steps, Bai discovered a large conch, blissfully unaware of predators in the nocturnal hours, as it feasted on the algae clinging to the rocks. Just as it savored its meal, a large hand descended from above, seizing it with ease, followed by an appreciative examination of its find. It must be said, nighttime foraging is indeed rewarding. During the day, most conchs they encountered were tucked away in their shells, unlike this one, boldly indulging in its feast. Not only this conch, but as Bai directed his headlamp to the side, he also illuminated a sizable abalone, similarly engaged in its meal. The creature was moving about while eating, and had it not been for its motion, Bai might have overlooked it. In the blink of an eye, both a conch and an abalone found their way into Bai's bucket, and such efficient foraging brought a smile to his face. It seems that the decision to forage tonight was indeed fortuitous. Meanwhile, Wang Hai and the others also enjoyed their share of bounty, their laughter and exuberance indicating that their haul was likewise substantial, without the need for Bai to inquire further. In the midst of an unceasing bounty of prey, Bai arrived at a waterhole. The tide had only just receded, leaving a substantial amount of water in this area. Nonetheless, this did not deter Bai from exploring the waterhole, for the ocean was remarkably clear, with the beam of his spotlight illuminating the depths. It was evident whether there were any creatures lurking below. To his surprise, Bai discovered a peculiar fish adorned with yellow patterns. How to describe this fish? It could be deemed an eccentricity of the aquatic realm, as its elongated fins set it apart. Its back was rather unkempt, featuring several raised spines that, upon a mere glance, suggested a painful sting. Yet, the real danger lay in its venom, reputedly potent enough to be lethal. Bai, however, was unaware of such details, having never encountered this fish's sting. This oddly shaped, venomous creature commanded a high market price. In the case of wild specimens of considerable size, it could fetch over 100 yuan per pound. This fish bore an imposing name, the tigerfish. Upon spotting the tigerfish in the waterhole, Bai's first thought was that he had secured tomorrow's lunch. Indeed, this fish was a true delicacy. Concerns about its appearance or toxicity were of little consequence to him. Once transformed into a dish, who would care about its looks? People only concerned themselves with its flavor. You may wonder if the tiger fish is indeed venomous. The venom resides solely in its fins, not in the flesh. And that was a matter best left to Bai's father, a culinary expert. As for capturing the tiger fish without succumbing to its spines, this was relatively straightforward, especially at night when they were more easily caught. Tigerfish are nocturnal marine creatures that seek refuge at the ocean floor when exposed to bright light. However, this particular tigerfish was confined to the waterhole, with no escape in sight, though Bai's spotlight was not excessively bright. Directing it at the fish's eyes rendered it momentarily paralyzed. For a motionless sea creature, capturing it posed no challenge whatsoever. Bai retrieved a crab-catching claw from his bucket and deftly clamped it onto the fish's dorsal fin. With precision, the tigerfish was ensnared, unable to evade capture. As per his usual routine, Bai brought the tigerfish close for a thorough examination, estimating its weight at just over a pound, though not quite 2. With the catch of the tigerfish, Bai felt quite content with tonight's seaside venture. After all, he had not embarked on this endeavor with a profit motive. Rather, he was simply hoping to procure an additional dish for tomorrow's meal. He had no intention of selling this particular tigerfish, as he planned to serve it at lunch the following day. It would be even better if he could catch another. After all, with several guests expected at their table, one tigerfish would surely prove insufficient, while 2 would likely suffice. Just as Bai was contemplating the possibility of landing another tigerfish, he heard Wang Hai calling out to him from a short distance away. Chapter 58. The Nine-Toothed Fan Shrimp Fisher Brother, Schwerer. Yeah, come here quickly. Guess what I've discovered? Wang Hai exclaimed, waving his hands as if showcasing something extraordinary. Upon hearing his voice, Bai immediately turned his gaze towards him. However, it was the early hours of the morning, and despite the presence of the moon, visibility was severely limited, preventing him from discerning what Wang Hai held. Hai, what is it that you possess? It must be something remarkable to excite you so. Could it be lobster? Bai inquired as he made his way towards Wang Hai. You're partially right, Fisher Brother. I do have shrimp, but not lobster. Rather, it's banded shrimp and prawn. I've stumbled upon a puddle over here, teeming with shrimp. And there are even octopuses and squid. Hurry over and catch some. Banded shrimp? I'm coming. I adore banded shrimp. I must catch some. Slow down. Don't run here. Be careful not to trip. Interestingly, among the trio, it was not Baiyu who exhibited the most excitement, but rather Baiyu. Her eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing the words banded shrimp, shining brightly in the darkness as she swiftly grabbed a bucket and dashed towards Wang Hai. This scene startled Baiyu, who feared that she might lose her footing on the rocky terrain. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded as Baiyu quickly reached Wang Hai's side. Stepping directly into the puddle he indicated. By the time Baiyu arrived, Baiyu was already scooping up a handful of shrimp into Wang Hai's bucket. She had devised her own plan regarding the shrimp in the puddle. She would catch them in her bucket and transfer them to Wang Hai's, ultimately keeping only a third for herself. After all, this puddle was discovered by Wang Hai, and she was merely assisting him in gathering shrimp, hoping he would reward her for her efforts. This arrangement had been previously discussed between Baiyu and Wang Hai. In truth, Wang Hai was not particularly concerned about the division, but since Baiyu had expressed her intentions, he nodded in agreement. Little Bai, why are there so many shrimp in this puddle? There hasn't been any wind or waves tonight. Such a gathering seems unlikely, she pondered. Who knows? The sea is unpredictable. Regardless, it matters not. Since we've encountered these seafood treasures, our task is to catch them and realize their value, Baiyu replied. As he surveyed the puddle, Baiyu discovered that it contained more than just the few varieties Wang Hai had mentioned. He spotted numerous fish as well. Particularly, he noticed over a dozen stone base, which were excellent for making soup. Schwer, do you see those stone base over there? Let us catch them this afternoon while leaving the shrimp and sea bunnies to a high-end yeah. All right, Little Bai, there are also a few crabs over there. Let us catch those as well while we're at it. As Wang Hai and Baiyu reveled in their shrimp-catching endeavor, Baiyu and Li Shui prepared to plunge into the waterhole to gather seafood. The waterhole before them was elongated, stretching for several dozen meters, though its width was modest. Just over a meter. The shape of this crevice was irregular, with some sections narrow and elongated while others were round and plump. Through their collaborative efforts, Baiyu and Li Shui swiftly captured 7 or 8 stone crabs, along with several large crabs and sea snails. Meanwhile, Wang Hai and Baiyu had nearly filled a bucket with their catch of shrimp, which was interspersed with a few squid and octopuses. At this moment, they were too engrossed in their haul to consider the natural rivalry between species. Even if the octopuses and squid were to feast, they wouldn't consume a significant portion of the large shrimp. Brother Yu, my bucket is already full. Should I take these home first or sell them at the collection station? Wang Hai approached as Baiyu and Li Shui continued to explore for seafood. Let us take them home first. At this hour, Uncle San should have already retired for the night. We wouldn't want to disturb him. By the way, remember to bring a net when you return, Baiyu advised. Brother Hai, could you stop by my godmother's house and bring back her net? It's quite challenging to catch fish barehanded in this waterhole. That's true. My net is right behind the front door, so you'll see it when you get there. Alternatively, why don't you bring your catch over to my house? I have a large aquarium in my yard where you can place these creatures and then plug in the aerator. We would want these seafood to perish before we return home, Baiyu suggested, realizing that it would be far more prudent to send Wang Hai's bounty to his own residence, where the facilities were well equipped. With the aid of the aerator, Wang Hai's catch could certainly last until the next day. All right, Brother Yu, I'll head back now and return shortly, Wang Hai replied, taking his bucket and departing. With Wang Hai gone, Baiyu, Li Shui, and Baiyu continued their labor. Baiyu grew increasingly delighted as she caught shrimp, while Baiyu and Li Shui became more frustrated. Their catches were disparate. The fish in the water were exceedingly agile, and as the number of fish dwindled, the challenge of catching them became considerably more arduous. Fortunately, Wang Hai returned swiftly, bringing back 2 large nets for Baiyu and himself, as well as a small toy net for the child. Brother Yu, here is your net. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Hai said, with the nets in hand. The task ahead became significantly easier. Any prey they discovered in the waterhole would have no chance of escape. Within just a few minutes, the seafood in the waterhole was nearly depleted, leaving only the small shrimp, which Baiyu decided not to pursue further. Brother, just as you said, night fishing truly yields a bountiful catch. Baiyu gazed at the half-filled bucket of mannish shrimp, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she looked at Baiyu. These mannish shrimp were indeed a reward bestowed upon her by her brother, and with at least 10 pounds in her bucket, Baiyu was so delighted that her eyes sparkled with joy. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? He replied. Now, go ahead and forage along the shore. Let us continue our separate ways. If you encounter a large school of fish or anything else, do remember to call out. Understood, brother. After finishing their hunt in the waterhole, Bai and his 3 companions dispersed once more, resuming their individual quests along the shore. At that moment, Bai glanced at his system panel, curious about how much luck he had left after their recent bounty from the waterhole. It was important to note that although the waterhole had been discovered by Wang Hai, Bai's luck was currently shared with him. Any seafood that Wang Hai found would similarly deplete Bai's luck. Luck value, 4710. They had only been at the rocky shore for just over half an hour. Yet already, 15 points of luck had been consumed. At this rate, their remaining luck would be exhausted in about 4 hours. By that time, dawn would be upon them, allowing them to witness the sunrise by the sea. As Bai continued his search, he soon caught a large crab in his net. Currently, he had several stone crabs in his bucket, and with fish already present, he was careful not to add crabs, even those with their pincers bound. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the crabs wreaked havoc on his catch. Why can't I find any lobsters tonight? It's been nearly an hour, and I haven't encountered a single one. Are they resting today, perhaps reluctant to forage? Humans are inherently discontent creatures. Bai had originally come to the shore hoping to catch some fish for a meal the next day. Yet, having already secured stone crabs for soup and tiger fish for cooking, he now found himself fantasizing about catching lobsters. It was not only Bai who had failed to catch lobsters. Li Shui and the others were in the same predicament. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Lobsters typically favored rocky crevices and coral reefs, and with so many rocks around, there should be at least a few lobsters hiding. What is this? A corpse-like mantis shrimp? Just one is hardly enough to eat. While searching for lobsters, Bai stumbled upon yet another new type of shrimp. To be precise, this creature could hardly be called a shrimp. It resembled more of a mantis shrimp than a true shrimp, bearing a closer resemblance to a mantis. Yet it was significantly broader than its relatives. It also shared a likeness to the corpse-like creature from the tomb raiding notes. Beyond the name mantis shrimp, it possessed a far more imposing title, the nine-toothed fan shrimp. Despite its unappealing appearance, the notion that it might not be delicious was misguided. On the contrary, mantis shrimp are quite delectable, boasting high nutritional and medicinal value. In terms of efficacy, it possesses the remarkable abilities to delay aging, promote lactation, and replenish the kidneys while enhancing virility. However, with respect to its aphrodisiac properties, it is advisable not to consume it in excessive quantities at once. Gentlemen, have you perhaps discovered a certain unique benefit within the efficacy section? I shall refrain from elaborating on it. Nonetheless, due to this particular attribute, the price of the nine-toothed shrimp is rather steep. During favorable market conditions, a pound can effortlessly fetch around 100 yuan. As for when the market is thriving, consider the present moment, during the Mid-Autumn Festival and on the eve of National Day, when seafood prices soar dramatically. This could certainly be regarded as a prosperous period. Upon holding this mantis shrimp, the first reaction of the fisherman is one of distaste, remarking on its rather grotesque appearance. Even after numerous encounters, he retains the same sentiment. His second thought is that this specimen is hardly sufficient to fill the gaps between his teeth. What purpose could it serve? Perhaps it is best to take it home and keep it as a pet. Chapter 59. Watching the sunrise at around 4 in the morning, just before 5. The 4 of them had already finished their fishing. They were seated on a rocky outcrop, gazing towards the east, waiting for the sun to rise. Brother, how much longer until the sun appears? We've been sitting here for over 10 minutes. If it doesn't show up soon, I might as well head home and get some sleep. Aha! While you stared into the distant eastern horizon, which was ablaze with fiery hues, as if the sun would emerge at any moment. However, the reality was quite the opposite. They had been waiting for over 10 minutes, and though the sky remained crimson, the sun was nowhere to be seen. Be patient, it will be out soon. And please be quiet. Can't you see I'm recording a video? Let's chat after I'm done. Brother, who wants to chat with you? I just want to go home and sleep. We've been by the sea all night, and I'm nearly exhausted. Aha! As Bai spoke, she yawned several times, and her yawns were contagious, prompting the other 3 to follow suit. Just a little longer, the sun will be up shortly. I'll finish recording this video, and then we can head back. How about we have instant noodles when we get home? Sounds good. Brother, I want seafood added. Shall Bai, I want crab added. I want mantis shrimp. As the 4 discussed their breakfast plans, the sun's outline began to emerge on the horizon. In that instant, they fell silent, captivated by the spectacle of the sunrise. The wait for the sun's ascent felt interminable. Yet the transition from the first glimpse to its full emergence was swift, completed in just a few minutes. All right, the sun is up. Let's gather our things and head home. Finally, I'm about to collapse from fatigue. Let's go. On their way back, Bai Yu and Wang Hai each carried a bucket. While Li Shui and Bai Yu handled the crab traps, nets, and other equipment. There was no alternative. The bountiful catch made it impractical for Li Shui and Bai Yu to carry everything, as they wouldn't be able to move quickly. Upon reaching home, Bai Yu placed the items in the yard and left them behind to prepare breakfast. As for their catch, Bai Yu and Wang Hai's haul was combined, as they had agreed upon a sharing arrangement for their fishing spoils. In contrast, Li Shui and Bai Yu kept their catches separate, each responsible for their own seafood. Fortunately, Bai Yu's home had several aquariums, 4 or 5 in total, with the largest one claimed by Bai Yu and Wang Hai, while Li Shui and Bai Yu utilized the smaller tanks. However, even with all the aquariums in use, some of their catch could not be accommodated, and certain items were unsuitable for storage in the tanks. For instance, when it comes to crabs, be they flower crabs or blue crabs, it's best not to place them in an aquarium. If they must be included, they should be kept separately. Aquariums typically house fish or shrimp, and introducing crabs would be akin to releasing a tiger into a flock of sheep. Though crabs may not consume a significant amount of marine fish or shrimp, their aggressive nature is undeniable. They can easily crush a shrimp with their formidable pincers or inflict wounds on fish, rendering them a perilous addition to any aquatic habitat. Thus, all the crabs caught during their seaside excursion were set aside, unworthy of entering the aquarium. After spending some time in the kitchen, Bai Yu returned to the courtyard. Glancing at the aquarium and the trio of Wang Hai, "Do you have any recently deceased seafood?" he inquired. "If so, please bring it to me. I intend to cook it with instant noodles. Also, any lethargic specimens can be handed over as well." "Yes, I have a few dying mantis shrimp. You can take them for cooking," replied one. "I also have 2 crabs with broken legs. Since they can't be sold, we might as well enjoy them ourselves," said another. "Take whatever you fancy. These are all recently deceased." As Bai Yu finished speaking, Wang Hai and his companions approached, each carrying a considerable amount of seafood, some of which lacked vitality and appeared on the verge of death. Others displayed poor quality and could not fetch a good price. Among the offerings were also a fair number of deceased seafood, particularly small squid and shrimp, amounting to at least 3 to 4 pounds in total. Although these seafood items had perished, they were still edible, as they had not been dead for long and had only succumbed after being caught by Bai Yu and his companions. To put it plainly, even if these seafood items were dead, they were likely fresher than most available in the market, having been personally caught by Bai Yu and his team, who were well aware of their quality. The standards of seafood sold in markets are often questionable. However, the quantity of deceased seafood was indeed excessive. The 4 of them could not consume it all in one sitting. Bai Yu selected some shrimp, a few crabs with broken legs, and a small assortment of sea snails and scallops. The remainder was stored in the refrigerator for future meals. For breakfast, the 4 enjoyed seafood instant noodles, consuming 6 packages of noodles, 6 eggs, and a generous amount of seafood. Regardless of whether instant noodles pair well with seafood, one must admit it was quite a lavish meal. Unfortunately, despite their long night at sea, they had not caught a single lobster, not even the more commonly found small blue lobsters. However, Bai Yu was no longer concerned about lobsters. Dawn had arrived, and soon the tide would rise. Even if he wished to continue his seaside gathering, he would have to wait until the afternoon tide receded. After breakfast, Bai Yu left a note on the table before heading upstairs to wash up and prepare for some rest. Having spent an entire night without sleep, he was utterly exhausted. After freshening up, he collapsed onto the bed, perfectly embodying the age-old adage, "Youth is a blessing, for one can fall into slumber at a moment's notice." Time slipped away, and amidst a haze of drowsiness, Bai Yu was abruptly awakened by a cacophony outside, so loud that it hindered his ability to drift back into sleep. With a look of impatience, he opened his eyes and glanced out the window. Alas, he had forgotten to close it, hence the noise. Reluctantly, he decided to rise and investigate. Upon waking, a mere glance at the window revealed the cause of the disturbance. From the sounds emanating from below, Bai Yu discerned the voices of his uncle and aunt, along with the presence of his second aunt's family, accompanied by a multitude of children whose raucous laughter contributed to the clamor. Since he was already awake, Bai Yu resolved not to return to sleep. He checked his phone and noted that it was already 11 o'clock. They had slept for nearly 5 hours, which was ample time. After spending 5 minutes getting up and washing up, Bai Yu dressed and made his way downstairs. "Uncle, are you preparing to slaughter the fish? Did you manage to kill the last few tigerfish I caught?" As he stepped into the yard, Bai Yu immediately spotted his uncle at the fish cleaning station. But he was perplexed to see that his uncle was not working on the tigerfish, but rather on a freshwater blackfish. Those tigerfish are quite expensive. I told your father that we could suffice with this black fish for lunch. The tiger fish can be sold to the hotel where your father works. They should fetch a few hundred yuan, his uncle replied without turning around. Expensive or not, why should we deny ourselves? Precisely because the tiger fish is costly. We must indulge today and savor its flavor, which commands such a high price. However, you must still prepare that black fish. After it's cleaned, please slice it for me. I will save it for hot pot tonight, Baiyu declared, picking up a net and heading toward the aquarium to catch 3 tiger fish. Their household would consume 2 today, while the third would be delivered to Wang Hai's family once Baiyu's father had prepared it. Regarding the tiger fish, they had caught a significant number the previous night, or rather, in the early hours of that morning, particularly around 3 or 4 o'clock. They had managed to reel in 6 fish in quick succession. By the time they returned home, they had accumulated a total of 12 tiger fish. This abundance allowed Baiyu to be quite audacious, planning to feast on 3 right away, while the fate of the remaining 9 would be determined later. He dared not slaughter the tiger fish himself, so he carried the 3 into the kitchen to seek his father's assistance. Father, could you please prepare these tiger fish for us? I'd like to experience the taste of such high-end seafood that commands over 100 yuan per pound. Tiger fish? Didn't your uncle say we shouldn't eat them? He suggested you sell them to Lao San, his father replied. What my uncle says is not definitive. These fish are of our own catch, and I have the authority to decide their fate. Besides, are not grandfather and grandmother visiting us today? It would be perfect to let them taste this fish. They have likely never had it before. Grandfather? His elder does not require your concern. He has consumed more fish than you have ever seen. It would be wise for you to focus on your own matters. Nevertheless, since you possess this filial piety, I shall prepare these few tiger fish. After saying this, Bai Ba dismissed Baiyu from the kitchen, believing the young lad was hindering his culinary endeavors. Unbothered by the dismissal, Baiyu returned to the aquarium, surveying the various seafood inside, attempting to select 2 items to enrich the luncheon spread. Unfortunately, before Baiyu could finalize his choices, Bai Ma summoned him to assist with chores. Stop staring and come here to clean these conchs and scallops. Your father will need them shortly. Before long, his grandparents arrived, offering their opinions on the remarkable creations from the previous night, and then they departed. Shortly thereafter, Baiyu and Li Shui descended from upstairs. Upon their arrival, they greeted their elders before each fetching a small chair to sit beside Baiyu. Just as Baiyu anticipated their assistance with cleaning the conchs, the 2 began to converse, entirely disregarding the young lad still engaged in work. Baiyu could only helplessly lower his head and continue his tasks. The thought of enlisting their help remained a mere fantasy. As the clock struck 12:30, Baiyu's family commenced their meal punctually, with a total of 14 diners. Bai Ba had prepared 16 dishes, more than half of which were inspired by the ocean. Chapter 60. Gift giving at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After a brief respite, Baiyu and his companions reconvened at his residence. Let there be no misunderstanding. Their gathering was not to embark on a seaside excursion, but rather to engage in commerce, selling the seafood they had harvested the previous night. However, prior to this endeavor, they had an important task to attend to, selecting a portion of their catch to retain for personal consumption and to bestow upon relatives. This decision arose spontaneously after their sumptuous lunch, prepared by Bai's father, whose culinary skills and the freshness of the ingredients resulted in an exquisite feast. The highlight of the meal was undeniably the tiger fish. 3 had been braised by Bai's father, and apart from the 1 designated for Wang Hai, the remaining 2 were devoured to the last drop of broth. Initially, Baiyu had planned to sell the tiger fish to his uncle, who worked at a hotel. But after lunch, his uncle changed his tune, expressing a desire to purchase one for himself, ideally prepped by Bai's father for ease of cooking at home. This prompted Baiyu to realize that the seafood could serve not only for sale and personal enjoyment, but also as delightful gifts. Thus, he resolved not to sell the tiger fish, but to present them to relatives. After enjoying 3, 9 remained. 3 were set aside for Wang Hai, while Baiyu designated 1 each for his uncle, his aunt, his eldest uncle, his third uncle, and his second aunt, leaving the last for his godmother, Li Shui's parents. To ensure the gifts were plentiful, Baiyu decided that 1 tiger fish alone would be insufficient. He included some shrimp, squid, and a few crabs. After diligently preparing 6 portions of seafood, totaling around 30 pounds, he set forth on his gifting journey, beginning with his eldest uncle's home, who is his mother's elder brother. Baiyu's memories of his uncle are faint, not due to a lack of familial warmth. On the contrary, his uncle has always been very generous, frequently bringing food to their home. Their most significant interaction occurred several years prior when he accompanied his uncle on a fishing trip. This was largely because his uncle, a seaman, spent most of the year traveling the globe, making their encounters infrequent and, consequently, less intimate. However, whenever his uncle returned, he would bring gifts for Bayu's family, often seafood or exotic delicacies from different countries. On this occasion, fortune smiled upon Bayu. Upon his arrival at his uncle's home, he found him busy in the yard, tending to several crab traps. "Uncle, I see you're occupied. My mother asked me to bring you some seafood. It's all still alive. Where do you think would be the best place to put these?" "Oh, Xiaoyu has come. Please, come in and have a seat. Concerning your mother, why does she keep some delicacies for herself instead of sharing? Is it possible that a seafarer like me could ever lack for seafood? Oh, and she even brought along a tiger fish? The quantity of those mantis shrimp is quite substantial. It seems she has spent a considerable sum. What do you think she intends to do with that money?" Hearing the commotion, my uncle glanced toward the door, only to see Bayu entering with 2 bags of seafood in hand. His immediate reaction was one of dismay at the apparent extravagance, for whether it be fish, shrimp, or crabs, such items do not come cheaply. Particularly, the size of Bayu's catch was impressive. Those mantis shrimp were indeed large, as were the crabs, and the larger the catch, the more valuable it becomes. "Rest assured, uncle, this bounty cost me nothing. I gathered it myself from the shore, and I have quite a bit more," Bayu reassured him. "What are you doing with the crab traps? Are you planning to set them somewhere?" After briefly explaining the origin of the seafood, Bayu inquired about his uncle's plans. "Oh, about that. I find myself with some free time now, so I intend to head to the mangroves in the coming days to set some crab traps, hoping to catch some lobsters and crabs." "The mangroves? When do you plan to go, uncle? Could you take me along? I would love to explore the mangroves as well. Alternatively, you could drop us off at a nearby reef. We wish to gather seafood there." Once Bayu had placed the seafood down, he took a small stool and sat beside his uncle, engaging in conversation. "Going to the reef to gather seafood? I cannot spare the time to accompany you. However, how about this? Once I finish setting the crab traps in the mangroves, you can go after I return. You can take my boat. After all, you know how to operate it. Just dock it at the pier when you're done." "Really? We can take the boat ourselves?" "That works. So it's settled then, uncle. Once you finish with the traps, lend me the boat, and when I return from gathering seafood, I will bring you a large lobster as a token of gratitude." After a pleasant exchange with his uncle, Bayu exited with a broad smile. The vessel in question was a modest boat that his uncle typically used for fishing or setting crab traps when he was not out at sea. Bayu had accompanied his uncle on this little boat before. It was remarkably easy to operate, a skill he had quickly mastered after just one lesson. Subsequently, he delivered seafood to his second uncle and aunt, saving his godmother's share for when she came to pick up Li Shui later in the afternoon. Once these tasks were completed, they proceeded to the purchasing station to sell their catch. Given the sheer volume of their haul, his second uncle brought the family-esque tricycle to assist Bayu and his companions in transporting the seafood. As the owner of the purchasing station, Bai-san was utterly astonished by their method of selling the catch. While he had seen tricycles used for transporting goods before, those were typically the yields from fishing boats. In contrast, he had seldom encountered someone like Bayu who could procure such a bounty through mere shoreline gathering. Upon learning that it was Bayu and his companions who had toiled through the night to gather their bounty, Uncle Bai felt a slight alleviation in his heart, coming perilously close to contemplating a career change to fishing. Ultimately, after careful calculation, it was determined that the total yield of Bayu and his 3 companions amounted to over 200 jin, with half of that consisting of shrimp, squid, and octopus, while the other half comprised crabs and various sea snails and scallops, with fish making up a mere fraction. This substantial haul fetched them over 11,000 yuan, of which Bayu and Wang Hai together sold for 7,000. Had Bayu not given away a portion and shared with Wang Hai, their combined earnings could have reached 10,000. Bayu claimed 60% of the 7,000, translating to over 4,000 for himself, while Wang Hai received the remainder. Additionally, Li Shui managed to secure over 2,000, while Bayu initially had just under 1,800, but Li Shui generously supplemented her amount to 2,000. "Brother, I now have 2,000 yuan. I only need a few hundred more to buy a necklace for Mom. When shall we go fishing next?" Bayu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the cash in her hand. "We shall discuss the next outing later. Aren't you tired after a sleepless night?" He replied, "I was exhausted, but holding this 2,000 yuan has invigorated me. I feel as though I could endure another night." She declared, "Endure? Nonsense. Don't forget you only have today off. Hurry home and rest. When your holiday begins on October 1st, I will take you fishing then," he admonished. "Moreover, Be sure to secure this money at home. You wouldn't want mom to find it when you return to school, or that would be quite the predicament. In response to Bayu's exuberant remarks, Bayu playfully swatted her on the head and sent her home. Upon returning home, Bayu joined Li Shui's, while Bayu took Wang Hai to his room to engage in some gaming. Naturally, they played on mobile devices, as Bayu's room only housed a single computer, making it impossible for them to indulge in multiplayer online games. As for visiting the internet CAF in town, that was best avoided, especially on the Mid-Autumn Festival, when it would undoubtedly be overcrowded with children seeking amusement. As dinner approached, Li Shui's parents arrived to pick her up. Yet they all enjoyed a meal together at Bayu's home, relishing a hot pot feast. After dinner, Li Shui departed with her parents, likely to stay home for about 3 days, returning to Bayu's place on October 1st. The reason remained unchanged. During holidays, her parents, both a police officer and a nurse, were exceptionally busy, making it impossible for them to find respite. Li Shui's parents left with the seafood Bayu had prepared for them, and Bayu also put away the gifts from his godmother, which were quite simple: a box of fruit, a case of wine, and a box of mooncakes. Chapter 61. A toast on the evening of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Bai's father did not dine at home, but returned late, around 10 o'clock. After all, it was a rare occasion for family reunion, yet the hotel was bustling with guests. And as the head chef and overseer of the kitchen, Bai's father had to remain at the establishment. Upon his return, the family of 4 gathered in the courtyard to gaze at the moon for a while before retiring for the night. Bayu and Bayu, having stayed awake the previous night, found the scant sleep they had managed that morning utterly insufficient, and as night fell, fatigue overtook them. The following morning, Bayu was roused from his slumber by his younger sister, Bayu, around 6 o'clock, shattering his hopes of indulging in a leisurely morning. The reason Bayu had awakened him was simple: she needed a ride to school. Both siblings attended the same high school in the county, and Bayu usually resided at the school during the week. However, given that the previous day was a holiday, she had stayed home. Today, however, was different. The school mandated that students arrive before the first period commenced. Typically, this task fell to their father, who would escort Bayu to school regardless of whether it was a school day or a holiday. But with Bayu at home, it was his responsibility to take her. Before he had fully shaken off his sleepiness, Bayu pulled him from bed and ushered him into the bathroom on the 2nd floor. Hurry up with your morning routine. If you take any longer, I'll be late. I'll wait for you downstairs. Still dazed, Bayu brushed his teeth and descended the stairs in a state of bewilderment. Once outside, he mounted his electric scooter, and as the salty sea breeze enveloped him, he felt invigorated, truly alive. Are you hungry, Yu? Should I take you for breakfast before we head to school? Brother, we can just buy something at the school gate. There are plenty of breakfast vendors. Those breakfast options aren't good. I'll take you to a delightful breakfast spot where they serve everything you could desire. Everything? Is that really a breakfast place? Brother, don't try to deceive me. I'm not easily fooled. Rest assured, I would never mislead you. Just trust me and come along. If you're not satisfied with your meal, I'll give you 100 yuan as pocket money. How does that sound? Deal. Having struck an agreement with Bayu, Bayu rode his electric scooter toward the school. As they neared their destination, he turned into a narrow alley. After navigating a few twists and turns, he parked the scooter in front of a breakfast establishment named Walnut Breakfast. Disembarking, he led Bayu inside after settling the bill. This breakfast venue, situated adjacent to an elementary school, operated on a self-service model and specialized solely in breakfast. The self-service breakfast offered a plethora of options from various regions, including the northern spicy soup, lamb soup, and fried dough sticks, as well as southern delicacies like soup dumplings and Cantonese dim sum. The dining fees at their establishment are 15 yuan for adults and 10 for children, allowing for unlimited food and drink. Yet they firmly oppose wastefulness and refuse to permit takeout after meals. At this breakfast venue, Bayu's favorite dish is the vegetable pancake, a staple of northern cuisine. However, this particular delicacy differs from the traditional jianbingguzi, as it employs a thicker batter and is generously filled with vegetables, leaving one satiated after consumption. For an athlete like Bayu, this breakfast is undoubtedly a perfect choice. How about it? I didn't deceive you, did I? The breakfast here is indeed bountiful. Take whatever you desire, as long as you can finish it, no waste allowed. Bayu remarked before entering the restaurant and making his way directly to the vendor preparing the pancakes. Master, may I please have a vegetable pancake with 2 eggs, some ham sausage, a bit more chili, and an extra layer of pancake? Thank you. Certainly, please wait a few minutes, it will be ready shortly. After placing his order, Bayu stayed put, watching the vendor skillfully prepare the pancake. even if one is not consuming a vegetable pancake. Simply observing the craftsmanship involved in making them is a delightful experience. When Bayu finally brought the freshly made pancake to Bayu, she had already finished a steamer of soup dumplings and a cup of soy milk. Brother, is your vegetable pancake delicious? Could I possibly have a taste? If you wish to taste it, you should have ordered your own. What will it look like if you eat mine? If I share, I want to be full. It's not that I have a small appetite. I simply can't finish such a large pancake. If I can't finish it, it would be wasteful. Just let me have a small taste. All right. I'll tear off a piece for you. Under Bayu's insistence, Bayu reluctantly tore off a piece from his pancake and handed it to her. Notably, he offered her the middle section, which is the richest in oil and filled with the most vegetables, making it the most flavorful part. Watching Bayu devour the pancake in just a few bites, she then turned to Bayu with a pitiful expression, making it abundantly clear that she desired more. I must warn you, Bayu, do not be too greedy. This is my breakfast. If you want more, just ask the vendor yourself. Why must you always take from me? Brother, I have class soon, and the freshly made one is too hot to eat. Your pancake is at just the right temperature. Please just give me half. And you can simply ask the vendor to make another for you. Here, take it quickly. Finish up so you can head to school. By the time Bayu returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock, and both his parents were at work, leaving him alone in the house. Not quite alone, however. Wang Hai was waiting for him at the door. Brother Yu, where did you go this morning? Why didn't you call me? Oh, don't get me started. My sister woke me up early, insisting that I take her to school. My goodness, I rode my electric bike all the way to the county town. Just look at how the wind has messed up my hair. As he spoke, Bayu adjusted his hairstyle in the rearview mirror of the bike. Oh, so you went to the county town early in the morning. Well, that is fine. By the way, Brother Yu, are we going for a run today? Yes, as always. Although we are not engaged in anything else now, we must not neglect our training. Just wait for me a moment. I shall change into my workout attire and be down shortly. With that, Bayu returned to his room, donned his sportswear, and strapped on a weighted sandbag before heading to the beach with Wang Hai. At around 11:30 in the morning, Bayu's uncle called, inviting him to lunch at his home, followed by a boat trip to explore the mangroves. Initially, the call was intended for Bayu's mother, as he had hoped the whole family would join him for the meal. However, she was at work, Bayu was in class, and Bai's father was also occupied. Thus, only Bayu remained at home, prompting the call to be redirected to him, urging him to dine at home instead of spending money outside. Bayu readily accepted the invitation but inquired if Wang Hai could accompany him to the mangroves in the afternoon. His uncle agreed, as accommodating one more person on his small boat posed no issue. Upon arriving at his uncle's home, Bayu found that lunch was already prepared, awaiting his arrival. Little Yu is here. Come sit down and savor your aunt's culinary skills. Though they may not rival your father's, they should still be quite delightful. Uncle, why compare aunt's cooking to my father's? He is, after all, a professional. Hello, Grandpa. How is your health today? Oh, the spread looks lavish. It seems I am in for a treat. Thank you, Aunt. At his uncle's invitation, Bayu took a seat beside him. The gathering for lunch was rather sizable, with his uncle's family of 4 present, along with his grandfather, as his grandmother had passed away. Ordinarily, he would have sat next to his grandfather, but the latter had a penchant for drinking, particularly strong liquor. Since Bayu was not fond of spirits, he opted to sit beside his uncle, leaving the drinking to his cousin. Nevertheless, Bayu could not escape entirely. He ended up drinking a cup of liquor, after which his grandfather finally relented. The amount was modest, approximately 2 taels. After the meal, he reclined on the sofa, truly at ease, and promptly fell asleep. When he awoke 2 hours later, he was somewhat dazed, feeling a slight pressure in his head and warmth in his cheeks, an unmistakable sign of overindulgence. Yet, it was perplexing. While his tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high, it was certainly not low either, as he could usually consume several bottles of beer at social gatherings. What could have caused such a reaction from just 1 cup of strong liquor? The eldest grandson, your tolerance for alcohol leaves much to be desired. You must practice, otherwise, when you enter society, facing social gatherings with your current capacity would be quite unfortunate. In comparison to your inability to hold a drink, your grandfather, seated comfortably on the sofa and watching television, remains unaffected, having consumed over half a bottle of liquor at lunchtime, surely more than 500 milliliters. Indeed, grandfather speaks wisely. I shall make it a point to train my tolerance in the future. Grandfather, what brand of liquor do you prefer? I shall bring a bottle next time we share a drink. The brand matters little, but the alcohol content must be high. I won't drink anything below 50 degrees. All right. Xiaoyu, Do not heed your grandfather's words. Simply come over next time. We have plenty of liquor at home. Go wash up and freshen yourself. Very well, grandfather. I shall take my leave for now and visit you again soon. Off you go. Meanwhile, while Bayou conversed with grandfather, Uncle had already prepared the crab traps and nets needed for their outing, awaiting Bayou's company. After splashing his face with cold water, Bayou felt considerably more alert. He then took out his phone and called Wang Hai, instructing him to wait at the dock, as he and Uncle would arrive shortly. With all preparations complete, Uncle mounted his tricycle, and Bayou settled into the cargo area as they set off toward the dock. Chapter 62. Mangroves. A few minutes later, at the dock of the small fishing village, Uncle took them aboard a modest vessel measuring over 3 meters in length. This small boat belonged to him, and although it was not large, it was more than capable of accommodating the three of them. Their destination was the nearby mangroves, located just a short distance from the dock. The village of Bayou was situated in a sheltered bay, flanked by 2 patches of mangroves on either side of the bay's entrance. Though the areas of these mangroves were not extensive, their resources were remarkably abundant. For the villagers planning to set traps for crabs and lobsters in the vicinity, these mangroves were undoubtedly the prime location. However, due to their geographical positioning, reaching these mangroves by land was an impossibility. Only by boat could they arrive. Had it not been for Uncle's presence, it would have been impossible for Bayou and Wang Hai to visit the mangroves, as neither family possessed a boat. Make sure you sit tight. I'm about to start the engine, Uncle announced. If you feel unwell at any point, just let me know, and we'll return promptly. Rest assured, Uncle. This isn't our first boat ride. We're well accustomed to it, Bayou replied. Let us hope so. I'm just concerned about you. You had a drink at noon. If the boat starts rocking, I'd hate for you to lose your lunch, Uncle remarked, simultaneously starting the boat's engine. As he deftly maneuvered, the small craft gradually pulled away from the dock. As the little boat glided across the water, they encountered various fishing vessels, all belonging to the small fishing village. Whenever they came across another boat, a friendly greeting was exchanged. 20 minutes later, the trio arrived at a verdant expanse of mangroves, lush and densely clustered, the canopy forming an impenetrable screen overhead. Remarkably, these trees thrived in the sea. Even during low tide, their trunks remained submerged. Although Bayou had visited this place before, the wonder of it never ceased to amaze him. After all, seawater is saline, and one would think that most plants could hardly survive, let alone thrive, in such conditions. Yet these mangroves not only flourished in saltwater, but also supported a variety of shrubs, serving as natural barriers against winds and waves while purifying the seawater. As Bayou gazed at the enchanting mangroves, Uncle skillfully navigated the boat into the heart of the grove. While the mangroves lacked formal pathways, for Uncle, the waterways were abundant. The gaps between the trees were wide enough to allow the small boat to pass through comfortably. Xiao Yu, I'll handle the boat. You and Xiao Hai prepare the traps. When you see me stop the boat, lower the crab traps beside the trees on either side and secure them with a rope against the trunks as a marker. Certainly, my dear Uncle. Rest assured that my brother and I will meticulously handle this minor task for you. In response to my uncle's instructions, Bayou confidently assured him. After my uncle anchored the small boat, he and Wang Hai each took a crab trap and, having set them up, lowered them on either side of the vessel. Subsequently, they tied a white cloth strip to the trees on both sides, not only to mark the location for my uncle's memory but also to indicate to others that these traps were owned, discouraging any interference from future visitors to the mangroves. After half an hour of diligent work, Bayou and Wang Hai had set 50 crab traps. Despite the seemingly substantial number, these traps were rather modest in size, each merely half a meter in diameter, in contrast to the larger ones typically used, measuring around 1 meter or 80 centimeters. Once the traps were in place, my uncle set 2 larger gill nets along the periphery of the mangroves, each extending 100 meters in length. While crab traps can be checked every 2 to 3 days, gill nets require more immediate attention, ideally. The net set in the afternoon should be retrieved by the following morning. Otherwise, if left too long, any fish or shrimp caught would perish from suffocation. Having completed his tasks, my uncle inquired whether Bayou and Wang Hai had any other destinations in mind, whether to return to the dock or perhaps explore the reef. With the crab traps and gill nets deployed and only a little over an hour since departing from the dock, the time was still only a little past 3 o'clock. Uncle, please take us to the reef, Bayou suggested. It's low tide, and we might find something interesting there. Indeed, Uncle, Wang Hai chimed in. It would be a shame not to visit the reef on this rare outing. By the way, the tigerfish that my brother sent us yesterday was absolutely delicious. If we could catch a few more today, you must try them. Tigerfish? I had some just this afternoon, and they are indeed quite delectable, my uncle replied. Since both Bai Yu and Wang Hai expressed their wishes so earnestly, my uncle heeded their request, turning the boat toward the reef. Although he was a seasoned crew member, he also had a knack for exploring the sea, and a trip to the reef seemed quite pleasant. As for the reef, the waters in front of the small fishing village are dotted with numerous reefs. There are 3 within the inner bay alone. Beyond the bay, the reefs proliferate, scattered across the ocean like stars in the sky. The reef Bai Yu pointed out was not a small island, but rather a rock formation devoid of any vegetation, entirely surrounded by the sea. In ordinary times, these islands and reefs would reveal only a small portion above the surface of the sea. However, during low tide, the underlying rocks would emerge as well. Not long after, my uncle steered the small boat to a nearby reef, a remarkably large one, with the exposed rocks towering over 3 meters high. This is it, Xiao Yu. This should be the largest reef in our inner bay. Let us explore it, he suggested. All right. Uncle, maneuver the boat closer from this side. I see something over there that resembles barnacles. Brother Yu, are you referring to the Buddha's hand snail? Buddha's hand snail? Where is that? Xiao Yu, Xiao Hai, direct me. Let us approach. Bai Yu spotted the barnacles, while Wang Hai recognized them as Buddha's hand snails, also known as gooseneck barnacles. Yet, it was my uncle who exhibited the greatest excitement. Bai Yu and Wang Hai were merely familiar with the existence of these snails, but they lacked knowledge about their value. My uncle, however, understood their worth profoundly, even without having seen the barnacles or snails directly. The Buddha's hand snail is often referred to as a delicacy from hell, and in certain regions it is known as the ghost claw snail due to its appearance resembling a ghastly claw. Although its looks may evoke disgust and malevolence, one must not judge the creatures of the sea solely by their exterior. Take the tigerfish, for instance. It appears rather unappealing, yet it is regarded as a gourmet seafood. Its texture and nutritional benefits place it in the realm of high-end delicacies. Similarly, the seemingly vile Buddha's hand snail shares this distinction. Fresh Buddha's hand snails require no elaborate preparation. A simple boiling suffices to bring out their exquisite and sweet flavor. Furthermore, their nutritional value and benefits are manifold, promoting digestive health, enhancing vitality, and contributing to beauty and skincare. The dual benefits of vitality enhancement and beautification render them appealing to all demographics, appealing to men seeking vitality and women desiring beauty. Consequently, whenever Buddha's hand snails appear in the market, they are swiftly purchased. Their price typically starts at 70 or 80 yuan, and larger specimens can easily fetch over 100 yuan. Under Bai Yu's guidance, my uncle navigated the small boat to the western side of the reef, where a notably high rock protruded from the sea. Goodness, these Buddha's hand snails are growing in quite an unusual position. If we hadn't had the boat, even if we discovered these snails, we would have been at a loss as to how to retrieve them, my uncle remarked. Bai Yu, gazing up at the snails overhead, noted their impressive growth. The rocks above were densely covered with them. Indeed, the snails were situated beneath the towering rock, forcing Bai Yu and his companions to tilt their heads upwards to behold them. Currently, for the trio of fishermen, there exists both a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news is that although the shellfish are situated above their heads, they can still reach them with outstretched hands. Conversely, the bad news is that the tide continues to recede, while they can still access the shellfish now. It is conceivable that in half an hour, they may find themselves unable to reach these prized treasures. Furthermore, they have not brought along the necessary tools to pry off the barnacles, which would render the task of collecting these shellfish exceedingly troublesome. Chapter 63, The Island Reef. Uncle, you steer the small boat while Ahai and I gather some Buddha's hand snails. Later, we can check the prices at the purchasing station. It seems somewhat unrealistic to harvest all these snails today, as we lack the necessary tools and have arrived quite late. Soon, we will be unable to reach them. Bai Yu observed the Buddha's hand snails above and began to strategize their collection. For some inexplicable reason, Bai Yu felt an innate aversion towards these snails, perhaps due to their peculiar appearance or their unique habits. What are the habits of the Buddha's hand snail, you may ask? Despite the presence of the word snail in its name, this creature belongs to the parasitic class of sea snails. In their juvenile phase, Buddha's hand snails drift with the currents of the ocean. However, upon reaching adulthood, they attach themselves to other marine organisms, regardless of species. Once they latch on, the host's life begins a countdown. Even the largest marine creatures, such as whales, face a similar fate upon encountering a Buddha's hand snail, albeit the duration of their struggle may be prolonged. Harvesting the snails clinging to the rocks while standing on a boat is no simple task. even with tools. Baiyu and Wang Hai would find it challenging due to the instability of their small vessel. The boat swayed considerably on the water's surface, making it particularly difficult for them to reach upwards. Balancing became a daunting task, and even if they managed to touch the rocks above, exerting too much force would cause the boat to rock perilously. At this moment, Baiyu and Wang Hai positioned themselves with one at the bow and the other at the stern, distributing their weight evenly as they reached for the Buddha's hand snails. Collecting these snails required a gentle touch. They needed to grasp each snail, gently shake it from side to side to loosen its grip on the rock before attempting to extract it. The process resembled pulling radishes, though the challenge was amplified by their precarious position on the boat. After 5 minutes, both Baiyu and Wang Hai had gathered a handful of Buddha's hand snails and were ready to cease their efforts. Brother Yu, I can't continue. This is exhausting. My neck is sore from looking up for too long. I can't bear it anymore. Indeed, it's not just the neck. Working while looking up causes debris to fall into our eyes, which is truly uncomfortable. Uncle, do you have a better solution? Baiyu and Wang Hai exchanged shoulder and neck massages to relieve their muscles before turning to their uncle for advice. You asking me is futile, little Yu. You can think of the same solutions I can. The best approach would be to come earlier tomorrow, during high tide, to collect the Buddha's hand snails, which might save us some effort. For now, let us find a spot on the island reef to explore. Uncle glanced at the Buddha's hand shells above him and suggested they should first land on the island, leaving the shells for later consideration. As he gazed at the shells that were tantalizingly out of reach, Baiyu felt as though he was passing by a fortune. The area above him was indeed abundant with these shells, and a mere estimation suggested there were at least 10 or more pounds. Each shell was substantial, with every one they harvested measuring around 5 centimeters, a considerable size for Buddha's hand shells. Based on their size and quantity, selling this collection could easily fetch 1,000 or 1,800 without issue. However, this all hinged on the prerequisite of harvesting the shells. Otherwise, they could only lament over their unattainable beauty, much like Baiyu and his companions were doing now. Subsequently, Uncle maneuvered the small boat around the reef, searching for a suitable landing spot. Approaching such reefs in the ocean is not as simple as merely expressing the desire to land. Unless one intends to remain on the reef until high tide, it is essential to find a proper landing point, ensuring that even as the tide recedes, the boat can still be easily launched back into the sea. In this regard, Uncle was quite adept and quickly identified a gentle slope where Baiyu and his 2 companions could disembark, allowing the small boat to remain afloat even as the tide ebbed. Once the trio set foot on the reef, they dispersed to explore the resources available, as it was undoubtedly more efficient to search separately. Although this reef was the largest in the sheltered bay, its size was still quite limited. The area exposed above the water was merely about 100 meters in length, with an irregular width, the broadest section measuring just over 30 meters. Even if the tide continued to recede, the expanse of the reef remained quite constrained. 15 minutes later, they reconvened at the location where the small boat was anchored, each carrying different finds. Uncle was the most fortunate, wielding a lobster in one hand and a large crab in the other, a display of sheer splendor. Notably, he had caught a sizable spiny lobster, which Baiyu observed with envy. It was worth noting that just before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Baiyu and his 3 companions had toiled for over 4 hours by the sea without a single catch. Now, having just arrived, Uncle had already returned with a spiny lobster. What a stark contrast. In addition to Uncle's impressive catch, Wang Hai also had some success, having captured a small green lobster, though that was the extent of his haul. As for Baiyu, he collected a nest of sea snails and scallops, even managing to secure 2 abalones, so numerous that he had to bundle them in his clothing to carry them back. In terms of quantity, he had gathered the most, yet when it came to value, it paled in comparison to the spiny lobster. Brother Yu, the resources here are quite abundant, aren't they? Just look at how much we've caught in such a short time. I even spotted quite a few crabs earlier. Had I brought a bucket, I certainly wouldn't have let them escape. Indeed, the seafood here is plentiful. Uncle, Ahai and I plan to come here early tomorrow to gather seafood. Do you have time to join us? Baiyu observed the bountiful catch of the 3, realizing the richness of the resources, and he resolved to return the next day. I'm unavailable tomorrow. I need to go to the city. However, if you plan to gather seafood, I can have your brother accompany you, he replied. All right, I'll seek out my brother tomorrow. Uncle, please inform him this evening so that he isn't absent when I come looking for him, Baiyu suggested. Sure, I'll tell him right away. Now, what should we do? Should we head home directly or wander around here a bit? Let's go back. We didn't bring any gear this time, and without containers for our catch, It's better to postpone it until tomorrow. Uncle nodded in agreement, leading the two brothers towards the small boat. They boarded and turned towards the dock. In truth, Uncle wasn't particularly interested in gathering seafood. Although he was merely a crew member, there were distinctions among crew members. Uncle, while not yet a captain, held the position of first mate, earning a respectable salary annually. When Baiyu and his companions were young, Uncle would take them out to sea to set traps and gather seafood on small islands, partly out of interest and partly to entertain them. Now that he was older, during his leisure time, he enjoyed dropping crab traps and gill nets for recreation, but he lacked the energy for serious gathering. Before long, Baiyu and his companions returned to the dock. Uncle handed Baiyu the lobster and large crab he had caught, clapped his hands, and walked away without looking back, clearly indicating that the lobster and crab were gifts for Baiyu. Lobster. This is a rare delicacy worth hundreds per pound, and Uncle just gave it to me. Baiyu thought, accepting the gift with gratitude. However, Baiyu did not intend to keep the lobster and crab. Instead, he planned to sell them at the purchasing station, using the money to buy something for his mother, who would then deliver it to Uncle's home. Though the process was complicated, life is about navigating relationships and the customs of reciprocity. As Uncle returned home, he entrusted Baiyu with the keys to the small boat, enabling Baiyu to sail out to sea the next day. Watching Uncle depart, Baiyu and Wang Hai made their way to the purchasing station, carrying their respective catches. Wang Hai held the lobster and crab, while Baiyu cradled a pile of sea snails, including some Buddha's hand snails. "Oh, little you. Have you both gone gathering seafood again? It seems today's haul isn't too impressive. You didn't even bring a bucket, just carried everything directly. Today, fortune did not smile upon me. My endeavors by the seaside yielded scant rewards, rendering my bucket utterly useless." In response to my uncle's inquiry, I chose not to divulge the truth, but rather echoed his sentiments about the day's misfortune. After all, I understood the wisdom of quietly amassing wealth. The islet we visited, while abundant in resources, offered its bounties solely to the two of us. Should throngs of others venture there, even the richest resources would soon dwindle. Despite my modest haul, the intrinsic value of my findings was undeniably high. A splendid flower crab, a small blue crab, a sizable rock crab, over a pound of Buddha's hand shell, and an additional 2 pounds of various sea snails fetched me over 1,500 yuan. From this sum, Wang Hai received 150 yuan, while I took home 225 yuan, with the remainder attributed to my uncle's flower crab and rock crab. Though the amount was modest, it represented the fruits of our labor. With our earnings in hand, Wang Hai and I returned home, elated. Furthermore, I inquired about the price of Buddha's hand shell, discovering it was somewhat less than I had anticipated. The purchase price stood at merely 80 yuan per pound. I had initially believed it could fetch over 100. As my uncle noted, had it been a few years prior, our Buddha's hand shells could indeed have commanded prices upwards of 100 or even several hundred yuan per pound. However, the market has shifted due to the emergence of farming in recent years. It is a well-known fact that once a commodity is cultivated, its market value inevitably suffers. The once rare and highly priced Buddha's hand shell has seen its value plummet, now likened to a fire sale. Farmed Buddha's hand shells are available at even lower prices, sometimes plummeting to merely 20 or 30 yuan per pound during sluggish market conditions. As for our wild Buddha's hand shells, their classification as wild grants them a certain esteem among discerning buyers, who believe that wild varieties surpass farmed ones in efficacy and flavor, thus securing them a niche in the market. However, I must confess my ignorance regarding the distinction between wild and farmed varieties. Prior to this, my knowledge of Buddha's hand shells was scant, and I was entirely unaware of the existence of farming practices, let alone how to differentiate between the two. In summary, I remain, simply put, uninformed. Chapter 64. A situation during dinner. Baiyu was at Wang Hai's residence. As for his parents, they returned home only after their meal. Bai Ma, a teacher, typically dined at the school cafeteria, while Bai Ba, the head chef at a hotel, found preparing his own dinner to be a trivial task. Baiyu, attending school, resided on campus and naturally had her meals in the school canteen. In summary, Baiyu was the only member of the family lacking a meal plan, and since he had no desire to cook at home, it was only logical for him to dine at Wang Hai's place. By the time Bai Ma returned home, Baiyu had already finished his dinner and was engrossed in a video game with Wang Hai. Upon hearing her arrival, Baiyu completed his game, informed Wang Hai, and then logged off. He descended the stairs to present Bai Ma with the money he earned from selling crayfish. "Mom, here is 1,200 yuan. Today, my uncle took Wang Hai and me to the reef, where he caught a flower crab and a crab. My uncle at the dock just handed me this money, which is from the sale. Perhaps we could use some of it to buy something for Grandpa, like some wine? He drank half a bottle at noon, and I had a sip that knocked me out. Baiyu approached my ma and shared the details of his day. You drank with Grandpa again? You, this little rascal. Think you can outdrink him? You can't even match one of his sips. As for buying him wine, let's refrain. He is elderly, and it wouldn't be wise for him to drink excessively. When I visit him next, I'll see what he needs and buy that instead. If all else fails, we can simply give him the money. But Ma did not elaborate much on the matter concerning the cash Baiyu provided. She found great peace of mind regarding her son. Aside from his academic pursuits, which occasionally caused her concern, he required little supervision. With her focus shifted from Baiyu's studies to Baiyu's, she felt even more at ease. After handing over the money to Bai Ma, Baiyu felt a sense of accomplishment, knowing he had completed his task, as Bai Ma would handle the rest. When Bai Ba returned home, it was already past 10. For the next 10 days, he would consistently return at this hour. By then, Baiyu had long since washed up and gone to bed. The night passed without incident. And the following morning, Baiyu rose at 8 o'clock, undisturbed from his slumber. When he ventured downstairs, his father had not yet left, allowing him to enjoy a hearty breakfast at home. In the morning, as was customary, he and Wang Hai jogged along the beach for over half an hour before having lunch at Wang Hai's house. After their meal, they skipped their afternoon nap, quickly washing the dishes before they grabbed their tidal gathering equipment and rode their electric bikes to their uncle's house. Brother, we're off to gather at the shore. Have you packed your things? Upon arriving at his uncle's doorstep, Baiyu raised his voice in a hearty call before pushing the door open and stepping inside. At that moment, his cousin Lu Tianyu was in the yard washing dishes. The families in their circle shared a common understanding. While the children were absolved from cooking, they were required to wash the dishes after meals. Lu Tianyu, 4 years older than Baiyu, was currently working as a crew member alongside their uncle on the same fishing vessel. You both arrived quite early. Have you had lunch? Lu Tianyu inquired. We have. Is that plastic bucket over there what you need for your beachcombing? I'll take it outside for you. We'll wait for you by the door. Baiyu replied. Upon receiving a nod from Lu Tianyu, he carried the bucket outside and placed it alongside their belongings. 5 minutes later, Lu Tianyu emerged riding the family's electric tricycle, and the three of them set off towards the dock. The small fishing village's dock remained unchanged. With the same modest boats as before, though the faces were different today, Uncle had been replaced by Cousin. Xiaoyu, is that place really as good as my dad described? Can we really find flower lobsters there? Lu Tianyu asked, curiosity evident in his tone. It's not that impressive. Just yesterday, we were there with Uncle, and he caught a flower lobster on that reef, a 4-pounder that sold for over 1,000 yuan. I gave the money to my mom so she could buy something for my grandfather, Baiyu responded. Really? That's quite something. My expectations aren't high. If I can just catch one flower lobster today, I'll be satisfied. As for anything else, a few extras would be nice, Lu Tianyu replied. From their conversation, it was clear that Uncle had indeed briefed Baiyu about the reef, albeit perhaps with a touch of exaggeration. As Lu Tianyu had initially doubted the claims and sought confirmation from Baiyu. After receiving Baiyu's affirmation, Lu Tianyu's enthusiasm visibly surged, driven by the prospect of catching a flower lobster worth several hundred yuan per pound. As the engine of the boat roared to life, Baiyu steered the vessel towards the nearby reef. A mere 15 minutes later, a small cluster of rocks emerged on the surface of the sea, significantly smaller compared to the previous day. After all, it was only just past 1 o'clock, and the afternoon's low tide had only just begun. Thus, there were not many rocks exposed at this time. Brother Yu, where's the rock where we gathered the Buddha's hand snails yesterday? I can't see it, Wang Hai remarked, his attention immediately drawn to the absence of the rock. Don't worry, Hai. The low tide has only just commenced. That rock is still submerged. Just wait a bit longer until the tide recedes further, and we'll see it, Baiyu reassured him. Cousin, Hai, let us secure our belongings. I need to find a spot to land, Baiyu declared. The water level was different now compared to yesterday, indicating that the landing spot on the reef could not be the same. After circling the reef, Baiyu decided to approach from the northwest. The three of them were similarly attired, wearing life jackets on top and large shorts paired with sandals below, holding a bucket filled with crab traps, nets, zip ties, and other tools. Lu Tianyu exclaimed, "Oh dear, wait a moment, little Yu, I seem to have stepped on something. Let me retrieve it and see what it is." Just as they set foot on the reef, Lu Tianyu stumbled forward, nearly falling into the water. As he groped around in the water, his cousin soon emerged with a large conch shell, measuring about 15 centimeters in length. Regrettably, the shell had been crushed underfoot. The conch, one might say, was rather unfortunate. Having encountered Lu Tianyu during its growth phase, leading to its shell being cracked. While the conch's fate was indeed unfortunate, Lu Tianyu's luck was somewhat better. At least he had stepped on a soft-shelled conch. Had it been a hard-shelled one, the consequences might have been more severe than merely stumbling. Typically, one encounters hard-shelled conchs, as they do not shed their shells. Instead, they dissolve portions of their outer shell that impede their growth and continue to expand within the old shell. The conch Lu Tianyu stumbled upon was at a stage of growth, and his foot had caused its shell to fracture. It was a pity that such a sizable conch had been damaged. Otherwise, it could have fetched a handsome price. Looking at the conch in his hand, Lu Tianyu sighed with a hint of regret. What is there to regret? Cousin, look at what I have here. A pair of baby conchs. Aren't these too far superior to your single conch? Goodness, the resources here are truly abundant. To find so many treasures upon arrival, Lu Tianyu exclaimed. I can't wait any longer. I must start working. Little Yu, we shall continue our conversation later. Just as Lu Tianyu prepared to venture off on his own, a voice called out from the side. Brother Tianyu, come quickly. I've discovered fish here. Big fish, so many large fish. Chapter 65, Barehanded Capture of the Sea Wolf. Brother Tianyu, come quickly. I have discovered a bountiful catch of fish here, and they are magnificent, an abundance of large fish. Wang Hai's voice echoed from a distance, prompting Baiyu and Lu Tianyu to gaze in the direction of the sound. To their astonishment, while they had been engaged in casual conversation, Wang Hai had already ventured far from them, traversing the reef in search of prey. The two of them hastened towards Wang Hai, but before they could reach him, they simultaneously heard a distinct splashing sound, which was markedly different from the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Suddenly, a glimmer of silver flickered before their eyes, followed by a resounding plop as water splattered around them. Was that a fish that just leapt into the air? Baiyu speculated. It must have been. But it moved so swiftly that I couldn't discern what type it was. Exchanging a glance, Baiyu and Lu Tianyu both perceived a hint of bewilderment in each other's eyes. The entire sequence of events had transpired so rapidly that they had yet to process it before the fish vanished from sight. They soon arrived at Wang Hai's side and turned to him in unison. Ahai, what kind of fish was that? It was remarkably powerful and capable of flying. Baiyu inquired. Flying? Brother Yu, are you referring to the fish that just leaped up? It's gone now. That creature has vanished, Wang Hai replied. Vanished? How can that be? There is still quite a distance from here to the sea. How could it have disappeared? Baiyu's skepticism was evident. This was not due to a lack of trust in Wang Hai, but rather the circumstances indicated that the fish could not have escaped. The location where Wang Hai had made his discovery was a rocky pit, elevated more than 2 meters above the ocean's surface. Although there was an opening connecting the pit to the sea, it had been obstructed by Wang Hai, making it impossible for the fish to return to the ocean without flying. Even if the fish had the ability to fly, it could not soar over 2 meters in a single leap, and its trajectory had not been toward the sea, but rather upwards towards the rocks. No, brother Yu, you misunderstand. When I say it disappeared, I mean it was consumed. The flying fish was not particularly large, and look at the creatures in this water pit. Each one is larger than that flying fish. They could devour it with little effort, perhaps in just 2 bites. Following Wang Hai's explanation, Baiyu directed his gaze toward the direction he indicated and was astonished to find 4 sizable fish in the water pit. All of the same species, the sea wolf fish. The sea wolf fish, also known as the pike, is elongated and slender in form, adorned with sharp teeth, and is renowned as a formidable predator of the ocean. Goodness, sea wolf fish? And there are 4 of them at once, each of considerable size. The largest must be nearly a meter long. What could such large sea wolf fish be doing here? Let's dine, my friend, before your arrival. I witnessed these creatures mercilessly tearing apart 2 large blue crabs. The remnants scattered about are indeed the remains left by those crabs. The flying fish that we just encountered met a similar fate, consumed whole by the largest of the sea wolf fish, leaving only a few fins drifting upon the water's surface. Observing the 4 sea wolf fish nestled in the rocky crevice, both Baiyu and Lu Tianyu fell into a momentary silence, devoid of the anticipated thrill of discovering such formidable fish. This silence was only amplified upon hearing Wang Hai's revelation that these 4 sea wolf fish had dispatched 2 large blue crabs. At that moment, Baiyu and Lu Tianyu could only harbor one thought: to confront these sea wolf fish with a scolding, questioning their audacity to prey upon blue crabs. Do they not realize that a pound of blue crab could be exchanged for several pounds, perhaps even 10, of sea wolf fish? This is nothing short of sheer wastefulness. However, what has been done cannot be undone. The blue crabs Wang Hai spoke of have vanished, leaving only 4 sea-wolf fish in the water, with no other life in sight. Brother Yu, what should we do now? These sea-wolf fish are quite ferocious. Look at their sharp teeth, akin to wolf fangs. If they were to bite, who could withstand such an assault? Wang Hai summoned Bai Yu and Lu Tianyu precisely because he felt a sense of trepidation towards these sea-wolf fish, their formidable fangs instilling a sense of uncertainty in him. Indeed, the very name sea-wolf fish derives from their fearsome, wolf-like teeth. Moreover, they are notoriously fierce in the ocean, unafraid of any adversary, willing to bite anyone who crosses their path, regardless of the odds of victory. Cousin, what do you think is the best way to catch these sea-wolf fish? Bai Yu gazed at the creatures, equally perplexed, as the equipment they had brought was intended for gathering shellfish, not for encountering such large fish. The only tool at their disposal for catching fish was a small net, scarcely sufficient even for the smallest of the sea-wolf fish, which measured 6 or 7 decimeters in length. My suggestion is to use the crab-catching claws to strike them down, yet we did not bring any ice, leaving us uncertain of their freshness by the time we return to the dock. If they are no longer fresh, it would be a waste. For these 4 sea-wolf fish weigh at least 30 to 40 pounds collectively, even at a modest rate of 10 yuan per pound. That amounts to 3 or 400 yuan. Cousin, what do you think about seizing them directly? We could team up and defeat these sea-wolf fish one by one. Not a good idea, in my opinion. That plan is utterly flawed. Little Yu, remember this. A pound of fish requires 10 pounds of effort. Though these sea-wolf fish weigh around 10 pounds, their strength is undeniably significant. Furthermore, their teeth and tails serve as formidable weapons. We may not stand a chance against them. After hearing Bai Yu's proposal, Lu Tianyu was rendered speechless, and subsequently, he dismissed Bai Yu's decision. It was an impossibility to catch a sea-wolf fish barehanded. Such a feat was simply unattainable in this lifetime. Upon Lu Tianyu's assertion, Bai Yu reflected and realized that his cousin had a valid point, leading him to abandon the notion. Under Lu Tianyu's watchful gaze, Bai Yu retrieved an iron glove from his bucket. If catching them barehanded was out of the question, surely he could manage with the glove. Cousin, this should resolve the issue, right? I'll grab the fish by the head while you two assist me. How does that sound? Observing Bai Yu's determination to capture the sea-wolf fish alive, Lu Tianyu had no choice but to acquiesce. He and Wang Hai collaborated to separate the 4 sea-wolf fish, first targeting the slightly smaller one. They utilized plastic buckets to encircle the fish, mindful that they were clad in sandals and refrained from entering the water, wary of provoking the creature to bite at their feet. When the opportunity arose, Bai Yu swiftly pressed down on the head of the sea-wolf fish. With a loud smack, the fish thrashed its tail, striking Bai Yu's body. Fortunately, he was wearing a life jacket, which prevented any injury. However, he did end up with a face full of seawater. Hold it down, Ahai. Keep a grip on its tail. Cousin, add some water to the fish compartment on the boat. We'll put this one inside. As for whether it survives until we return, that will depend on its luck. Bai Yu wiped the seawater from his face with his unloved hand and spoke to Wang Hai and Lu Tianyu. You really are something else. Managing to pin down a sea-wolf fish like that? Impressive. Through their collective efforts, they successfully transferred the sea-wolf fish, measuring approximately 60 to 70 centimeters and weighing around 6 to 7 kilograms, into the small boat's fish compartment. They repeated the process for the remaining 3 sea-wolf fish, during which Bai Yu endured several additional slaps from their tails. Although most strikes landed on his life jacket, when grappling with the largest fish, it delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving his cheeks flushed. Thankfully, it was merely a blush. There was no significant pain or injury. Having secured all 4 sea-wolf fish, the trio stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the fish compartment filled to capacity. They were skeptical that the fish would survive the journey back to the dock. After all, their vessel was quite small, and what was termed a fish compartment was merely a partitioned space with limited room. The sheer size of the sea-wolf fish made it challenging for them to even turn around inside, let alone survive. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as they could prolong the fish's demise, it would be satisfactory if they arrived at the dock with the creatures still somewhat fresh. At long last, I have successfully subdued all these rascals. My efforts in delivering several well-deserved blows to them were not in vain. Once we return to the dock, I shall sell them, and we will divide the proceeds equally. However, let us set aside the matter of the wolf fish. You and Xiao Hai may take it. It holds little value, and even if sold, it would yield a meager return. Very well, I shall now proceed on my own. Should you need to return to the dock, simply call for me. All right, cousin, you carry on with your tasks. We shall also set out to gather from the sea. With that, Baiyu and his companions parted ways. Today, Baiyu did not require Wang Hai to film his endeavors. Their primary goal was to explore the bounty this reef had to offer, all in the pursuit of profit. Chapter 66, A Bountiful Return Re-entering the State of Coastal Foraging. Baiyu selected a direction and began his work with a crab-catching claw in hand. After taking just a couple of steps, he made a remarkable discovery nestled within the crevices of the rocks, a flower crab. Although it had concealed itself quite well, one of its legs protruded, betraying its location. The flower crab, aptly named for its coloration reminiscent of a blooming orchid, stood out vividly against the rocky background, making it nearly impossible for Baiyu to overlook. Without hesitation, he extended his claw into the crevice and captured the crab in one swift motion. No matter how much it struggled or flailed its 8 legs, it could not escape the grip of the claw. Within 3 seconds, the flower crab was deposited into Baiyu's bucket. Buy one, get one free? Could this be the embodiment of unwavering love in the animal kingdom? Just as Baiyu prepared to relocate, he instinctively glanced back at the crevice and witnessed an astonishing scene. Another flower crab emerged from the rocks, making a beeline towards him, brandishing its formidable pincers in a display of defiance. It seemed this crab was demanding the release of its captured companion, as if yearning for a reunion. As someone who could empathize with the sentiments of crabs, Baiyu felt inclined to oblige. However, rather than allowing them to reunite in freedom, he intended for them to reunite within the confines of his bucket. The ensuing scene was rather brutal. Baiyu extended his claw once more and captured this second crab. He then retrieved a zip tie from his pocket and bound its waving pincers before placing it into the bucket. For the crab already residing in the bucket, Baiyu afforded it the same treatment, securing its pincers to prevent any conflict between the two. Now, all matters were resolved splendidly. The 2 flower crabs were reunited, and Baiyu had also achieved a bountiful harvest. Everything was quite satisfactory. Perfect. After securing the 2 crabs, Baiyu continued his search with the crab-catching claw, exploring the rocky terrain. It must be said, the resources here were truly abundant. Perhaps it had been ages since anyone had foraged in this area. As rewards were plentiful with every few steps taken, the treasures he uncovered could range from crabs to sea snails or scallops. Although the likelihood of encountering lobsters was rather slim, and he had not found any. Nevertheless, while lobsters eluded him, he did manage to collect a considerable number of sea urchins, which were indeed a prized delicacy. Despite their spiny exterior and minimal flesh, consuming them could be quite a challenge. However, this seemingly flawed marine creature commanded a price that far exceeded that of many other seafood items in the market. Whether sea urchins are deemed high-end or low-end delicacies largely depends on regional demand. Some locales regard them as gourmet fare, while others consider them more commonplace. Regardless of the circumstances, the price of this delicacy is rather steep, often exceeding dozens of yuan per pound. During favorable market conditions, sea urchins are even sold individually. Despite his lack of interest in these spiny creatures, Baiyu had no qualms about accepting them, for he was quite captivated by the prospect of profit. An hour later, Baiyu, laden with a considerable haul, sought out Lu Tianyu. Cousin, the tide has receded significantly. Hai and I are planning to gather Buddha's hand snails. Would you care to join us? Baiyu had not forgotten the Buddha's hand snails they had discovered the previous day. They occupied his thoughts persistently. Buddha's hand snails? You two go ahead. I shall remain here, as there is ample bounty for me to collect, Lu Tianyu replied, deftly extracting a large kank from the crevices of the rocks without turning his gaze. Baiyu chose not to press the matter further and instead sought out Wang Hai, accompanying him to the small boat. After launching the vessel into the sea, Baiyu's first task was to inspect the fish hold for the sea wolf fish, hoping to ascertain their condition. Fortunately, although lacking vitality, they had not succumbed, appearing capable of enduring a while longer. Under Baiyu's guidance, their small boat gently rocked as it made its way toward the rocky outcrop. While Baiyu's navigational skills were not particularly refined, they successfully reached their destination. After more than an hour of ebbing tides, the once submerged rocks emerged above the water's surface, rising approximately a meter above sea level. This height was not excessively lofty, yet it sufficed for Baiyu and Wang Hai to reach the Buddha's hand snails from their seated position in the boat. Hai, keep your head down. I will maneuver the boat beneath the rocks, and we shall retrieve the Buddha's hand snails from there. Of course, brother you focus on steering, and I shall ensure I remain well out of the way. As soon as Baiyu finished speaking, Wang Hai promptly settled at the bottom of the boat, lowering his stature. To speak candidly, the location where the Buddha's hand snails thrived was truly commendable. They flourished at the base of the rocky formation. Even as the tide receded, leaving them bereft of seawater, they remained sheltered from the wind and sun, eluding the notice of predators. Once beneath the rocks, Baiyu and Wang Hai promptly entered a productive state, each wielding a small pickaxe to pry up the Buddha's hand snails. The pickaxes they employed featured a small iron tip, perfectly suited for prying, with a bit of force applied to the base of the Buddha's hand snail. They successfully dislodged one. To ensure a successful harvest of these snails, Baiyu and Wang Hai had come exceptionally well prepared. In addition to their pickaxes, each had equipped themselves with a pair of goggles and donned masks to prevent dust from entering their eyes and mouths while prying up the snails. The masks were purchased from the pharmacy, while the goggles were borrowed from Baiyu's uncle, who owns a repair shop equipped with welding goggles. Baiyu took two to use for the time being. Brother Yu, harvesting the bellflower snails is truly effortless. In just a short while, I've managed to gather several pounds. It won't be long before this patch of bellflower snails is finished. Indeed, it was easy. Apart from a slight strain in the neck from looking up, there were no other issues. 20 minutes later, the bottom of the boat was covered with a layer of bellflower snails, and Baiyu and Wang Hai found themselves seated amidst the pile. As for what remained above them, there were still a few bellflower snails left. But they were small and underdeveloped, clearly stunted in growth. In today's world, it is wise to leave a little room for future encounters. The same principle applies to harvesting. By leaving some bellflower snails behind, one might find that they have matured by the next visit. Baiyu and Wang Hai had no time to tidy up the snails in the boat's hold. Instead, they set off in their small vessel back to the shore to continue their harvesting. Although this reef was not particularly large, searching for seafood on it consumed a considerable amount of time. After all, rocky terrain differs from sandy beaches. Beaches, whether sandy or muddy, are flat and allow for a clear view. If there is seafood to be found, they are typically on the surface or buried within the sand. However, on rocky grounds, seafood often appears in unexpected places, such as in crevices, beneath rocks, or camouflaged with the stones, making them difficult to spot without careful observation. Thus, despite the reef's modest size, after more than an hour, the three of them had barely searched half of it. Even if they were given another hour, they would struggle to complete the search. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Baiyu and his companions gathered near the small boat. Xiaoyu, I believe it is time for us to return. Staying here any longer would be of little benefit. We can come back another day, suggested his cousin, Lu Tianyu. Glancing at the boat's hold and then at the bounty in their respective buckets. Let us head back. Not only are our buckets full, but so is the boat's hold. There's no reason to linger here any longer, Baiyu agreed. Do you think it's safe to load so much onto our little boat? I'd hate for it to sink on the way back. Losing the seafood would be one thing, but drifting in the ocean would be quite another, he expressed concern. Don't worry, it's not a significant issue. We'll just have to squeeze together at the back of the boat, Lu Tianyu reassured him. Indeed. Baiyu and his companions had filled not only their buckets but also the boat's hold. Their small vessel was divided into two sections by a fish compartment, with Baiyu and Wang Hai's catch stored at the front and Lu Tianyu's at the rear. At this moment, the bow of the boat was already brimming with an assortment of sea conchs, scallops, and crabs, to the extent that there was scarcely any room left for them to place their feet. The position at the bow was somewhat better, providing just enough space for the three of them to sit. Today, they could truly claim a bountiful harvest on the reef. The combined yield in the cabin, along with the plastic barrels, amounted to no less than 300 to 400 pounds. Fortunately, their vessel was powered by fuel, had it been a manually rowed small boat. The weight of their substantial catch alongside the three of them would have rendered the return to the dock an uncertain endeavor. Having resolved to return, the three, known as Baiyu, showed no hesitation. After placing the plastic barrels onto the boat, they collectively pushed it into the sea. They then cautiously boarded, with the experienced Lu Tianyu taking the helm. In such circumstances, Baiyu dared not take control, fearing that a single misstep could capsize the vessel and lead to calamity. Under Lu Tianyu's adept guidance, they set sail towards the dock of the quaint fishing village, laden with their plentiful bounty. Chapter 67. Still alive upon their smooth return to the dock, they were greeted by the unwelcome presence of two bothersome individuals. To be precise, these were the individuals who irked Baiyu and Wang Hai, while Lu Tianyu had limited interactions with them. They were none other than Wang Hai's uncle and cousin, Wang Bo. Like Baiyu and the others, this father-son pair had just returned to the dock, albeit not aboard a modest 3-meter vessel. Their family possessed a grand fishing boat measuring over 10 meters in length. Yet, in the broader context, even a 10-meter fishing boat would still be considered petite. Originally, this fishing vessel belonged partly to Wang Hai's family, But following the sudden passing of the Wang family's patriarch, the family assets had not been divided. The matriarch of the Wang family showed a clear preference for her eldest son. Over time, the rift between the two families deepened, eventually leading to a formal separation. Even after this division, Wang Hai's family found themselves at a disadvantage, as the matriarch had bequeathed the better assets to her eldest son. Thus, it came to pass that Wang Hai's family owned no boats, while his uncle's family boasted 2 fishing vessels of considerable size, one operated by his uncle and the other rented out to a household in the village. "Oh, look who it is, my foolish little brother. Have you ventured out to sea for a catch?" Truly, a simpleton is often blessed with unexpected fortune, rummaging through such junk. One wonders how much it could fetch. Upon noticing them, Wang Bo wasted no time in launching a verbal assault. His words were indiscriminate, attacking not just Bai Yu and Wang Hai, but also Lu Tianyu, who was present as well. What did his remark imply? Was he labeling all 3 of them as fools? Goodness gracious! Whose dog has slipped its leash, allowing such a creature to roam freely? Is anyone watching? Let us hope a dog thief doesn't snatch it away. Dear cousin, do refrain from such remarks. It is evident to any discerning eye that this dog possesses a few screws loose. A thief would not covet just any dog. One like this might even jeopardize their intellect. Indeed, I had not considered that. Yet, this foolish dog persists in loitering, causing annoyance. Is there no one who can escort it back home? Look, its owner is busy working over there. One must wonder how this silly dog consumes everything without lifting a paw to assist. What purpose does it serve? As Lu Tianyu and Bai Yu exchanged banter, Wang Bo's expression darkened, yet he found himself powerless against them. To strike? Engaging in a physical altercation was out of the question, as he knew well he could not overpower even Bai Yu alone, let alone the 3 of them together. To curse? He found himself unable to interject, left only to endure the taunts from Bai Yu and Lu Tianyu. "Xiaobo, where are you? Hurry over to help with the goods. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can return home for dinner." At that moment, Wang Bo's father called him back to work, and the young man, visibly relieved, turned to leave. "Behold, the master of his household has summoned him. Now the foolish dog must labor." It seems that even being a dog is no easy task. One cannot merely indulge without contributing. Indeed, in these times, earning a livelihood is exceedingly challenging. Who among us can afford to sustain a being that consumes without working? Not even a rat would be spared if it were to live solely on provisions without performing any duties. Wang Bo may have departed, yet the chatter of Bai Yu and Lu Tianyu has not ceased, their words penetrating Wang Bo's ears despite his distance. Upon hearing their remarks, Wang Bo momentarily faltered in his stride, but then continued forward as if he had not heard them at all. He possesses quite a remarkable restraint. I had anticipated that he would be unable to refrain from retaliating. I observed that it was not just his father aboard the vessel. His brother was present as well. How could they, as a family of 3, refrain from taking action? Although Lu Tianyu was not particularly acquainted with Wang Bo's family, this did not preclude him from recognizing them, given that they all hailed from the same village. His brother's relationship with him is far from amicable among their family. Only the brother exhibits commendable qualities, diligent and uncontentious, unlike his parents and Wang Bo, who engage in self-serving endeavors daily. Bai Yu harbors no fondness for Wang Hai and his family. Even the elder son, who is generally honest, fails to garner a favorable impression from Bai Yu amidst the influence of such a family. "Brother Tianyu, what are you 2 doing? Come quickly and assist me. I cannot manage to bring these items ashore alone." As Bai Yu and Lu Tianyu continued their discourse regarding Wang Bo's family, Wang Hai, the very target of Wang Bo's derision, paid him no heed and focused on transferring the cargo from the cabin to the shore. It was only upon noticing that Bai Yu and Lu Tianyu stood idly by, offering no assistance, that he called out to them. Had there been fewer items in the cabin, he would not have summoned them. However, the bounty they had brought back was substantial, making it difficult for him to manage alone. Here they come, and due to that wretched individual, our affairs were nearly delayed. Nevertheless, Xiao Hai, did you not feel angered by what that fellow just said about you? Lu Tianyu, not particularly familiar with the conflict between Wang Hai and Wang Bo, expressed his confusion. What good would anger do? My mother advised me that with such individuals, the more you engage with them, the more they will harass you. The best course of action is to ignore them, treating them as if they do not exist. Indeed, your mother speaks wisely. Ignoring him can certainly alleviate many troubles. You all tidy up here. I shall fetch the tricycle for transport. After Lu Tianyu spoke, he proceeded towards his electric bike, pausing to glance curiously at Wang Bo's fishing vessel as he passed by. He wished to ascertain what bounty Wang Bo's family had reaped from their maritime venture. enough to embolden Wang Bo to dismissively refer to their conch and crab as mere trifles. However, after a brief inspection, his interest waned. Although Wang Bo's family had indeed amassed a considerable haul, having already moved more than a dozen boxes, the total likely exceeded 1,000 jin. However, the variety of catches left much to be desired. Lu Qianyu observed only two types of fish, the silver pomfret and the skinless fish. The prices of these two species were hardly commendable. In comparison to crabs and conchs, they paled significantly, and even against the wolf fish, they might not hold their ground. Yet, could one truly dismiss their haul as worthless? It must be noted that Bai Yu and his companions had yet to unveil numerous prized catches. Should they reveal all, envy would undoubtedly ensue. Lu Qianyu shook his head as he approached the tricycle. When he returned, he passed by Wang Bo's family's berth once more, but this time he did not even glance back, proceeding straight ahead. Upon his return, with the collaboration of the three, several hundred pounds of their catch were successfully transferred to the tricycle. Notably, the wolf fish, which Bai Yu had previously held little hope for, contained one living specimen, while the other three, though deceased, had not been dead long enough to compromise their freshness. This revelation took Bai Yu by surprise, especially since the living one was the largest. For a moment, Bai Yu hesitated to sell it, uncertain whether it would survive in a fish tank. Xiaoyu, if you wish to keep it, you could take it home. Although the wolf fish is not particularly rare, this sizable specimen is quite uncommon and could certainly serve as an ornamental fish, Lu Qianyu remarked, sensing Bai Yu's inclination to nurture the wolf fish and offering his support. Perhaps, but I genuinely wish to keep this wolf fish. However, my current circumstances do not permit it. I am still in school and lack the time to care for it. Yet, I could bring it home for now and ask Uncle Sun if he would like to have it. I recall there being a fish tank in their hotel lobby, making it an ideal habitat for the wolf fish. Despite Lu Qianyu's encouragement, Bai Yu remained undecided about keeping the creature. After all, as he noted, he was still a student and could not afford the time to feed the wolf fish at home, and he could hardly rely on his parents for assistance. It is important to remember that this fish consumes meat. Asking them to purchase fish or meat for it would only lead to frustration. Nevertheless, selling such a large, live wolf fish would indeed be a pity. Thus, Bai Yu set his sights on Uncle Sun, who had a large ornamental tank at his hotel, perfectly suited for housing a wolf fish. Moreover, with staff at the hotel to feed it, the fish would not go hungry, and it would add a touch of marine charm to the establishment. With this in mind, Bai Yu's idea seemed flawless. As they had also gathered numerous other bounties during their outing, they could conveniently sell those to Uncle Sun as well. Once he had made his decision, Bai Yu took 2 buckets of fine catches along with the wolf fish back home, leaving the task of selling the fish to Lu Qianyu and Wang Hai. Once he had settled the contents of the buckets, he would head directly to the acquisition station. When Bai Yu returned to the acquisition station, most of their batch had already been sold. The assorted seafood, totaling approximately 340 pounds, garnered over 5,000 yuan. This price was quite favorable, primarily because Bai Yu had set aside some higher-priced, larger specimens. For instance, he reserved the flower and small blue lobsters, crabs weighing over 8 taels, and a sizable conch weighing a pound, all of which he intended to sell to Uncle Sunday. The price offered by Uncle Sun was significantly higher than that of the acquisition station, and Bai Yu naturally understood the value of his finest catch. Of the 5,000 yuan earned from the sales, only about half belonged to Bai Yu and Wang Hai, while the remainder was attributed to Lu Qianyu. The reason their earnings were comparable to Lu Qianyu's was that they had retained a greater number of quality items. After numerous coastal forays, Bai Yu and Wang Hai had developed a discerning eye. They no longer collected indiscriminately but chose selectively. During this outing, Lu Qianyu primarily gathered spicy snails, loading dozens of pounds onto the small boat. In contrast, Bai Yu and Wang Hai only collected a token amount while preparing to return to the dock, viewing such snails as cumbersome and low-value seafood that they typically refrained from harvesting. Bai Yu dined at his uncle's house for dinner. But this time he had learned his lesson. Regardless of his grandfather's insistence, he resolutely abstained from drinking any liquor. When he could no longer evade the situation, he merely accepted a bottle of beer and, after finishing his meal, discreetly made his exit. Chapter 68. The short holiday commences on the morning of the second day. At 9 o'clock, Bai Yu sprang from his slumber and hurried downstairs, immediately heading to the aquarium to check on the condition of the wolf fish. Bai Yu had invested considerable care into this particular creature. The previous night, he had deliberately set the aerator to its maximum capacity and tossed in 2 sea shrimps, anxious that the fish might meet its untimely demise during the night. It is worth noting that upon his father's return home the previous evening, Baiyu had discussed the arrangement regarding the wolf fish, and his father had sought Uncle Sun's opinion on the matter. With the latter's consent, Baiyu eagerly anticipated the fish's new life at the hotel. When Baiyu accompanied his father to work, it was not solely to ensure a proper home for the wolf fish, but also to sell a considerable catch. Accompanying him were Wang Hai and Lu Qianyu, whose presence was primarily to enjoy a complimentary meal at the hotel. Given that Baiyu had sold Uncle Sun an array of exquisite seafood, along with a live wolf fish, it seemed reasonable to indulge in a meal at the establishment. Upon arriving at Uncle Sun's hotel, they encountered him just as he entered. This time, however, Baiyu did not greet him immediately. Instead, he passed by with a plastic bag in hand. Only after he had distanced himself did a voice float back. "Uncle Sun, I am eager to place this fellow in the aquarium. I will greet you shortly." "Old Bai, what is going on with Xiaoyu? Is that the wolf fish you mentioned?" "It appears rather sizable," Uncle Sun remarked, observing Baiyu's retreating figure before turning to inquire of Bai's father. "Indeed, what he carries is the very fish. Yesterday, the three of them caught 4 wolf fish, and this is the only one that survived," Bai's father explained. Furthermore, the buckets in the hands of the other 2 contain flower lobsters, small blue lobsters, orchid crabs, blue crabs, sea conchs, Buddha-s hand snails, abalone, and other seafood. "I have inspected the quality. It is all wild-caught and of excellent size. Please summon the procurement department to collect these items." "All right, if there is nothing else, I shall check the kitchen. The 3 of them will dine in our establishment this noon," he added. Without looking back, Baiyu continued on his way, while his father remained, needing to ensure Wang Hai and Lu Qianyu were properly attended to, and that the contents of their buckets were accounted for. Nonetheless, Bai's father merely informed Uncle Sun of the arrangements, leaving the procurement discussions to Lu Qianyu and Baiyu. Once he had settled the necessary matters, Bai's father made his way toward the kitchen on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Baiyu, clutching the large plastic bag containing the meter-long wolf fish, arrived at the right side of the hotel lobby. There, he encountered a wall composed of aquariums, showcasing a variety of ornamental fish and an assortment of high-end seafood. Among the most prized possessions was a flower lobster, a colossal specimen weighing over 10 pounds, which had been residing in Uncle Sun's establishment for over a year. It is said that someone originally offered 10,000 yuan to procure the magnificent flower dragon, yet Uncle Sun refrained from selling it, choosing instead to keep the creature as a cherished talisman. Now, an additional sea wolf fish will grace the aquarium wall. Baiyu has already designated a spot for this sea wolf, placing it in the tank next to the flower dragon. Such a sizable specimen should not be a cause for embarrassment. When Baiyu located Lu Tianyu and Wang Hai, the latter 2 were engaged in a transaction with the hotel's procurement staff. Standing nearby, he listened for a moment, noting that the price offered was quite reasonable, significantly higher than that of the purchasing station. Subsequently, after exchanging a few words with Lu Tianyu, Baiyu took the elevator to the kitchen on the 3rd floor. He was exceedingly familiar with this kitchen. Even with his eyes closed, he could navigate it effortlessly. Upon arriving, Baiyu headed straight for the fruit section, picked up a large apple, rinsed it, and promptly devoured it. With a crisp crunch, a logo reminiscent of a design by Jobs was born. "Dad, these apples are delightful. Could you let Uncle Sun know? I'd like to take a few when I leave." Holding the apple, Baiyu sauntered over to his father. "What is this? Today, the hotel not only has to provide lunch for you 3, but also allow you to take fruit home?" "Well, Dad, you have a point. I want to take too many. Just 5 or 6 for each of us should suffice. Look, there is an entire basket here." "Off you go then. Disappear from my sight. Come find me after you finish lunch." With a dismissive wave, Baiyu's father shooed him away. Reflecting the good rapport he shared with his son, who was also the hotel's head chef, were Baiyu to occupy a different role? The notion of taking food would be inconceivable. Merely being allowed to dine, there would be a privilege. Unperturbed by being sent away, Baiyu waited at the elevator for Lu Tianyu and Wang Hai to join him, and together they ascended to the 4th floor. Uncle Sun's establishment seamlessly blends dining, lodging, and entertainment. The 1st floor serves as the lobby, the 2nd and 3rd floors are dining areas, the 4th and 5th floors house entertainment venues, while the upper floors, from 5 to 12, are reserved for accommodations. After spending time in the billiards room on the 4th floor until noon, Baiyu proceeded to the 2nd floor to prepare for lunch. They located a table and Baiyu called his father to inform him of their table number, leaving the arrangement of dishes entirely to his father while the 3 brothers focused solely on enjoying their meal. "Xiaoyu, does it really work to have your uncle here? Are we genuinely going to eat and drink for free? Perhaps we should just have a staff meal instead," and not trouble him with the menu, Lu Tianyu expressed. Still somewhat apprehensive despite Bai's completed call. It was essential to note that they were in one of the most upscale hotels in their county. Rest assured. Uncle's son is aware of this too. He is the owner. You can trust that we will be well taken care of. By the way, what would you two like to drink? I'll go buy a bottle. Sprite, just get a large one. Half an hour later. A table adorned with a large bottle of Ray-Bai appeared in this restaurant where the average expenditure exceeds 200. Indeed, Baiyu purchased the drink without noticing the label, mistakenly acquiring Ray-Bai instead of Sprite. Fortunately, the taste is quite similar, and the three of them couldn't discern any difference. Ba ordered 4 dishes for the 3 brothers, along with a stone 9 fish soup, ensuring they were well fed and satisfied. When they returned home, the bottle of Ray-Bai that Baiyu bought was untouched, brought back in its original state, as they hadn't consumed a single sip. After all, with the stone 9 fish soup, who would choose carbonated drinks? In the following days, Baiyu and his companions only ventured to the coast twice. With modest results from their endeavors, they did not venture out to sea again, for the reef could not be visited daily. The gathering of seafood required time, and it was not guaranteed that every trip would yield a bountiful catch. As September 30th arrived, the day before the National Day holiday, schools across the nation, along with most enterprises, would close for the festivities. Baiyu High School was no exception. Upon finishing classes that afternoon, they were set to enjoy a 7-day break. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Baiyu departed from home on his electric bike to pick up his sister after school. Previously, this task was handled by Ba, but with the upcoming holiday, their hotel was exceptionally busy, leaving Ba with no time to retrieve Baiyu. Reluctantly, the responsibility fell to Baiyu. Accompanying him was Wang Hai, who was not there to collect Baiyu, but rather to purchase marinated dishes for dinner. They happened to cross paths on the road, and thus Wang Hai followed Baiyu towards the county city. By 5 o'clock, they arrived at the school entrance, blending into the throng of parents waiting for students. In the midst of this crowd, Baiyu and Wang Hai were hardly noticeable. It was then that Baiyu spotted a food vendor and decided to squeeze through to buy something to eat. Hi, please keep an eye on the bike. I see a stall selling roasted duck and fried chicken legs. I'm going to grab a few items. Would you like anything? 2 cigarette butts, 1 duck neck, 2 fried chicken legs, and a bit of chicken frame. Thank you, brother you. Wang Hai was quite polite, even expressing his gratitude. Wait for me. I'll be right back. As Baiyu completed his purchase, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. He returned to Wang Hai's side, and together they awaited Baiyu. The moment the bell chimed marked the official beginning of Baiyu's National Day holiday.